Chapter 641 Moro's Purpose. Look over there. It's a dragon. There's also the monster that appeared in Lefolet's house. Oh my god. In the palace, everyone saw Yulin falling from the sky and the 11 legendary demon larvae roaring at the sky. And they were all shocked, including Rocket and Salilo, who were fighting fiercely. Their faces changed at this scene. The dragon. Rocket recognized Yulin, and his face was full of shock. He had been to the capital and met Yulin before. When he saw Yulin again, he naturally recognized it. But because he recognized it and felt the oppression brought by Yulin, Rocket had to be shocked. Extreme level. Yulin's true strength was fully displayed. Salilo looked a little ugly. Salilo didn't know much about the existence of demon larvae. However, seeing the extreme black dragon and the legendary monsters that fell from the sky, he suddenly felt that he was nothing in this battle. As one of the only 2 legendary strongmen in the Empire, Saliro originally thought that he would be a powerful card for Moro to win. Now it seems that he is not even qualified to intervene in the most central battlefield. Where did all these monsters come from? Saliro was very angry. Tilly and Gino naturally noticed this scene. One was shocked, and the other retreated repeatedly, trembling all over. It was not until this time that the people who participated in this war realized what level of battlefield they intervened in was, and what kind of vortex it was. But they didn't know that everything that happened next was the real horror. Moro, who was full of death, climbed to a high altitude and looked down at the entire palace with an extremely indifferent expression. She was holding a person in her hand. The imperial concubine? Valian looked at Moro, who looked extremely indifferent. And for some reason, a faint fear arose in his heart. Moro ignored Valian, just looked down, stretched out his hand, and let the death energy blast down like a waterfall. That attack was not aimed at Sheen, but at the entire palace, as if to wipe the palace off the map, and brought down a storm of death energy. Swish! Sheen's figure immediately flashed from the void, looking at the death energy torrent that was blasting down, like an avalanche, intending to destroy the entire palace, and knew that he could not move forward, knowing that I couldn't sit back and watch the palace being wiped out. So I just launched an attack on the entire palace to force me to deal with it. Can't I attack it with instant teleportation? Sheen saw through Moro's intentions, and was shocked. But he had to stretch out his hand. Give and destroy. With the most destructive give magic, Sheen fought against the oncoming torrent of death. Suddenly, the torrent of death was annihilated by the magic of destruction and kept disappearing. If someone looked at this side from a distance, they would see that the huge black avalanche that fell from the sky melted at an astonishing speed, as if it had touched an invisible sun, before it was about to submerge the entire palace. However, Moro seemed to have not seen all this and continued to blast out the torrent of death, as if he was determined to wipe out the palace, with a terrifying momentum. Thanks to this, Sheen also raised his hand to continue to fight back. He had no idea that at this time, Moro had already started a conversation with Valian. There is still one part of your hand-eating self that has not been bred, right? Moro spoke to Valian expressionlessly. Yes. Yes. Valian didn't know why Moro asked this question, but he didn't dare not answer. Moro continued to speak indifferently. I remember that if you want to use that unique skill to make a clone of a specific object, you must eat the hair and skin of the object you killed with your own hands through the contact of your fingers. Moro said to Valian coldly. So, even if you have the hair and skin of the object, you can't make a person who was not killed by your own hands. Right? Yes. Yes, Princess. Valian hurriedly lowered his head and said respectfully, that's why I can't make a clone of Teal Albion. And I will beg the princess to let me give Teal Albion to you personally. However, Valian was unable to finish the rest of the words, because Moro interrupted him. You make a clone of Teal Albion now. Moro said this in an unquestionable tone. Alas? Valian was stunned. Moro ignored Valian's reaction and threw something to him. It was a horn. A horn that Valian was not unfamiliar with. Is this the horn of Teal Albion? Valian looked at the horn in his hand with a look of astonishment. Use it, Moro said lightly. It was cut off from Teal Albion's body. It is a part of her body. That is, her hair, her organs, and her limbs. It should be enough to be used as the object of your unique skill. Valian's unique skill only requires the object's hair and skin to be devoured, and does not require the object's body to be devoured. Therefore, even if only a part of it is eaten, it can be regarded as meeting the conditions. But I have to kill the other party myself. Valian was a little overwhelmed. This is what Moro planned to do. I can use my necromancy to transform part of the death energy under my control into the death energy of Teal Elbian and inject it into your body. Moro finally turned his head and looked at Volian. As long as you do this, you should be able to create the conditions in disguise that you killed Teal Elbian with your own hands, so that you can meet the requirements for making a split body. This is a kind of deception in the concept of magic. As long as it can be successful, it is indeed possible to create conceptual conditions to deceive Volian's unique skills and activate the ability of eating hands and sharing self. Perhaps it is difficult for others to create such a conceptual deception. But Moro's necromancy happens to be a magic that can control death. As long as it is operated properly, it can indeed create the corresponding conditions. However, if you inject the dead air that can plunder vitality directly into the human body, you should die soon. Moro said something chilling in a cold tone. You should play your last role before you die. These words made Volian's face change drastically. Without any hesitation, Volian struggled to break free from Moro's hand, and even raised the replica holy sword in his hand and chopped at Moro's head. Moro was indifferent, just stretched out his hand, lightly touched, and the replica holy sword was bounced away. Buzz! At the same time, Moro grabbed Volian's hand, and the death energy was surging. No! No! Volian shouted in horror. You can't do this to me. Imperial concubine. Volian's words did not change Moro's attitude at all. She just looked at Volian, as if looking at a tool, ruthless and cold. I have no choice but to do this. Moro's voice slowly came into Volian's ears. When the sky is covered by darkness and the earth turns into a red prison, the radiant branch will be awakened from its slumber and descend on this universe. This is an ancient legend circulated in the land of the Empire. The manifestation condition of the first material body called the radiant branch. When I knew that the glowing branch was on this land and knew this legend, I made many preparations to make it appear. Becoming the imperial concubine of the Empire was just a necessary step to achieve this goal. Only in this way could she set up the game she wanted on this land. Many famous historical figures, including the brave Ragnar, had searched for the glowing branch on this land. But they all failed, because the conditions for the appearance in the prophecy of the supreme god were not met at all. The sky was covered by darkness. The earth turned into a red prison. This is not something that is difficult to understand. There is no doubt that these are two celestial phenomena. Two celestial phenomena that are almost impossible to appear. Putting aside the phenomenon of the sky being covered by darkness, the phenomenon of the earth turning into a red prison has never appeared in the history of the Empire. The former can also be understood as conditions such as night or dark clouds covering the sky. But what about the latter? How can the earth be turned into a red prison? Moro pondered over this for dozens or even hundreds of years, and finally found a way. That is to use the power that can interfere with the world level to make this celestial phenomenon appear. If it is the omnipotent supreme god Omnis, then she wants to cover the sky with darkness and turn the earth red. Which should be simple, right? This is not just a matter of changing the surface, but needs to be done from a conceptual perspective. If it is just to cover the sky and dye the earth red, then many powerful people can do it. But even the brave failed, proving that these two conditions cannot be achieved on the surface. That requires the heaven and earth to operate by themselves to make this celestial phenomenon appear. Therefore, if you want to make this celestial phenomenon appear, you need to use the power that can interfere with the world, or at least interfere with the sky and the earth. This power, except for the omnipotent supreme god, only one person in the three realms has it. That is the power of the goddess of fate, Lydas, who can control even fate, and is known as the closest to omnipotence. As long as fate can be manipulated, it may not be possible to completely transform this world created by the supreme god Omnis. Lydas once said that she could not manipulate the fate of the world itself, but it was still possible to make changes in the world and make natural phenomena appear. However, it is obvious that the goddess of fate cannot cooperate with Moro and change the world for Moro. So, Moro set his sights on the blessing of the goddess of fate. They have the blessing of the goddess of fate, and have a part of the power to manipulate fate. If this power can be stimulated, then my goal can be achieved. For this reason, I need the blessing of the goddess of fate, and I need to use them as sacrifices and offer them to this land through the ritual of sacrifice. The purpose of the 10 years in the Empire is to arrange the ritual of sacrifice underground in the Empire. The secret base of the High Priest is actually just one of them. Moro had already dug through every corner of the Empire in order to arrange the sacrificial ceremony. Now, everything is ready. Only the east wind is missing. What is missing is a blessing from the goddess of fate. This is why Moro has set his sights on Tyr. Originally, I wanted to use Tyr Elbian as a sacrifice directly. But now it seems impossible. Moro spoke ruthlessly to Volian. I can only let you sacrifice to complete my great cause. After speaking, the death energy in Moro's hand poured into Volian's body. Volian's screams resounded instantly. Chapter 642 Magic Array activated by sacrificing the great undead. Inside the palace, in the ruins of the royal hall, TL suddenly felt an indescribable palpitation, which made her clutch her heart. The palpitation came very suddenly, and went away very suddenly, but it made TL feel as if something extraordinary had happened. TL didn't know what this feeling was. She just raised her head as if she had sensed something, and looked at Sheen in the sky, who was resisting the overwhelming torrent of death, as if she wanted to see the location of Moro through that scene. Unfortunately, TL didn't have the skill of perspective, so naturally she couldn't see the location of Moro, who was blocked by the torrent of death that covered the sky. But TL was sure. In Moro, something that was closely related to him appeared, and this existence that was closely related to him quickly disappeared. What happened? TL frowned, and was at a loss. On the side, Capelin stood up shakily, looking at the female knights lying on the ground and groaning all around, and her eyes moved in one direction. Brother Harves was also lying on the ground, and it was obvious that he was not taken care of by Sheen like Teal and Capelin. So he was shocked, and now there was no movement. Capelin ran towards Harves reluctantly. As for the various directions in all directions, there were constantly figures leaving here in panic. That's right. They were leaving in panic. Quick! Withdraw from the palace first. Even Rocket, who was guarding the gate of the palace, shouted and gave such instructions, looking at the death torrent in the air that could fall at any time and swallow the entire palace. His expression was extremely solemn. Retreat! Under Rocket's instructions, Tilly kept waving and speaking to the surrounding Imperial Knights. Solaro did the same. He grabbed Gino, whose face was already pale and unable to walk, and ran out of the palace at the fastest speed with the Imperial Knights, who obeyed his orders. The movement above the palace was so terrible that even the legendary strongmen had to retreat in fear. Roar! Yulin, who was at the same extreme level as Moro, was also roaring at the torrent of death in the air. It was obvious that he felt threatened by the torrent of death. After all, Moro was not only an extreme level at this moment, but also had the physique of Death Great Spirit. The death energy he collected was infected by the blood of countless heroes who died in the battle on the land of the Empire. In addition, the method of controlling death energy was the specially improved and upgraded Grand Duke of Terror, a great necromancy magic. Even Yulin, who had already reached the extreme level, would probably have to suffer in the face of this terrifying offensive. Because of this, Xian, who used Reincarnation Destiny, was also entangled. This poisonous concubine is more difficult than I thought. While Xian used the magic of annihilation to offset the endless torrent of death energy that came down, he was also secretly shocked. He had already used Reincarnation Destiny, and his strength had doubled. He could be said to have stepped half a foot into the super-transcendent level, but he was still entangled. It can be imagined that Moro really gave it his all. You know, although Moro's death energy is huge, it is also limited. Being constantly eliminated by Xian like this will only make her power weaker and weaker. The Terror Grand Duke is the same as the Terror Duke. The power is determined by the amount of death energy. If the reserve of death energy decreases, Moro's power will naturally become lower and lower. In this case, Moro still squandered death energy desperately, just to entangle him and buy time, which made Xian a little impatient. Especially, the sensing ability of outer awareness of destiny was telling Xian that Moro seemed to be doing something extraordinary, making the strange magic between heaven and earth more and more intense. So Xian decided not to delay any longer. Lilith. Xian finally called the name of his patron saint to the sky. At this moment, the world changed. Success. At the same time, Moro looked at a girl who appeared in front of him, and a smile finally appeared on his cold and ruthless face again. In one of his hands, a lifeless mummy was lifted up, and a trace of the outline of Volian could be seen faintly. Unfortunately, this arrogant adopted son of the Lephalat family was already dead, because Moro used the most brutal means, directly injected a large amount of dead air into his body, turned him into a dead spirit, and then manipulated Volian through dead spirit magic, using his unique skills, and successfully created the clone of Teal. Moro threw away Volian's mummy, stretched out his hand, and took Tyr's body. With just one glance, Moro saw that this body was full of defects. She had no soul, no consciousness, no self, just an empty SHL. Obviously, the body that Moro got by taking advantage of was not perfect. But that was enough. What Moro needed was not Tyr, but the blessing of the goddess of fate. There was only one person who had this blessing. That was Rosie. Before Rosie was born, the last blessing of the goddess of fate was the brave Mitra. After the brave Mitra, no one blessed by the goddess of fate was born for 1,000 years. For this reason, Moro waited for a whole 1,000 years until Rosie was born. And she began to lay out. Caraxi is the kingdom's treasure, the one and only princess of the Mithraic kingdom in 1,000 years. She inherited Mitra's holy sword and is loved by the gods. Even Moro has to think carefully before touching her. However, unexpectedly, not long after Roxy was born, another blessing of the goddess of fate appeared in the world. No one knew that this person was the blessing of the goddess of fate. Even Moro didn't know about this at first. It was not until 10 years ago, after the large-scale assassination in the capital, that Moro noticed Tyr. No one knew that Moro was actually in the capital that day. As the initiator of that incident, Moro, like Cosmos, had been hiding behind the scenes, admiring the chaos of the country of the brave on the best stage. She originally planned to take Roxy away, but because the layout in the Empire had not been completed, and the ceremony in the underground of the Empire had not been completed, she could only observe first. It was that time that Moro noticed Tyr's existence, and sensed the unique breath of the goddess of fate on her. No, it should be said that the one who noticed that breath. After all, that person had been in and out with the blessing of the goddess of fate for a long time. And with his special unique skills, he would naturally discover the blessing on Tyr. It was at that time that Moro changed his mind and turned his attention to Tyr. Compared with the kingdom's treasure that was involved in a wide range of things, this girl who was isolated in the capital and had a miserable life experience was undoubtedly more suitable to be his target. But he didn't expect that. In the end, because of a so-called variable, it became extremely difficult for him to move Tyr, and he could only use this second best way to achieve his goal. Fortunately, the clone at least has the power to inherit that blessing, because the hair and skin used to devour were the horns that were cut off when Tyr was just born and had not yet received the blessing. Moro was still a little worried, wondering whether the clone he made could inherit the power of that blessing. Fortunately, Volion's hand-eating self does not determine the time period of the clone based on the time when the devoured hair and skin leave the main body, but steals the state of the other party in the current time period and copies it. Otherwise, the clone created may not be Tyr, but a baby. Of course, this blessing power should be lost soon if nothing unexpected happens. That is God's blessing, not something that can be copied. God's blessing will disappear. Like Rimjo, once he transformed into a great spirit, the blessing on his body immediately disappeared without a trace. The blessing on this clone is also, if it realizes that the existence it is attached to is not the main body, not the object it should protect, but some kind of evil existence, it should disappear immediately. Let's complete my goal before this blessing power disappears. Moro was ready to start his own sacrifice ceremony. However, at this moment, her heart suddenly trembled, and she raised her head suddenly. Boom! There was a roar in the sky, and an endless amount of evil energy suddenly surged out, like a whirlpool, constantly surging. Moro only felt a terrifying pressure falling on her body, making her face pale. Not only Moro. At this moment, the people in the entire imperial capital looked at the sky that suddenly surged with evil energy, showing a horrified expression. Some people knelt silently on the ground. Some people screamed in panic. Some people collapsed to the ground. Some people were unconscious. At this moment, God came. Buzz! Under the entanglement of endless evil energy, the little goddess with 12 pairs of black wings spread out behind her descended from the whirlpool-like sky. Evil God. Lilith. Moro sweated coldly. The most terrifying opponent appeared in front of Moro, responding to Sheen's call. Lilith, who was regarded as the strongest trump card by Sheen, finally made a move. She stared at Morua, her eyes still bright. But Morua's head was shaken, as if he was invaded by an indescribable terror, and endless negative emotions arose in his heart. At this point, Morua was driven crazy. It was mentioned in the rumors that as the strongest evil god, Lilith could make people completely crazy and degenerate into evil creatures without reason with just one look. Even if Morua was an extreme strongman, facing an existence that could rival the devil, exceed the limit of life, and reached transcendence. He was still as weak as an ant. Deal with her? A look from Lilith was enough. This is the difference between transcendence and non-transcendence. Otherwise, Sheen would have the ultimate combat power under normal conditions. But after using reincarnation fate to burst out, he could only half-step into the transcendent level. Even if he burst out with all his strength, he had to rely on the power of the Holy Sword and the effect of blessing to barely compete with the transcendent existence. It is completely imaginable how many times the power difference there is. Logically speaking, everything would be declared over at the moment when Lilith descended. This is also Sheen's greatest reliance. And he can easily turn the tables at any time. Naturally, he doesn't mind forcing Morua to do everything he can to let Morua reveal the news of the old demon clan behind him and his own details. However, no one knows that Morua has actually made a preparation for this. Because Death Spirit is an existence that hates because of love. From extreme love to extreme hatred. And finally even the heart is occupied by endless negative emotions. In other words, she herself is in a frenzy. After her head was shaken, she went berserk. But her eyes turned pale green. Under the control of her crazy consciousness, she not only did not stop, but also activated her own backup plan. The great undead sacrifice activated the magic circle and opened. With such a spell, after the sky turned into a vortex of evil, the land of the Empire also changed. Boom! This is a beam of light that suddenly rose from somewhere in the Empire. Boom! 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 At this moment, beams of light rose from the land of the Empire one after another, straight into the sky. They were connected to each other, depicting a specific pattern. They were entangled with each other, forming an extremely huge and mysterious magic circle. There was a reflection of this magic circle in the sky. The main body of this magic circle was on the ground. It slowly rotated, occupying the entire territory of the Empire, causing all the people of the Empire to fall into panic. This is Sheen, who had finally cleared all the dead air, saw this scene and showed a look of astonishment. What is this? Teal, Capelin, Rot, Saliro and other various beings all looked at the scene and opened their eyes one after another. Roar! Yulin instinctively sensed something was wrong and screamed. Lilith was also slightly startled and showed a surprised expression. At this moment, Mora moved. Another girl suddenly appeared in her hand. No, it was the body of a girl. A closer look revealed that the body looked exactly like Lilith. Sheehan recognized the body. Emerald Magic Life. That's right. It was the Emerald Magic Life that Donna's had created in Cosmos to control evil things. Or it could be said that it was a half-body copy of Lilith now. She was a little magician of Donna's. She was abandoned by Donna's after the Battle of Cosmos, and was controlled by the people of the Orc Priest group. But she suddenly died and lost her life. The Orc Priest group seemed to have buried her. However, Moro dug her out again. For this moment, sacrifice. Moro sacrificed the body without hesitation. Boom! With a roar for who knows how many times, the huge magic circle in the sky dropped a beam of light, covering the body and evaporating it. In just this moment, the characteristics deep inside the body were stimulated, and the power was awakened. Morua intended to use this great undead sacrifice stimulation magic circle to extract the power of the sacrificed object, and make the power of the goddess of fate work for himself. So, after the incomplete replica of Lilith's half-body was sacrificed, what power was extracted? Undoubtedly, it was Lilith's power. Boom! The huge magic circle in the sky devoured the power of the sacrificed object, allowing the power of the strongest evil god to exert its power. Alas, Lilith only had time to let out a cry of surprise before the evil energy around her suddenly went wild, and turned into a huge black curtain that surrounded her. Lilith's figure instantly disappeared in her evil energy. What? After witnessing all this, Sheehan's breathing stagnated. Immediately, the flames on her body completely exploded. Chapter 643, Start. The use of reincarnation destiny is not without cost. Its consumption of magic power is terrible. Even if it only doubles the power, the consumption of magic power is extremely amazing. If it weren't for the fact that Sheen's magic power is also inhuman. If it were an ordinary person, as long as the skill of reincarnation destiny is activated, it would be drained instantly. Even if the magic power is as large as Luo Shi's. Once reincarnation destiny is used to increase the power, even if it is only doubled, it will only last for about 10 minutes. Right? In this case, Sheen only used reincarnation destiny to increase the power by one time, and really didn't want to increase the power further. As for the holy sword, it is not a power that can be exposed in public. Therefore, this time against Moro, Sheen has not planned to use all his cards. Anyway, with Lilith holding the fort, Sheen is not very weak. No matter how powerful Moro is, he is at most at the same level as himself. He can't be more powerful than the strongest evil god, who is comparable to the devil. With this thought, Sheen didn't feel much pressure. For Sheen, Moro is a difficult opponent. But only difficult. To say that this person is a threat, Sheen really doesn't think so. However, seeing Lilith being completely swallowed by the black curtain transformed by his evil spirit, Sheen felt that the blood in his body had cooled down. So, Sheen exploded. What consumption? What can't be exposed? All those considerations no longer exist in Sheen's mind. At this moment, Sheen, under the control of boiling emotions, exploded with all his strength. Boom! The brilliant flames were like a tension rising into the sky, and they rushed straight into the sky the moment Sheen burned from his body. The atmosphere trembled. The heaven and earth also wailed. At this moment, the flames that burst out from Sheen were 10 times as strong as before. In other words, Sheen finally pushed reincarnation destiny to its limit. Hirisu! Sheen raised the holy sword and chanted the spell of liberation loudly. Hirisu! Before the seal on the holy sword could react, Sheen chanted it a second time. Hirisu! Following closely, the third spell came as promised. Until this time, the layers of steel blades on the holy sword that was raised high began to fall off, turning into sword rings, embedded in the hilt of the holy sword. Here the strongest holy sword descended. Clang! When the brilliant sun-like light shone from the blade of the holy sword like a 1,000-foot ray of light, all the colors in the sky were replaced by a golden color. The holy light appeared from the sky above the palace, and it seemed to shine on the earth. Descending from the sky, Teal held her breath. Kaplan's pupils shrank, revealing a shocked expression. Rocket, Soliro, Tilly, Gino and others who were evacuating the palace also opened their eyes wide for the light, revealing an unbelievable look. At this moment, at this instant, all those who saw the holy light, and whose memories were awakened by the holy light, seemed to have seen the most incredible scene in the world, and stood up in a daze. Even Moro was instantly attracted by the dazzling light. Finally, she murmured twice, looking at the holy sword that was shining with thousands of feet of light, and her eyes showed a complex look for the first time. That was hatred. That was fear. That was nostalgia. That was hesitation. At this moment, a new holy sword and a new hero appeared in the vision of people in this world. The brilliance that seemed to be eternal in the future finally turned into pure power and poured into Sheen's body. Pound! Sheen's figure, burning with brilliant flames, suddenly shook the void and shot towards Moro. Moro finally came to his senses and was about to make a move, but it was too late. Puff! The holy sword shining with golden light flashed like an extreme flash from another world, not only cutting through space, but also cutting through time. It slashed through her body when Moro's consciousness could not keep up at all. The golden slash instantly broke through the dead air barrier around Moro, and broke through the extraordinary defense of her great spirit of death. From Moro's left shoulder to the right abdomen, the slash that looked like a cassock caused Moro's skin to be torn apart in an instant. Blood flashed suddenly. Humph! Moro couldn't help but let out a muffled groan as if struck by lightning. The huge injury caused her whole body to shake violently, and she almost collapsed and fell from midair. The sacred power on the holy sword directly invaded Moro's body and stirred inside her body. Death spirit, this existence that violated the common sense of the world and was forged in an evil way, was like a snowflake approaching thousands of degrees of high temperature in front of the holy sword's sacred power that could restrain all evil, and was almost melted at once. The severe pain attacked Moro's mind from both the surface of the body and the inside of the body, causing Moro to suffer. It was not until this time that Sheen's figure appeared in front of Moro. What did you do to Lilith? The voice with surging emotions drilled into Moro's ears, making Moro feel like falling into an ice cave, with fierce flames burning all over his body. Sheen glared at Moro, and the shining holy sword in his hand slashed out again without hesitation. Time seemed to have stopped at this moment. At least, that was the case in Moro's vision. In her pupils, the sword light that slashed at her at a speed that she could not react to at all was clearly imprinted. That sword light was both beautiful and gorgeous. To put it bluntly, this was the most beautiful slash Moro had ever seen in her life. That slash almost took away Moro's soul and mind, making her want to immerse herself in it, even if the consequence was to pay the price of her life. However, Moro soon drove away such thoughts with great willpower. What appeared in front of her was undoubtedly the biggest crisis so far. Her body had been destroyed by the power of the holy sword. And her body was shattered. The pain that would make ordinary people faint instantly aroused the ferocity in Moro's heart. Offer. Sacrifice. At that moment, Moro shouted desperately, and sacrificed the girl he had been holding tightly in his hand to this world. Boom! The earth and the sky trembled. An invisible force permeated from the magic circle that was slowly rotating in the sky and on the earth. It was like invisible steam, slowly rising to the horizon. It was like spreading blood, quickly occupying the earth. The world seemed to feel something, causing the magic to be disordered. The sky suddenly darkened for some reason. It was not the darkness covered by dark clouds, nor the darkness of the night, but an extreme darkness that blackened the entire sky like ink. All the light in the world disappeared without a trace, as if it was taken away by this darkness. At the same time, the earth began to change. It was turning red. The soil turned into cinnabar. The rock turned into hematite. The blood-red color occupied the land at an alarming speed. Before long, the sky of the empire became completely dark, and the land also turned completely red. This is the sky covered by darkness, and the land turned into a red prison. This is the prophecy left by the supreme God. This is the sign that the treasure hidden deep under the land is awakened. The first material body of the world called the glowing branch appeared at this moment. As if it was natural, and as if it was a natural outcome. A light carrying incredible power slowly appeared between the red land and floated into the air. Then, it was wrapped in the magic circle that covered the sky and the land. When it appeared again, it had already appeared in the arms of the seriously injured and dying Moro, as if it had teleported. Immediately, it merged into Moro's body. Moro's expression froze. A terrifying wave of power suddenly emanated from his body. God realm. At this moment, several beings at the top of this world suddenly raised their heads as if awakened. This power, Nadura, who was guiding an elf girl, stood up suddenly. This is Anima, who was investigating something at the remote edge of God realm, was also shocked. Ah! Litas was about to step out of the temple, but she trembled all over because of this sudden induction, accidentally kicked the threshold, and fell heavily to the ground, screaming in pain. In addition, there was another goddess, who was doing some paperwork with a serious face. At this time, she also sensed something, and stood up in surprise. What is going on with this power that is not inferior to mine, but is extremely strange? In the God realm, these four goddesses all felt the changes in the human world. And then they were all confused, surprised, and puzzled. Demon realm. Like the God realm, there are several beings standing at the top of this world, and they all notice something. What kind of power is this? In a castle, Sarah came out of her room and looked at the sky of the demon world, with a look of doubt on her face. The same was true for several other demons, who all sensed something more or less. What's going on? Lid looked at the sky with a solemn look. Milu also showed a puzzled expression in her territory. The power that can alarm the demon world. A girl soaking in the swamp popped up, looked at the sky, and murmured. It seems that something very interesting has happened in the human world. A charming woman surrounded by countless men with crazy eyes laughed, showing a terrible charm that could turn everyone upside down. Finally, the little girl holding a pillow also came out of a castle under the worship of countless dragons. She stared at the horizon with a flickering look in her eyes. I hope it's not the guy who caused the trouble again, the girl murmured softly, causing countless dragon roars. Chapter 644 Mythology. Silence. Deathly silence. When the power that could shake the world burst out from Moro's body, all the sounds between heaven and earth seemed to disappear. Some people felt something, and their faces changed drastically. Some people didn't notice anything and looked confused. Some people looked at each other in confusion. Some people were trembling with fear and felt that something big had happened. The people of the empire were still shocked, panicked, and at a loss because of the pitch-black sky and the red earth. They had no idea that at this moment, a terrible existence was born in this world. You? In midair, Sheen's face also changed, because, at this moment, his fatal holy sword was blocked by Moro with one hand. There was blood on the corner of Moro's mouth, and the fatal wound on his body was still there. But the sense of oppression and presence emanating from his body was completely different from before. In this situation, Moro vomited blood while stretching out a claw and firmly grasped the holy sword that Sheen slashed out. In that hand, the amazing death energy was fluctuating. Even if the light of the holy sword kept purifying it, it was still boiling violently, blocking the holy sword. "Get out of here!" Moro shouted at Sheen, as if he was in his last moments. The terrifying death energy burst out from Moro's body, and in an instant, it broke through the world. Bang! The dark sky shattered, revealing the originally clear sky. Bang! The red earth shattered, allowing the brown soil and green forest grassland to return. Even the sacrificial magic circle that Moro had spent a full 10 years setting up in the underground of the Empire disappeared at this moment, as if he had completed his mission and retired silently. Only the most terrifying large-scale death energy that had erupted from Moro's body told everyone that everything just now was not a dream. Pound. Xian didn't even have time to react before he was blown away by the terrifying death energy. The light of the holy sword enveloped Xian's body, reducing 99% of his damage, and the remaining 1% was also reduced by Li Tua Tianming. However, Xian still felt the long-lost pain, as if he was hit hard by a mountain with an altitude of more than 10,000 meters. There was a roar in his head, and he almost lost consciousness. Roar! Yulin immediately rushed over from below and caught Xian with his body, but was also knocked back hundreds of meters by Xian, who fell on him, and couldn't help but let out a painful groan. The power released by Moro was so terrifying. Puff! But Moro, who released the most terrifying power, actually spit out a mouthful of blood. The injuries on her body seemed to become more serious, causing her great pain. There is no doubt that Moro has obtained the most amazing power in the world, and has become one of the pinnacles of the world. That is even above the limit of life, reaching a state of true transcendence, where even reason cannot restrain it. But Moro knows what it means to enter this state. That means that her life will also come to an end. It is not because her body has been disturbed by the power of the holy sword and has become dying. It is not because the battle is not over yet. Even if she has this level of power, she may not be able to win. Moro's life will come to an end, which is something that has been expected for a long time. After all, is it true that a fake like me cannot accept the power of the Radiant Branch? Moro felt the extremely powerful force in his body, showing an intoxicated expression. And at the same time, he also realized that his existence was gradually being eroded by this force. I believe that in a short time, this fragmented and borrowed spirit body will completely collapse. Moro was not sad or disappointed, but completely satisfied, just because coming to this step was what she planned and hoped for. Her mission was completely completed at this moment. Next, before I die, if I can kill this hated hero, my merit will be fulfilled. Moro turned his gaze to Xian, who was caught by Yulin, shaking his head from Yulin's back and barely standing up. A hint of murderous intent flashed in his eyes. Boom! The next second, Moro burst out with all his strength regardless of the injuries in his body. That power turned into endless death energy, like a black fog covering the sky and the sun, rushing straight into the sky. The terrifying pressure enveloped the entire world, making countless people look at the sky in horror. Damn it! Teal, who had no idea what to do, and Capelin, who was holding Harvest, both changed their expressions suddenly. The same was true for Rocked, Soliro and others, who were all horrified. If Moro's power was enough to wipe out the entire palace from the ground before, then at this moment, the power she released would definitely wipe out the entire imperial capital, and even the entire empire from the ground. The terrifying power that seemed to be able to sink even the continent made countless people horrified and desperate. Moro was ready to use her last bit of strength to wipe out Sheen and the entire empire together. This was her final revenge on the hero and the country of heroes. Go to H.L. Moro made the final declaration. Then, a devastating storm of death formed in the air and quickly condensed, and finally turned into a huge mass of power like a dark sun, which fell to the earth under the drive of Moro. That was a sign of the end of the world. That was the condensation of death itself. When the dark sun fell on the earth, everything on the earth would be wiped out. All the people in the imperial capital stared blankly at the dark sun that was larger than the entire imperial capital slowly falling down. And there was no other reaction, including TL and Capelin. It's over. Capellin's pretty face was pale. TL bit her lips tightly, and a hint of bitterness appeared in her eyes. Some of Rocket, Soliro, Tilly, Gino and others trembled. Some had bitter faces, some clenched their fists, and some collapsed to the ground. But no one chose to resist. That power is simply not something humans can contend with. If there is anyone in this human world who can compete with that power, there is only one. The brave man. Death? Xian finally stood up from Yulin's back and roared as he watched the black sun gradually set in the sky. Die! On Xian's body, brilliant flames burst out with the biggest burning so far. In his hand, the brilliance of the strongest holy sword also burst out, turning into a golden brilliance, illuminating the entire world. Immediately, the brave man soared into the sky, just like all the legends since ancient times, holding the strongest weapon that can defeat the devil, illuminating the hope in the hearts of desperate people. That is a myth that has been reproduced. That is history that will become a myth. Even after countless years, this scene will still be engraved in the hearts of everyone who sees it. This was the first and most brilliant stroke drawn by the brave man who was summoned to this world after 1,000 years. Then, the dark sun fell. Then, the brilliant flames and the dazzling golden light turned into meteors and flew towards the sky. It seemed that countless years had passed. And it seemed that only 1 second had passed. They collided with each other in the sky above the palace under the witness of countless people. The brilliance and impact like Mars hitting the earth just exploded. The terrifying roar that could not be described in words appeared in the air. The atmosphere was annihilated by the circular shock wave. Countless people on the ground were blown away by the sudden strong wind. One building after another was blown to the point of collapse under the sound waves and strong winds, and even gradually cracked and collapsed. The impact that took away everything appeared in the sky above the imperial capital and exploded directly. On this day, many people saw this scene. The imperial capital under the impact suffered the most terrible aftermath. Although it was not destroyed, it was also shattered and almost turned into ruins. No one saw that in the center of the impact, the slashing light of the holy sword broke through the dark death, the terrible impact, and the huge power light ball like the sun, and cut it in half. The figure surrounded by brilliant flames and holding the dazzling golden light seemed to be burnt all over, smoking and rushing to the sky in tatters. Finally, he came to the initiator of all this. Moro, who was constantly vomiting blood, looked at this scene and his eyes suddenly widened. No! Impossible. Moro could not say the sentence. Puff! The holy sword that broke through all despair once again slashed through space and time, fell on Moro's body, and cut it open with a crushing force. Moro was split in half by this truly fatal and strongest blow, and he collapsed on the spot. Cough! In the brilliant flames, Xian coughed up blood, and the whole person was like a kite with a broken string, unable to hold on any longer, and fell to the ground. And this time, Yulin would not come to catch him again. Yulin had been knocked down by the terrible impact and disappeared. Xian fell straight to the direction of the earth, until, bang, not far away, the only black evil barrier that survived the terrible impact just now suddenly exploded. Inside, the little goddess finally appeared again, and flapped the 12 pairs of black wings behind her, rushing towards the direction of Xian at the most amazing speed. Soon, the little goddess successfully caught Xian. The goddess looked at the brave man in her arms tenderly. The two of them landed together in the direction of the imperial capital below. Chapter 645: The Real Man Behind the Scenes. In the imperial capital, Bygusler's house. In the area where Xian lives. In a room. When the dead sun fell from the sky above the imperial capital, the master and servant in the room changed their expressions. Their eyes condensed, and they left the room together. When the figure carrying the brilliant flames and dazzling golden light collided with the dead sun in the sky, and the most terrifying aftermath of the impact swept across the entire imperial capital, a layer of ripples appeared outside the Bygusler's house, wrapping the entire mansion. The impact was blocked by this layer of ripples. Obviously, the master and servant who left the room did all this. In other words, Lexia noticed the aftermath of the impact, so she built a magical barrier to protect the mansion. This allowed the Bygusler family to survive the terrible aftermath of the impact, and also kept a little girl with a healthy dark complexion lying on the bed in the room safe and sound. However, just when the culprit who smashed down the dead sun was killed by the brave, the little girl who had been lying for several days and had not woken up opened her eyes. Her eyes were full of calmness. "Is it over?" the girl murmured. Then, a laugh immediately reached the girl's ears. "Yes, it's over. I wonder if you are satisfied." With such a sentence, several figures appeared here. Most of the figures were wearing black robes, and their true faces could not be seen. The aura on their bodies was also very obscure, but people could faintly feel a trace of terrible pressure. But these people all respectfully protected a demon man who was among them, making this demon man who looked gentle and elegant, without any momentum, like an ordinary person, look at the girl with a smile on his face. The girl sat up and cast her eyes on the demon man. Seeing this, the demon man saluted very politely. "This should be the first time we meet, right?" The demon man said politely, "I am very happy to meet you. I am Donas, the Grand Apostle of Star of the Old Demon Sect Original Demon." Hearing this, the girl looked calm. "I know you," the girl said lightly. "I have a spiritual connection with Morua. She told me a long time ago that she cooperated with the Old Demon Sect Original Demon and got the support of the Grand Apostle of Star among the 3 Grand Apostles of Sun, Moon and Star. She conspired with him for future events. That means you, right?" "Yes." Donas chuckled and nodded, saying, "Thousands of years ago, the necromancer who was suppressed by the goddess of life Anima cultivated a being called the Great Spirit of Death 1,000 years ago. The special nature of this being and the possibilities it contains are of great attraction to our old demon faction, which was established at the same time. We have been searching for that being for nearly 1,000 years, and only recently discovered the existence of Miss Morrow, and were able to establish a cooperative relationship with her." As he said this, Donas laughed. "At that time, I thought that Miss Morrow was the one we had been looking for 1,000 years. It was not until recently that I learned that Miss Morrow was just your agent outside. Am I right? The owner of the real Great Spirit, the Princess of Alay, His Highness Lenny Alay." Donna's words made Lenny raise his eyebrows. It was not until this time that Lenny looked at Donna seriously. "How do you know that the child is my agent outside?" Lenny seemed to be a little interested. Donna smiled indifferently. "It's very simple, His Highness Lenny," Donna said in a casual manner, "because the existence of great death spirit can only be formed with extreme love and extreme hatred caused by this extreme love. Miss Morrow does have extreme hatred, and her aversion and hatred for the heroes sometimes surprise me. However, she only has hatred, and I have never seen love in her." From that time on, Donnas began to doubt whether Morrow was the real owner of the Great Spirit of Death. For this reason, Donnas launched an investigation. As a result, Donnas discovered the existence of Lenny, just like Havis. From that time on, Donnas knew that Lenny was the real owner of the Great Spirit of Death. "This is really strange." Lenny tilted his head and said, "My unique skill, colorless and tasteless, can block all peeping. Even the goddess of nature Nadura can't detect my existence. And the wisdom of the moon demon Sarah can't see through my reality. Even the hero can't find my true power. You can actually find it and perceive my former identity. It's really incredible. This is just a reasonable guess, Your Highness." Donna shrugged and said, "I don't have amazing strength like you, nor do I have unique skills. I was born without any talent and was not favored by the gods and the world. But I am quite good at creating magic for living things. The painstaking works made by me, that is, the magic fighters who protect me, actually have the skill of symbiosis. Under the condition of suspicion, I naturally couldn't miss the fact that Miss Morrow has this skill. Therefore, Donnas knew that there must be another existence behind Morrow, who was not only the owner of the real Great Spirit, but also shared the characteristics of the Great Spirit and its own power with Morrow through the skill of symbiosis. And symbiosis is a skill that can only be learned by people with a particularly deep connection in life. Generally, beings such as twins have this skill. Ordinary people can't learn this skill at all. Even gods and demons can't. In addition, Morrow is an Alay, so Donnas can naturally find some truth as long as he investigates along this line. For example, in the former Alay, there was a very famous princess who was not only loved by the king of Alay, but also had a deep affection for the brave Mitra from thousands of years ago. Donna said slowly, "It is said that the princess survived the disaster of Alay and was finally taken away by the brave who felt guilty. It is said that the princess accompanied the brave throughout his life, even serving him as a maid. But in the end, she never got the brave's love. The brave's feelings for her were only guilt. And he was with her because he was rejected by the queen of the elves. He was disheartened and decided to make compensation to the princess and spend his life with her. But until the end, the brave never loved her, until he decided to sacrifice himself and leave his holy sword for the kingdom of Mitra, regardless of the princess's obstruction. So, the princess gave up, left, and lost her trace from then on, and never returned to the kingdom of Mitra." Donnas looked at Lenny with a calm face. "Some people say that she found a place to live in seclusion and spent her life there. Some people say that she may have chosen to commit suicide for love, and quietly ended her life in a place where no one knew. However, I think that this princess, who had admired the hero since childhood because of his heroic deeds, loved the hero deeply, and told the hero about the conspiracy of the demons in Alay. which indirectly led to the destruction of her country. And finally could not get the love of the hero. Accompanied the hero for a lifetime, but could not get any return. Gave everything. Lost everything. Until she even lost the hero she loved deeply. Must have incomparable hatred in her heart in the end. This is the extreme hatred caused by extreme love. The emotion that the Great Spirit really needs. Then, I heard that the princess had a maid who always followed her. Donna's looked straight at Lenny, as if he wanted to see something from Lenny's eyes and expression, and said, "There will be such a shadow-like existence around the royal family of LA. They are the shadow warriors of the royal family, who were selected after a special magic ritual that has been lost and only exists in LA. When the royal family is not convenient to show up or needs to attend a more dangerous occasion, they will attend on their behalf. Therefore, they have many very similar things with the accompanying royal family. Some are in appearance. Some are in body shape. Some are in strength. Some are in magic. Some even have almost the same fluctuations in vitality. In this way, it is understandable that Moro can learn the symbiosis skill. In addition, Moro secretly sent people to protect Lenny, and has been paying attention to Lenny. Donna's just discovered Lenny, and made this bold guess. Miss Moro is the maid beside you. Right? Donna said with certainty, after you were transformed into a great spirit. She has been staying by your side. Through the symbiosis skill. She possessed your great spirit, and survived with you for 1,000 years. In fact, all of Moro's hatred for the hero is because of Lenny. Because of her master's experience, the maid completely hated the hero. And even everything related to the hero. As for Lenny, he has been hiding behind the scenes, and has never appeared. In other words, Lenny is the most hidden behind the scenes. You want to obtain the branch of radiance. Is it also to make up for the defects of the Great Spirit? Donna sighed and said, the existence that calls itself the High Priest does have some tricks. By creating life that is not within the scope of life, it circumvents the limit of life in a roundabout way, and tries to make the Great Spirit of Death achieve transcendence. But she is a frog in the well after all. She has talent but no knowledge, and is timid and powerless. How could she have thought that even if such an existence is created, the world will not allow it to grow? The various laws in the reason of the world are not for display. Only life has levels, and non-life has no concept of levels. This is the rule of reason. That's why Lenny needs the branch of radiance. Chapter 646. Please come with me. Since life has limits, what about non-life? This is the hypothesis proposed by the High Priest for transcendence. Based on this hypothesis, the so-called Great Spirit of Death appeared. The idea of transforming life with extreme negative emotions into another existence different from any kind of life today, so that it can naturally ignore the limits of life, break through the limits of life, and achieve transcendence, has to be said to be really fantastic. However, as Donna said, the reason of the world will not allow such an existence to appear. Could it be that if the stone becomes a spirit, it is no longer life? In the hypothesis proposed by the High Priest, the existence transformed into a great spirit must not be life. Otherwise it will not be able to transcend naturally. But transcendence is originally a concept based on the breakthrough of the limits of life. Non-life does not even have the concept of level. How can it transcend? Can a stone without life transcend? And a stone with life, is it non-life? Therefore, the hypothesis proposed by the High Priest is very whimsical. But it is just whimsical. Existence itself is contradictory, and does not work at all. The evidence is that whether it is Linjo or Lenny, as the owner of the Great Spirit of Death, both of them have levels. Lenny is the limit level. Linjo is the legendary level. If the latter can continue to grow, he will reach the limit level sooner or later. But their limit is only the limit level, and it is impossible to transcend naturally, as the hypothesis proposed by the High Priest. What's more, because of their special nature, after they are transformed into great spirits, they will absorb spiritual essence to a large extent to increase their strength. So there is no bottleneck before reaching the limit level, and they will not be stuck in level. But when they reach the limit level, they will usher in the real limit, and absolutely cannot transcend. This is the result of the High Priest's fantasy. She wanted to create a non-life that was naturally detached. But she didn't know that this approach would cause the Great Spirit of Death to be fundamentally contradictory. Not only did it have the same concept of hierarchy as other life forms, but because it was created for the purpose of non-life, it was destined to not be able to break through the limits left for life forms. This is the existence of the Great Spirit of Death, a contradictory and flawed hypothesis. And this is also the limit of the High Priest. She was destined to be unable to achieve her goal. But as the owner of the Great Spirit of Death, Lenny found another way to break through. That is, with the help of external forces. The Radiant Branch, the world's first material body, was the crystallization of power condensed from the remaining power used by the Supreme God Omnis to create the world. At that time, the Supreme God Omnis had only created the world and had not yet created other things, including the law reason that allows this world to have regularity and order, so that it can exist. In other words, the Radiant Branch was born before reason was formed. It is naturally able to break away from the scope and shackles of reason. It is a remnant of a world that should not exist, and is left behind by accident. If you can get it, then to a certain extent, people can get a certain degree of power to break free from the limitations of reason. This is definitely the only lifeline for Lenny, who has the physique of Death Great Spirit body, and is shackled by reason and cannot transcend. Only by obtaining the Radiant Branch and using the power of the Radiant Branch that was formed before reason, can the Death Great Spirit body also break free from the shackles of reason, perfect itself, and naturally possess the power of transcendence? Donna's told Lenny everything. For this purpose, His Highness planned this 10-year plan. Find the one who blesses the goddess of fate. Carve the magic circle of the sacrificial ceremony on the land of the Empire. Finally, with the help of the power of the ceremony, stimulate the power of the goddess of fate. Manipulate the celestial phenomena, and make the premonition come true. In this way, the Radiant Branch can appear in the world and help your Highness transcend. At this point, Donna's applauded. I have to say that your Highness played this game very well, and I admire him. Looking at the three realms, I am afraid that the only existence with such talent, besides your Highness, is that Moon Demon Sarah. Moon Demon Sarah is a famous wise man, the leader and supreme of the demon clan. Even the gods are afraid of his brain. The goddess of fate, Lita's, who is known as the strongest, is sometimes fooled by him. Donna's actually used that demon supreme to compare Lenny. This evaluation is not low. But Lenny doesn't seem to be very interested in all this. Aren't you the same? Little guy from the old demon clan. Lenny said expressionlessly, you went through so much trouble to find me, and finally found my maid, intending to cooperate with her. It was not for the great cause of the original demon, but for transcendence, right? Donna's immediately slowly withdrew his smile. However, in just 1 second, Donna's recovered. Who doesn't want to transcend? Donna said in a disembodied voice. Throughout the ages, only the brave can truly transcend themselves, and the rest of the transcendental beings are born strong, and can be said to be blessed by nature. Compared with these beings, Donna's is undoubtedly unfortunate. I have said that I have no talent. No talent, let alone unique skills. I can't even learn a single ordinary skill, and my level is pitifully low. And I was even abandoned at one time. If I hadn't picked up a book of magic that was so ordinary that it couldn't be more ordinary in the desolate land of the demon world. And after trying it, I found that I actually had talent in this area. I might have been forgotten there, and turned into an insignificant dead ant. From that time on, I kept thinking, can I do it? Donna said this to himself. Can I be strong? Can I make people look at me with new eyes? Can I stand at the top? Can I transcend? These self-questions, in the end, all came out with one word, no. So, Donna's began to plan everything for himself. Your Highness planned for 1,000 years, and I planned for 10 years. The weight of time alone is far less than yours. But as I said to Miss Morrow in the past, in order to have a place for us in the future, we can only bet everything. And Miss Morrow has already done it. This sentence finally made Lenny a little upset. The Princess of Alay was silent for a while and sighed. I told her that she is not the real owner of the Great Spirit. Using the power of the Great Spirit with symbiosis is already the limit. If she wants to transcend with the help of the Branch of Radiance and stimulate the real potential of the Great Spirit, her body will definitely not be able to bear it. Symbiosis can indeed allow people to share levels and skills, and even life. But symbiosis itself is just a skill. How can it borrow the power of transcendence? You must know that after transcendence, the concepts of level and skills will disappear. Only the unique skills that are out of the ordinary will remain and become the most relied upon power of the life form. Symbiosis is just an ordinary skill, even if it is very rare, difficult to learn, very powerful, and of a high level. It is still a regular skill and cannot compare to a unique skill. In view of this, if Morrow wants to obtain the power of the Great Death Spirit through symbiosis, he can do it. But if he wants to obtain the power of transcendence through it, it is absolutely impossible. Not to mention, Moro is not the true owner of the Great Spirit body, and cannot naturally transcend. After getting the Branch of Radiance, he forcibly stimulates the power of the Great Spirit body, and uses the ability of transcendence. Not to mention the physical body. The existence itself will collapse. This kind of collapse. Even if Lenny shares his life with Moro, Moro can't recover. In other words, once it becomes like that, Moro will definitely die. But Moro still chose this. She didn't want me to be exposed. Didn't want me to face the evil god Lilith and the hero. And was worried that I would be conquered by the Holy Sword. So she took the initiative to take this task. Came forward as my shadow warrior. And according to the plan, got the Branch of Radiance. And then used the ability of symbiosis to transfer the Branch of Radiance to my side. In addition to sharing power and life, the skill of symbiosis can also transfer positions to each other and move at high speed, achieving an effect like teleportation. So, Moro planned all this. My original intention was to have her transfer to me as soon as she got the glowing branch. But she ended up using it herself, and was even killed by the hero before she collapsed. Lenny sighed. On the other hand, Donna's was not sad at all because of Moro's death. After seeing the power of that hero, I always thought that her choice was actually quite wise. This is what Donna's thought. There is no doubt that the power displayed by Sheen this time has reached the level of transcendence. If Moro had not risked his life and taken on everything, then this hero would have joined forces with the evil god Lilith. And even if Lenny got the Branch of Radiance, he would not be able to leave the Imperial capital easily. Now, no one noticed all this, and this result is very good. I want to ask His Highness. Donna's looked at Lenny and said, "Will your Highness fulfill the alliance between Miss Moro and me? This is the purpose of Donna's visit. Do you want me to support you?" Lenny looked at Donna's. "There is no way," Donna said calmly. "If my path to transcendence can get the support of His Highness, the success rate will be greatly improved. I can't refuse such temptation." Interesting. Lenny narrowed his eyes, looked at Donna's for a long time, and also looked at the extreme magic fighters around Donna's. Finally, he laughed and said, "In this case, I will help you." "Thank you." Donna's bowed to Lenny. Then, Donna spoke slowly. "Then, please come with me. The first queen of the kingdom of Mitra. The wife of the brave Lord Lenny Mitra." These words made Lenny laugh. The laugh was very cold. Laxia looked at the empty bed and said nothing. Alas. Laxia stood beside Laxa, looking like she wanted to say something but didn't know what to say, and finally sighed. Both of them returned to the room. However, at this time, the person who should have been lying on it had disappeared. Chapter 647 Storm is coming. The Day of Red Dusk. This is the name given to this day by the world after the battle of the Imperial capital ended. Originally, it was just a battle like the civil strife of the Empire. But in the end, it involved a huge event that could affect the whole world, which made no one dare to doubt the specialness of this day. On this day, the Imperial concubine Moro, who had been in office for 10 years, was conquered. On this day, the legendary treasure of the Empire was awakened. On this day, a large-scale magic ceremony that had been planned for 10 years appeared, turning the sky black and the earth red. It was also on this day that the Imperial capital was almost half destroyed and the Empire was almost destroyed. Although the culprit of all the crimes was conquered, it undoubtedly set off a huge wave of shock and uproar in the whole world, causing people from the human world, the god world and even the demon world to send people to understand the situation. There is no doubt that everything that happened on this day will be recorded in history books, and will also become a crucial step in the next world pattern. At the same time, the world gradually learned one thing. That is, after 1,000 years, the hero appeared in this world again. Human world. Mitra Kingdom. In the king's bedroom, Anchi, Leah, Aradia, and Sanai were all here. Anchi was looking at the information recorded on a parchment, and his face was changing. Not only Anchi, but also Leah, Aradia, and Sanai who received the news had a complicated expression. The four looked at each other. And finally, Anchi spoke first. "What do you think of this matter?" Anchi's question was met with silence. Everyone was speechless, as if they didn't know what to say at all. Only Leah smiled bitterly. That guy is really hiding deep. Leah's mood seemed very difficult to describe. Not to mention Leah. Even the always cold Aradia is like this. "Is this information accurate, Your Majesty?" Aradia asked in a deep voice. "Almost right." Anchi also smiled bitterly. "Really?" Aradia murmured. It turns out that it was not someone else who defeated me, but the real hero. Hearing this, Sanai couldn't help but speak out. Could it be that there was something wrong? Sanai looked unacceptable and said, logically speaking, the hero can never appear in this world again. Indeed, Leah also said calmly, the great mystery summoned by the hero has been sealed. This was announced by the supreme god Onus in front of everyone 1,000 years ago. The goddesses of the gods also said that there is indeed a sealed land at the border of the god realm, and the great mystery summoned by the hero is in it. Except for the supreme god Onus, no one can break through the seal and enter. Under such circumstances, a hero from another world has appeared in the world. This is not right no matter how you think about it. Anchi can understand Leah and Sanai's suspicion. But I have already contacted the daughter of Razahad who arrived in the capital, and questioned the president of the Adventurers Guild who first contacted Lord Bastutu, including Vivian of the Razahad family. I have also confirmed it. Anchi sighed and said so. Although the two did not tell me the answer clearly, they probably did not want to reveal his identity without Lord Bastutu's consent. But they have hinted and admitted that Lord Bastutu's previous identity was forged by them. Before this, Sheen was an adventurer from Lamijan City, Marquis Mureo, and came out of the orphanage funded by Riley Razahad. This is the identity that Riley provided for Sheen. Therefore, the world believed that Sheen came from Lamijan, and grew up from Lamijan, and was a civilian adventurer who became famous after the emergence of the old Demon Clan Slayer faction. Now that Riley has hinted that this identity is fake, it means that Sheen's identity is no longer as simple as before. In addition, in the battle of the Imperial capital, thousands of people have witnessed the brilliance of the Holy Sword. In this way, Sheen's identity can be confirmed, no matter how unreasonable it is. The hero has indeed appeared. And this is the fact. As Anchi said this, he turned his head and looked at the gate. You already knew about this, right, Luoshi? Anchi's words made everyone look in the direction of the gate. There, the peerless princess quietly arrived. It seems that you all know it. Luoshi said this expressionlessly. A faint sense of oppression was taking shape on her body. Roxy? Leah said in a somewhat doubtful voice. Aridia and Sanai both gasped. Although the sense of oppression emanating from Roxy at this moment was very faint, it was enough to make Sanai and even Aridia feel threatened. Your Highness? You? Aridia was very surprised. Because, as Roxy's mentor, he didn't know when Roxy had grown up to the point where she could put pressure on him like this. Although Roxy was also very good before, it was impossible for her to feel pressure by just releasing a little pressure before she released the Holy Sword and used her unique skills. Now, Roxy did it. This surprised Aridia and shocked Sanai. Anchi seemed to have thought of something, and his face changed again. At the same time, Anchi also realized why Roxy would release pressure here like this. Don't worry, Anchi said helplessly. Even if I know that Lord Bastutu is a hero, I don't plan to do anything. Yes, Anchi saw it. Luoshi came here for no other reason than for Sheen's affairs. For Sheen, Luoshi did not hesitate to oppress her father, sister, mentor and others like this. He is still my son-in-law, your fiancé, a noble of the kingdom, the famous Count Bastutu. And all this will not change. Anchi said very solemnly. It is better to say that I am too happy to let the real hero become a member of my country of heroes and marry the descendants of heroes like us. Anchi expressed his attitude like this. There is no way. This is not only for Luoshi, for the kingdom of Mitra, but also for Sheen. His identity has been exposed, and he will definitely encounter many things next. Right? Luoshi looked at Anchi steadily and said, I don't want this country to not only not stand on his side, but also add insult to injury. Luoshi made her position clear. But, Your Highness, the Demon Clan. Shinai couldn't help but want to say something. But, Luoshi interrupted her. I don't care what the attitude of other forces is. Luoshi said very decisively. I just want to tell you that I will stand on his side. If the kingdom is afraid of the Demon Clan, then don't intervene. Even if the kingdom does not stand on Xian's side, Luoshi will follow Xian's footsteps without hesitation. For this reason, this is a warning. Luoshi said very impolitely. I don't want to be an enemy of my own country. Don't force me. This sentence made Anchi and others' expressions change slightly. After leaving such words, Luoshi turned around and left without hesitation. After all, she had already made it clear to her loved ones and her motherland with those words just now. This is very ruthless and cold, and it can be called treason and betrayal. But this is Luoshi's choice. Therefore, Luoshi will not stay. and she has no face to stay. So she left firmly. Alas. And she couldn't help but sigh. What should we do? Father? Leah hesitated for a long time, and finally asked Anshi for instructions. What do you think? And she asked Leah in return. In fact, Leah's position is also quite firm. Like Luoshi. I want to stand on his side. Leah whispered her thoughts. Although she was surprised by Xian's true identity, Leah did not forget that Xian was her benefactor and her mentor. Before, Leah swore that she would support Xian and Luoshi no matter what the situation was. This idea has not changed even now. Okay. Anshi nodded and said in a deep voice, in this case, let's take a gamble on that kid. In the final analysis, Anshi's position is also very firm. He is a human. He is a descendant of a hero. He is the king of this country of heroes, and an orthodox supporter of heroes. In this case, there is no doubt about what he should choose. Pass the order down. From now on, fully monitor the every move of the Demon Clan, especially the Demon Clan embassy. Any movement must be reported, and once there is an abnormality, immediately stop it. Anshi looked at Aridia and said, you can do this yourself. Aridia? Yes. Aridia nodded heavily. Tagore Forest, the home of elves. When Sophie received the news, she was shocked and speechless for a long time. How could it be? He is actually a hero? Leia and Nia were also shocked, and they still dare not believe it until now. Around, everyone in the elf division was also there. Brave. Jiao Luor was speechless. Impossible. Jinim had said this sentence dozens of times. Everyone in the elf division was also extremely shocked and could not speak for a long time. It was not until half a while later that Sophie took the lead in exhaling. No wonder Goddess Nadira favored him so much. Sophie felt very complicated. Queen. We. Leia and Nia were hesitant and didn't know what to say. Sophie glanced at the two of them, pondered for a while, and then spoke like this. Although it was a very surprising thing. Xian Basta was a friend recognized by the elves like me. If this friend is still a brave man that the human race has looked up to for countless years, then we don't need to hesitate about what to do. Sophie stood up. Notify them. Tell the children of the elves to be ready for war at any time. Remember, keep a close eye on the movements of the demons. Upon hearing Sophie's order, everyone present bowed their heads and responded. Situations such as the Mitra Kingdom and the Land of Elves continued to appear in various countries in the human world on this day. The entire human world was filled with an indescribable sense of tension. The storm was about to come. Chapter 648 Letter from the Demons. While the countries in the human world were discussing and deciding on the matters concerning the heroes, the gods and demons were also making some moves. In the gods, the three goddesses had already gathered. Moreover, right at the beginning, Lidas made a very serious accusation against Anima and Nadira. Did you two already know that the bastard was a hero? Lidas was so angry that her lungs were about to explode, and there were some tears in the corners of her eyes. Anima and Nadira looked at each other and smiled bitterly. Sorry, Lidas. Anima apologized to Lidas and said apologetically, we are also worried that you will do something that is too worrying. So we just want to hide it from you for the time being. Yes. Nadira sighed and said, if you knew that Xian was a hero early on, you would definitely not be able to help but do something. Right? What? Lidas said unconvincingly, am I so ignorant? This sentence did not get a reply from Anima and Nadira, but a silent stare from them. This stare hurt Lidas a lot. What? What? I also know the overall situation. Okay? Lidas was angry. In response, Anima and Nadira could only continue to smile bitterly and comfort her. I know Lidas is a very responsible person, but this matter is really not suitable for too many people to know. And you don't know how to hide your feelings. So we took the initiative and conducted an investigation first. Anima advised gently. I am also monitoring the hero. Nadira smiled slightly and said, thanks to this, I also know a lot about him. So you don't have to worry that the two of us will be incapable. Hearing this, Lidas finally fell silent. Then, the goddess of fate spoke softly. Is he really a hero? Lidas asked this question again. Absolutely true. We have all confirmed with our own eyes that his holy sword has great power, and his potential may be even higher than that of the hero Mitra. Anima and Nadira both nodded. Lidas was speechless again. After a while, the goddess of fate said in a somewhat dim voice, I can't believe that such a rogue appeared among the heroes whom we regard as noble beings and eternal partners. Lidas found it very unacceptable that Xian was a hero, Anima and Nadura smiled immediately. However, the next second, the two of them became serious again. It can be confirmed that he is a hero. There is no doubt about it. Anima said very seriously, the problem is, until now, we have not yet investigated clearly why new heroes are being summoned now that the great secret ritual of summoning heroes has been sealed. Moreover, the identity of the hero has been exposed, which is a serious problem. Najula said with some worry, I am worried that the demons will react greatly to this matter. This is something that must be resolved. Otherwise, the peace that has been maintained for 1,000 years is likely to collapse overnight. Anima and Najula have been avoiding this from happening. Now, Sheen's identity has been exposed, which makes the two have to worry about it. Lita spoke without thinking. Let's just bring the guy to the God Realm. Lita said hurriedly, as long as we bring him to the God Realm and we guard him, it will be impossible for the demons to harm him. Right? This is a bad idea. I said. Lita's. The hero is someone we must protect. But we should also respect his opinion. Taking him directly to the God Realm regardless of his opinion and guarding him is not called protection. It is called house arrest. Anima rejected it without hesitation. I don't agree with this either. If we do this, it may irritate the demons and make them think that we really intend to use the heroes to do something. At that time, the conflict will be irreconcilable. Nadura also rejected this approach. But Lita still looked a little anxious. This goddess of fate is like this. It is easy to do bad things because of excessive sense of responsibility and mission. That's why Anima and Nadura don't want her to know about this too early. In short, calm down first. Lita's. Anima patted Lita's on the shoulder and comforted her. Don't worry. It's not the situation 1,000 years ago. There are also many people in the demons who don't want to break the status quo and break this peace. I believe they will definitely consider this matter properly. That's right. Najula agreed. Besides, the hero has a relationship with several demons, especially with the dragon demon AI. And the relationship between the two is even better than the relationship between us and the current hero. I believe she will not watch the hero fighting the demons. Really? Lita said doubtfully. Will the cruel dragon demon really guarantee for a human, who is also a natural enemy of the hero? Obviously, Lita doesn't believe it. She has long forgotten this. Have you forgotten how the dragon demon protected your well-wishers at the engagement party with the hero? Anima's reminder made Lita speechless. At that time, AI did protect Xian without hesitation. Even when facing Lita's, who was more powerful than herself. Not only AI, Sarah also appeared at the engagement party and guaranteed Xian. The current hero not only has an outstanding personality, but also has an exceptionally good relationship with the demons. This made Lita's worry about another layer. Could it be that the demons wanted to win over the heroes to their side? Lita's couldn't help but say, since the reason for the great mystery of the hero summoning can't be found in the God Realm, then is there something wrong in the demon realm? These words made Anima and Nadura frown. In fact, the two of them have thought about it. Although the hero summoning has always been the great mystery of the gods. As the saying goes, the one who knows you best may not be yourself, but your opponent, as the natural enemy of the demons. The demons have conducted research on the existence of heroes from ancient times to the present, and if their research has not stopped and is still continuing until now, 1,000 years later, is it possible to really research an alternative method to summon heroes? This hero was not summoned by the gods, but by the demons. Is it possible? So, this hero has such a good relationship with the demons. Can we doubt it? The problem is that the summoning of the hero is a great mystery created by the Mother God, which can be regarded as the second great feat after the creation of the world. I don't think that the demons can achieve such a feat. Anima shook her head and denied this speculation. The demons are a race known for their strength, but in terms of what they can do, they are not as omnipotent as our gods. So I don't think they can do this. Nadura made the same denial. Lita's thought about it and finally nodded. Even I can't do this. And the demons really can't do it. As the closest to omnipotence, Lita's is qualified to say this. Well, let's not think about the things behind the summoning of the hero for the time being. Anima said, the most urgent thing is that we have to contact the demons first and tell them our attitude. Yes, Nadura said with feeling. Moon Devil Sarah is a smart person. I really want to know what her attitude is towards this matter. That person's attitude, in a sense, also represents the attitude of the demon clan as a whole. Even if the demon clan will overreact to the hero's matter, what measures that person will take in response to this matter will determine what actions the demon clan will take. If Sarah thinks that the hero is a threat, and she also suspects that the gods have secretly restarted the great mystery of the hero's summoning, then she may take this opportunity to make trouble. If the other party has other ideas, then what these ideas are is undoubtedly very important to the gods. In this case, I will go to the demon world myself. Lidas immediately volunteered. Wait a little longer. Anima stopped Lidas. Don't be impulsive. Contact them first and see. Nadura also spoke up quickly. If Lidas, the strongest of the gods, and the most powerful being in the world today, were to personally descend upon the demon world, it would very likely arouse the demon's vigilance even further. I'd better go there, Nadura said, although I'm not sure about the situation in Melika. If it's me, I can enter the demon world silently and contact the moon demon Sarah. This is the best way. Okay. Anima thought about it and agreed. Then I'll leave this matter to you, Nadura. Don't worry. Nadura nodded. However, at this time, a goddess came here. Lady Lidas, Lady Anima, Lady Nadura. The goddess said anxiously, there is a letter from the demon clan. One sentence made the three goddesses react. Letter from the demon clan? Anima stood up in surprise. Could it be the moon demon? Nadura reacted. Let me see. Lidas immediately snatched the letter, opened the envelope, took out the parchment, and checked it. Lida's eyes widened when she saw it. What? Lidas exclaimed. What's wrong? Lidas? What happened? Anima and Nadura's hearts immediately tightened. The two hurried forward and checked the letter. When they saw it, their expressions changed at the same time. It became extremely strange. This moon demon actually made such a decision? Anima and Nadura's mouths twitched. Lidas looked stunned. The goddess who delivered the letter saw this scene and felt uneasy. A subtle atmosphere immediately spread and lasted for a long time. Chapter 649. The Exposed Identity. Wu. In the spacious and bright room. At a certain moment, a soft hum slowly appeared and sounded. She had opened his eyes and stared at the ceiling blankly. Until a while later, he gradually filled his empty head with spirit. What am I doing? Xian murmured blankly. Beside him, an indifferent voice immediately responded to him. You are now back to the room in Bygusler's house. Lord Xian. The moment the familiar cold voice entered Xian's ears, Xian immediately refreshed and woke up. At that moment, Xian jumped up from the bed and looked to the side. Laxia. Xian subconsciously called out the name of the maid standing by the bed. The other party was Laxia. You finally woke up. There was no ups and downs in Laxia's voice. However, Xian was keenly aware that there was a trace of relief in the other person's eyes for a moment. Laxia. Xian looked at Laxia like this, and it took a while for him to react, and hesitantly said, Am I asleep? Yes, you are asleep. Laxia was silent for a long time, and then said, Although you slept for a long time, your body is fine, which is a blessing in disguise. As she said, Laxia handed a sword in her arms to Xian. Your holy sword. Laxia seemed to be referring to a very ordinary iron sword. Holy sword. Xian took his holy sword reflexively, and then finally remembered. By the way, I lost consciousness in the battle with Moroa. That was the situation caused by excessive waste of power when I was trying to deal with the last blow of Moroa, who had entered the realm of transcendence and possessed an extremely terrifying power. Xian remembered that at that time, he not only completely unlocked the holy sword, but also pushed reincarnation destiny to the limit, gaining 10 times the usual power. And with the power of the holy sword, he finally succeeded in cutting off the son of death that fell from the sky. After that, he also killed Moru on the spot. But at the same time, his magic power was also squeezed dry by reincarnation destiny that was pushed to the limit. In addition, after a head-on collision with the son of death, his Lito destiny and the protection of the holy sword were ultimately unable to block all the damage. He fainted on the spot with a burning pain all over his body and fell from the sky. Xian's memory ended here. Looking at Xian like this, Laxia spoke as if she could guess what he was thinking. After that, it seems that Lilith, who successfully escaped, caught you and brought you back here. So Xian would lie here and fall into a deep sleep. At this time, his injuries had completely recovered, and the magic power in his body had become full again, returning to its heyday. No, it was not just back to its heyday. Xian found that the magic power in his body had become more, and his strength had also become much stronger. Just talking about magic power. If Xian could only maintain reincarnation destiny for 10 minutes before, then now, he can probably maintain it for about 15 minutes. How come the magic power has increased so much? Xian was stunned. But then, Xian remembered something and checked his current level in his mind. After seeing this, Xian was stunned. LV.95. No way. Xian was completely dumbfounded. Before this, Xian's level was 79. And he was still one step away from level 80. Now, the level that should have been 79 suddenly became 95. Which really shocked Xian. No wonder the magic power has increased so much. It seems that I have increased my level by 16 in one go? I am now a legendary level? Xian was confused. But then, Xian understood. Originally, the harder the battle, the easier it is for people to grow and increase their levels quickly. I worked hard this time, and I almost died in the end. I also killed a person who entered the transcendent level on the spot. It seems that it is understandable that my level will increase so much at once. In the end, Moro undoubtedly used some power to exert the combat power of the transcendent level. If I can defeat her, then if my potential is not exhausted and my growth rate is different from that of ordinary people, my level will naturally soar directly. Of course, Xian always felt that he was able to solve Moro, and the lucky factor occupied most of the factors. At that time, Moro was already at the end of her strength and couldn't even fight back. Otherwise, even if Xian played all his trump cards at that time, he shouldn't be able to kill her with one sword. At that time, Moro's body was abnormal, which led to Xian's successful solution after beheading the Son of Death. Xian glanced at the holy sword in his hand, and then looked at Laxia. How long have I slept? Xian asked tentatively. You have slept for 3 days. Laxia said expressionlessly. Your injuries have been fully recovered 2 days ago. And your magic power is 1 day slower than your injuries, because the amount of magic power that needs to be recovered is relatively large. But it was fully recovered last night. Therefore, Xian woke up this morning. If it were someone else, it would not be so easy. But the Li Tua Tianming that Xian possessed not only has amazing defensive performance, but also can quickly recover from injuries by consuming magic power. And combined with the effect of Satomi Tianming to quickly recover magic power, Xian was completely recovered in just 2 days. What is the situation now? As Xian got up from the bed, he asked Laxia, where are Ter and Lilith? Miss Lilith was standing outside, seeming to blame herself for not being able to help before. Laxia immediately took a coat from the hanger beside her, put it on Xian, and replied, Miss Ter was also injured a lot and has been recuperating. What about the others? Xian frowned and continued to ask, are they okay? Captain Rocket and Miss Tilly are fine. Laxia replied slowly, there is a bit of trouble with Her Highness Capelin. Next, Laxia explained everything to Xian. After Xian solved Moro and was taken away from the battlefield by Lilith, the battle was declared over. Because of the collision between Xian and Moro, the imperial capital suffered a huge impact and was half destroyed. Only a few buildings protected by barriers remained intact, and the Bygusler family was one of them. The people in the imperial capital did not suffer too many casualties. It seemed that the Adventurers Guild helped, and the adventurers protected many civilians. The imperial palace was almost completely destroyed. As the center of the impact, even the highest level of barrier could not protect it, and it finally became half a ruin. Then, Rocket and Tilly led the team to rescue, and rescued Tyr, Capelin, Havis, the female knights of the Broken Blade Knights, and the survivors in the palace, Soliro and Gino, together with the nobles who had conspired before, took the opportunity to escape from the imperial capital with their respective families. Obviously, the death of Moro and the appearance of Xian made these people feel that there was no hope for the struggle for power. Therefore, they took the opportunity to defect and dared not stay in the imperial capital any longer. Now, Captain Rocket has regained power in the Imperial Knights and led the people of the Imperial Knights to deal with various matters in the imperial capital after the disaster. Laxia said, that day, the 11 monsters summoned by Princess Moro seemed to have not been dealt with yet, and their whereabouts were unknown. Many people were worried that they might be hiding in the underground of the imperial capital, and they were very nervous about it. Laxia was referring to the 11 demon larvae. They were all legendary and had semi-solid characteristics. Unless they were specially restrained by weapons, like the Holy Sword, it would be difficult for ordinary people to successfully defeat them. They naturally survived. However, with the death of Moro, they also disappeared. Lord Yulin seemed to have been looking for them, wanting to make a break with them, and had been flying around in the air. His Highness Capelin sent the Broken Blade Knights and the Royal Knights to work with the Imperial Knights to do the same thing. But His Highness Capelin was also seriously injured, and His Highness Havis was not in a good condition. Now, the various conditions in the imperial capital have not improved. Laxia lowered her eyes while reporting this. What happened? Sheehan adjusted his sleeves and asked quickly when he saw Laxia like this. I'll apologize to Mr. Sheen first. Laxia was silent for a while, and then said lightly, Miss Lenny is missing. Sheen stopped moving. Missing? Sheen frowned deeper and deeper, looked at Laxia, and said, What happened? I don't know. Laxia shook her head and said very calmly, That day, the eldest lady and I went out to help the Bygusler family to prevent the disaster of damage. When I came back, Miss Lenny was gone. Hearing this, Sheen was silent. But after a while, Sheen relaxed his brows again. Forget it. Don't worry about her, Sheen said, although the mystery of her has not been solved. Now is not the time to care about her. Yes. Now is not the time to care about other things. Now, Sheen is more concerned about another thing. That is, my identity has been exposed. Right? Sheen spoke out his guess. Yes. Laxia raised her eyelids, looked at Sheen, and said, Mr. Sheen is a hero. And everyone knows it. Sheen smiled bitterly. Sure enough, this matter has been exposed. Now, it's fun. Recently, the human world seems to be not very peaceful. Laxia said to Sheen, Mr. Sheen can go out and experience it by himself. Okay. Sheen sighed. He knew that from today on, he would never have a peaceful day. Even if he didn't do it well, he would become a sinner in this world. But he didn't regret being too impulsive. It's better to say that Sheen still wanted to go back to the time when he confronted Moro. I should have taken action without reservation at the beginning and solved her. Unfortunately, even if that was the case, Moro would definitely activate the backhand directly to achieve his goal. Right? Anyway, the current situation may become very troublesome. How should I deal with it? It's really a headache. Chapter 650 Harvest? Unknown situation. Whoa! When Sean walked out of his room, he couldn't help but scream, because, after a sprint, a small figure suddenly plunged into his arms, causing his chest to not only be hit hard, but also to be severely frightened. Lilith? Then, Sean discovered the true face of the small figure that plunged into his arms. It was Lilith. Lilith hugged Sean tightly, and a pair of big eyes stared at Sean, showing some relief, worry and self-blame. Seeing this, Sean basically understood the situation. Okay, it's not your fault. Sean touched the head of the girl in his arms, and comforted her softly. Just as Laxia said, this little goddess seemed to be blaming herself for not being able to help and protect Sean that day. But from Sheen's point of view, Lilith's safety is worth more than anything else. That day, when Sheen saw Lilith being devoured by his evil spirit, he was so scared that his blood almost stopped flowing. The position of this little goddess in his heart has become extremely important. Therefore, Sheen couldn't control his outburst that day, directly unsealed the holy sword, and used all his strength to activate the power of reincarnation destiny, and took out all the means. Looking back now, Sheen felt that he was too impulsive at that time, because, if you think about it carefully, you will know that although Moro used some means to restrain Lilith, he could only restrain her. It is basically impossible to cause any harm to Lilith. This is also the case. Moro sacrificed a replica of Lilith's former half-body, and then briefly exercised Lilith's power and controlled Lilith's evil spirit. But it was impossible to use Lilith's own power to hurt her. Her original intention was just to make Lilith's power go out of control, so as to delay some time. When Lilith regains control of her power, she will be out of trouble immediately. In view of this, Sheen was indeed a little impulsive at that time. But let it be impulsive. Sheen does not regret it at all. Although that led to the exposure of his true identity, there will definitely be a lot of trouble in the future. But so what? Again, Sheen has always felt that he is an ordinary person, and it is impossible for him to be like the protagonists in other novels, who seem to be able to stand on the perspective of God and spy on everything. So calm, so wiser than demons. If he had such a good psychological quality, he would be able to make a name for himself in the modern world even if he did not travel through time. Right? Then there would be nothing to do later. Therefore, Sheen did not think there was anything to regret. Lilith felt very guilty, and kept hugging Sheen tightly, refusing to let go. This made Sheen helpless, and he could only let the little girl hold him, and then took Laxia with him and left the room. After leaving, Sheen saw two more people. Finally woke up. Brave man. Laxia was sitting in the living room drinking tea, and seeing Sheen holding one in his arms and holding another in his hand. She teased him sarcastically. Are you okay? Tyr was also there, sitting opposite Laxia, also drinking tea. When she saw Xian come out, she immediately put down the teacup in her hand and cast a relieved look at Xian. I made you worry. Xian shrugged and came in front of the two girls. The next second, Xian immediately looked at Tyr. Are you okay? Xian looked at Tyr and said, Laxia told me that you seem to have suffered a lot of injuries. It's just a minor injury. Tyr said lightly, Balian Lefala didn't hit me hard. It seems that he wants to slowly enjoy the process of torturing me. Torture. Xian narrowed his eyes and said, if I had known that kind of trash would suddenly run out, I should have pulled him out and killed him when I destroyed Lefalet's house. You really killed him, didn't you? Laxia glanced at Xian and said, but you killed his clone. He himself has many clones. Obviously. During the month in the Imperial capital, Laxia also relied on her own ability to find out Volian's unique skills. If he hadn't played too much, he would have been abandoned by Moro as a prop. It would not be so easy to completely get rid of him. That's what Laxia said. Unfortunately, Volian was asking for death and played himself into H.L. Perhaps, when he targeted Tyr, this result was already destined. This may be the interference caused by the protection effective blessing of the goddess of destiny. That person has already announced the end of his life with the most miserable ending. There is no point in talking about him. That's right. Xian remembered something and asked Tyr, after that, did you find your horn? Xian did not forget that this was the purpose of Tyr coming to the Imperial capital. She wanted to find the horn that was cut off by her biological mother when she was born. So she chose to come to the Imperial capital. Now, this purpose seems to have come to nothing. My horn may no longer be there. Tyr's eyes flickered, and he whispered that day, Moro seemed to have done something with my horn, because Moro rose to a high altitude at that time. But he kept bombarding the palace with a storm of death. No one, including Xian, saw what Moro did. Tyr didn't know that at that time. Moro used his own horn to represent himself, and was used to make a clone for sacrifice. Xian also didn't know what Moro did that caused him to suddenly possess power beyond the realm. Of course, with the perception ability of outer awareness of destiny, Xian was still able to perceive that at that time. Moro had launched a large-scale magic ritual, and used the power of that ritual to trap Lilith, and fulfill the prophecy in the Imperial legend. At that time, the sky was indeed covered by darkness, and the earth also turned red. Xian could not miss these. Then, on this land, something was awakened and fell into Moro's hands. The branch of radiance. Xian whispered in a low voice. I'm afraid that the supreme mysterious treasure called the branch of radiance is the reason why Moro was suddenly possessed the power of transcendence. That treasure can make people break through the limits of life and enter the transcendence level? Xian didn't know if it was true, but he knew that Moro must have achieved something. Fortunately, that guy had been killed by himself. But where did the treasure called the branch of radiance go? As Xian thought about it, he sorted out his thoughts and returned to the original question. In other words, have you lost your horn? Xian asked with great regret. If Tyr's horn is really lost, it should be a great regret for Tyr. Right? After all, that is likely to be the only way for Tyr to freely control his unique skills. If it is really lost, it will definitely be a great loss. However, when Xian felt sorry for this, Tyr shook his head. The original horn is indeed lost. But it is not to say that I have no gains at all. Tyr suddenly said this. Gains? Xian was stunned. Don't worry. Tyr thought about it and said to Xian, I am still confirming it. I will tell you after confirmation. Tyr seemed a little unsure about something. Okay. Xian nodded and said, if you have any questions, tell me at any time. You are not allowed to do it yourself this time. Hearing this, Tyr raised his head and looked at Xian's serious expression. After a while, he nodded heavily to show his understanding. At this time, Laxia spoke again. I said, compared with these things, there are more troublesome situations to deal with now. Right? Laxia held her cheeks and looked at Xian, smiling and saying, don't forget, your current identity has been completely exposed. That gloating look made Xian want to punch her head. But before that, Laxia also spoke. The recent movements of the demons are somewhat worrying. Laxia said calmly, if Mr. Xian wants to go out, remember to be careful. I know. Xian curled his lips, as if he didn't care. However, Xian took these words to heart. Now that his identity has been exposed, he has to pay attention to the movements of the demons. He wondered what happened to the dragon girl who went back to the demon world. Sean sighed. His identity has been exposed. If the demons take any action, the little girl should also take some action. Right? I wonder what she will do. Sean couldn't help but think of the last night in the elf country when he kissed the other person passionately on the roof of the treehouse. Thinking of this, Sean really missed the dragon girl. It's only been a few days since they separated. Sean couldn't help but smile bitterly. It's only been a few days since they separated. I'm afraid that even the girl would not have thought that Sean's identity would be exposed as soon as he left. Right? All I can say is that things are unpredictable. I'll find a way to deal with the demons later. Xian said. Now, I want to go to the palace first. According to Laxia, the situation in the palace seems not very good. Especially Havis. The current situation is very bad, which makes Kaplan worried. Xian wants to go there first. As the host, they should be able to find something after cleaning the battlefield. Right? To this, Teal had no objection and remained silent. Lexia didn't seem to care much about this matter. She glanced at Xian and then at Laxia, wondering what she was thinking. Lilith kept sticking to Xian and didn't want to leave. After Xian's persuasion, she was reluctantly taken over by Laxia. So Xian left Bygusler's house and went to the direction of the palace. Chapter 651, The Peering of the Demons. On this side, Xian had just come out of Bygusler's house when he found that something seemed a little wrong around him. No, it wasn't the surroundings that were wrong, but the entire imperial capital. Looking around, Xian found that except for Bygusler's house and a few of the mansions of the great nobles, the rest of the buildings were somewhat damaged. Some of them collapsed in half. Some were missing a corner, and some even turned directly into ruins, making the entire noble district look like a construction site somewhere. At this time, all kinds of people were wandering around these buildings. Some were still using magic to repair work, and it looked like some kind of post-disaster reconstruction was in full swing. There was nothing strange about this. The really strange thing was that there were waves of magic sweeping through the air from time to time. Is that detection magic? Xian became thoughtful. The magic power that occasionally swept through the air was the phenomenon when the detection magic was activated. In other words, someone was investigating the current imperial capital. Moreover, judging from the fluctuations of the magic power, the one who activated the magic was undoubtedly a master. And there was more than one. Xian had a vague feeling. Are they looking for me? This was the only reason Xian could think of. In the current imperial capital, apart from himself, only the 11 missing demon larvae were worthy of such a high-profile use of magic for investigation. But if it was to find the demon larvae, the detection of magic power should be bolder. These fluctuations of magic power were somewhat obscure, telling Xian that the person who activated the magic actually did not want to be discovered. Such a hidden head and tail proved that the other party was not the Imperial Knights, who wanted to openly search for the demon larvae, but someone with ulterior motives, who wanted to secretly find out his existence. Is it a reconnaissance force from another country? Or the demons? Xian thought so. He was more inclined to the latter. Compared with other countries in the human world, the demons were naturally more eager to find themselves. The action was quite fast. Xian sighed. He knew that the appearance of the hero must have stimulated the nerves of some demons. After 1,000 years, the former natural enemy has returned again, and the demon king has been conquered. What reason does the other party have to appear in this world again? Is it a conspiracy of the gods? Or someone wants to target the demons? There must be many people who think this way. In this case, for some demons who are more sensitive, think of danger in times of peace, and even fear and hostility towards the heroes. It is obviously impossible to sit still. I just don't know if there is a demon behind me giving instructions. While thinking this, Xian was not scared. With the automatic avoidance effect of Li Ju Tianming on detection magic, it is undoubtedly a pipe dream for the other party to find him by magic reconnaissance. Before, Xian was discovered by the High Priest's death corridor. First, because this magic targets people's anger, Xian's Li Ju Tianming is less effective when it is not in a hidden state, which led to being discovered. Second, Xian's intrusion at that time was very abrupt, and it was understandable that he would unconsciously touch the radar of detection magic. This time, Xian will not expose himself, because he knows that he is not suitable to walk on the streets and appear openly now. Therefore, he entered the hidden state at the beginning, allowing the concealment effectively Ju Tianming to reach its limit. Under such circumstances, unless the other party uses some unique or special skills with extremely powerful detection effects, it is impossible to detect Xian's existence with magic. However, These phenomena can be regarded as a warning to Sheen. He is indeed being watched by many people now. Moreover, if it is not handled properly, the peace that has been maintained for 1,000 years may really collapse in one day. Let's not talk about anything else. Just talk about the current situation. If the imperial capital had not just suffered a heavy blow and was currently being urgently rebuilt, and the imperial knights were also trying to find the traces of the demon larvae to help stabilize the order of the imperial capital. The demons dared to use detection magic to investigate the entire imperial capital so arrogantly, and the empire would definitely break up with the other party. It can be seen from this that for the demons, the existence of the hero is so sensitive. This time, I may have to take the initiative to find Sarah and lead us to have a good talk. Sheen muttered so, and moved away from here in an instant. For now, let's deal with various follow-up matters of the empire first. Only after the mess here is solved can we do other things. Imperial capital, palace. At this moment, a large number of imperial knights and court magicians are coming in and out here, carrying out repair work in every corner. In 3 days, the palace is naturally impossible to be completely repaired. Even with the help of magic and various magic props, it is impossible to restore the palace completely without several months. The palace is magnificent and vast, and there are countless buildings. Now all of them are destroyed. It is undoubtedly very time-consuming and labor-intensive to rebuild them. Not to mention that various barriers, magic systems, and ritual venues need to be arranged. All added up, it is a matter of gratitude that it can be repaired within a few months. However, after 3 days of rush work, at least the palace is no longer just a ruin. But some key facilities have been rebuilt with great resources. Among these key facilities, there is a bedroom. Capelin is handling various affairs here. As the only legitimate royal family member who is still at peace, Capelin has been responsible for all the trivial matters of the entire empire in the past few days. The reconstruction of the imperial capital, the search for demon larvae, the resettlement of the people, and the treatment of the injured, the pursuit of the defectors led by Soliro, etc. All the work needs Capelin to give instructions in person. In addition, the chaos outside the imperial capital also needs Capelin to deal with, who let Moro's large-scale magic ceremonies spread throughout the empire. Not to mention the panic and impact caused by the strange phenomenon of heaven and earth that day to all parts of the empire. The impact of the ceremony that Moro had arranged for 10 years after it was launched is very shocking. For example, there are many underground facilities, like the secret base destroyed by Sheen before in the empire. They were facilities dug out by the manpower secretly captured by Moro from all over the world. The purpose was to carve ritual magic circles. Therefore, they almost dug through every corner of the empire. After the ritual was activated, these places collapsed one after another, causing a considerable impact on the local ecological environment. There were also monsters in the empire. After the ritual was launched, they were all disturbed, causing many monster groups to rush out of their habitats and impact local cities. In addition, the launch of the ritual also affected the flow of magic power and magic source in the empire. All kinds of troubles came in a rush, making Capelin overwhelmed. What's more troublesome is that in this situation, Capelin has to guard against threats from outside the empire. Who knows if there is any country that wants to take advantage of the chaos to do something to the empire? Who knows if some evil organizations will take the opportunity to enter the empire and do whatever they want? Various situations and considerations followed one after another, making Capelin really feel like collapsing. If my brother is here, Capelin bit her lip. If it was Harvey, he should be able to consider the overall situation calmly, perfectly grasp the good situation, and handle everything in an orderly manner. Right? Compared with the smart Harvey, Capelin is actually better at marching and fighting. Unfortunately, her father has gone mad. After the previous battle, he was found dead in the palace by the knight. It is estimated that he was killed by Moro. Her brother is in a very bad condition. It is unknown whether he can survive. All her brothers and sisters were persecuted by Moro, either dead or injured, and they could not help at all. As a result, Capelin naturally felt exhausted when dealing with these political affairs that she was not good at. The current situation is still so unstable. What will the future of the empire be like? Capelin is already a little confused, until a figure appeared in front of her. This sad face doesn't look like you at all, princess. When the teasing voice reached Capelin's ears, Capelin had already seen the appearance of the visitor. You? At that moment, Capelin couldn't help but stand up, surprised and happy. It seems that you are in big trouble. Sheen looked at Capelin like this and smiled suddenly. No more words. Take me to see Havis first. Hearing this, Capelin took a deep breath and nodded heavily. Imperial Capital. Temple. This is one of the few buildings in the Imperial Capital that can remain intact in the aftermath of the terrible impact a few days ago. As the agent of the gods in the human world, the temple did not intervene in the civil strife of the Empire a few days ago, but relied on the protection of the high-level barrier to survive the disaster calmly. Havis was sent here because only the clergy in the temple have the opportunity to learn the sacred and recovery magic created by the gods. If you encounter various difficult and complicated diseases, send people here. At least you can get the best care. Havis was sent here and received treatment from the clergy. Unfortunately, 3 days of treatment did not make Havis better. He lay on the bed in a more luxurious room, unconscious, pale, as if he was dead, without any movement. Sheen came here under the leadership of Capelin and saw Havis like this. This is really. Seeing Havis's condition, Sheen understood why everyone said he was not very good. His condition was indeed very bad. Chapter 652 The Coming Storm. From Sheen's perspective, he could not feel any breath or life sign from Havis at this moment. On Havis, apart from the condensed magic power and the faint deathly aura, there was almost nothing that indicated that he was alive. Looking at Havis like this, Capelin turned to an old man in a cassock beside him with some grief. Temple Master, has the elder brother's condition not improved? Capelin asked the other party. The other party was the Temple Master of the Imperial Capital Temple, the commander of all the clergy of the entire empire, and a temple magician with a level of 89. It was not until this time that she knew that. In fact, not all the commanders of the temple could be called the Pope. The Pope is a title that only the most trusted and respected clergy of the gods can be given. There will only be one Pope in the same generation. The current Pope is Yule, the legendary strongman of the Royal Capital Temple, who commands the clergy of the entire kingdom and has an equal status with the king. As for the leader of the imperial clergy, he is just the Temple Master of the Imperial Capital Temple. After seeing Sheen, the Temple Master has been secretly observing him. It was not until this time that he looked at Capelin and smiled bitterly. I am very sorry, Your Highness Capelin. As you can see, Prince Havis is not injured, nor is he cursed, but he is corroded by a large amount of dead energy and refined into a half-human, half-corpse, living dead by necromancy. To save such a high-ranking Prince Havis, the difficulty is no different from resurrecting the dead. Not to mention me. Even Popula of the Royal Capital Temple is afraid that he is powerless to save the dead. The Temple Master sighed and told others how bad Havis's condition was. Is there no way? Capelin looked a little anxious. There is a way. The Temple Master sighed and said, if the goddess of life Anima was here, she would be able to use her power to expel the dead air for Prince Havis, purify his body, rejuvenate his body, and give him new vitality, so that Prince Havis could come back to life. In other words, no one can save Havis except the goddess of life Anima. Capelin looked at Havis lying on the bed, motionless like a dead person, and turned to Sheen after a while. Do you have any solution? Capelin almost begged Sheen. Obviously, Havis's condition made Capelin almost desperate. Sheen looked at Havis thoughtfully, and then turned to the Temple Master. As long as the dead air on him is expelled and his body is purified, can he be saved? Sheen said it slowly, as if he didn't feel it was very difficult. Yes. Yes. The Temple Master was a little frightened by Sheen's question. And then he said nervously, as long as the death energy is expelled and the half-corpse body is revitalized, then using the highest level of recovery magic, it is not impossible to replenish the lost vitality of His Highness Havis. But the dead air was very difficult to deal with, even more difficult than the curse. The Temple Master had used various means to remove the negative state, but failed to expel the dead air and purify Havis' body. It can be seen how difficult it was. But Sheen smiled. In this case, let me try. As he said that, Sheen drew the holy sword from his waist. Unseal, Hirisu. With a short spell, Sheen unsealed the first seal of the holy sword. Then, the holy sword burst into light, and the steel blade covering the blade fell off, turned into a sword ring, and was put on the hilt. Oh! The Temple Master immediately made a moving sound, and almost without thinking, he knelt down in front of the sacred light emanating from the holy sword. Around, the clergy who had been accompanying him also knelt down one by one in shock and excitement. The glory of the holy sword. Oh my God! I never thought that I would be able to see the real holy sword of the brave in this life. Goddess. Brave. All the clergymen exclaimed with deep emotion. Capelin also watched this scene, her eyes fluctuating violently. He is really a brave. Looking at Sheen holding the holy sword. Even though it was not the first time Capelin had seen such a scene, she still felt a little unbelievable. She then pressed the imitation holy sword on her waist. After everything was settled, the imitation holy sword that fell on the battlefield was successfully retrieved by Capelin. Now, the imitation holy sword is vibrating slightly, as if it is excited and happy. The genuine holy sword appeared in front of him. As a replica, the reaction of the imitation holy sword is naturally not small. Sheen ignored all this, but held the holy sword and came to Havis. Puff! The next second, Sheen suddenly swung the holy sword in his hand, slashed at Havis, and cut open Havis' body. No, what Sheen cut open was not Havis' body, but the death energy that lingered on Havis. With the help of the holy power of the holy sword, Sheen almost effortlessly cut off the stubborn death energy that even the temple master had no way to deal with, and let the light of the holy sword fall on Havis' body to purify his body. Under such circumstances, some changes finally appeared in Havis' body. His face gradually regained its color, and his chest began to rise and fall again, giving him signs of life. Brother! Seeing this, Capelin couldn't help but exclaimed in surprise. God's miracle! The temple master also shouted. But what Sheen wanted to do was not over yet. Celestial breathe. Sheen cast a spell, letting the starlight follow the holy light and fall on Havis. Is this celestial magic? The temple master was shocked again. Sheen still ignored him, and cast magic wholeheartedly to restore Havis's once lost vitality. If the death energy still lingered on Havis, then all the vitality would be plundered by it, and transformed into death energy. If Havis' body was not purified, it would still be half human and half corpse, equivalent to a living dead, and the vitality would not sprout again in his body. Sheen used the power of the holy sword to cut off the death energy and purify his body, thus restoring Havis's foundation as a living person. After the treatment of blowing star breath, which is equivalent to the highest level of recovery magic, Havis's vitality recovered at a speed visible to the naked eye. Woo! Not long after, Havis uttered a soft moan. His eyelids trembled slightly, and under the expectant gaze of everyone, he slowly opened his eyes. What am I doing? Havis looked around blankly and murmured. Brother! Capelin finally cried with joy. In the temple, bursts of surprised shouts appeared one after another. Just like that, Havis recovered. He seemed to have no memory of the period of necromancy, so he always seemed confused and had no idea what happened. It was not until Capelin explained everything to him that Havis gradually understood the situation and remained silent for a long time. Afterwards, Havis sighed. Unexpectedly, when he woke up, everything was over. Havis said to Sheen and Capelin with apology, Sorry, I have troubled you. It's nothing. Capelin shook her head and signaled Havis not to care. You just fell into the trap of that poisonous concubine. And it's not the first time. Sheen's words were a bit discouraging, which made Havis smile bitterly. I only remember that I was waiting for your news in the palace. And then that poisonous concubine suddenly came to me and did something to me. Havis said helplessly. Then, I lost consciousness, and I didn't know what happened until I woke up now. So happy. She and envy from the bottom of his heart. I also want to wake up. Everything is over, and all the floods have nothing to do with me. Are you mocking me? Havis rolled his eyes and said, When I listened to you tell the whole process, I was still emotional, thinking that if you were not here this time, we would never be able to defeat that poisonous concubine, and the Empire would be doomed because of what that poisonous concubine did. Yes, Sheen said disapprovingly. Then everything is over. What are you going to do next? What else can I do? Harvest shrugged and said, Since Moro has been successfully eradicated and the Emperor has died suddenly, everything that follows will be a natural progression. That's right. Everything will go smoothly. Havis will naturally ascend the throne and become the Emperor of the Empire. The people of the Empire will naturally support him, because he is the only prince of the Empire today. The Empire will naturally be reborn. The nobles who support Havis will naturally be reused, and those who are involved with the Imperial Concubines faction will naturally be removed. And Sheen will naturally complete the transaction with Havis. According to the previous agreement, during my succession, even until you die, I will unconditionally support all your actions. Havis looked directly at Sheen and said, in other words, From now on, the Empire will become a force at your disposal. This is the bargaining chip that Havis paid. It's just that. This kind of relationship can only be carried out in secret and cannot appear in the open. Right? Sheen proposed Havis's conditions. There is no way. After all, Sheen is a noble of the kingdom. If Havis openly stated that he would submit to Sheen as the emperor, everyone in the empire would probably rebel. Therefore, the relationship between Sheen and Havis is limited to the dark and cannot be exposed. But under the condition of not being exposed, Havis will do his best to meet all of Sheen's future requests. I'm afraid we will have to deal with each other in the future. Havis smiled. I hope you don't regret it. Sheen thought of his own troubles and curled his lips. At this point, the Empire is truly on the road to rebirth, and the storm surrounding the brave Sheen is about to come. Chapter 653 Inevitable Conflict. At the border of the Empire, a large source of magic power is located. At this time, this large source of magic power is emitting light, allowing figures to jump out of it and come to the shore. Roar! Ah! Around, the monsters guarding the magic source noticed this scene and immediately roared fiercely. But not long after, a terrible breath emanated from these figures, causing the surrounding monsters to be frightened and flee in panic. The figures emitting powerful breath turned a deaf ear to this. Just looking at this world, and sighed one after another. I haven't been to the human world for a long time. The environment here is really good. Much better than our place. There is no way. Although the demon realm is the largest world among the 3 realms. 1,000 years ago, when the demon king cut the world into 3 parts, the human realm was the center of omnipotence and, unfortunately, the demon king was conquered by the hateful hero. Otherwise, how could such a good place be enjoyed by the mere human race? While talking like this, the identities of these figures were also exposed. They are the demons from the demon realm, and each of them is a strong man. And their purpose of coming to the human realm is very simple. Let's go to the capital of the Ragnar Empire to find out. I want to see what the hero, who has been separated for 1,000 years, has. This era does not need heroes. And we demons will never allow heroes to continue to exist in this world. Kill the hero, and see how the gods react. The hero summons. This is definitely a precursor to the gods' conspiracy. We must stop it. Yes, we must stop it. As they said this, the demons turned into streams of light, and headed towards the imperial capital. The same scene also happened around the large sources of magic power in various places within the empire. In the past few days, the demons have been coming to the human world. Some of them are extremely hostile to the existence of the hero. Some are wary of the appearance of the hero and feel a sense of crisis. Some are restless and decide to come to investigate. And some are purely for their own selfish interests. In any case, the appearance of the hero has indeed touched the nerves of the entire demon clan. Based on various considerations, they finally decided to come to the human world, contact the hero, and even kill the hero. And the major forces of the human race naturally could not have failed to notice this phenomenon. Not to mention the human race. Even the gods have reacted to this. So, several forces began to speak out. The hero is the treasure of the human race, and the demons will never be allowed to kill him at will. The order of the human world cannot be destroyed. Please retreat immediately, before the truth of the matter comes out. No one should be suspected. We strongly condemn the actions of some radical members of the demon clan. Please retreat from the demon clan who came to the human world. Otherwise, we will regard such behavior as invasion. This is the statement made by some countries that chose to stand on the side of the brave and share the hardships with the brave. Among them are the Kingdom of Mitra and the Land of Els, whose attitude can be said to be very tough. Another part of the national forces are supporters of the Empire. Seeing that the demon clan came wantonly in the Empire, and the coming is not good, one by one is anxious, including the priest group of the orcs. They are all on alert for this, and are ready to take some actions. Of course, where there are supporters, there are onlookers. Some countries and forces saw the fierce momentum of the demon clan, while nervously ordering the army and the knights to guard the territory. They also chose to wait and see. After all, the demons are still the strongest and most powerful of the 3 major races. Now that they are willing to make peace, even for the sake of future peace, they should not be angered at this time. For this reason, some forces even think that the hero should be handed over in exchange for the peace of mind and trust of the demons. In addition, there are some countries and forces that have simply surrendered to the demons and have good relations with them. Under such circumstances, they are even less likely to support the hero. If they were not worried about being investigated by the human race and the gods, they might have stood up and spoken for the demons. In a word, the current situation is very tense, and there is a feeling that a storm is coming. Temples in various places have even begun to contact the gods, wanting to ask the gods to come forward. In this regard, the goddesses of the gods took this matter very seriously at the beginning, and many goddesses came to the human world in person for this reason. But for some reason, after a period of time, the gods suddenly disappeared without any sound. Even the goddess who came to the human world returned to the gods, as if she no longer cared about this matter, which attracted many people's astonishment. What does the gods mean by this? Are they guilty? Or are they planning to abandon the heroes? What are they doing? Many national forces of the human race looked at each other for this, not understanding what the gods were going to do. The same was true for the kingdom of Mitra and the land of Els. Seeing the gods' actions, they felt puzzled and anxious. On the other hand, the demons, seeing the gods' movements, some became more vigilant. Some thought that the gods were indeed guilty, and some thought that the gods were afraid that the demons would start a war again. So they chose to retreat and were proud of it. This caused many demons to go to the empire more unscrupulously and come to the vicinity of the imperial capital. Gradually, near the imperial capital, a large army of demons was gathered. At the beginning, they only used detection magic to secretly search for the traces of the hero. But when their own manpower increased and the hero did not show up, they finally began to attack. Hand over the hero! Hand over the hero! Hand over the hero! Similar slogans began to appear around the imperial capital in the past few days. Countless demon warriors gathered around the imperial capital and surrounded the entire imperial capital. They were as powerful as a rainbow, like a large army approaching. They came with great momentum, domineering and powerful. Most of them were extremely high-level demon masters, those who dared to come to the human world in person and attack the hero and the Ragna Empire were naturally not ordinary people. This time, the lowest level of the demon masters who came to the imperial capital would not be lower than 80. There were so many beings above level 80 that they gathered together, creating the effect of a large army. This force was enough to crush any country in the human world. This was the demon race, a race that was stronger than the gods and humans combined. Famous for its strength, it had once overwhelmed the gods and humans, and could only rely on the power of the brave to break the deadlock. They gathered together, and the momentum they released collectively was like the overturned sky, which made the people in the entire imperial capital pale and tremble. The imperial knights did not even dare to go out, even though they were very angry. They knew that if they went out rashly, they would definitely suffer a devastating blow. If that happened, the empire would really be over. Therefore, Rock ordered all the imperial knights to stay in the imperial capital and not to step out of the imperial capital. Bang! In the palace, in the bedroom, Kaplan slammed the table heavily and spoke angrily. This is too much bullying. Kaplan was furious. Not to mention Kaplan. Even Havis, Rocket, Tilly and others present felt a sense of frustration and anger. The army was approaching, which was indeed very bad. However, the first military power in the human world was bullied like this. Even the capital was surrounded, and the people of the whole city were suppressed by the momentum. The imperial knights, which the empire was proud of, could not even step out of the imperial capital. This situation, no matter which country it was in, was extremely aggrieved. Especially the other party was planning to force the palace and let the empire hand over the hero, which was really infuriating. Havis looked at the parchment in his hand with a gloomy face. This was a warning letter sent to the empire by the representative of the demon clan who surrounded the imperial capital. Hand over the hero. Otherwise, the demon clan's army will flatten the entire empire. This is already a threat. Brother. Kaplan could not help but stand up and said to Harves with anger, "Please let me lead the team and go out to fight the demons." Kaplan could not bear it anymore. This shows how unacceptable this is. However, although Harves' face was gloomy, he rejected it without hesitation. Not allowed to go. Harves said in a deep voice, "The empire cannot afford the cost of taking action. Indeed, it cannot afford it, regardless of the difference in combat power. Once we choose to take action, it means declaring war on the demons." Rock said expressionlessly, "If it becomes like that, no matter what the matter of the hero is, the demons will not let the empire go. By then, the situation of the empire will be really dangerous. What should we do then?" Tilly couldn't help but say, "Are we going to watch the demons enter the imperial capital and kill people? Or hand over the heroes who saved our country?" As she said this, Tilly couldn't help but think of the young nobles of the kingdom, and her mood was very complicated. After learning that Sheen was a hero, Tilly's heart was completely confused, and she was completely at a loss. But at the same time, she had some understanding. Only a hero can become a top legendary strongman at this age. Right? Tilly felt relieved by Sheen's strength. This led to Tilly's previous curiosity, unwillingness and competitiveness towards Sheen turning into admiration. In addition, Sheen saved the Empire and destroyed Moro. Tilly did not want the Empire to choose to betray the hero and push the hero out to sacrifice. The others had similar ideas. It is absolutely impossible to hand him over, Hava said without hesitation, no matter whether it is emotional or reasonable. The Empire will never hand over Lord Bastutu. The Empire has become one of the forces behind Sheen. In this case, Havis would not push Sheen away. Then what should we do? Your Highness? Rocket asked with a frown. Wait a minute. Havis' eyes flickered. And he said, I have asked the temple leader to ask for help from the gods. I believe that the gods will never watch the hero being persecuted by the demons. Hearing this, everyone present relaxed their tense hearts. However, not long after, a person ran into the bedroom in a panic. Your Highness! The other party shouted in panic. The brave hero took his people out of the city. This sentence made Havis and others stand up. Go! Havis ordered without hesitation. Order the Imperial Knights to go out immediately. Yes! Everyone responded one after another. Chapter 654 Cadres. Imperial Capital. Suburbs. In a blink of an eye, more and more demons have gathered here, making the skies seem to be filled with vibrating magic power. And dark clouds cover the sun, as if there is a black fog lingering here. One demon after another is in it, and releases all the momentum towards the direction of the Imperial Capital. Hand over the brave! Hand over the brave! Hand over the brave! Such shouts have resounded through the sky, like the attack horn of the alien army, roaring like thunder. The entire Imperial Capital is like this, surrounded by the black fog, and the demon army was shaking magic power, like an isolated city completely fallen into the beast group, looking so thin. And behind such a demon army, there are several figures who have been watching all this. They were a group of demons whose magic power and aura were superior to those of any demons present, and they had all kinds of strange shapes. Some of them were in the form of beasts. Some had limbs that humans did not have. Some were covered with vines, and some even had 3 heads and 6 arms, which was very scary. Among them, there was a demon that stood upright like a ferocious beast, grinning and baring its teeth, looking very anxious. After a while, the ferocious beast that stood upright seemed to be unable to bear it. I said, How long are you going to stand there like this? The beast demon said impatiently, We have been warned for several days, but the people of this garbage country still don't hand over the hero. This attitude is obviously that they don't intend to cooperate. Right? Obviously. The beast demons are no longer going to wait. The one who echoed this beast demon was the demon with 3 heads and 6 arms. Iriza was right. The 3-headed and 6-armed demon was as if he couldn't wait. While licking the corner of his mouth, he said eagerly, It's time for us to launch an attack. Break in and kill people. And tell them that we are serious. Right? The 3-headed and 6-armed demon said such bloodthirsty and unflattering words. However, someone stopped them like this. Don't blame me for not reminding you. If you really do that, the gods and humans will never give up. Right? The one who said this was a demon who was exposed and had a very plump figure, like a prostitute. This demon woman just stood there quietly. Her plump and seductive figure exuded a dangerous charm that made people secrete excess hormones. At first glance, she was a woman who would drive men crazy. So she glanced at the beast demon and the 3-headed and 6-armed demon, and spoke in a charming voice. Don't forget, we came to the human world on our own this time, and we don't know whether our masters will allow us to do so. If we really cause a big disaster, then, Iriza, Kibble, you will definitely be killed by Princess Lid and Princess Milu. Especially you, Kibble. If you make Princess Milu unhappy, what will be the consequences? As a cadre serving Princess Milu, you should know this. Right? The words of the charming demon made the 3-headed and 6-armed demon called Kibble stiffen all over, and his eyes revealed an uncontrollable fear. Even the beast demon called Iriza couldn't help but tremble all over. However, Iriza didn't give up because of his impatience. Then what do you say? Iriza shouted at the charming demon. Do we have to wait foolishly? I don't have such good patience. I know. The charming demon sighed and said pitifully, That's why I don't like demon men. 1 or 2 of them only know how to exercise their muscles, but their tempers are worse than anyone else. What did you say? Iriza was immediately furious. Just when this beast demon wanted to do something, a demon man with horns on his head, a human body on the upper body, and an upright sheep on the lower body, holding a big sword in his hand, spoke like a devil. Well, stop provoking Iriza. Gulan. The goat-horn demon said in a deep voice. You know clearly that once he gets angry, he can do anything. Even Her Highness Lid has punished him a lot. But he is still like this. Why do you still provoke him? There is no way. I am also bored. Gulan said with a boring face. There is no man here worthy of my play. Just tease this big fool. Can't you bear it? Yalida? Can't bear it? Yalida shook his head and said, I just don't want to see you fighting incest here. Okay. I forgot that you are also a boring man. Gulan sighed again, and then seemed to remember something, raised the corner of his mouth, looked to the side, and said, You are still more interesting. Jacinta, don't you come and chat with us? In the direction of Gulan's sight, there was a handsome man like a human youth standing there. Behind the handsome man, there was a pair of twin demons trembling in fear. The twin demons were Jace and Liz, and the handsome demon was Jacinta. Jacinta appeared here, looking at the demon colleagues who seemed to be in a state of infighting, and spoke casually as if nothing was wrong. Don't bring me up. I'm just here to keep an eye on you and prevent you from losing control. But I don't plan to mess around with you. That's it. The reason why Jacinta appeared in this place on this trip was to prevent these colleagues from going too far. This was not an unnecessary act. You have to know that these demons in front of you are not ordinary people. They are all demon cadres who belong to a certain demon and directly serve that demon. Just like Jacinta. Iriza is one of the 6 cadres under the beast demon Lidoma. With a level of 95. He has a hot temper and is easily impulsive. He is a typical person with strong limbs and a simple mind. Chibble is one of the 7 cadres under the demon Nilyapesh. With a level of 93. He is very bloodthirsty and warlike. And is cruel. He is a dangerous person among all the cadres of the demon clan. Gulan is one of the 8 cadres under the succubus Xia Funya. With a level of 92. What he likes most is to play with men. Playing with excellent men, and making them unable to extricate themselves. Yalida is one of the 10 cadres under the poison demon Kamina. With a level of 91. Although he is not as distinctive as the above 3, and is a little gloomy, he is the descendant of the most terrifying race in the demon clan. In addition to Jacinta, one of the 4 cadres under the dragon demon AI. All the demons present are demon cadres directly under the demons. Except for Jess and Liz. In other words, in the demon clan. Except for the 6 demons. The demon cadres here have the highest status. Now, some of the direct cadres of the 6 demons have come here. And basically, those who come are the more radical and difficult to persuade factions among the demon cadres. Therefore, Jacinta rushed here quickly after receiving the news. The purpose is to contain these colleagues and prevent them from tearing their faces with the human race and causing great trouble for the demons. Neither the gods nor the human race want to see the demons start a war. And there are also many people in our demon race who do not want to break this peace. Jacinta's eyes swept across the 4 demon cadres present and warned them like this. As direct cadres under the masters, it is our duty to help them solve their problems, not to cause them trouble. Jacinta has said this many times. However, Gulan laughed and said, Aren't we here to solve the master's problems? Gulan smiled and said, Anyone who is a demon knows how dangerous the hero is to us. And how dangerous it is. We come to get rid of him. I believe that the masters will be happy. Right? That's right. Yalida agreed. The hero is a threat to the demons. There is no doubt about this. And he must be eradicated before he grows up. I don't think it matters. Chibble grinned, as if suppressing his own ferocity, and said, I just want to taste what the blood of the hero tastes like. I advise you not to stop us. Jacinta. Iriza snorted coldly and said unkindly, This may be a conspiracy of the gods. On the surface, they advocate peace, but secretly restart the ceremony of summoning heroes and summon the heroes back to this world. I will never let those women succeed. These words of ill will make Jacinta sigh secretly. How could he not know what these guys were planning? These colleagues who were at the same level as him had their reasons for going to the human world and targeting the heroes. Do you really think I don't know what you are thinking? Jacinta began to expose them without hesitation. Gulan, you want to eliminate the hero. Not because he is dangerous, but because you once seduced the hero but failed. So you want to save face with this hero now. Right? Yalide. You are the same. In a battle 1,000 years ago, You were severely injured by the holy sword of the hero, and your level was reduced a lot. Until now, the power of the holy sword is still working in your body. So you want to come here? Use the holy sword of the hero as a catalyst. Activate the sacred power in your body, and use your unique skills to transfer the sacred power in your body to the modern hero. Right? Kibble. You want the blood of the hero. Is it really just because of your fierceness? And not to take advantage of your blood sacrifice ritual to seize part of the hero's power? Iriza. Let alone you. Your brother died at the hands of the hero. So you want to take revenge on the current hero. But that is just anger. You also understand it yourself. Right? Jacinta's words made the faces of the demon cadre sink. Their expression suddenly became extremely ugly. Chapter 655 Extreme Level. It is foreseeable that the demons will come to attack because of the exposure of the hero. They all have their own reasons. When the demons do not show up, they will naturally be touched by the appearance of the hero, and then create the current situation. But the appearance of the cadres directly under the demons is a bit intriguing, because the demons did not issue any instructions against the hero. It is better to say that among the 6 demons, there are still several people who have personal relationships with Xian. In this case, they can't let their cadres come to trouble Xian. At least, before the truth is found out, whether the appearance of the hero is the intention of the gods. These demons will definitely not attack Xian directly. Therefore, if the cadres under the succubus and poison demon who did not know Xian appeared here, it would be fine. But the beast demon and the ghost demon both had dealings with Xian. Generally speaking, it should be unlikely that they would send people to block Xian. As a result, the direct cadres under the succubus, poison demon, beast demon and ghost demon all came here. And they were the more radical and impulsive ones among the cadres, which had to cause others to think deeply. And Jacinta knew the situation of these people, so he could see at a glance what these people were here for. In short, the drunkard's intention was not to drink. You all came here for personal gain or personal grudges, without the consent of the masters at all. Jacinta looked directly at the colleagues in front of him, and spoke bluntly. I hope you guys think it over carefully. If you really use your power for personal gain and take revenge, then when the masters come to ask for punishment, can you bear it? Jacinta's words were met with cold and hostile looks from his colleagues. They all looked at Jacinta coldly, exuding an extremely dangerous aura that made the ground tremble faintly. The pressure brought by several legendary demons was undoubtedly very terrifying. As a race known for its power, the demons are generally stronger than humans, and even gods. The power possessed by legendary masters is naturally far beyond the human race of the same level. Even Yared, who is the lowest level among the crowd and only 91, exudes a breath that is no weaker than legendary masters such as Rocket and Soliro. It can be seen from this that the auras of these 4 people combined are so powerful. However, facing this momentum, Jacinta was calm and composed, and even had the energy to help Jace and Liz, who were a little overwhelmed, to block the pressure of the aura. Looking at Jacinta like this, Glenn, Yalid, Chibble, Iriza, and the other 4 all looked a little solemn. There was no other way. They knew that Jacinta's strength was higher than any of them. In terms of level, Jacinta is higher than the other 4. In terms of strength, Jacinta is a dragon transformed into a human. Not only is his body comparable to that of a giant dragon, but he also has a unique skill that can increase his strength several times. It can be said that Jacinta can be comparable to Salilo, who uses the unique skill Dragon Power under normal circumstances. If he also uses the unique skill, transforms into a dragon, and increases his strength several times, then Salilo will only be slaughtered. Such Jacinta's level is comparable to Salilo, which shows the gap between the demons and humans at the same level. Frankly speaking, Gulan and the other 4 are a little afraid of Jacinta. In the demons, the cadres directly under the 6 demons are all legendary. But the gap between legendary and legendary is also very large, resulting in the number of cadres under the demons being inversely proportional to their personal strength. For example, among the 6 demons, the poison demon Kamina has the most cadres, a total of 10. But the strength of these 10 cadres is weaker than the rest. And the dragon demon AI has only 4 cadres, more than half less than the poison demon Kamina. However, the quantity is not good, but the quality is amazingly high, because the territory governed by AI is basically full of dragons. These dragons are extremely powerful once they turn into humans. So AI has only 4 cadres, and the strength of these 4 cadres can be ranked among the top among all cadres. In view of this, The number of cadres under the demon is inversely proportional to the individual's strength. The more cadres there are, the more their personal strength will be lacking, and they need to be supplemented by quantity. On the contrary, the fewer the number of cadres, the stronger the person is, which is a typical example of focusing on quality rather than quantity. In summary, as one of the 4 major cadres under the dragon demon, Jacinta's personal strength is undoubtedly stronger than the cadres under the succubus, beast demon, poison demon and ghost demon. Among the 6 demons, the number of cadres under the dragon demon is the second to last. So the personal strength of the cadres is basically in the top 10 of all cadres. And some can even squeeze into the top 5. Which is very scary. Such Jacinta is indeed feared, including the hot-tempered Iriza, who doesn't want to offend him. Of course, Iriza and others can't offend. But it doesn't mean that others can't. Okay, stop arguing. When such an indifferent and quiet voice reached everyone's ears, all the cadres present, including Jacinta, were shocked. The owner of the voice came from the last demon cadre present. It was a woman. A demon woman with vines wrapped around her body. Long willow-like hair. 2 flowers on her head. Barefoot. Bare back. And only a thin dress like a one-piece dress. The woman is beautiful, and seems to be a little older than Gulan, who has a strong sense of customs. However, the woman's expression is very cold, and her eyes are as cold as ice. Like a machine without any emotions. Although she does not release a breath like others. It makes people feel chilled. Hediadai. Jacinta unconsciously called out the other party's name. And there was a hint of fear in his tone. Not only Jacinta, but the others also subconsciously kept silent. Jay's and Liz's faces turned slightly pale, as if they were very afraid of this demon woman. And they felt like running away. This was also helpless. Why did they appear here? I know the reason very well. Jacinta was silent for a long time, and then looked at the demon woman named Hediadai and spoke like this. But I really didn't expect you to come. There is no other reason. As one of the only 3 cadres under the demon supreme moon, demon Lord Sarah, and one of the only 3 extreme level strongmen in the entire demon clan, I really can't understand why you came to the human world without Lord Sarah's knowledge. Jacinta exposed the other party's identity. Hediadai did not react too much to this. Just glanced at Jacinta. But with this glance, Jacinta felt that all the blood in his body was about to freeze into ice. This is not an exaggeration, but a pure fact. After all, the extreme-level strongmen of the demon clan in front of him had a legend that he could freeze hundreds of thousands of troops into ice sculptures with just one glance. The demon cadre named Hediadai retracted his gaze and spoke coldly. I came here just to ask the brave to do something for me. After that, Hediadai stopped talking. Do something? Jacinta frowned and wanted to ask something. But he felt the cold breath around Hediadai and quickly closed his mouth. He knew very well that this person was not someone to be trifled with. If he talked too much nonsense and made the other party unhappy, then even if he had the support of the dragon demon and was a demon cadre, the other party would make him suffer. The evidence is that Iriza, this impulsive guy, looked at Headjade with fear, because he was the pioneer who had offended Headjade and was frozen by Headjade for hundreds of years, and was not revived until hundreds of years later. Many people in the demon clan even believe that this person was comparable to their master, the dragon demon AI, in terms of brutality. In this way, even Jacinta didn't dare to provoke him. Headjade just strolled over, looking in the direction of the imperial capital, whispering softly, too slow. Obviously, this dangerous extreme-level strongman was also impatient. Headjade. Jacinta felt something was wrong and said quickly, if you act casually in the human world, Lord Sarah will blame you. This is the only thing Jacinta can do to contain Headjade. However, if this could make Hardjade behave obediently, then she would not be considered as a cruel and brutal dragon demon. If Lord Sarah wants to ask me about my crime, I will accept it, Hediadai said coldly. So, I won't wait any longer. Hearing this, Jacinta knew. I can't stop what's going to happen next. I've tried my best. Brat. Thinking of a certain noble of the kingdom who suddenly became a hero. Jacinta smiled bitterly. On the contrary, the 4 people, including Glenn, Yalid, Kibble, and Iriza, couldn't help but feel happy when they saw this scene. So, a cold magic began to appear on Hediadai's body. At this moment, boom, accompanied by a roar. A terrifying pressure suddenly appeared in the air and ruthlessly suppressed the whole audience. All the demons present suddenly changed their expressions. Some were shocked. Some opened their eyes wide. Some were extremely shocked. And some wailed, which made the shouting that had been continuous until just now stop. Bang! 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 This was the movement caused by the demon masters, who couldn't help but kneel heavily on the ground. What? This is... Woo! Ah! Glenn, Yalid, Kibble, Iriza, and other 4 people also changed their expressions. Hetyadai's eyes condensed, and she suddenly raised her head and looked into the air. There, at some point, several figures quietly arrived. The leader was a human youth. You are quite arrogant. The other party smiled like this. The smile was without any emotion. Chapter 656 Come. I'll give you a chance. Boom! With a roar like an earthquake, the demons surrounding the entire imperial capital knelt down together, stirring up clouds of dust. Everyone looked at the sky with horror, looking at the human man who suddenly fell from the sky, feeling as if they were pressed down by a mountain, unable to move. Among all the demons, only those demon cadres could withstand the amazing pressure. However, feeling the magic power rising from Sheen's body, and then feeling the terrifying pressure carried by the magic power that swept the world. At this moment, whether it was the charming and elegant Gulan, the hot-tempered Iriza, the bloodthirsty and cruel Kibble, or the gloomy and dangerous Yalida, all broke out in cold sweat. Even Jacinta's face changed suddenly, and the look he gave Sheen was full of shock, because he could feel that Sheen had become stronger again. He became much stronger than when he defeated Arida in the capital. How did he become stronger again? Jacinta's heart shrank. As for Jace and Liz standing behind him, they had already knelt on the ground, looking at Sheen, who was once rejected and hated by them in the air. They no longer had any of the arrogance in the past, but only fear and shock. Only Hetyadai stared at Sheen closely without any loss of composure. However, the extreme-level cadre under the Moon Demon also had a very solemn expression, no longer as cold as before. Sheen descended between the world and instantly suppressed countless demons. Beside him, except for Lisha and Lasha who did not show up, Lilith and Tyr followed him out. TL was wearing a black robe, so her appearance was unclear. Her aura was weaker than anyone else present, but she was not afraid of the stage at all. Instead, she was indifferent like Hetyadai. Lilith did not hide anything. She held Sean's hand tightly and looked at the demons below with a chilling fierce light in her eyes. She knew that all these people were coming for Sean. Although Lilith could not understand why these demons wanted to trouble Sean, she did not care. She just needed to know that these people wanted to bully Sean. That was enough. Recalling the previous battle in Moro, when she did not help Sean at all and Sean was seriously injured, the fierce light in Lilith's eyes turned into murderous intent. Just as Lilith was about to take action and crush all the demons on the spot, Sean held her shoulders. Take good care of TL. Sean narrowed his eyes as he looked down and spoke to Lilith. Yeah. The murderous intent in Lilith's eyes disappeared immediately, and she nodded like a good child. Although she wanted to crush all those bad guys who were going to bully Sean. Since Sean said so, Lilith didn't care about the lives of those weak people, as long as she listened to Sean. She then handed Tyr, who was with him, to Lilith, leading the two in midair, and then teleported to the front of the demon cadres. This elusive teleportation ability shocked the cadres again. Sheen raised his eyes and looked at them. You are the ones in charge, right? Sheen's eyes swept over the cadres, paused on Jacinta, and then fell on Head Jade. So that's it. 5 legendary level, and 1 extreme level. No wonder they dared to be so arrogant. Sheen said sarcastically, now I'm out. What do you want to do? Come and try it. As he said, the magic power rising from Sheen's body became more and more huge, almost turning into a storm, shaking the world. After defeating Morua and defeating a being who had entered the transcendent level, Sheen was promoted to the legendary level in one go. He was not just entering the legendary level, but the top legendary level with a level of 95. Sheen is now naturally stronger than before. Before, Sheen had the strength comparable to the extreme level in normal times. Now that he has been promoted to the top legendary level, the pressure on the demon cadres can be imagined. At least, as an extreme level, Hetyadai has already felt a little pressure. You know, Hetyadai is a demon. The demons are famous for their strength. Under the same level, they are usually much stronger than humans and gods. Hetyadai is both extreme and demon. Logically speaking, she is stronger than the average extreme level strongman. But now, even she feels the pressure. So you can imagine how strong Sheen is now. Are you the hero? Hedyadai stared at Sheen, and dared not look away. It's me. Sheen admitted it very straightforwardly, which made the other cadres tremble in their hearts. Obviously, it was not until this time that they knew how strong the person they were going to target was. It's not that they had not investigated Sheen's affairs. However, in just a few days, their investigation was naturally impossible to be very detailed. Apart from anything else, they didn't know that Aradia, who was known as the strongest person of the human race, had been defeated by Sheen. And the imperial concubine that Sheen defeated in the Empire was also an extreme-level strongman, and even entered the transcendent level later, but was still defeated by Sheen. The time was too short, and it was impossible for them to know such information. They didn't even know that Sheen brought Lilith to the imperial capital this time. Or, should we say, they don't want to believe that a strongest evil god who can rival the devil will follow Sheen like a shadow, acting as his bodyguard, protecting him anytime and anywhere. If they knew these things, they would definitely not want to cause trouble for Sheen. Unfortunately, they knew it too late. I thought the demons would overreact to my appearance, but I really didn't expect that you would come to my door so thoughtlessly and threaten others to hand me over. Sheen had no intention of holding back, as if he wanted to trample the pride and dignity of the demons who came here, and sneered. It seems that the hero has disappeared from this world for too long, so that you still think you are good enough even though you know that I am your nemesis. Do you really think that I am a soft persimmon that you can manipulate without growing up? Sheen was very annoyed. Originally, for the sake of Yi, Lid, Milu and others, Sheen didn't want to have too much conflict with the demons. He knew that his current identity was very sensitive. Once he took action, it would very likely lead to the destruction of peace, and the three tribes would go to war again. For this reason, Sheen is already planning to leave the Empire, find Litas and Sarah, and have a good talk with them. As it turns out, the demons are always demons, and many of them are used to being domineering and strong. Not every demon can be as reasonable as AI and the others. No, even AI and the others can't be called reasonable. They just restrained their tempers because they had a personal relationship with Sheen, and didn't show their demonic side unscrupulously. But the rest of the demons obviously wouldn't do that. In this case, Sheen didn't intend to restrain his temper for some bullshit peace in another world. Come! Give you a chance. Sheen stretched out his hand and hooked his finger at the demon cadres. I'll stand here and see who can do anything to me. One sentence made the demon cadres angry and instantly dispelled a lot of fear. Especially Iriza, who almost couldn't hold back instantly. Isn't the hero amazing? Iriza glared at Sheen, hatred finally welling up in his eyes. Thousands of years ago, my brother and I couldn't do anything to the brave Mitra. Thousands of years later, I don't believe that a young brave man can do anything to me. As soon as he finished speaking, Iriza roared, and his body instantly expanded several times. At the same time, Iriza's aura also became several times stronger, making this demon cadre, who was at the same level as Sheen and reached 95, exude a stronger aura than Aradia. With this aura, it is certain that even Aradia, who was at level 98, could not be the opponent of this beast demon without using unique skills. Roar! Iriza pounced in the direction of Sheen. Although he was extremely large, Iriza's speed was as fast as thunder, and his huge figure flashed in the air without a sound. However, bang! Accompanied by a crashing sound that resounded all around. Iriza, who rushed toward Sheen, finally got hit by a foot that hit her face hard. Sheen kicked Iriza hard in the face, causing a terrible impact wind. Iriza was kicked away by Sheen, and flew back at a faster speed than when he came, like a cannonball, with a whistling sound of breaking through the air, and hit a mountain in the distance. Boom! The mountain immediately seemed to be struck by lightning, and it trembled and began to collapse. But Sheen moved in an instant and disappeared, and returned to the original place in the next second, re-entering everyone's eyes. In response, the anger that had just risen in the hearts of the people present suddenly disappeared without a trace. Because, at this moment, Sheen was holding a huge monster in his hand. Who else could it be except Iriza? Poof! Iriza spurted out a mouthful of blood. Not only his face was covered with blood, but also his body. Come! Tell me. Sheen smiled at Iriza and said, What can I do to you? Iriza could not answer, but his face was full of fear. It was just a round trip, and one of the 6 major cadres under the beast demon Lidoma, a legendary demon master with a level of 95, was defeated. At the same level, the demons will be stronger than the gods and humans? Then, as an existence that can get the highest growth in all aspects when upgrading. How could Sheen, who has reached the level of 95, not easily solve a demon of the same level? Bang! Iriza was thrown to the ground by Sheen and became dying. Chapter 657 Get Out. This, seeing Iriza being thrown to the ground by Sheen like garbage, unable to get up again, and looking like he was dying. All the demon cadres felt a chill in their hearts. Among the demons present, except for Hediadai and Jacinta, Iriza was the highest level and the strongest. But what was the result? Iriza was in Sheen's hands and couldn't get out of a round. How could he be so strong? Gulan couldn't help but take a step back. Didn't it say that this hero appeared in the human world for less than half a year? Yalida couldn't believe what he saw. It seems that we acted too quickly and didn't investigate it clearly. Kibble also looked ugly. What happened in the imperial capital? Because it was only a few days ago. The specific news was not very clear. And these demon cadres from the demon world naturally couldn't get much specific information. The fact that Sheen defeated Aridia was deliberately concealed by the kingdom. Except for the dragon demon force to which Jacinta belonged. The other demon forces basically didn't know about it. But Sheen had only been in the industry for less than half a year. So this was still easy to investigate. It's only been half a year. How far can a hero with unlimited potential grow? The demons who dared to come here were either unaware of all this and came to the human world on impulse, or they only investigated here and then felt relieved, thinking that Sheen, the hero, had not grown to the point where he could threaten them. And then, they came one after another. But the facts prove that a hero is a hero after all. He is still the nemesis of the demons. Who is next? Sheen no longer paid attention to Iriza, and his eyes were directed at Gran and others. Gran, Yaled and Chibble unconsciously avoided Sheen's sight. Gran even pulled up a somewhat forced smile, as if he was going to use his beauty to get away with it. Unfortunately, Sheen didn't even look at her, which made the smile on her face suddenly become a little ugly. After all, the cadre under the succubus wanted to come here to regain his position, because he failed to seduce the hero 1,000 years ago. Now, Sheen's performance is even more ruthless and indifferent than the hero at that time, which really stimulated Gulan. How could this demon cadre with a strong sense of customs know that Sheen not only carried the most beautiful woman of the human race to the bed and cleaned her up, but also the beautiful girls of the elves have been ruined by him? He was used to seeing the world-shattering beauty of Luoshi, and the pure and innocent top-level beautiful girls like Malika. He really looked down on Gulan, a woman with a strong sense of customs and a BXXXH-like look. Don't want to fight anymore? Sheen's voice resounded throughout the venue. Since you don't want to fight anymore, then get out of here. Sheen used this sentence not only to target the demon cadres, but also to target all the demons in the venue. As Sheen gathered his magic power and removed the amazing pressure, the mighty demon army immediately felt a lightness on their bodies, and they stood up quickly as if they had been pardoned. At this moment, the only thing that emerged in the hearts of the demons was humiliation. The demons who dared to come to the human world to besiege the city at this time were naturally not easy to deal with. Every one of them was either bad-tempered or impulsive. And they were also particularly arrogant and had a strong self-esteem. Otherwise, they would not have gotten to this point. At that moment, many demons cast a resentful look at Sheen. They thought they were doing it very obscurely. However, they didn't know that Sheen's external destiny perception ability was not vegetarian. So, Sheen laughed again. Seeing this clearly, Jacinta finally couldn't help it. Wait, Jacinta exclaimed. But, it was too late. Grand explosion. When such a chanting sound appeared in Sheen's mouth, and along with a stream of magic power, it spread to the surroundings. An amazing movement appeared. Bang! A demon suddenly exploded all over, turning into a pile of flesh and blood, and died without a complete corpse. Bang! 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 In the army of demons, a series of explosions sounded very abruptly, causing the demons to explode one after another and turn into pieces of meat on the ground. These demons were all the beings who had just cast a resentful look at Sheen. They were crushed to pieces in a breath, causing the entire demon army to lose about 10% of its number in an instant. Ah! Terrified howls appeared one after another in the demon army. But the next second, a thunderous roar suddenly appeared in the ears of all the demons. Get out! This bombing made everyone's head a chaotic roar, awakening all the demons. Run quickly! It was not until such a wailing sound came from an unknown direction that the demons surrounding the entire imperial capital woke up from a dream and fled in a hurry. In an instant, The demons that had gathered in the past few days scattered like birds and beasts. That scene was like ants gathered in a nest suddenly spreading out quickly, making the dense army become sparse in an instant and scattered in panic. Even the few demon cadres were like this. Let's retreat first. Yared spoke in a deep voice, looking at Sheen with a hint of fear and unwillingness in his eyes. He had his own purpose for this trip. He wanted to transfer the sacred power of the holy sword that had been in his body for thousands of years, constantly eroding himself and making his strength decline, to Sheen, so that he could recover to his prime. Unexpectedly, Sheen already had this level of strength, so Yalide had to give up. Also giving up was Kibble, who wanted to use evil methods to seize the power of the undeveloped hero. Although I really want his blood, I don't want to lose my life here. Kibble left these words and turned around and left without saying a word. Yalide was stunned, and then hurriedly followed. Gulan looked at Sheen with a complicated and indignant look, and finally stomped his feet and turned away unwillingly. Soon, the demon army scattered in all directions, and the suburbs of the besieged imperial capital finally returned to their original calm. At the scene, only Jacinta and his two dodging twin demon subordinates, the dying Iriza and Hediadai, were left. Hediadai looked at Sheen deeply, and after a few seconds, she turned around and left. Only Jacinta was left, with Jace and Liz, and came to Sheen with a complicated face. You are too impulsive, Jacinta said, after killing so many demons. The rest of the demons in the demon world will definitely be more hostile to you as a hero. Jacinta sighed for this. Sheen glanced at Jacinta and said nothing. Of course he knew that what he did would definitely make the demons in the demon world more excited, and even more radical. But Sheen still chose to do it. Anyway, the demons will definitely not have a good impression of me. So why should I be polite? Sheen does not have the hobby of warming up to a cold, but countless novels in his previous life told him that even if he acted like a saint and let everyone go, these people would definitely not think of his kindness. Instead, many people would keep an eye on him and even play some tricks on him in secret. In this case, it would be better to get rid of those guys who seemed the most brainless and dared to look at him with resentment in such a situation. In this way, not only can the probability of some villains playing tricks behind his back be greatly reduced, but also it can make a show of force, telling those who are staring at him that he is not easy to mess with. And if they want to touch him, they'd better think about it first. If it weren't for AIE, Sheen might even keep all those demons just now. Now, only killing a part of them is already very kind. What about you? What are you doing here? Sheen said to Jacinta with a bad look. You are not going to cause trouble for me like those brainless ones? I am indeed not brainless. Jacinta smiled bitterly and said, they don't know. Don't I know? Sheen, who could defeat Erdia, was not someone that could be easily defeated. Besides, there was an evil god, Lilith, beside Sheen. He would be a fool to come and cause trouble. Moreover, Jacinta was already clear that the young master of his family probably knew the true identity of Sheen a long time ago. So he looked at him differently. And since the young master of his family had expressed his desire to befriend Sheen, how could Jacinta offend Sheen instead? This was also the reason why the cadres under the command of the other 5 demons came. But none of the cadres under the command of the dragon demon came to the human world. Those cadres had already learned from Jacinta about the relationship between Sheen and AI. At least, they knew that Sheen and AI had a close relationship. Therefore, except for Jacinta, who was already in the human world, no one from the dragon clan under AI's rule came. Only cadres like Iriza, who were not very smart, had other selfish intentions, and were secretly planning something, dared to come rashly. Jacinta looked at Sheen, feeling a sense of emotion. He really didn't expect that this noble of the kingdom, who had some dealings with him, was actually the new hero. Looking back at the beginning, he still thought this person was interesting. Who would have thought that the other party would suddenly change and become a person that he had to look up to? Even Jacinta was like this. And Jace and Liz kept their heads down the whole time, not daring to look at Sheen at all. You know, they did offend Sheen a little at the beginning. Of course, Sheen had thrown such trivial matters into a corner that he didn't know where. Sheen looked at the gate of the imperial capital suddenly opened, and the imperial knights also rushed out under the leadership of several acquaintances. And his face finally looked a little better. If you have anything to say, let's talk about it after entering. Hearing this, Jacinta nodded. Chapter 658 Peace. Imperial Capital. Imperial Palace. After Sheen's strong actions, the pressure that has been shrouding the entire Imperial Capital for the past few days has finally dissipated. The people all breathed a sigh of relief. Some of them were still in fear, and some were still afraid, which led to a new round of heated discussions, making the imperial capital lively again. The imperial knights were finally able to handle their work with peace of mind and devote themselves to the reconstruction of the imperial capital and the imperial palace. Sheen and his party went directly back to the palace and sat down in the bedroom, giving them the opportunity to have a good conversation. This time, Jacinta came to the imperial capital for two purposes. One is to stop the demons from coming to the human world and prevent them from doing too much, which would break the peace that the demons have been struggling to maintain. The other is to have a good talk with him about what will happen next after learning Sheen's true identity. There is no way. Let me tell you clearly first. Jacinta sat opposite Sheen with Jace and Liz, and in front of Harvest, Capelin, Rocket, Tilly and others. He spoke seriously to Sheen with Lilith and Tyr. Your current situation is somewhat not good. This sentence made everyone present look at each other. Sheen's face was normal. Because this is a predictable situation. Because your identity was exposed. The demon world has been completely messed up. Jacinta said very straightforwardly, perhaps. For the human race, 1,000 years is a long time. But there are many people in the demon race who have existed thousands of years ago and personally participated in the original war between the three races of gods, humans and demons. As the saying goes, time can make people forget many things. For example, the horror of war. For example, the hatred in the past. However, for the demon race, 1,000 years is not enough to forget everything. So, knowing that the hero has appeared again in this era, many demons have overreacted to this. Jacinta looked directly at Sheen and said, the demons' fear and fear of the hero must be greater than you think. In addition, we have lost the Demon King. I believe you can understand how many demons are afraid of your existence. It can be said that the demon world is indeed in chaos now. Otherwise, legendary demon cadres like Golan and others, who will have a huge impact on the human world, will not be able to pass through the gate between the demon world and the human world unimpeded and come to this world. AI said that if you want to come to the human world from the demon world, or go to the demon world from the human world, you need a special token. But there are so many demons coming to the human world these days. If you say that they all come to the human world through formal procedures and have formal permissions without any hindrance, then I believe that in this kind of thing, any smart person will feel that he has been fooled. Therefore, as Jacinta said, there has been a lot of chaos in the demon world, which has caused such a big problem in the passage between the two worlds. Perhaps, the arrival of the demon army this time was the initiative of the demons responsible for guarding the gate to violate the order and open the door to let them come to the human world and cause trouble for the heroes? This shows how uneasy the demon world is now. What about AI and Sarah? What do they say? Sheen doesn't care about the situation in the demon world, but only cares about AI and Sarah's attitude towards this matter. Jacinta's expression is not very good. There is a certain degree of chaos in the major territories of the demon world. Many senior demons, and even demon cadres, who have survived for a long time are likely to be instigating behind the scenes, causing some voices to appear in many places. What voices? Very simple. Many people demand that the demons should let the gods, and even the human race, give the demons an explanation. Jacinta said in a deep voice, even. Many conspiracy theories have begun to appear one after another, making many demons suspect of behind all this. The gods and even the human race are preparing to harm the demons. The appearance of the hero is so stimulating to the demons. Who makes him the nemesis of the demons? Who makes him the ultimate weapon used by the gods to defeat the Demon King? Now, the Demon King has passed away, and the demons are willing to coexist peacefully with the gods and humans. As a result, only 1,000 years have passed, and the hero who is the nemesis of the demons has been summoned again. Then, as a demon, of course, I will doubt whether the gods and humans are planning to attack the demons. It was clearly agreed that nuclear weapons would not be released if you surrendered. But you secretly prepared nuclear weapons again. Who cannot doubt it? Who cannot be shocked and angry? The demons are in such a situation now, causing the chaos to intensify. The gods have issued a statement, claiming that the summoning of the heroes has not been restarted, and the appearance of the heroes was an accident. They are now investigating the cause. Jacinta said, but the demons will definitely not believe it easily. Under such circumstances, it is conceivable what the radicals and the demons will do. There have been many voices saying that since the gods and the human race intend to attack the demons behind the scenes, there is no need for the demons to be cowards. Jacinta said shockingly, it has only been a few days. and the voices claiming to start a war with the gods and the human race have spread throughout the 6 demon territories in the demon world. As soon as this was said, the faces of all the people present changed. Is this a joke? Tilly couldn't hold back for the first time, and hurriedly said, just because the heroes were summoned again. The demons want to go to war? Aren't you afraid? Kaplan was also shocked and said, you no longer have a demon king. If you start a war again, aren't you afraid of being completely wiped out? It was not Jacinta, but Harvest who responded to Capeline and Tilly. The demons are stronger than the gods and humans, so they are certainly not afraid of war. Havis said calmly, besides, the demon king is gone, but the supreme god has also fallen into eternal sleep, so the conditions are equivalent. In this case, the demons are naturally not afraid of war. What about the heroes? Rocket glanced at Sheen and said in a deep voice, aren't the demons afraid of heroes? This question was still not answered by Havis. The demons are afraid of the heroes who have grown up. Tyr said lightly, so, they are so nervous when they know that the heroes are born, because they don't want to give the heroes time to grow to the transcendent level. Once the heroes reach transcendence, that is the most terrifying. The transcendence of the heroes is accompanied by the transcendence of the Holy Sword. By then, the Holy Sword will be completely renewed, reborn, and stimulated to its true power. The Holy Sword that is considered to be the closest to the devil and the supreme god in essence is the most terrifying after the hero enters the transcendent level. In history, several heroes who successfully transcended were eventually no less powerful than the devil, leaving the devil helpless. Mitra, who is considered to be the strongest hero of all generations, became the same level as the goddess of fate, Lidas, who is closest to the omnipotence, after reaching transcendence. With the assistance of the supreme god Omnis, such Mitra finally succeeded in defeating the devil. If there were many people in the demon clan who had experienced that battle, they would certainly be so frightened that they couldn't eat or sleep after knowing that the hero appeared, and they wanted to strangle the hero in the cradle immediately. If some people didn't know that Lilith was protecting Sheen, there might have been powerful people who broke into the imperial capital and tried to kill Sheen. Of course, they didn't do so, so they saved their lives. After all, although Sheen has not yet transcended, he can compete with the transcendent level with full force before the time limit of reincarnation destiny ends and the magic power is completely drained. Powerful? As long as they are not demons. They are not a big threat to Sheen. That is why there are so many voices in the demon world. Among these voices, there must be people who think that the demons should rush to the human world immediately to kill Sheen. Right? The people who came in the past few days are basically the vanguards, who were instigated. Jacinta said with some worry, if this continues, there will definitely be many people who can't sit still. In other words, Sheen is really targeted by the entire demon race. What's worse, even among the human race, there are many people who secretly make some wishful calculations, trying to stir up trouble and profit from it. As for the gods, after issuing the statement, they seemed to be doing something in a grand manner, but suddenly stopped all activities. Not long ago, the demons had decided to gather early to discuss because they could no longer suppress the various voices within the tribe. Jacinta revealed this news. She knew that originally, the 6 demons wanted to discuss the original demon incident in Tagore Forest. This time, their identities were exposed, and they might not have time to talk about it. Before leaving the territory and heading to the Moon Demon territory, the Master ordered us that no one was allowed to come to the human world and go against you. Those who violated the order would be killed without mercy. At this point, Jacinta's tone seemed a little resentful. It seems that the Master cares about you very much. With this tone, those who don't know would think that this Tyrannosaurus is a woman who has fallen out of favor. On the other hand, Sheen was somewhat relieved after knowing this. Fortunately, his little cotton jacket still supports him. Knowing this is enough for Sheen. As for what Sarah and the other demons are planning, Sheen is a little concerned, but not entangled. As I said, he has done his best. As a visitor from another world, he does not have a strong sense of belonging to this world, so he will not compromise himself to prevent the destruction of peace. If the demons finally decide to fight, he will most likely kidnap Ahi and take his family away to find a place where they can live happily and spend the rest of their lives. In this case, the world war should not really start. Jacinta thought that he should remind Sheen, you killed a lot of demons today, and there will definitely be more troubles later. Jacinta said, if it turns into a large-scale conflict in the end, and the contradictions cannot be resolved, it may really lead to the destruction of world peace. So, Jacinta came to persuade Sheen Do you want to stay out of the limelight before things progress? Jacinta was ready to suggest so. However, at this moment, a herald suddenly ran in a panic. Your Highness! The herald shouted at Havis in panic. The Supreme Lord of the Demon Realm, Sarah, had just announced a message to the gods, humans, and demons. As soon as this was said, everyone present was stunned. News? Havis was also stunned and asked, what news? The herald immediately put on an unprecedented expression. Then, he said this, the dragon demon AI, one of the 6 great demons, will enter into a marriage contract with the brave Xian to show that the 3 tribes will be at peace forever. When this sentence resounded throughout the venue, everyone was stunned, especially Jacinta, who was stunned and stiff. Xian was even more stunned. After a while, alas, 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 the exclamation resounded through the sky. Chapter 659 Demons. Demon Realm. This is the largest, most vast and huge world among the 3 worlds of omnipotence. Unlike the gods, whose population is destined to be limited, and the humans, who have a shorter reproduction time, the demons have been increasing their population since their birth. Even after tens of thousands of years of war, they have never been on the verge of extinction. In addition, the demons are known for their strength. They have been recognized as the strongest race since ancient times. Even after the death of the Demon King, they still firmly occupy the title of the strongest. If it were not for the defeat in the war 1,000 years ago, the demons would have the strength to rule the entire omnipotence. Now, although the demons have chosen peace and no longer fight wars, the status of the demon world has always been high, and many places are even more special than the human world. Over the past 1,000 years, the demon world has also formed its own unique culture and order. This huge world, which is wider than the human world and the gods combined, is now ruled by 6 demons: Moon Demon, Succubus, Beast Demon, Poison Demon, Ghost Demon, Dragon Demon. These 6 demons divided the entire demon world, standing at the top of the demon clan, and each of them had their own territory, subordinates and even armies. As the eldest daughter of the 6 demons, and the true supreme of the demon clan, Moon Demon Sarah's territory is located in the center of the demon world. The territory is mostly plains, and it is the strongest existence and force in the demon world. As the second daughter of the 6 demons, whose status is second only to the Moon Demon, Succubus Xiofune's territory is located in the east of the demon world. The soil of the territory is fertile, and it is the territory and force with the most resources in the demon world. As the third daughter of the 6 demons, and an elder sister of Moon Demon and Succubus, Beast Demon Lidoma's territory is located in the west of the demon world. The territory is mostly forests, and many demon beasts live there. As the fourth female among the 6 demons, with 3 older sisters, the territory of the Poison Demon Kamina is located in the south of the demon world. There are many swamps and wetlands in the territory, which is the most dangerous place in the demon world. As the 5th female among the 6 demons, and also the most immature among the 6 demons, the Ghost Demon Milyapesh also has her own territory. But because she is not good at management, her territory is the outer edge of the demon world, surrounding the territories of other demons. The territory is mostly canyons and mountains, and there are no cities. It is a lawless area, so it is quite chaotic and a gathering place for lawless people. As for the Dragon Demon Ayi, the youngest sister among the 6 demons, her territory is in the north of the demon world. The terrain is undulating. There are mountains, wilderness, and many dragon species. It is the recognized dragon country and omnipotent forest. There are mostly dragons and some races affiliated with the dragons in the territory. It is the most legendary and rarely entered area among the 6 territories. The Moon Demon Territory, the Succubus Demon Territory, the Beast Demon Territory, the Poison Demon Territory, the Ghost Demon Territory, and finally the Dragon Demon Territory. These are the 6 major demon territories that divide the entire demon world. Naturally, since the demons are a race known for their powerful strength. In this world, the strong are respected and the weak are of low status. The lowest status is the lower demons, who occupy more than half of the entire demon race. The upper demons are only those who have raised their level to more than 70, and their status in the demon world is already good. And the particularly outstanding ones among the upper demons will be recruited by the forces to which the 6 demons belong and become the demon subordinates. Like Killian in the past, he was recruited by Jacinta after becoming a higher demon, and thus became Jacinta's subordinate, and also a demon warrior under AI. Then, if you can raise your level to 90 and become a legendary strongman, you can strive to become a demon cadre directly under the demons through various methods such as recommendation, screening, testing, and trials. Demon cadres are second only to one person and above 10,000 people. Apart from the demon masters they serve, they enjoy the highest status and treatment in the demon clan, and are the existence that countless demons flock to. Even if they become legendary strongmen, they are not necessarily able to strive for this status. After all, the cadres under the demons are fixed, and the number has always been limited. The cadres under the moon demon are 3. The cadres under the succubus are 8. The cadres under the beast demon are 6. The cadres under the poison demon are 10. The cadres under the ghost demon are 7. The cadres under the dragon demon are 4. The positions of these cadres have always been fixed and unchanged, and they have been decided long before the appearance of the demon realm. There are only 2 ways to replace the positions of these cadres. One is to directly challenge and defeat the opponent, so as to replace the opponent's position and become a cadre. One is that when a cadre dies unexpectedly, the strongest superior demon in the territory can be selected through the above methods, such as recommendation, screening, testing, and trials, and made into a cadre. In other words, the cadres directly under the demons will always be the strongest group of existences in the territory except for the demons. Only stronger ones can replace their positions and kick them out. Because of this method, the cadres will basically only become stronger and stronger, and will never become weaker and weaker. Especially the 3 cadres under the demon supreme moon demon Sarah. All of them are extreme level strongmen of level 100. In the war 1,000 years ago, these 3 extreme level strongmen also shined brightly. Each of them was besieged by at least 3 legendary strongmen, but they did not lose. This shows how powerful they are. However, such a powerful demon has become a little less peaceful recently. There are more or less chaos and turmoil in the major territories of the demon world. The reason, naturally, comes from the shocking news that shocked the entire Omnipotentin recently. After 1,000 years, the hero reappeared in the world. It was this piece of news that directly made the demon world uneasy. The demon world, one of the 6 demon territories, the moon demon territory. In the central city of the moon demon territory, there is a supreme castle. The supreme castle belongs to the demon supreme, and it is the palace of the demon supreme Sarah. On this day, on the top floor of the supreme castle, in a meeting room where no one is allowed to enter, 6 figures gathered here. Sarah sat in the first seat and looked around. Finally, everyone is here. It's really not easy to see my sisters, Sarah complained out loud. That tone was really full of resentment. In response, someone laughed. It was a charming laugh that seemed to gather all the factors that make people lose their minds in this world. And it made people's hearts burn. Do you want us to help you with your work again, big sister? The one who made such a sound was a beautiful woman with a face as delicate as white jade, skin as white as pearls, a hot body, and a curvy figure. She was like a goddess of beauty descending to earth. And she was extremely charming and seductive. Her appearance was not dissolute, but rather as pure and beautiful as an angel. But her figure was completely devilishly hot and seductive. Not only were her curves extremely sexy, but her every move was also naturally provocative. Especially when she laughed lightly. The greatness in front of her that lifted up her clothes was shaking, which could make any man in the world crazy. Sarah was actually very sexy, and her figure was also hot and seductive. But this beautiful woman was even better than Sarah. Perhaps, in terms of appearance, this beautiful woman did not exceed Sarah by much. But as the saying goes, there is no perfect thing in the world. Even if Sarah is extremely beautiful, she is not necessarily the type that everyone likes. This stunning beauty is different. Apart from her looks, she seems to have collected all the elements that men and even women like in the world. She is definitely a perfect woman that meets the preferences of all normal or abnormal people in the world. In fact, this beautiful demon has thousands of admirers, fans, and even crazy pursuers, because she is recognized as the most attractive existence in the world. A peerless enchantress who can fascinate all living beings, and the succubus among the 6 demons. Xia Funi. There are many legends about her in the world. For example, she once made hundreds of countries in history, big and small, commit suicide and perish in order to compete for her with just a chance encounter and a joke. For example, she once made several brave men fall at her feet, and finally they were played around by her. not to mention fighting against the demons. She almost became an accomplice of the demons in the end. Not only can she make all men in the world crazy, but she can even make women intoxicated and overwhelmed by her. She is the witch who can really overturn a country, overturn a town, and make countless people anxious and go to destruction. At this moment, with the laughter of this charming witch, the whole serious conference room instantly became ambiguous. This made the other people present very dissatisfied. There is no man or woman worth teasing here. Please restrain yourself a little. Second sister, the one who said this, was the only furry beast who jumped onto the conference table and lay on it instead of sitting in his seat. It was Lid. Second sister, naughty. Milu, who was sitting next to Lid, made a face at Shafin, as if she was playing a prank. Fortunately, there was no one else here. The one who agreed with Lid and Milu's words was a demon who looked second only to Sarah and Shafin, not counting Lid, but seemed to be much older than Milu, like a 17 or 18-year-old girl in her prime. This demon girl also looks good, but her skin is whiter than anyone else present. She has a dull expression, but her eyes are particularly deep. The aura she exudes is even more dangerous than Milu, which makes people afraid. This demon girl is the fourth of the 6 demons. The demon Carmina, who has the name of the poisonous demon. Of course, the last demon is also present. Aren't we going to have a meeting? Let's start quickly. AIE hugged the pillow and spoke impatiently. I still have to rush back to the human world. That's it. Chapter 660 Sisters. On the top floor of the Supreme Castle in the central city of Moon Demon Territory, the 6 great demons at the top of the demon world gathered together. These 6 sisters haven't seen each other for a long time. Logically speaking, the 6 sisters should be very excited at this time. However, from the beginning, AIE has always felt impatient, as if she wanted to finish the business quickly and leave, and seemed a little anxious. The 6 sisters looked at AIE like this, and their expressions were different. Go back to the human world? Sarah said very unhappily. You just came back from the human world for a few days. Are you so anxious to go back now? Sarah's resentment is obvious, and even a little sour, like a mother who is about to marry her daughter. Obviously, Sarah has guessed why AIE is so anxious to go back to the human world. AIE is still so impatient. Anyway, Sister Sarah, you must have done almost everything you should do. You just need us to cooperate with you, right? AIE said very straightforwardly. It's enough for you to have Sister Xiaofuni and Sister Lid to help you with the planning. It doesn't matter whether I am there or not. AIE has always been like this. Although she is not incapable of using her brain, she doesn't like to use her brain and only likes to sleep. Therefore, she has always left all the affairs of the demon clan to Sarah, and even the affairs in the territory to the cadres. She is completely a hands-off shopkeeper and doesn't care about worldly affairs. If it weren't for this, AIE wouldn't have so many things to do in the human world, and she would go around with Xian. This time is the same. AIE is just going to come back to cooperate with Sarah, and she doesn't plan to do any special work. Who would have thought that such a big thing would happen during her return to the demon world? This made AIE quite anxious recently, and she couldn't wait to return to the human world. Not only Sarah noticed this, but the other sisters also noticed it, especially Lid, who, like Sarah, was basically not in a good mood. When did you become so easily nervous about someone? Lid saw through AI's thoughts. After all, Lid had seen the person AI cared about. Xian? Milu also tilted her head and called out such a name. This call immediately aroused the interest of the sisters present. You are talking about the human that little AI has been very fond of recently, and has specially announced that she will protect him. Right? Xiaofuni seemed to be very interested and said with great interest, I heard that person is the brave man who has been rumored recently? Xiaofuni's words made AI look over immediately. What do you want to do? AI looked alert and warned. However, this not only did not dispel Xiaofuni's interest, but made her interest even stronger. Don't be nervous, little AI. I'm just a little curious about the man you like. Xiaofuni covered her mouth and chuckled. Her words and laughter seemed very ambiguous. And she said, I wanted to meet him when I heard about him before. So I planned to go to the human world for this. Who knew that such a big thing happened suddenly? And that person turned out to be a brave man who was summoned after 1,000 years. I was really shocked. The person who echoed Xiaofuni's statement was Carmina. I was also a little curious and planned to go to the human world to take a look. Carmina's eyes flickered, and she said, thoughtfully, even the cold AI couldn't help but like a human. Which is really interesting. But that person is a brave man. Which is really surprising. Carmina, who said this, gave people the feeling that she had some malice. If Xiaofuni's curiosity about Xin was like staring at some fun toy, then Carmina's curiosity about Xin was like having a toy taken away, and she was actually a little dissatisfied. There is no way. You have never been so concerned and anxious about our affairs. Carmina expressed dissatisfaction for this. It is obvious that these demon sisters are very concerned about the affairs of Yi, the youngest sister, and even worried about it. Otherwise, these famous demons would not pay so much attention to Xian's affairs just because Yi likes Xian. Of course, Yi herself was smacking her lips about this. Don't try to hit him. He can't bear the recklessness of you two. Yi gave the sisters a very clear warning. Unfortunately, this has a completely opposite effect. Don't say that. Xiaofuni smiled meaningfully. A guy who can make our sister so fond of him should not be afraid of me. Right? That's right. Carmina agreed. Anyway, he is a brave man, protected by the holy sword. Even if there is a little physical contact, he will not melt. Right? The two witches' speeches made Ai frown deeply. To be honest, what she didn't want to see most was these two people coming into contact with Xian. The reason was that it was too dangerous. Unlike Ai, who had somewhat restrained her ferocity after the war, Carmina, the poisonous demon, was considered the most brutal demon, as well as the dragon demon. Even now, she was still the same as before, with an unstable temperament and unpredictable changes. In addition, this poisonous demon itself possessed extremely terrifying abilities. If she came into contact with Xian in person, it would not be a joke. Although Milla was also dangerous, her danger was controllable. With Lid by her side, and as long as she could please her, this demon would generally not lose control. But Carmina was different. Milla's danger was not intentional. She was actually quite naive and romantic. But sometimes her behavior was a bit excessive. Carmina is different. Her danger is deliberate. If she is really upset, she will definitely destroy one or two countries without hesitation. Let such a being come into contact with Xian. How can Yi not worry? Fortunately, as Carmina said, Xian is a hero after all. And with the protection of the holy sword, he should not be killed by Carmina's ability. But if Shafn is also interested in Xian, it will be troublesome, because the ability of this demon is not within the protection range of the holy sword. If she takes action, it is definitely not something that can be smiled and ignored. If you accidentally fall into her trap, what will Xian become at that time? Thinking about it for a while, Yi felt that her mood became very bad. Just when Yi was about to continue to warn, Lid spoke first. I said, Yi, did you know that the man was a hero a long time ago? Lid stared at Ai and said, his identity being exposed doesn't seem to affect your perception of him at all. You should have known his identity for a long time. Or it's because of his identity that you are interested in him and have been following him. Right? Lid finally revealed the reason for Ai's previous actions. Lid never understood why Ai suddenly went to the human world and became so interested in a little guy in the human world. Now, the answer seems to be revealed. Probably because this human is not simple at all. Ai did not deny this. At the beginning, I did contact him because I found out his identity. Ai admitted this. However, the demon still heard the subtext. At the beginning? Milla looked confused. So that's it. At the beginning. Xiaofuni secretly chuckled. At the beginning? Lid's tone was full of helplessness. In other words, the reason you like him so much now is not because he is a hero, but because there is something else about him that attracts you. Right? Carmina hit the nail on the head. Yi was speechless. This is the truth. Yi didn't think she could hide it from the several cunning sisters present. So, she simply kept silent, with only her cute little face full of unhappiness. Looking at Yi like this, Sarah finally spoke again. Unexpectedly, Yi would one day fall in love with a hero. This is really bad news that can make countless demons, who died under the hero's holy sword, come back to life. Sarah has wanted to say this for a long time. After all, among the demons present, Sarah was the first to know that Xian was a hero. Except for Yi. Since then, Sarah has actually been preparing for today. She knew that one day, once Xian's identity was exposed, it would inevitably cause a great shock to the demons and the demon world, and even to the peace between the three tribes that had been maintained for 1,000 years. Today, I asked you to gather here to talk about this matter. Sarah knocked on the table and said, tell me, what do you think we should do with this hero? Sarah proposed today's theme. Originally, the reason why the demons gathered was not this, but to discuss the matter of original demon coming to the surface. But now, Xian's matter is undoubtedly the most urgent task that must be solved first. We really have to find a way to deal with it, Lid said with deep approval. Recently, many bad-tempered guys in the territory have been making trouble. The same is true for me. Carmina said the most terrifying words in the most careless tone, saying, even I have dealt with several of the most cheerful guys. If I didn't know that this hero was the human that AIE liked, I would have let those guys go and test the hero. Is that so? AIE immediately said, I heard that there are more or less laissez-faire phenomena in the territories of the sisters. Now there should be many people in the demon clan who are looking for trouble with my people. Right? What? Xiaofuni said jokingly, our little AIE? Are you worried about the hero? AIE was too lazy to answer this question. Worried? Not true. As long as these women in front of them don't take action, it is impossible to threaten that man. AIE still has this confidence. She will continue to attend this meeting in an irritable state, in order to contain these sisters and prevent them from messing around. Otherwise, AIE would have left the demon world and gone to the human world without permission. She didn't want to wait until she returned to find that Xian had been taken away and protected by those guys from the God Clan. Her people can only be protected by her. Others? Don't even think about touching him. Let me make it clear to you first. At that moment, AIE made a declaration. That hero is my man. Don't think about doing anything to him. As soon as this was said, several demons raised their eyebrows one after another. What if we insist on doing it? Kamina looked at AIE and said so. AIE had no expression on her face. You can try. The atmosphere suddenly became sinister. Chapter 661 Marriage. In the conference room, the expressions of all the demons changed slightly. Except for AI. Whether it was Sarah, Shaf, Lid, Carmina or even Milu. They all looked at their sisters with a slightly changed expression. The charming smile on Shat's face had even disappeared. I said, little AI, are you crazy? Shat said incredulously, just for a hero. Do you want to be an enemy of your sister? This was something that surprised everyone. It was because the demons present were all AI's sisters. So they knew what kind of person AI was. In the past, AI was a cruel and ruthless demon. No one knew how many alien enemy troops died under his dragon breath. Even 2 heroes were killed by him. Otherwise, he would not be considered one of the most brutal among the demons. Such IE sometimes seemed a little unkind and cold even to her sisters. Only in front of the one who had passed away did she show some rare and precious emotions. Since the death of that person, although IE restrained her brutal temperament, she also completely stopped showing her true self to others. For thousands of years, she has been just repeating sleeping and waking up, feeling isolated from the world, and no longer interacting with anyone in the world. Because of this, when the demons learned that Yi had gone to the human world and met a young man of the human race, and even liked him very much, they were so surprised and curious about Xian. After learning the news, Sarah even rushed to the human world and met Xian as soon as possible. It is conceivable that the demons are very concerned and curious about Xian, who can make Yi like him. Until today, everyone is still wondering why this sudden hero can make Yi like him so much. Is it because he is a hero? Maybe there is a reason in this regard. But it is definitely not just that. After all, heroes are the natural enemies of the demons, the nemesis of the demons. It is a miracle that Yi did not kill Xian on the spot when she learned that Xian was a hero. In the end, she liked him instead. There is obviously a reason for this. The demons were curious about this reason, so they wanted to contact Xian. Of course, these demons are basically ignorant of the importance of existence, especially Xiaofun and Carmina. These two are quite dangerous opponents for Xian. They showed their concern for Xian, which is not necessarily a good thing. Xiaofun and Carmina are actually clear about this matter. However, they really didn't expect that Yi would do this for Xian. After all, this is a bit too much. Yi. Lid frowned. Fight? Milu also realized that something was wrong. But she was not scared, and seemed eager to try. Sarah said nothing, but looked at Ai deeply, not knowing what she was thinking. As for Kamina, after hearing what Ai said, she was not annoyed. Because, I am more and more curious about the person who can make you want to protect him at this level. Kamina just said this calmly. You? Ai seemed to want to do something when she saw this. However, Sarah stopped her. Okay, little Ai, I will not allow this to happen because of an outsider and my sister? Sarah looked at Ai and said, if you continue like this, I will suspect that you have been instigated by the hero. If that happens, I am afraid that even I will want to do something to Xian Boztut. Hearing this, Ai had to shut up. She knew that Sarah was not joking. If she really thought that Xian's existence would affect the relationship between the demons, leading to internal strife among the demons and sisters turning against each other, then Sarah would definitely eliminate Xian at all costs. That was not what Ai wanted to see. So, Ai closed her mouth, even her eyes, and said nothing more. She looked out of the matter and excluded herself from this circle. This was also a kind of silent resistance. Looking at Ai like this, the demons looked at each other. Sister Sarah, Lid, you have all seen that hero, right? Xia Funi seemed to have a strong interest in Xian, and asked curiously, what kind of person is that? At this moment, Xia Funi was really curious about what kind of hero could make her sister, who was usually unkind and unwilling to give face to her sister, so obsessed with him. Not to mention Xia Funi. Even Carmina pricked up her ears and expressed her concern. Among the demons present, only the two of them had not seen Xian. Therefore, both of them were extremely curious about what was so special about this hero. In response, Sarah and Lid thought about it and immediately gave an answer. How to say it? Lid said in a strange and funny way, I don't know how to describe it. I can only say that this hero is different from the heroes we have seen in the past. It is different. Sarah blinked her eyes and finally smiled helplessly. If you get along with him seriously, you will probably think he is very special and interesting. So I don't actually understand why Xiao Yi likes him so much. The remarks of the moon demon and the beast demon not only made the succubus and the poison demon more curious, but also cheered from the ghost demon. Xian. Very interesting and fun. Milla raised her hands and said so with a smile. The attitudes of the three people made Shaft and Carmina look at each other, and they both saw the uncontrollable restlessness in each other's eyes. However, the two did not show it. Even Shaft changed the subject. In this case, what does the eldest sister think about the summoning of the hero? Shaft said to Sarah, is it the gods behind the scenes? Not sure. Sarah shook her head, but said, however, after learning about the existence of the hero, I have already started to investigate this matter, and even sneaked into the gods for a time, but found that almost no one in the gods knew that the hero was summoned again. They don't know? Carmina said doubtfully, is it true? It shouldn't be that everyone doesn't know. Lid said thoughtfully, when we were in the elf village, Najula once descended, and I don't think she came for us. The implication is that someone in the gods must have noticed the existence of the hero. It's just that their attitude towards the hero is also somewhat ambiguous. Sarah confirmed this, although the investigation is not yet sufficient. Based on my current speculation, there is about 80% certainty that the summoning of the new hero is also a surprise to the gods. Sarah said, therefore, the gods did not dare to contact the hero openly, probably because they were worried that there would be something serious behind it. If this is the case, then those boring goddesses of the gods are probably also wondering whether the matter of the hero was caused by our demons. Xia Funi shrugged her slender shoulders and suddenly asked Ai, little Ai, you have been with the hero for the longest time. Can't you see anything? Hearing this, Ai opened her eyes. It's not that I haven't paid attention to this matter. Ai was silent for a while, then said lightly, he seems to have concealed something about his summoning, but he is also looking for the truth behind it. This is my feeling. One sentence made the demons silent. They each had their own ideas, but they didn't say them out loud. Finally, it was Lid who broke the silence first. Since we can confirm with 80% certainty that this matter has nothing to do with the gods, do we have to take some measures? Lid said, otherwise, if we let those little guys from the demons continue to make trouble, it may really be possible to make things worse. Yes. Xia Funi chuckled and said, although it feels interesting to become like that. I don't want to be like in the past, fighting all day long. And I can't even go out to have fun. Second sister, don't go out to play. Right? Carmina whispered, if you go out, I'm afraid that it will cause some kings and nobles to go completely crazy. They will be willing to give you their country and property, and destroy their own territories just to please you. I said, do you have the right to say that? Xia Funi said unconvincedly, at least if I go out. It will only drive people crazy. If you go out, it will be a real disaster. Right? I think you two are equally bad. It is best not to go out. Lid said speechlessly, let's find a way to solve the current situation quickly. How to solve it? Carmina said with a pessimistic look, even if we give the order and claim that the gods are innocent, there will probably be many people who think that we want to keep things quiet and don't want to break the peace. So we deliberately conceal the crimes of the gods. Right? In the final analysis, it is still a question of trust. Xia Funi said boredly, there are many little guys in the demon clan who don't like the gods. And they have bad tempers. They rely on their strength to arrogantly think that it doesn't matter to start a war. It's really easy to talk without any pain. This is the second. Lid said in a deep voice. I am afraid that in this chaos, some people from the old demon clan may be fanning the flames behind the scenes. They must be eager for the demon clan to go to war with the gods. At this point, the faces of the demons all sank. Immediately, they all looked at Sarah. Big sister, you should decide how to do this. Xia Funi said so. If it was the big sister, she should have had a countermeasure long ago. Right? Lid also nodded in agreement. I don't believe that the big sister would not have any ideas. Carmina was even more direct. Mila nodded like she was learning from Lilith. Even I looked at Sarah. They all believed that since Sarah knew Xian's identity long ago, she must have guessed all this and formulated a countermeasure. Who makes Sarah the smartest person in the world? This is the idea of the sisters. In fact, Sarah does have an idea. It's just that she doesn't want to execute this idea. If it were before, she would never have thought about it. But now, since you favor the hero, you should complete this matter, Sarah said helplessly and a little sourly. The person she pointed at was AIE. Me? AIE was stunned. That's right. Sarah smiled immediately. The next second, Sarah proposed the plan that shocked the world. You go and marry the hero. As soon as this was said, the whole audience was silent. Alas, AIE was stunned. After a long time, an amazing dragon power suddenly appeared above the entire demon world. For a long time, it did not dissipate. Chapter 662 The Changed Situation. Just like that, the news that the new hero will enter into a marriage contract with the dragon demon, one of the 6 great demons, to show that the 3 tribes will live in peace forever, spread throughout Omnipotence and at an astonishing speed. And of course, the appearance of this news shocked everyone. The hero and the demon have a marriage contract? Are you kidding? Oh my god. On this day, whether it is the gods, humans or demons, they all fell into immeasurable shock. As the natural enemy of the demons, the hero is going to marry the dragon demon, one of the top demons? This can simply destroy everyone's 3 views, especially the demons, who were stimulated to explode by this news. Actually let the dragon demon palace go down to marry the hero. Is Lord Sarah crazy? What are the demons thinking? For the sake of peace, can we ignore everything? The demons were all excited, stunned by the terrible news that shocked the 3 worlds. It was because this matter was too absurd for everyone. In the past, it was not that humans and demons did not marry and achieve good things. But that was after the war. Before the war, if the demons had an affair with other races, it was a taboo and not allowed by any race. It was not until the end of the war that intermarriage with demons became less sensitive. However, the 6 great demons have always been single and have never entered into an engagement with anyone. The hero is the destined enemy of the demons. Before the war, it was impossible for him to have a relationship with the demons. After the war, the great mystery summoned by the hero was sealed again, making it impossible for the hero to appear in this peaceful era. As a result, now, not only has the hero who should not appear reappeared, but one of the 6 great demons, who has always been at the top of the demons, wants to marry the hero. Is this world crazy? Or am I crazy? This is what everyone feels. But no matter what, this matter has been finalized. Sarah even appeared at the top of the Supreme Castle with all the demon sisters, and announced it to everyone in front of the entire demon clan. As early as when the hero just came to this world, we noticed it. In that situation, our youngest sister, Dragon Demon AI, even went to the human world in person, found the hero, stayed by the hero's side, and monitored his every move. In this process, our sister AI fully realized that the arrival of this hero was an accident. That is, it was not a conspiracy of the gods, nor was it done by someone in the demon clan. Afterwards, impressed by the hero's uniqueness and personal charm, our sister AI fell in love with him at first sight, and finally fell in love that had never appeared in the past tens of thousands of years. Therefore, in order to show that the peace between the 3 tribes will last forever, and to prove to the world that there is no conspiracy behind this incident that will break the current situation, we decided to marry our beloved sister to the brave Xian. Later, Sarah also said that in order to eliminate the impact of this incident, She will invite the gods and humans as the supreme demon, and go to the human world with the three goddesses of the gods, and the leaders of the major forces of the human race to hold a meeting among the three tribes. At the meeting, the three tribes will discuss the incident of the brave, and confirm that this matter has nothing to do with the conspiracy of any tribe. Before the end of the meeting, the demons shall not use any unrealistic suspicion and speculation against the fiancé of Dragon Demon AI. Violators will be punished for treason and rebellion. Sarah and her sisters made such a declaration and then left. Afterwards, the Protoss, who had disappeared without a trace before, also immediately issued a statement, saying that they would actively cooperate with the convening of the talks to show the peace among the three races and the innocence of the Protoss. After receiving this news, the major countries and major forces of the human race were shocked, and some responded immediately. The Kingdom of Mitral will cooperate with the convening of the talks and attend the talks on time. The Ragnar Empire will cooperate with the convening of the talks and attend the talks on time. The Elves will cooperate with the convening of the talks and attend the talks on time. The Orcs will cooperate with the convening of the talks and attend the talks on time. The Dwarves, as mentioned above, one country and force after another expressed their views. The three major races of Omnipotensen, the demons, the Protoss, and the humans, will hold talks to show peace and prove their innocence. This matter immediately caused a sensation throughout Omnipotensen. At the same time, there were all kinds of discussions. After the war ended 1,000 years ago, the demon king passed away. The demons surrendered, and peace came. The three tribes finally got together again for talks. At that time, they talked about the future coexistence of the three tribes, as well as the policy and agreement of non-aggression. Right? This time it was for the hero, and the engagement between the hero and the dragon demon. How to say it? It feels like something big is going to happen. People discussed it like this. Even the gods were not immune to this. And the goddesses discussed this matter so lively, bringing a very rare noisy atmosphere to the gods. In contrast, the demon world, in another sense, became more chaotic than before. There was no way. A second ago, everyone was incited, thinking that this was a conspiracy of the gods and the human race, and that the hero would be a threat to the demons, and that the hero must be eradicated and the gods and the human race must be held accountable. As a result, at this moment, their own demon wanted to enter into a marriage contract with the hero and accomplish a good thing, which simply made all the demons confused. When they reacted, their first reaction was to protest. We must protest. We are going to war with the heroes. But the demons are selling their own sisters? That's a hero. How can the demon we are waiting for marry a hero? Are the high-level officials really not willing to compromise for peace? This is the voice of opposition. But it must be said that Sarah's previous remarks are still very useful. She embellished the fact that AI went to the human world and stayed with Sheen all the time, turning it into an action with an ulterior motive, thus proving the innocence of Sheen and the gods. Before this, AI had announced to the world as a demon that she would always protect Sheen, and being an enemy of Sheen meant being an enemy of the demons. At that time, many demons were surprised by this, wondering why the demon prince would protect a human noble youth so much. There are also many people who can't understand why AI has been following Sheen, staying with Sheen, and not returning to the demon world. Until today, people, under the guidance of Sarah, thought that AI would do this because the demons had long known that Sheen was a hero. Under such circumstances, it was reasonable for the dragon demon AI to monitor the hero nearby, eventually fall in love, and confirm that the hero's appearance was an accident, not a conspiracy of the gods. Therefore, although there are still some opinions expressing opposition, believing that the noble demon should not be allowed to marry the hero, who is the natural enemy of the demons, most people have calmed down. From this point of view, perhaps there is really another reason for the appearance of the hero. Otherwise, when the hero just came to this world, His Highness the Dragon Demon had already killed him. Right? You know, His Highness the Dragon Demon has killed 2 heroes. Since His Highness the Dragon Demon has confirmed this, maybe you can choose to believe that the gods are innocent. Look. Anyway, the 3 tribes are going to talk. Let's see what the final result is. That's right. The opinions in the demon world began to change, and only some people with ulterior motives were deliberately inciting, or some jumping clowns were trying to stir up trouble, hoping that the world would not be in chaos. In this regard, Sarah was well prepared and launched a series of actions. Together with her sisters, she got rid of these people with ulterior motives. Sarah also deliberately guided the direction of public opinion. letting people spread some half-true and half-false news, and finally completely controlled the chaos in the demon world and calmed the demons. In particular, those demon armies that went to the human world without authorization and surrounded the imperial capital. Before they threw dirty water on Sheen and accused Sheen of killing demon warriors wantonly, they were all arrested one by one, including Gulan, Yalita, Kibble and Iriza, who was beaten up and bruised all over. All were questioned and punished in the end. Iriza was imprisoned by Lid, and was not allowed to leave the mountain for 100 years. Kibble was thrown into the wilderness by Milu. It is said that his head and arm were blown up by a single finger, and he almost died. Gulan was also punished by Xia Funia, and was temporarily removed from his position as a cadre. He worked with ordinary demons as a lower-level demon in the succubus territory. The worst was Yalita, who was a cadre under the brutal poison demon. It was said that he was roasted on the fire poison, and his level was lowered again. Only Het Yadai was exempted from punishment because she did not deliberately target Sheen and had a special status of the extreme level. After seeing these news, the demons believed that the top leaders did not doubt the origin of the hero and planned to fight on the same front with the hero. History is about to be changed. Finally, the demons are also going to marry with foreign races. The hero and His Highness the Dragon Demon are not really incompatible. I hope that the hero and the gods are really innocent and have not calculated as demons. The public opinion of the demon world has completely changed under a series of operations by the demons. The marriage of Sheen and AI was confirmed in this way. The day after the news came out, in the imperial capital, Sheen, Lisha, Lasha, Ter, Lilith, and Jacinta appeared in the suburbs together. The people who accompanied them included Havis, Capelin, Rocket, Tilly, the Broken Blade Knights, and the Imperial Knights. The suburbs of the imperial capital were full of people. At first glance, it seemed that another war was about to start. But, this time, there would be no battle, because Havis and others came to see them off. Sheen and his party prepared to leave. Chapter 663 Farewell to the Empire. I wanted to keep you for a few more days to express my gratitude to you, but I didn't expect that you would have to leave so soon. Looking at Sheen and his group standing in front of him, Havis said this with a sigh. At this time, Havis was wearing a very luxurious robe, as if he was wearing a dragon robe. He not only wore a cloak, but also held a scepter, showing the Emperor's temperament. Yes, Havis has successfully sat on the throne of the Emperor of the Ragnar Empire, transforming from a prince to the Emperor of the Empire. Beside him, Capelin no longer dressed as a princess, but wore a gorgeous dress like a superior noble. Because Havis has become the Emperor, this imperial princess, who has not sat on the throne, has naturally been knighted and became the Duke of the Empire. These two people are no longer just the identities of princes and princesses, but have completely become the decision-making level of the Empire. Rocket and Tilly are still the same as before, without much change. However, these two people are undoubtedly people with great contributions. Their status in the Empire will definitely soar in the future, and their influence will also penetrate into the hearts of every citizen of the Empire. Such changes are actually not a trivial matter. After all, it is a change in the regime of a country. And it is not a small marginal country, but the Ragnar Empire, the first military power in the human world. The complete change of its regime is a big news that must be paid attention to even in the god realm and the demon realm. Unfortunately, compared with what has happened in the past few days, the change of the Empire's regime can only be said to be a small witch compared to a big witch. As the source of everything, Sheen could only scratch his head in annoyance. Do you think I want to? I am also confused now. Sheen can only say that it is not that he is too busy, but that things are impermanent. Who would have thought that in just a blink of an eye, his identity was exposed, attracting the pursuit of the demon army. And when he thought he had to deal with the trouble from the demons, he was suddenly rumored to be engaged to the demon? Although, if the object was AIE, Sheen would not be unable to accept it. After all, she was the little girl by his side. When he was in the elf country before, he almost confirmed the relationship. He just needed to take her home to warm the bed. This so-called engagement was just a matter of time. But the news came so suddenly that even Sheen had to be confused for a whole day and went to investigate to confirm what this matter was. So, Sheen couldn't do it even if he wanted to stay in the imperial capital and get away with it. On the side, Jacinta spoke. The master has contacted him and claimed that he can accept you to the demon world at any time. When saying this, Jacinta was really reluctant. What's worse, He stared at Sheen's back, as if he wanted to pounce on him and bite a piece of meat. He has been acting very unhappy since yesterday. Sheen wanted to take this as a provocation and punch the Tyrannosaurus in the face. But he also knew that Jacinta must be very unhappy at this time. Who made him suddenly become the master and son-in-law of his family? The master who had served for thousands or even tens of thousands of years now announced that he was going to get married without any warning. If it were someone else, he would have exploded long ago. Jacinta almost exploded once when he learned the news yesterday. If Sheen's current strength was not strong enough and Jacinta could not move at will, then it is estimated that Sheen should have suffered some hardships yesterday. Of course, according to Sheen's words. Anyway, your fate of falling out of favor is doomed. And it doesn't matter whether I have an engagement or not. Sheen turned his head and threw out this sentence, which almost stimulated Jacinta to split. Jacinta could only glance at Sheen with hatred, then retracted his gaze without saying anything more. But Jace and Liz behind Jacinta were now even more afraid to meet Sheen's gaze, and tried their best to reduce their presence. The human boy who had offended him in the past has not only become a hero, but also the fiancé of his master's master, which is equivalent to his immediate superior. If this change of relationship were put in a novel, I'm afraid there would be another drama of pretending to be cool and slapping in the face. Fortunately, Sheen has almost forgotten the twin demons. Otherwise, with his ability to remember grudges, it would be impossible not to scare the twin demons. But now, Sheen himself is busy with his own affairs. So naturally he won't pay attention to these two small characters. Sheen's eyes swept over Capelin, Rocket and Tilly one after another, and finally fell on Harv's. Although it was very sudden, but our previous agreement has been fulfilled. Right? Sheen said this to Harvey's. Yes. Harvey's nodded and smiled, even though there were many mistakes in the middle. My luck was really good. The person I asked for help was actually the current hero. In the end, he saved the situation for us, eliminated Moro, and allowed me to sit on the throne smoothly. This favor is really a big debt. It was Capelin who echoed Harvey's words. I also owe you a big favor. Capelin looked at Sheen and said seriously, I will never forget your life-saving grace. What she meant was naturally that Sheen rescued her from the underground cell. The rest of the people also received more or less favors from Sheen. Needless to say, the victory of the battle. Your Excellency forced the Renitra family and Soliro to retreat for the Bygusler family, and won a chance for us to reverse the situation. Rocket Bygusler, will definitely keep it in mind, Rocket said solemnly. Tilly just looked at Sheen with a complicated look in her eyes. Tilly really went through all kinds of emotional experiences with Sheen. First, she felt emotional ups and downs about the other party's identity as a noble of the kingdom. And then she found it difficult to accept that the other party had become a legendary strongman at a young age. But in the end, she found that these were just child's play. As a result, the other party was not only a noble of the kingdom, but also a legendary strongman younger than herself, and a brave man who had been separated for 1,000 years. In the end, he transformed into the fiancé of the dragon demon. This was so dramatic that it couldn't be more dramatic. To be honest, Tilly has never had such ups and downs for any man in her life. Even in this process, Tilly once had some strange psychology. Unfortunately, this strange psychology died before it was accomplished, and it was ruthlessly pulled out before it was nourished and grown up. Because Tilly knew very well that the man in front of her was not someone she could covet, let alone someone she could match. The distance was too far. So Tilly recognized the reality, and quickly eliminated the strange feelings in her heart. Now, seeing that Sheen was about to leave, Tilly couldn't help but feel complicated. I can only say that fate is playing tricks on people. Sheen himself didn't know that he almost planted the flag. So Sheen shook his head at everyone. It's just that each of us takes what we need. It can't be considered a favor. I can only say that I have gained a lot. No one owes anyone anything. Sheen shrugged, smiled at Havis, and said, of course, don't forget our agreement. In the future, the Empire will secretly give Sheen unconditional support. This is a long-agreed reward. With this reward, no one owes anyone anything. Havis naturally knew it. Don't worry. I swore to my own blessing, and I can't violate it. Havis smiled bitterly and said, I will try my best to speed up the reconstruction of the imperial capital and restore the order of the Empire to prepare for the future. This preparation is undoubtedly made for Sheen. If Sheen eventually has to go to war with the demons, then as its secret supporter, the Empire must be the first to stand up. In addition, Havis turned to Tyr and asked, are you really not going to consider staying in the Empire? Havis invited Tyr, The reason is simple. The Lephilet family has been destroyed. But you have a part of the Lephilet family's bloodline. And the Lephilet family has a part of my royal family's bloodline. So strictly speaking, you can be regarded as a member of my imperial family, Havis once said to Tyr, saying, your status in the kingdom is not high. And you are even rejected. So, it is not impossible to stay here and rebuild a Lephilet family that belongs to you with the support of us. Obviously, Havis saw Tyr's talent and Tyr's bloodline. However, Tyr refused without hesitation. I am still a kingdom person after all. Teal said calmly, there are still my companions in the kingdom waiting for me to return. Okay. Havis did not force it, saying, the gate of the empire will be open to you at any time. And you are welcome to change your mind at any time. Hearing this, Teal did not respond again. I don't know whether he agreed or felt that there was no need to respond again. Then we go, Shion said very straightforwardly, and picked up Lilith, who was clinging to him with one hand, and naturally took Laxia with the other hand. Hey! Laxia, who had been watching the show for a long time in boredom, protested. Laxia glanced at Shion holding her hand, and said nothing. This situation made Havis and others look at each other, and also made Jacinta's eyes jump. There is no doubt that these people all know the origins of Laxia and Laxia. As the top leaders of each tribe, they would know some of the origins of Laxia and Laxia, which was normal. Shion also knew the origins of the master and servant, and the reaction of the crowd was no longer so strange. But he seemed to have seen nothing, and spoke to the sky very naturally. Come on, Yulin. The shout spread far and wide, straight up to the sky. Not long after, a dragon roar came from the sky. Roar! With the roar, a huge dragon shadow appeared from the clouds, flew down, and was imprinted in everyone's eyes. Jacinta was very concerned about Yulin, and when he heard the movement, he immediately looked up in the air. When he saw this, Jacinta opened his eyes wide. Extreme level. Jacinta was stunned and shouted in surprise. Shion ignored him. Go! At that moment, Shion held Lilith and led Lasha, and in an instant, he appeared on Yulin's back. Tyr immediately jumped up and jumped onto Yulin's back, and Lasha followed with a space transfer with gnashing teeth. Wait! Jacinta finally reacted and quickly pulled Jace and Liz to jump on the dragon's back together. Roar! Yulin seemed a little unhappy, twisted her body, and finally flapped a pair of dragon wings unhappily, slowly rising. After a while, Yulin flapped her dragon wings and flew away. Havis and others kept watching Yulin's departure, and they didn't come back to their senses for a long time. Chapter 664. You have really changed. In the sky, Yulin was flying at a very fast speed, letting his wings pass through the clouds, bringing up two condensed clouds. On the back of the dragon, Jacinta had completely forgotten the previous unhappiness and spoke to Shion very excitedly. Do you know how many extreme-level demons there are in the demon clan? 3. Only 3. Moreover, those 3 extreme-level demons are all cadres under the command of Lord Moon Demon Sarah. In other words, in the demon world, except for Lord Moon Demon Sarah, the other demons have no extreme-level strongmen under their command. But now, you have actually cultivated an extreme-level dragon, and it has reached the extreme level before it has transformed into a human. Do you know how much of a sensation it will cause if this is reported back to the demon world and into the dragon demon territory? We, the dragon demon territory, dream of cultivating an extreme-level dragon. Jacinta was just like this, and had been saying these words excitedly since the beginning. Moreover, he grabbed Sean's shoulders and kept shaking him. You will let her go to the demon world with us, right? You will? Such a powerful dragon. It is a waste of natural resources to let it roam in the human world. Let her go to the demon world with us. Just go for a trip. When she successfully transforms into a human and awakens her own unique skills, we will definitely let her come back whenever she wants. What do you say? Jacinta looked at Sean with hope. Sean just wanted to laugh at this. Sorry. It's not very good. Sean slapped Jacinta's hand away and said unhappily, Yulin has already started to transform into a human. It doesn't matter if she doesn't go to the demon world. I don't believe you can't see it. But if she goes to the demon world, she can transform into a human faster. Jacinta was so anxious that she said, we didn't intend to snatch the dragon from you. We just wanted her to go to the dragon demon territory to see where our dragons should go. This is the truth. Anyway, Jacinta didn't think that she could successfully dig out this rare and precious dragon from the hands of the brave man, so that she would abandon Shion and go to the dragon demon territory with her. In addition, Ai still favored Xian. And now she has become Xian's fiancé. So she must be on Xian's side in everything, and will not allow herself to dig Xian's corner. However, Jacinta also has his own little tricks. Anyway, humans have a limited lifespan, which is far less than that of us dragons. I will take Miss Yulin back to the dragon demon territory first to please her and attract her, and then tell her that she can wait until her master dies to join our dragon demon territory. This is not considered digging, right? Jacinta had such a wishful thinking. Unfortunately, he didn't know that Xian had the blessing of the supreme god and his lifespan was not short at all. And it might even be longer than his. Otherwise, Jacinta would definitely be desperate. Xian would not tell Jacinta about this. And he was too lazy to pay attention to Jacinta. He just pushed Jacinta away and spoke to Tyr and others beside him. Are you really not going to go to the demon realm with me? Sean said so. Yesterday, when Sean proposed to go to the demon realm to find out the whole story, Tyr, Lysia and even Laxia said without hesitation that they would not go with him. Yes, Tyr, Lysia and Laxia will not go to the demon realm with Sean. This is helpless. My purpose in the imperial capital has come to nothing. I wasted a month. I should go back to see Vivian and others and apologize to them for leaving without saying goodbye. Tyr did not intend to go with Sean at all, and did not even show a little reluctance, showing her decisiveness to the fullest. And Lysia and Laxia were also very determined. Do you think that going to the demon realm would not be too sensitive for us with our identities? Lysia just said this with a half smile. And Xian was speechless. In the past, Xian would definitely not understand Lysia's words. But now, Xian already knows that Lysia and Laxia are both magical beings. And one is a magical life formed with the magic power of the Demon King as the core. And the other is a magical life generated with the body of the Demon King. They have a close relationship with the Demon King, and are deeply concerned and feared by all the high-level officials of the three races of gods, humans and demons. If such Lysia and Laxia were to walk in the human world, it would be fine. Once they go to the demon world, it would inevitably cause an uproar. After all, unlike the human race, whose lifespan is generally not long and after 1,000 years, there are basically not many people who know the Demon King. The demon race is not only a race born because of the Demon King, but also has many beings with extremely long lifespans, who participated in the final battle 1,000 years ago. In this case, once Lysia and Laxia go to the demon world, the impact they will cause will definitely not be less than the impact that Xian's identity as a brave man will have on the demon race. What's more, it may even exceed that. The identities of these two people are indeed too sensitive for the demons, and they are not suitable to appear in the demon world at all. Therefore, not only did Lysia refuse, but even Laxia said lightly, I will wait for you to come back at Boztat's house. The attitude is very clear. That is, I will never go to the demon world. Okay. Xian could only nod and said to Lysia, then Tyr and Laxia will be handed over to you. You must take them home safely. Do you still need to say it? Lysia said unhappily, if you didn't have too many things to do. I would like to solve the problem between you and Laxia quickly, and see if I can take Laxia and fly away directly. As he said, Lysia stretched out his hand. One hand on Tyr's shoulder, and the other on Laxia's shoulder. Seeing this, Xian spoke up quickly. Be careful on the road. If you encounter any accident, push Lysia out to block the knife. Okay? Obviously. Xian said this to Tyr and Laxia. Got it. Tyr answered calmly. Although this should not be done by a maid. She is a young lady after all. Even if she is pushed out, she will escape safely. So I will consider it. Laxia also responded expressionlessly. Are you serious? The corners of Lysia's mouth twitched. At this moment, this young lady actually felt like she was abandoned by the whole world. Pity that I have been busy all this month, protecting Tyr, a little girl, for so long. But in return I got revenge? That's fine. But, Laxia, you have really changed. You are no longer the cute maid who always says hello, young lady, and I want young lady when you are busy. Lysia, in an extremely injured state, took Tyr and Laxia with her, and disappeared on the dragon's back with a space transfer. Sean looked at this scene, and felt that the people around him became much more lonely, until a small figure squeezed into Sean's arms. Sean came back to his senses, and looked into his arms. There, Lilith hugged Sean's waist tightly, raised her head, and looked at him with a pair of big eyes blinking. The big eyes that seemed to be able to speak made Sean understand Lilith's heart. Sean smiled immediately. Yes, I still have you. Sean hugged Lilith back and laughed. Lilith also smiled. The warm scene made Jacinta sigh beside him. Not only the master, but even this evil god favors this hero. Jacinta sighed for this. Jace and Liz looked at each other, and were silent. Well, as the only two weaklings who have not reached the legendary level, they have no right to speak. Roar! Even Yulin can roar to show her presence. Got it. And you? I won't forget it. Xian patted the dragon's back. And the loneliness in his heart dissipated a lot. Jacinta was immediately excited and said, So, you will take Miss Yulin to the demon world? Jacinta felt cautious, and couldn't help looking forward to it. That look really made Xian shudder. And he felt goosebumps all over the floor. You are a big man. Don't act cute casually. Okay? Xian hugged his arms, and rubbed them for a while. And said with a chill, Let's make it clear first. Go back. If you want to do something weird to Yulin, don't blame me for turning my face against you. Don't worry. Jacinta was overjoyed and said, Absolutely not. That's good. Xian's face was full of doubt. But that was all he could say. Jacinta's mood suddenly became cheerful. And he even liked Xian a little better. Next, while Yulin was rushing to the nearest large source of magic power, Jacinta explained to Xian some of the conditions in the demon world, and the problems that might arise at present. The fact that you and the master have made a marriage contract should calm most of the demons, and make them no longer as anxious as before. But there must be many demons who do not approve of this. Jacinta explained to Xian. Maybe someone will come to trouble you and deliberately trip you up. Or even do something shameful in secret. When you arrive in the demon world, remember not to leave our sight casually. This time, Jacinta received an order from AI, and had to help Xian lead the way, and arrange everything for his trip to the demon world. Even in the dragon demon territory, there must be some people who cannot accept the master's marriage contract with you. At that time, if they make trouble for you, don't be too impulsive. Just let me deal with it. Jacinta kept giving instructions. Xian basically ignored the instructions. The previous instructions were fine. But Xian didn't care about the instructions later. Can't you be impulsive when being bullied? That's not Xian. So, Xian thought, you give your instructions. I do mine. And no one should embarrass anyone else. Jacinta didn't know that the troublemaker in front of him was about to go wild again. And he kept giving instructions, like a 70-year-old ant. Finally, Yulin came to a large source of magic power closest to the imperial capital, and rushed into the mountains. At the same time, several figures flew over here in the sky. Chapter 665 Collapse. Danger? Before, Lid had told Xian that the entrance to the demon realm was different from the god realm. It was not open through facilities such as temples, but existed at the bottom of some large magic sources that were more than 1,000 years old. Because omnipotence was divided into 3 worlds by the demon king 1,000 years ago, and was also created into the god realm, the demon realm, and the human realm by the supreme god 1,000 years ago. The actual existence of the demon realm is only 1,000 years. Therefore, the entrance to the demon realm is set at the bottom of some large magic sources that have existed for more than 1,000 years, and can be opened through the token of the demon clan. As for the usual time, the entrance to the demon realm is closed only when holding the token close to the bottom of the magic source and entering the sensing range of the entrance. The entrance will automatically open. Now, with Yulin's help, Xian and his party came to the nearest 1,000-year-old large magic source to the imperial capital. Is this the place? Xian asked Jacinta. That's right. Jacinta nodded and said, the entrance to the demon world is at the bottom of this source of magic power. If you hold the token close to the bottom, the entrance at the bottom will be sensed and open automatically. Token? Xian thought about it, took out the dragon demon token worn on his neck, and asked Jacinta, just take this out. Right. Hearing this, Jacinta looked at the token in Xian's hand and immediately crashed. Demon token. Jace and Liz's faces changed drastically, and they quickly knelt on one knee in front of Xian. That respectful look was like seeing the demon himself, with fear on their faces. What are you doing? Xian was startled. But in fact, the people who were startled were actually Jacinta and others. Did the master actually give you all his tokens? Jacinta was silent for a while, and then spoke faintly. That extremely resentful look made Xian feel a chill again. What's the matter with this Tyrannosaurus? Why does it feel like either a woman in the boudoir, or an old lady in her 70s or 80s? What good does it bring to you to take such an extreme route? Xian resisted the chill in his heart, ignored Jacinta, and spoke directly to Yulin under him while holding Lilith. Go down. Yulin, Xian gave an order and acted decisively. Roar! Yulin immediately understood and plunged to the bottom of the large magic source without hesitation. Bang! As Yulin plunged into the spring water formed by the condensation of magic power, the entire large magic source exploded like a mind bomb. And a huge weight exploded. The monsters living around were all panicked and moved away, obviously not daring to provoke the extreme black dragon with a dragon's might. Yulin led everyone and rushed down. She had only felt the surrounding spring water constantly squeezing in, bringing a suffocating feeling. However, I don't know if it's the special nature of the magic source spring water. The light in the water is actually sufficient, and it doesn't seem dark. Lilith, Jacinta, Jace, Liz and others were also not affected too much, and their expressions were normal. If everyone wants, then it is completely possible to create a barrier to separate the water flow and not be affected at all. Right? Not long after, Yulin carried everyone on her back and approached the bottom of the source. Zheng. At this time, the token in Xian's hand began to emit a faint light. Buzz! The bottom of the source suddenly trembled, as if it sensed something, and it slowly surged. The spring water at the bottom of the source suddenly stirred up like a whirlpool, and it became faster and faster, and finally formed a huge vortex. In the center of the vortex, a hole was formed unconsciously. That is the entrance to the demon world. As long as you pass through that entrance, you can reach the demon world connected to this entrance. Jacinta's voice sounded directly in Xian's mind. There will also be a large source of magic power in the demon world. Or in other words, there are as many magic power sources in the human world with entrances to the demon world as there are in the demon world. They are connected in pairs, and their positions are fixed, unless there is interference from external forces. And it must be a powerful force at the level of a demon. The position of the passage will change. There are a total of 6 entrances in the Mitra Kingdom, each of which corresponds to a demon territory. It happens that there is an entrance in each of the 6 demon territories that leads to the Mitra Kingdom. There are only 4 on the Ragnar Empire side, 2 of which lead to the Moon Demon territory, 1 to the Beast Demon territory, and 1 just leads to the Dragon Demon territory we are going to. The entrance we are going to enter is the entrance to the demon world to the Dragon Demon territory. The Dragon Demon territory is opposite, and the master should be waiting for you on the opposite side. Hearing this, Xian's eyes no longer left the entrance in front of him. Thinking of the little girl who had left for only a few days, but suddenly announced that she wanted to make a marriage contract with him, Xian felt resentful, but couldn't help missing her. In this case, let's go in. Xian patted Yulin's back. Yulin spread her dragon wings without any hesitation, dived down again, and plunged into the center of the vortex. The vortex gradually became smaller and disappeared completely, just like a retreat after success. At the moment of the news, several figures also rushed over, intending to catch up, but failed. The owners of the figures seemed anxious. Faintly, their voices could be heard spreading in the water. Woo woo woo. I didn't catch up again. Now we are going to be scolded by Goddess Nadura. What should we do? We have been lost for several days. We finally found the person that Goddess Nadura asked us to monitor. What should we do? It's all your fault. Always running around, chasing butterflies and catching fish. Butterflies and fish are so cute. The 3 little figures quarreled and wandered with each other, and finally became confused. Obviously, they didn't know what to do. In the end, the more reliable one spoke with gritted teeth. There is no other way. Nord. Shierdi. Let's merge. Vilt is right. We merge and use our power to open the channel of time and space, and directly travel through time and space to the demon world. But, Vilt, Shierdi, where should we go? If there is no reference, we will go to the wrong time. It doesn't matter. At most, I can travel through time and space a few more times. I must find that person and keep an eye on him. Let's do it. Well, then. With these words, 3 small figures held hands with each other, and suddenly their bodies burst into dazzling brilliance. The next second, the 3 figures merged into one, turning into a goddess with brilliant light. Descending into this world, the goddess waved her hand, and a vortex immediately unfolded at the bottom of the source of magic. However, the vortex was no longer a simple entrance, but a passage that could travel through time and space. Then, the goddess swept into the passage of time and space. The passage of time and space was closed, and everything returned to silence. At the same time, Xian and his party, still carried by Yulin, flew through a star-like tunnel and flew towards an exit with a light source. However, suddenly, the whole tunnel trembled. Roar! Yulin screamed in panic. What? Ah! Jace and Liz also cried out in surprise, and were almost thrown off the dragon's back. The entire tunnel suddenly trembled and even became distorted, making Yulin seem to have entered a constantly rotating space, and began to sway uncontrollably. What happened? Xian was shocked, and quickly stabilized his body. Lilith also hurriedly grabbed Xian, and her face showed a rare panic. Jacinta was even more shocked and shook. Impossible. Is there a demon-level power affecting the channel? Who is it? This question cannot be answered. Not only because no one came to answer this question, but also because the distortion of the channel has become more and more terrible. And in the end it was like a storm, blowing everyone off the dragon's back. Master! Ah! Jace and Liz were sucked into a sudden exit in the distance, with a cry of surprise. TSK! Jacinta was too busy to struggle, and was sucked into another exit. Roar! Yulin let out a dragon roar, but was inevitably swallowed by an exit. Only Xian and Lilith were left, and they were forced to separate when they were caught off guard. Lilith. Xian wanted to rush forward, but was taken away by the storm that seemed to blow out from the deepest part of space and entered an exit. Boom! Lilith finally burst out with the most terrifying power, causing the evil spirit to surge and sweep across the entire passage. 12 black wings spread out behind Lilith, and together with Lilith, they forcefully blasted away the storm from space and swept towards the exit where Xian entered. But Lilith's full-strength burst immediately caused the demon-level power to have a serious impact on this passage again, making the distortion even more severe. Pa! 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 With the appearance of a cracking sound, cracks appeared in the passage. Bang! The passage suddenly broke, causing the entire space to collapse. Lilith was about to rush into the exit that took Xian away, but the exit had already disappeared along with the collapsed space. Then, Lilith also fell into the collapsed space. And finally, she disappeared. In the demon realm, on the shore of a large source of magic power, Yi, who had been waiting here for a long time, seemed to have noticed something, and suddenly raised her head and looked at the bottom of the source. The passage collapsed? Yi was startled, and then rushed into the bottom of the source and plunged into the water. After a while, Yi came out again. However, her expression was unusually ugly. What happened? Yi was furious. Is someone playing tricks? Yi instantly thought of this possibility. Given the current situation, even if someone deliberately tampered with the passage to harm Xian, it is not impossible. Damn it! A terrifying dragon power erupted from Yi's body. On this day, Xian came to the demon realm. But the biggest accident happened. The trip to the demon realm was announced to begin under such an accident. Chapter 666 Humans on the Battlefield. Demon Realm. East. This is a wild battlefield. On the battlefield, at this moment, there are about thousands of demons fighting fiercely. These thousands of demons seem to belong to two camps. One is like a monster, with a hideous face, long pointed ears, and dark blue skin. The other has a similar appearance to humans, but there are some fish-like scales on various parts of the body, which is actually a kind of indescribable beauty. Obviously, the demons in these two camps are two different races. Now, these two different races of demon camps are fighting fiercely, causing the battlefield to shake constantly. Release the monsters? A demon girl stood behind the demon with a similar appearance to humans. There were some shiny scales on her neck. She also looked very good, while bathing in the admiration and worship of the surrounding tribesmen. She gave orders very calmly. Under the command of the demon girl, the monsters in the cages further back were released one after another, roaring and rushing into the battlefield. The magician team is ready. Looking at this scene, behind the demon-like demon, a demon man who was obviously also the commander loudly issued an order, asking the magicians standing in front of him to raise their staffs and start chanting magic. The amazing magic power fluctuated in these magicians, telling others that these magicians were of high level and outstanding magic power. It must be said that the demons are indeed blessed by nature. Although they are not born as magicians like the elves, they generally have strong magic power. Even warriors without magic talent have good magic power. Therefore, the magicians of the demons are naturally stronger than the magicians of the human race or even the gods. The same magic, when released in the hands of the magicians of the demons, is definitely more powerful than the magicians of the human race and the gods of the same level. Thanks to this, the magic cast by these magicians, whose level was only about 60, was stronger than that cast by human magicians above level 70. Before long, Countless magics were released, falling from the sky, ravaging the entire battlefield, and blowing up countless enemy monsters. This made the demon girl frown, looking very difficult. A demon warrior standing closest to the demon girl spoke anxiously. Lord Shijina, the situation seems to be bad for us. Should we retreat? The tense tone of the demon warrior immediately affected everyone around, causing morale to drop a lot. Seeing this, the demon girl named Shijina frowned even more and scolded the demon warrior. The situation is still unclear, and our battle line has not collapsed. You want to retreat so soon? Are you worthy of being a warrior of my Sand Scale clan? Weir. Hearing this, the demon warrior named Weir immediately lowered his head with a red face, as if he was very ashamed. The people around him also quickly cheered up and restored their morale to some extent. Shijina raised her head and looked at the battlefield, looking at her own front line retreating step by step under the powerful magic sweep of the enemy army. Her mind kept active. Obviously, Shijina has not given up, or she is unwilling to give up. The enemy commander saw this and began to mock. Don't struggle to death, Shijina. Just surrender quickly. As long as you hand over 100 women from the Sand Scale clan to our Hoof Monster clan every year, we will stop the invasion. How about it? These words were exchanged for Shijina's contempt. Want to capture the women of our Sand Scale clan and sell them at a high price? You can't succeed. Lakide, Shijina said with a murderous look on her face. I will never surrender. That's no way. Lakide said with a grin. Anyway, as long as we take down the tribe of the Sand Scales, we can still capture the beauties of the Sand Scales, including you, Shijina. We will definitely sell you at a high price. As he said that, Lakide waved his hand, and the magicians of the Hoof Monster tribe suddenly grinned and began to chant a new round of magic again, turning the magic power into a vortex. That scene made Shijina grit her teeth and gradually became anxious. The Hoof Monster tribe is a well-known strong tribe. They are best at invading and fighting to make a fortune. There are many strong people in the tribe. They are best at training magicians who use large-scale attack magic. Wherever they go, they are like locusts passing through. All the tribes targeted by them will basically be burned, killed and looted. Only a small number of them will choose to surrender and become captives of the Hoof Monster tribe. They pay tribute every year and are sucked blood by the Hoof Monster tribe. On the other hand, the Sand Scale tribe has basically no magicians in the tribe, and even the strength of the warriors is quite unsatisfactory. They are good at raising monsters. Although they have sufficient self-protection power in the surrounding area, they are not enough to compete with the war-strong tribes like the Hoof Monster tribe. This time, the opponent has set his sights on the beautiful women of the Sand Scale tribe, and wants to make huge profits by selling the beautiful women of the Sand Scale tribe. This is something that the Sand Scale tribe cannot tolerate. Therefore, under the order of her father, the tribe leader, Shijina will lead the warriors of the Sand Scale tribe and the monster army raised to fight against the Hoof Monster tribe as a commander. Who would have thought that even if the monster army was used, the Sand Scale tribe was still no match for the magician group of the Hoof Monster tribe? How many monsters do we have left? Shijina asked Weir beside her. Probably less than 1,000. Weir said in despair. Those monsters are the latest to be raised, and their levels are not high. If the magicians of the Hoof Monster clan release a round of magic, they may be wiped out. Hearing this, Shijina knew that the Sand Scale clan was really in danger this time. Do they really have to surrender? Shijina couldn't help but clench her palms. Lakide of the Hoof Monster clan immediately saw that the morale of the Sand Scale clan had dropped again. He raised his lips and increased his output without hesitation, which accelerated the pace of the magician's magic release. Facts have proved that the Sand Scale clan is indeed no match for the Hoof Monster clan, who are good at fighting. Seeing that the Sand Scale clan's front line was constantly defeated, Lakide had already outlined a smile of victory. However, at this moment, a strange phenomenon occurred. Buzz! Suddenly, a vortex suddenly appeared above the battlefield, as if it squeezed through the space, and it began to rotate and tremble. What is that? The smile on Lakide's face froze. Alas! Shijina also stood up in astonishment. All the demons in the entire battlefield were attracted by this strange phenomenon, and they all raised their heads in surprise and looked up at the sky. In this case, a stream of light was spit out from the vortex, like a falling meteor, hitting the battlefield below at a very fast speed. Bang! Not long after, with a sound like an explosion, the streamer bombarded the ground, setting off an astonishing shock wave and dust. Be careful! Back off! The people of the Sand Scale tribe and the Hoof Monster tribe were startled and almost subconsciously backed off. Both Shajina and Lakad reacted, staring closely at the place where the streamer fell, with an uncontrollable tension on their faces. There was no way such an abnormality appeared during the war, which inevitably made both sides feel uneasy. So, in the center of the smoke, a coughing sound appeared. Cough, 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 Nima. With a swear word, a figure appeared in the sand and dust, waving away the dust and smoke while coughing and walking out. Seeing that figure, both Shajina and Lakad were stunned. No way, Lakad murmured. Human? Shajina was also surprised. There was a little commotion in both camps. It was because the person who appeared in front of everyone was a young human. The other party was covered in dust and looked quite embarrassed. He seemed to be not very old. About 20 years old. He appeared in this battlefield full of smoke and smoke, which was really out of place. What was even more out of place was the other party's words and deeds. It is said that there are thousands of roads, but safety is the first. If you drive irregularly, your relatives will cry. I can get into trouble even when I ride a dragon through a space tunnel. If there is no old man to come out and ask for compensation, I will sue him for fraud. The human cursed and patted the dust off his body. He looked at the Sand Scales and Hoof Monsters, who were looking at each other around him, and looked a little confused. You look very unique, the human said speechlessly. It seems that this is not the human world, but the demon world. The other party confirmed his situation. Even in the battlefield, surrounded by countless alien races, he remained calm and complained, which made Shajina admire him a little. Lakai didn't feel the same way. Obviously, they were about to win the war, and they would soon be able to capture all the famous beauties of the Sand Scales and sell them for a large sum of money. But they were interrupted by an inexplicable human, and the other party looked like he didn't care about the current situation, which really made Lakai angry. Kill him! Lakai gave such instructions without any hesitation, and he didn't even want to waste a word with the other party. Although the situation of the other party appearing here was really weird, a human was not enough for Lakai, a powerful war race, to take it seriously. After all, the human race is generally weaker than the demon race, and the powerful demon race even looks down on the gods. So how could they look down on a mere human? Compared with this human, Lakai wanted to take down the Sand Scales more. Therefore, Lakai gave this order. Be careful. Shajina was startled and screamed subconsciously. The different attitudes of the commanders on both sides completely determined the next situation. Kill! Kill this human. Chop him into meat sauce. The warriors of the Hoof Monster tribe rushed towards the human standing in the center of the battlefield with a ferocious face. The murderous look made the human raise his eyebrows. Very good. The human laughed. Just right. I can vent my depressed mood with you. As he said, the terrifying magic power burst out from the human. In an instant, it enveloped the whole scene. Chapter 667. Not in the dragon demon territory? What? When the terrifying magic power swept out from the human, turning into a storm and covering the entire battlefield. Not only all the demons present, but also Shajina and Lakai changed their faces. Legendary. Shajina exclaimed in shock. He is a legendary strongman? The momentum released by the human told everyone this. Damn! Lakai also realized that he had kicked the iron plate, and his face turned pale. But it was too late to regret it now. Get piercing. I saw that the human suddenly stomped his feet and injected a huge amount of magic power directly into the ground. The next second, the ground trembled suddenly and rioted. Puff! 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 This is the sound of flesh being pierced. The ground around the human being suddenly burst into sharp spikes, like spears, piercing through the bodies of the Hoof Monsters one by one. Ah! No! Ah! Accompanied by screams and wails, the warriors of the Hoof Monsters were mercilessly pierced through their bodies and hung on the rock spikes. Blood dyed the spikes red. The bloody scene shocked the warriors of the Sand Scales, and they retreated again and again. Quick! Back! Even Shajina was shocked. After she reacted, she spoke quickly, her voice trembling slightly, and it was obvious that she was also quite frightened. The warriors of the Sand Scales ran away in panic, taking the equally panicked monsters with them, like prey fleeing in panic. As for the people of the Hoof Monsters, most of them had been eliminated. Bang! The staff in the hand of a Hoof Monster magician fell to the ground. These Hoof Monster magicians, who were some distance away from the humans who broke into the battlefield, watched their own people being brutally killed. They were all shocked and trembling uncontrollably. Run away! Lakai was also frightened. You know, they were all warriors that the hoof monsters were proud of. Although the hoof monsters were good at training magicians with large-scale attack magic, they also had many vanguard warriors, each of whom was above level 60. In the human race, each of them could be compared with a warrior of level 70. Now, thousands of hoof monster warriors were wiped out in the blink of an eye. It was so horrifying that Lakai could not help but be frightened. At that moment, Lakai hurriedly abandoned his subordinates and fled in panic. He had no idea that among the countless blood-stained spikes, the human's eyes had already locked on him. Grant binding. As he chanted softly, Rack's hastily fleeing figure suddenly stagnated. The air around him suddenly pressed on him, locking him in place like tofu, causing Rack's eyes to bulge. Swish! With a faint sound of breaking through the air, the human figure suddenly appeared in front of him. Want to kill me? The half-smiley voice reached Rack's ears, making Rack terrified. Spare me. The commander of the hoof monster tribe was begging for mercy with snot and tears. But before he finished speaking, a finger touched his chest. Grand explosion. On the fingertips, some magic power flowed into Rack's body and ran wildly in his body. Bang! Not long after, with a blast, Lakai's entire body exploded, turning into blood all over the sky, and completely disappeared from this world. The whole place was dead silent. The sand scales, led by Shijina, looked at the human standing on the pool of blood, and they were all terrified. Shijina was the same, looking at Sheen with fear in her eyes. Miss Shijina? We're called Shijina in a voice that seemed to be about to cry, as if asking for help. Undoubtedly, the people of the sand scales were also scared. The hoof monsters, who they had tried their best but could not fight, were killed instantly in the hands of that human. The people of the sand scales were naturally terrified, and even felt that they would become the next victim. Calm down. Don't panic. Shijina took a deep breath and forced herself to calm down. She knew that if the other party wanted to kill her and her people, they would definitely not be able to fight back. Although the other party was a human, since he could reach the legendary level, he was an existence that she and her people needed to look up to, in front of the legendary strongman. Except for those big races standing at the top of the demon world, the rest of the tribes were just ants. The Sand Scale tribe was a small tribe that was not even as good as the Hoof Monster tribe. It was naturally incomparable to those big races standing at the top of the demon world, in front of the legendary strongman. They could not even put up the slightest effective resistance. After recognizing this, Shajina bit her lip and walked towards the location of the terrible strongman. Miss! Led by Weir, many warriors of the Sand Scale tribe could not help but shout out. Shajina turned a deaf ear and came directly to the human. Shajina, the daughter of the chief of the Sand Scale tribe, met the adults. Shajina saluted the human respectfully. The human seemed to have vented something, and his expression became somewhat cheerful. Sand Scale tribe? The other party looked at Shajina and asked while looking at her, I haven't heard of you. Are you famous? Those hurtful words made Shajina smile bitterly in her heart. The Sand Scale tribe is just a relatively weak demon tribe in this chaotic demon realm, and it is naturally not worth keeping in mind by the excellency from the human race. Shajina's attitude is still respectful. However, the other party's behavior is a bit strange. Chaotic demon realm? The other party said to Shajina thoughtfully, I'm sorry. I haven't even heard of the place name you mentioned. Those very direct words made Shajina a little stunned. After hesitating for a while, Shajina tentatively asked, Is it your first time to come to the demon realm? That's right. The other party nodded very straightforwardly and said, I am a human from the kingdom of Mitra. I just came to the demon realm. It's also my first time to come to the demon realm. In addition, there was a big accident, so I have no idea about the situation here. Yes. The visitor was Xian, who came here unexpectedly because of the collapse of the passage to the demon world. Xian touched the holy sword still on his waist and accepted the current situation with some relief. Shajina nodded with a little understanding, seeing that this young and extremely legendary human strongman in front of him seemed to have no heirs. She felt a little relieved. Although I don't know what happened specifically, you have helped the Sand Scales and other people to resolve a crisis with your absolute power. Please allow me to express my gratitude to you on behalf of the Sand Scales. Shajina said carefully, if you don't mind. Do you want to come with me to the Sand Scales clan land and sit down? Hearing this, Xian groaned for a while, raised his head, and looked into the air. There, the vortex hole that appeared as if it had squeezed through the space before had disappeared. I don't know how Lilith and Yulin are doing. Xian couldn't help but touch the mark on his arm. That was the proof of existence true seal that Lilith entrusted to him. With this true seal by his side, even if Lilith got into trouble, she would not die in the true sense, but would return to his side and revive. Lilith should not be worried. Yulin's words shouldn't be worried either, although not as reassuring as Lilith. Yulin is also an extreme dragon species. Logically speaking, it shouldn't be that easy for her to get into trouble. It's not likely to get into trouble. But we are separated now. This is an indisputable fact. In this case, let's think of a way to understand the demon world first, and then find them back. Thinking of this, Xian spoke to Shijina. Before going with you to the tribe of the Sandscale clan, can you tell me which demon's territory this is? Xian knew little about the demon world, but he also knew that it was ruled and managed by the 6 major demons. The 6 great demons each occupied a place in the demon world that was divided into 6 parts, and they shared the territory of the demon world equally. So, if this is the demon world, then it must be the territory of one of the 6 great demons. Xian only hoped that he was in the dragon demon territory. That way, he could reunite with Yi as soon as possible. At worst, this could be the moon demon territory, the beast demon territory, or the ghost demon territory. The lords of these territories knew Xian, and if he found them, it would not be difficult to get in touch with Yi. As for the other 2 demons, Xian had not met them yet. It might be a bit difficult to meet them. But as the saying goes, what you fear will come to you. This is the territory ruled by Her Highness the Succubus. The Succubus territory. Shijina revealed the news to Xian. The Succubus territory is divided into 8 regions. The Succubus is in the Succubus territory in the central region. We are in the chaotic demon territory, which is located on the edge of the Succubus territory and borders the poison demon territory in the south of the demon realm. Hearing Shijina's words, Xian was somewhat disappointed. Succubus territory? Xian touched his nose helplessly and said, then do you know how to meet the succubus? This Shijina was also shocked for a moment. How to meet the succubus? Is this legendary human powerhouse coming for the succubus palace? Shijina looked at Xian with a look of surprise. A little sudden, a little sympathy, and a little pity. This made Xian wonder. This girl. Why is she looking at me like this? Xian always felt that the majestic image he had just erected collapsed. But Shijina did not explain. Just responded like this. We are just an insignificant tribe in this chaotic demon realm. It is impossible for us to come into contact with the existence of Her Majesty the Succubus. This is not a lie. Shijina. It is indeed impossible to come into contact with the realm of demons. All right. Xian shrugged. It seems that he will encounter setbacks this time. Chapter 668. It's really subtle. Finally, Xian agreed to go to the Sandscale tribe with her. This made Shijina's pretty face show a hint of surprise. Although Xian's killing just now scared her a little. When Shijina realized that the other party was not an unreasonable alien strongman, she also had some selfish thoughts. That is to establish a good relationship with a legendary strongman in front of her. If you can establish a friendly relationship with a legendary strongman, it will definitely be good for the Sandscale tribe. Even if this legendary strongman is a human, not a demon. If something really happens, the other party may not be able to save the Sandscale tribe. But it is always good to have an expectation. At the moment, Shijina respectfully welcomed Xian to her camp and went home. Seeing that Xian didn't put on airs, the rest of the Sandscales relaxed their tension. But they still remained respectful and didn't dare to approach Xian. The group went to the Sandscales' homeland. On the way, Xian asked Shijina several questions about the demon realm and learned about the situation in the demon realm. The demon realm is different from the human realm. There is no concept of country, but there are racial divisions. Just as the human race includes several races such as humans, orcs, dwarves and elves, the demons have as many races as stars. Although these races are collectively called the demons, they are different ethnic groups. Some are very large and powerful, while others are very weak, humble and bullied. Because the demons are the existence of the strong. Here, the more powerful the existence, the more status, and the more powerful the race, the more influence. Like Yalide, who ran to the human world to block Xian and tried to transfer the divine power in his body to Xian. He was born in a very terrifying race in the demon world. The demon race. The demon race is a very powerful race in the poison demon territory. The population is sparse, with less than a few hundred people, but they have a very terrible fighting talent. Every member of the tribe can reach level 70 or above when they grow up, which is very powerful. You should know that in the demon world, as long as you reach level 70, you can become a superior demon and have a very high status. The people of the demon race are level 70 when they grow up, which means that everyone can become a superior demon, and naturally they are respected. There are two legendary strongmen in the current demon race. One is the old patriarch of the demon race, and the other is a cadre under the command of the poison demon, namely Yalide. Therefore, the demon race has a very high status in the demon world, and even in the demon territory outside the poison demon territory. It is a powerful race that is feared. Unfortunately, Yalide has been roasted by the poisonous demon. Whether he can survive depends on fate. In addition, the cadre who was born under Milu, the three-headed and six-armed demon, Kibble, belongs to a race that is also very good in the demon world. It is said that it is a race that can gain power through a special blood sacrifice ceremony and constantly improve itself. It is a brutal and bloodthirsty race called the Tunyan clan. At the beginning, Kibble wanted to squeeze the blood of the brave Xian and devour the power of the brave through the blood sacrifice ceremony. It must be said that he was really brave. Of course, his end was even worse. He was attacked by Milu, who had no moral sense and learned the explosive finger killing from Xian. His head and arms were blown up. I am afraid that he will be seriously injured for a while. In short, the demon clan is like this. There are many races, and there are some races with extremely amazing talents. They have created a demon clan with the strongest combat power, which even the gods cannot reach. Xian asked Shijina a question because of curiosity. What is the strongest race in the demon world? This question was answered by Shijina without hesitation. Of course, it is the dragon clan. Shijina said firmly, when a dragon becomes an adult, it is above level 80. And it has the dragon breath ability that can break anything. The dragon scales are also extremely hard and have extremely high defense. In addition, once they transform into humans, not only will their strength increase significantly, but they can also awaken their unique skills 100%, and have the ability of dragon transformation. After using it, their strength will at least triple. The dragon clan is undoubtedly the strongest clan in the demon world. Xian was speechless. Well, his own dragon demon highness is still very impressive. After all, the dragon clan is her younger brother. Is her own mount also a dragon? She and the dragon clan are really destined. Shijina didn't know that the legendary human powerhouse next to her was the future husband of the dragon demon. Otherwise, she would definitely be shocked. Right? According to Shijina, the dragon clan, as the strongest clan in the demon world, lives in the dragon demon territory ruled by the dragon demon, and has many vassal clans under its command. For example, the Earth Dragon clan, the Dragon Man clan, the Flying Dragon clan, and the Salamander clan, which are closely related to the Dragon clan and have some dragon blood, are all vassals of the Dragon clan. The Dragon clan and its vassal clans live together in the Dragon Demon territory. Due to their blood relationship, they do not fight with each other. Therefore, the Dragon Demon territory is the most peaceful territory in the demon world. Even the Moon Demon territory, which is the fastest growing, most prosperous, and most human-like, will fight from time to time, which is incomparable to the Dragon Demon territory. As for the clans in other territories, they are in a state of struggle all year round. The demons are very united with each other. But the demon clan is ultimately a world where the strong are respected. So the demons do not object to the jungle competition within the demon clan, which can keep the demon clan fierce and strong. The succubus territory where we are is not bad. The succubus is a demon who doesn't like fighting and prefers to play. So the fighting atmosphere here is not strong. The hoof monsters that the adults destroyed before, they don't have a fixed habitat in the demon world. Like locusts and robbers, they like to plunder the wealth of weak races. Our sand scales are very unfortunate to be targeted by them this time. Otherwise, although the sand scales are not too powerful, we still have some status in this chaotic demon territory by selling the monsters we raise. The surrounding races basically don't want to offend us. If we were in the poison demon territory or the ghost demon territory, we would have been destroyed long ago. Right? At this point, Shijina also smiled bitterly. According to what she said, the competitive atmosphere in the poison demon territory and the ghost demon territory is the strongest. Especially the ghost demon territory, as the periphery of the demon realm, is also known as the chaos realm, where hundreds of races compete for hegemony, and the law of the jungle is played out every day. Today you slaughter me. Tomorrow I swallow you up. It can be said that it is the territory with the most frequent wars in the demon realm. The poison demon territory is due to the poor environment and limited resources. There are also many races competing for the front and back, and wars are quite frequent. Then, there is the beast demon territory. Compared with the demons, the number of monsters is overwhelming. The tribes there usually form alliances with each other to fight against the threats brought by monsters. So it is also a more dangerous territory. Compared with these three territories, the succubus territory is not as good as the dragon demon territory and the moon demon territory. But there are not too many fights between tribes. This time, the sand scales were targeted by the bandit-like hoof monsters and had to get involved in a war. It was really unfortunate. She had learned a lot of information about the demon world from Shijina, and was warned by Shijina. Many tribes in the demon world are not very friendly to the human race. They think that the human race is just a vassal of the gods and is born weak. So they generally look down on the human race. Especially recently. It is said that the hero has been summoned again. Although the hero is ready to marry His Highness the Dragon Demon, many demons still have excessive hostility and vigilance against the human race and even the gods. It is said that people from the old demon clan have been frequently entering and leaving various territories recently, inciting various races and trying to disrupt the order of the demon world. At this juncture, the adults appearing in the demon world may attract many people's covetousness. I hope you will be careful. Shijina told Xian so. Xian was complaining in his heart. Sorry. I am the hero. While complaining in his heart, Xian once again realized that the existence of the hero had a greater deterrent and influence on the demons than he had imagined. There will probably be fun in the future. Xian thought about this matter as if it had nothing to do with him. At the same time, the tribe of the Sand Scales was also in sight. Tribe. That refers to the base where a tribe lives. The demon world is different from the human world. There is no concept of a country. Only the boundaries of the territory. And the terrain of each territory is different, resulting in many races in the demon race basically occupying the land as the king. The moon demon territory and the succubus territory are okay. At least there are cities. But the other four territories are different. In addition to the distribution of regions, there are basically no cities. Therefore, the ecology of the demons is a bit similar to that of the orcs, elves and other races. They all occupy the land as the king and live a life like nomads or tribes. Wherever their tribe lives is their tribal land. The tribe of the Sand Scales is located in the area near the forest in the chaotic demon realm. Monsters can be raised and captured here, which is a perfect habitat for the Sand Scales, who are good at this. In the demon realm, many tribes have tribes that are not suitable for their survival, but they have to live there for various reasons. The Sand Scales can get such a tribe that is barely suitable for them, which is much better than those impoverished tribes. But, are there too many beauties in the Sand Scales? Xian looked at the beautiful women of the Sand Scales, who dared not come forward and whispered and pointed at him, and was speechless. Shijina's expression was also a little embarrassed. Then, Shijina stammered and told Xian something. In fact, in addition to being good at magic, the number of women in our Sand Scale clan is overwhelmingly greater than that of men. The birth rate of girls is very high, and they are even good-looking. So our ancestors chose to live in the succubus territory. Shijina's story left Xian speechless. Is this considered lucky? It's really subtle. Chapter 669, Did he go to a brothel? All along, Xian felt that he was not the protagonist. But when it comes to this woman's luck, Xian feels that he really has some flavor of the protagonist. When he first came to this world, he became an adventurer and joined the adventurer team. The members of the team were all beautiful women picked from thousands of miles away. No one knows the true face of the princess, who is unparalleled in the world, and is known as the most beautiful woman in the human race. But I know it. After various interactions, they became an engaged couple. One of the 6 great demons standing at the top of the demon world has now become the object of his upcoming marriage contract. The beautiful girl of the elf tribe, who has never achieved success, was also picked by me, breaking the precedent. Even the eldest daughter of the Elbian family, who was blessed by the goddess of fate, and was from the same line as the kingdom's treasure, was picked by me. Finally, she also went to the elf land where there were only beautiful girls, and became the only male of a different race to be received by the elves after the previous hero. He stayed in the daughter country where there were only beautiful elves for a full half-month. Now, he came to the demon world, had an accident, but was invited to a tribe that produced many beautiful women. This woman's fate. If you say it is not blessed by the protagonist's luck, Xian doesn't believe it. Think about it carefully. when dealing with Moro, finding the secret base where the high priest is, entering the underground cell, and rescuing Kaplan. He also feasted his eyes there. Right? Could it be that people who are reincarnated into another world cannot avoid the fate of opening a harem? Bathed in the curious gazes of the beautiful women of the Sand Scale clan, Sheen was thinking about it in a subtle mood, while being led by Shajina to a building that was not ordinary at first glance. Here, a group of people are welcoming Sheen's arrival. Welcome to the Sand Scale clan. Please forgive me for the poor hospitality. This was the word spoken by a Sand Scale tribe member standing at the front of the welcoming team with great respect. He was old, and looked like a human man over 50 years old. Although his hair was not white, there were many wrinkles at the corners of his eyes. The fish-like scales covered almost half of his face, making this Sand Scale tribe man look not easy to mess with. Father. Shajina bowed to the man. The 50-year-old man of the Sand Scale tribe in front of him was the tribe leader of the Sand Scale tribe, Shajina's father, a senior demon with a level of 79, which was close to 80. What's your name? Xian looked at the other party and asked with some emotion in his heart. According to Shajina, the Sand Scale tribe is a relatively weak race in the demon world. There are few strong people in the tribe, so they can only live in the outer area of the succubus territory. It is an extremely insignificant tribe among the many races in the demon world. However, even such a weak tribe has a senior demon with a level close to 80. If such a tribe is just a tiny and weak tribe among the countless tribes in the demon world, how terrible are those truly powerful tribes? And how powerful is the total combat power of the demon tribe with so many tribes? Xian always felt that he had glimpsed some of the strength of this strongest race that even the gods could not do anything to. Of course, when Xian was sighing about this, Shajina's father, the chief of the Sand Scale tribe, was also amazed. Please call me Sherry Wang. The chief of the Sand Scale tribe, who called himself Sherry Wang, exclaimed. Although I had received the news from Shajina in advance and knew that a legendary human being had come to our tribe, I didn't expect that you were so young. Obviously, Xian's appearance and age were seriously inconsistent with his strength, which surprised the Sand Scale tribe, including Sherry Wang. Xian also knew that at his age, showing legendary strength was somewhat shocking even in the demon world. In order to avoid suspicion, Xian said calmly, "You are too kind, Patriarch. I just look young. In fact, I am almost 50 years old. Thanks to the blessing of the goddess of the gods, I can maintain my youthful appearance. So that's it." Upon hearing this, Shajina on the side showed a look of realization. "Please call me by my name." Sherry Wang was also relieved, but did not change his attitude. He still said respectfully, "You are a legendary strongman. Even the most powerful stone woman tribe in the succubus territory can receive the highest level of reception and sit on an equal footing with the patriarch. Weak marginal tribes like us really can't bear your respect." This attitude can be said to be quite humble. But this is the demon world, a world where the strong are respected. Here, weakness is the original sin. Even if you are the goddess of the gods or the king of a great country of the human race, if you don't have enough strength to convince people, you will not be respected. On the contrary, as long as you have strength and are a strong person, then, unless you are in front of some races with more extreme ideas, even if you are a human, you will be respected to a certain extent. This atmosphere is very similar to the martial arts country like the Ragnar Empire. It's just that the demon world is more thorough than the Ragnar Empire. Thinking of this, Xian was not polite. "Then I will call you Sherry Wang directly." Xian accepted Sherry Wang's proposal. Sherry Wang smiled slightly and invited Xian into the building behind. There were not many people accompanying him. In addition to Shajina, the daughter of the patriarch, there were only a few high-level strong men of the Sand Scale clan. They didn't dare to neglect Xian, so they gave him enough pomp. Xian entered a hall with the hospitality of these people and sat down with Sherry Wang. Sherry Wang immediately ordered people to bring the best wine and delicacies, and even called the beautiful dancers of the Sand Scale tribe to dance and sing in the hall. To be honest, Xian had never received such a warm reception, especially since the Sand Scale tribe was indeed rich in beauties. The Sand Scale tribe beauties dancing together here were so pleasing to the eye that Xian almost forgot his original purpose. After the singing and dancing, Sherry Wang specially asked two of the most beautiful Sand Scale tribe women to come to Xian's side to massage his shoulders and pour him wine. Xian felt as if he had entered a brothel, and he felt so embarrassed. Fortunately, Lilith and Yulin were not here. Xian was somewhat fortunate. After all, this scene was a little inappropriate for children, and was not suitable for children to experience. Of course, if Lilith and Yulin were here, perhaps Sherry Wang would not have entertained them like this. Xian could see that the chief of the Sand Scale tribe was very thoughtful and had a simple mind. He had been observing his every word and action. Once he saw that he had the slightest impatience and unhappiness, he would immediately change the program and the way of reception. Obviously, the chieftain wanted to win over Xian and please Xian. If there were really children here, as long as Xian showed a little bit of unnaturalness, he should immediately change the scene. Right? This made Xian not know whether to be thankful or depressed. And his mood became subtle again, seeing that the actions of the beautiful woman of the Sand Scale tribe beside him seemed to be getting bolder and bolder. Not just pinching shoulders, but almost pinching places that shouldn't be pinched. Xian hurriedly returned to the topic. Sherry Wang, you should have heard from your daughter the purpose of my coming here. Right? Xian struggled to break free from the gentle land. Yes. Sherry Wang turned his head and looked at Xian, saying, My lord, you came here to see the succubus. Right? Almost. Xian did not deny it, saying, I heard that the one is in the center of this succubus territory. Right? That's right. Sherry Wang nodded and said, The castle of His Highness the succubus is in the succubus domain in the center of the succubus territory. If you ride the fastest flying monster in the tribe, it will take about 3 days. 3 days? Xian pondered for a while and said, After arriving at the succubus domain, can you see His Highness the succubus? This question. Sherry Wang smiled bitterly and said, I can't answer you for this question. Hearing this, Xian didn't respond yet, and Shijina next to him spoke. Although His Highness the succubus's castle is in the succubus domain, how can a weak marginal race like us have contact with the existence of the level of demons? Shijina sighed and said, Not to mention our Sand Scale tribe. Even the Stone Woman tribe, which is rumored to have 3 legendary powerhouses in the tribe, rarely sees His Highness the succubus. Only the legendary powerhouse in the Stone Woman tribe, who became the cadre of His Highness the succubus, can often see His Highness the succubus. The rest of the people, even the clan leader of the Stone Woman tribe, who is also a legendary powerhouse, rarely see His Highness the succubus. Although the legendary strongman has a noble status, and can be regarded as a hegemon in the demon world, he is still nothing compared to the demon. Therefore, even if it is a legendary strongman, it is difficult to meet the demon unless he is a cadre, especially the existence of the succubus. Among the 6 demons, except for the dragon demon, who is the most secluded and usually sleeps, the most difficult to see. Sherry Wang's words aroused Xian's curiosity. Why? Xian asked curiously. Does the succubus rarely go out? The answer to this question was beyond Xian's expectations. No. The succubus is different from the dragon demon. Not only does she not stay in seclusion, but she often goes out to play. Sherry Wang said this. But? It is because the succubus often goes out to play that every time the succubus appears, it will cause the largest commotion. Shijina sighed. Since she often goes out to play, how can it be so difficult to see her? Xian was confused. In this case, Shijina spoke very seriously. Because those who have seen Her Highness the succubus will eventually be reluctant to leave. Shijina said so. Her Highness the succubus is the most attractive and beautiful existence in this world. No. It should be said that in the entire omnipotent forest, all those who have seen Her Highness the succubus, whether male or female, will eventually become the captive of that highness and go crazy for her. Every time Her Highness the succubus goes out, she will be stopped. Therefore, it may be difficult for the adults to see the highness they love. Shijina's extremely cautious words finally made Xian understand the situation. Suddenly, Xian was slightly startled. Wait. Love? This? Did I hear it wrong? Chapter 670. Is it so open? At this moment, Xian's heart was left with only this series of question marks. Fall in love? Whose love? Xian thought so, and then had a terrible guess. You don't think I want to see the succubus because I like her, right? Xian looked at Sherry Wang and Shijina with a twitch in his mouth. In response, Sherry Wang and Shijina looked as if it was a matter of course. Please don't be embarrassed. Sir, Shijina said, we have heard of such things many times. Yes. Sherry Wang also sighed. The beauty of the succubus has conquered the world. All those who have seen the succubus have finally been fascinated. We have also heard more than once that some powerful people in the human world have been captured by the beauty of the succubus. So they came to the demon world at all costs, just to see the succubus again. Hearing this, Xian instantly became Spartan. No wonder when he said he wanted to see the succubus. Shijina looked at him with such a strange look. Did she think he was bewitched by the succubus and did this? I'm not. I didn't. Don't talk nonsense. Xian almost reflexively made 3 denials. Unfortunately, people didn't believe him. We are from the succubus leader. And we know very well how intoxicating the succubus is to people in this world. You don't need to feel ashamed of this. Shijina looked kind and understanding. But, sir, I still want to advise you not to be too persistent. Sherry Wang actually comforted him. You are a legendary strongman. It is possible to see the succubus. But the succubus is not an existence that can be possessed by an individual. You can want to see her, but don't have any unreasonable thoughts. Otherwise you will lose your life in vain. The father and daughter kindly advised Xian, which was considered to be the most righteous. However, Xian was not only not happy, but also had the urge to hit the wall. I really don't like succubus. Xian could only yell, my wife is also beautiful. No matter how beautiful the succubus is, I don't care about her. This sentence was not exchanged for anything else. But the somewhat pitying eyes of Sherry Wang and Shijina. That look was just like looking at a poor lovelorn person, who was very humble, and defending his fragile self-esteem. Xian didn't want to talk anymore. He just wanted to flip the table. At the moment, Xian didn't explain, but just spoke weakly. Forget it. Just give me the route to the succubus area, and I will go to see the succubus myself. He wanted to see if this succubus, who was praised to the skies, and even described by Sherawing and Sajina as the most beautiful in the entire Omnipotentinson, was really that attractive. I just don't believe that she can be prettier than my Roxy. Xian was a little indignant. To be honest, Xian really didn't believe that anyone could surpass Rosie's looks, whether in the past life or this life, before reincarnation or after reincarnation into this world. Rosie's looks were the most beautiful Xian had ever seen. This may be a little bit of the factor of beauty in the eyes of the beholder. But even if it is objectively viewed, even if someone like Nian and the elf queen Sophie can tie with Rosie, it is impossible to surpass her. To be honest, being as beautiful as Rosie is already a miracle. So, Xian really couldn't imagine that there was anyone in this world who was more beautiful than Rosie. Even if there was a chance that the succubus was indeed more beautiful than Rosie, Xian didn't believe that he would be fascinated and lost his mind. Who is he? He is a man with hundreds of GB of secret documents stored in his mind. Even if the other person is pretty, can she be that pretty? If you don't take off your clothes, how can you attract your attention? When Sean joined Vivian's team, he didn't like this team of beautiful girls. After seeing Luoshi, he was also brave enough to fight and hit. And he would not show mercy just because the other person was pretty. Because Sean knew very well that no matter how beautiful the goddess was, if she was not his, why bother to lick her? Licking dogs can't get house. As someone who has experienced the bombardment of online information, Sean is more open-minded than anyone else. Such thoughts are naturally impossible for Sherry Wang and Sha Jina to understand. They just think that Sean doesn't want to continue this topic. Although it is a bit regretful, the two still want to talk to Sean more, win over this legendary strongman, and see if they can let the Sand Scale clan receive some of his grace. But since Sean said so, the two will not be ignorant. Father, Shijina looked at Sherawing and said, I remember that in 2 days, the tribe will transport a new batch of monsters to the succubus domain for sale. Right? That's right. Sherawing nodded and said, we were originally planning to cancel it and keep that batch of monsters in the tribe to resist the hoof monsters. But since the hoof monsters have been wiped out by the adults, I believe they dare not come again. As he said that, Sherawing had an idea. Let's do this. The transportation of the new batch of monsters will be advanced to tomorrow. Sherawing said to Shijina, Shijina, you will be responsible for leading the team to transport monsters to the succubus domain tomorrow and lead the way for the adults. Yes. Shijina had no objection, and turned to Sheen, chuckled and said, I wonder what the adults think. Okay. She naturally had no objection and said, I will set off with you tomorrow and go to the succubus domain. Although he would definitely be faster if he acted alone. He was now in an unfamiliar place, and there was still a lot he didn't understand about the demon world. Sheen didn't want to take things one step at a time, which resulted in him having to take a detour later. Since someone is willing to lead the way, Sheen will naturally refuse. Of course, whether he can see the succubus on this trip is still an unknown. Anyway, let's go to the succubus domain first. While Xian was planning this, he also told Sherry Wang and Shijina about the existence of Lilith and Yulin, and asked them to help him pay attention to see if there is any news about them. Knowing that there was a little girl and a black dragon traveling with Xian, Sherry Wang and Shijina looked at each other. but also agreed very readily. However, the two told Xian that they hoped Xian would not hold too much hope. After all, the sand scales are still a marginal weak race, without so many spies and connections, and those who have are only in this area. It is really not easy to help Xian find the missing specific person. Xian did not force it. After letting the two do their best, he stopped mentioning this matter. Then, there was another round of singing and dancing banquet, which was very enjoyable. Until the evening, Xian was well served. The number of beautiful women of the Sand Scale clan around him also increased from 2 to 4, and from 4 to 6. When the banquet was over, there were 8 beautiful women of the Sand Scale clan around him, which made Xian feel overwhelmed. Are all the tribes in this succubus territory so open? Xian really felt like he had entered a brothel. Later, Xian learned from Shijina that there were actually many service facilities like this in the succubus territory, because the lord of the succubus territory is a succubus. The succubus territory is indeed more open in this regard, and there are many tribes that are famous for producing beautiful women. Gulan, whom Xian had seen in the human world, belonged to a kind of prostitute tribe. The most common ability in the tribe is various abilities to seduce others. As a legendary strongman in this tribe, and also a cadre under the command of the succubus, Gulan even tried to seduce the brave during the war 1,000 years ago. Unfortunately, the brave Mitra had already been taken away by the elf queen Sophie at that time, and he was not interested in a demon woman like Gulan, who was full of worldly breath. This made Gulan resentful, and just now when she heard that the brave man appeared again, she wanted to make a comeback and came to seduce Xian. Poor succubus cadre, who looked quite charming, this time was also ignored by the brave. Presumably, the succubus cadre has become autistic now? No. She seems to have been put in solitary confinement. Forced to become autistic? What a poor child. Night soon came. The night in the demon world is no different from the night in the human world. There are also stars. The bright moon hangs high in the sky, and layers of silver yarn are sprinkled, covering the earth. Xian walked out of the hall and walked out of the building, and his legs were faintly weak. Don't get me wrong. Xian didn't do anything, although Sharawang had implicitly mentioned that if necessary, he could pick 1 or 2 of the beautiful women of the Sand Scale tribe around him and take them away, as long as they were willing. But Xian refused very solemnly. There was no way. He was an honest man in his previous life. Now that he had a beautiful wife in this life, he was determined not to do anything like visiting a brothel, even if it seemed like it would be fun to pull up his pants and deny it. Xian was not that kind of person. Really? So, Xian's legs were just pinched by 8 beautiful women of the Sand Scale tribe until they became soft. And he didn't do anything crazy. Shijina prepared a place for Xian to stay, and after finding someone to lead the way for Xian, she went down to prepare for the work she needed to do tomorrow. Xian went to his own residence under the respectful reception of the guide. Along the way, the people of the Sand Scale tribe bowed to Xian when they saw him. Obviously, they already knew that Xian was a legendary strongman from the human race, and they didn't dare to be rude. However, Xian also found that many people from the Sand Scale clan on the road were kneeling and worshipping the full moon in the sky before they found him. What are they doing? Out of curiosity, Xian asked the guide. The guide quickly answered, this is a custom of the demons. Whenever the moon rises, they will worship it, because the supreme being we are waiting for is the moon demon. This made Xian understand the reason. Chapter 671 This unpeaceful moonlit night. Xian also has some understanding of the moon demon Sarah. It is said that in the god clan, there is a sun goddess who controls light and heat, but there is no moon goddess. Therefore, since ancient times, people have believed that the moon demon Sarah controls the moon, because the moon demon is the eldest daughter of the 6 great demons and the first person under the demon king. Her status in the demon clan is very transcendent. Even the other 5 demons are willing to worship her as their master and basically cooperate with the moon demon's policy. Moreover, this moon demon has power comparable to that of a demon under normal circumstances. If it is a night with a bright moon in the sky, its power will surge, reaching a level that even the goddess of fate, who is said to be the closest to omnipotence, can only slightly gain an advantage. In the final battle 1,000 years ago, the gods and humans chose to fight in the daytime in order to seal the power of the moon demon Sarah, which resulted in the moon demon having to join forces with the succubus to fight the goddess of fate, and was even suppressed by the goddess of fate. If it was night, then perhaps the moon demon Sarah alone could stop the goddess of fate, Lidas, even if she would be at a disadvantage. And it would be unlikely for the goddess of fate Lidas to easily take her down. For these reasons, people generally believe that the moon, which symbolizes the night, is the incarnation of the moon demon, especially the demons who believe this. In this way, the other party will regard the moon demon as a god, and it doesn't seem strange to worship it when the full moon rises. I don't know if the moon demon has already known that I went missing unexpectedly when I came to the demon realm. Xian thought thoughtfully. He didn't think that the demons would not receive even a little news about his big incident. Apart from anything else, Yi must have known about this matter and is trying to solve it. This is also the reason why Xian wants to meet the succubus. As long as he meets this demon, he can get in touch with Yi, or even with Sarah. Right? Xian thought about this and came to his residence under the guidance of the guide. It was a small wooden house, which should have been cleaned up and did not look sloppy, although it was not luxurious. Considering the conditions of the sand scales, this might be the best treatment. Along the way, the residences of the sand scales were basically small wooden houses of this kind. Even the building where Sherry Wang entertained him was a wooden house, but it was just very large. I think this is the common building of the demons who live in a tribal form. Right? The conditions of those stronger tribes may be better, but the marginal tribes like the sand scales can forget it. Xian is still easy to accept this reality. He was not a hypocrite, and he would not despise even a wooden house. So, Xian simply climbed onto the bed, lay down and fell asleep. After a day of hard work today, he felt a little tired. I wonder how Lilith and Yulin are doing now. With this thought, Xian entered a dream. At the same time, in the north far away from the succubus territory, a pitch-black dragon turned to the east as if it had felt something. Roar! The black dragon roared under the moonlight, as if missing someone, and his voice was full of a faint sadness. Looking closely, around the black dragon, on the ground, there were groups of monsters crawling like crawling. Some of these monsters were flying dragons. Some were ground dragons. And they were all sub-dragon species with blood relations with the dragon clan. They knelt down in front of the black dragon in the sky as if worshipping, trembling all over, and looking at the black dragon in the air with eyes full of worship. Someone noticed the situation here, came to investigate, and then breathed rapidly and became ecstatic. Ultimate dragon species. It's actually an ultimate dragon species. Great. Finally, an ultimate dragon species has been born in our dragon race. And she hasn't turned into a human yet. Quick! Send someone to notify the cadres. Haha. The dragon demon territory is about to change. The ecstatic voices kept ringing. It must be said that Yulin was very lucky. She actually landed directly in the dragon demon territory and didn't drift away. Several cadres in the dragon demon territory learned of Yulin's existence and were all shocked. The dragon demon territory is destined to be sleepless tonight. At the same time, in the south of the demon realm, a small figure was also suspended in the air. The figure was surrounded by countless black shadows, telling others that she was surrounded. The demons who surrounded her were a group of demons with terrifying appearances, like wolves and ghosts, as if they had come out of H.L. The eyes of these demons were full of greed when they looked at the small figure, especially the leader, who seemed to have a powerful aura all around him, and was actually a legendary strongman. Little girl, you are very brave. You dare to ignore the territory of our Liamo clan and our warnings and fly directly from here. Don't you know that our Liamo clan is one of the most powerful races in this poisonous demon territory? The legendary strongman licked his fangs and laughed. You smell good. Stay and let us absorb your magic power for 3 years. If you can survive after 3 years, we will let you go. The greed in the eyes of the legendary strongman, who said this was several times stronger than that of the others. Just because the smell emanating from this small figure really made him like it too much. The Liamo clan, one of the most powerful races in the poisonous demon territory, is also a notorious race in the demon world, and is deeply feared by others. The reason is simple. It's because this clan of people are like vampires, and like to absorb the magic power from others. Of course, they don't like all magic. The people of this tribe like the magic full of negative power the most. And the stronger the negative power in the magic, the more they flock to it. That will increase their power. Therefore, many tribes in the demon world don't like this tribe very much, for fear of being targeted by this group of vampires. Once they are targeted by them, they will attack the tribes of other tribes every now and then like jackals, kidnapping their favorite targets and squeezing their magic until they are drained. Such people are naturally domineering and strong, and no one dares to fly over their territory on weekdays. If such a person appears, I'm afraid he will be cut into pieces by them in an instant, and die without a complete body. And today, such a person happened to appear. Moreover, the magic power of this person attracted all the warriors of the entire Liamo tribe. The negative power in the magic power was like the most delicious delicacy in the world, which made the whole Liamo clan excited. So, the current scene just appeared. Obviously, they were not going to let go of the prey in front of them. The magic power in this prey was too tempting. More delicious than any magic power they had absorbed in their lives. If I could drain the magic power from her body, my potential, which had already reached its limit, would definitely be rejuvenated again and grow a second time. The leading legendary strongman was excited. In this way, I could upgrade my level and maybe become an extreme existence. After thinking about it for a while, the legendary strongman felt that he could not hold back. At that moment, he did not hesitate anymore and rushed directly to the other party. Become food for me. With a grim smile, the legendary strongman of the Liamo clan stretched out his sharp claws and grabbed the other party. Go! Let's go together. If you don't go up, you will be sucked dry by the clan leader. Even if it's just one bite. Let's go grab a bite. Go! The Liamo clan members around were suddenly stimulated. They ignored the usual prestige of the brutal legendary clan leader and rushed out one after another, rushing over, ready to snatch food from the tiger's mouth. This shows how much this person's magic power attracts them. But the people of the Liamo clan didn't know how stupid they had done. Boom! At this moment, the world shook. The violent evil spirit swept out from the body of the small figure, soaring into the sky, and instantly turned into a thick cloud, covering the entire sky. The evil spirit was like a tsunami torrent, attacking in all directions, swallowing all the Liamo clan members who rushed in. Ah! What is this? How can there be such an evil power? I can't swallow the magic in it. No! Ah! The next second, screams rang out in the storm of evil energy. All the members of the Liamo tribe, who were arrogant and strong not long ago, were eroded by the evil energy. In normal times, they would only fall into madness, lose their minds, turn into evil things, and perhaps be saved. However, their luck was very bad. When this little goddess was anxious to find the most important person, they stopped her, blocked her way, and delayed her speed in finding the other person. Just based on this point, their fate was doomed. Bang! A member of the Liamo tribe, who was penetrated by the evil energy and slowly inflated by the evil energy like a balloon, exploded all over his body and turned into blood all over the sky. Bang! 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 One by one, the Liamo clan members followed the former's footsteps, swelling up one after another and bursting. Who are you? The face of the legendary warrior was also full of pain. The blood vessels in his body were eroded by the evil spirit, and he squirmed desperately, screaming in horror. He was responded by a small hand that grabbed his head directly. Bang! Amid the explosion, the head of the legendary warrior of the Liamo clan was crushed alive. The Liamo clan, known as one of the strongest races in the poison demon territory, was completely destroyed that night. After a while, the evil spirit was restrained and returned to the body of the small figure. The little goddess with 12 black wings spread out looked towards the east, turned into a stream of light, and rushed away at an astonishing speed. Chapter 672, Are there more cunning people who want to harm me? The first night in the demon world ended with all kinds of unknown unrest. The next day, when the sky was bright, Xian woke up slowly. When he woke up, Xian felt all kinds of discomfort. There was no capable maid around, and he had to wash himself in the morning. Xian was speechless. It was not that he was speechless about his treatment, but that he was used to waking up to wash and dress. And even some needs were solved silently. Before, Xian didn't notice anything wrong. But now, when he woke up, he felt a little discomfort in his mouth and the wrinkled clothes on his body. Xian realized that he was really a little uncomfortable. That maid was really poisonous. Xian clearly realized this. But at the same time, Xian had an increasingly strong urge to keep the maid by his side. Anyway, people have said that we seem to have done what we should and shouldn't do. In this case, why not next time? Xian began to think about it, and didn't realize how much he was thinking like a villain. I can only say that the maid who was too perfect to the point of being a little scary, was really a little poisonous. Thinking about this, Xian got up to wash up. But after getting up, Xian found that although Laxia was not by his side, he still didn't need to worry about no one serving him. The evidence is that when Xian got up and went out, Several beautiful women from the Sand Scale clan came in and claimed to serve him. So, Sean experienced a treatment that was no different from yesterday's banquet. After washing and dressing with the service of several beautiful women from the Sand Scale clan, his legs felt a little weak when he walked out of the house. Don't get me wrong. I was pinched this time too. During the process of dressing and washing, the services of massaging shoulders and legs never stopped. And the treatment was comparable to that of an emperor. This Sand Scale tribe is also poisonous. Xian could only complain like this. Under such circumstances, Xian walked out of the Sand Scale tribe's territory and was taken to a square. There was a lively scene here. Roar. Ah. I saw that the monsters were locked in cages, like goods about to be escorted away, making faint cries in the cages. The people of the Sand Scale tribe gathered here and were preparing to go on a long journey. They did not prepare a convoy, but several large flying monsters. Obviously, the Sand Scale tribe's long voyage will be carried out by flying monsters. Shijina was directing the tribe members to carry various goods. When she saw Xian being brought over, she immediately stopped and bowed to Xian. Hello, sir. With a beautiful smile, Shijina greeted Xian cordially. How did you sleep last night? Hearing this, Xian took a quick look at this innocent and beautiful girl from the Sand Scale tribe, secretly sighing that there are indeed enough beauties in the other world, but shrugged his shoulders and responded casually. It's okay. I don't recognize the bed. This natural and unpretentious statement made the smile on Shijina's face become a little more intense. When Xian was looking at Shijina, wasn't Shijina also looking at Xian? This overly young human in front of him was a genuine legendary strongman. How he lived in his clan's land and how he viewed his clan were very important to the entire Sand Scale tribe. Although Shijina had never come into contact with a legendary strongman, she also knew that in a place like the Demon Realm where the strong are respected, once a legendary strongman was upset, it would immediately usher in a catastrophe. In the past, there were many tribes that were destroyed because of the anger of legendary masters. Therefore, being able to meet a legendary master is both a blessing and a curse for the Sand Scales. The lucky thing is that once you win the favor of the other party and establish a relationship with him, it will be very beneficial for a marginal weak race like the Sand Scales. The unfortunate thing is that if you fail to entertain him well and make him unhappy, then it is not impossible for the Sand Scales to be annihilated. The other party can annihilate the powerful and overbearing hoof monsters' Vanguard Corps, which are used to burning, killing and looting, with a wave of their hands. It will only take a blink of an eye to destroy the entire Sand Scales. Therefore, when Shijina was making friends with Xian, she was not without worry that a marginal weak race like the Sand Scales would neglect him in some aspects. A legendary master. I think the treatment on weekdays must be good, right? After all, the conditions of the Sand Scale tribe are limited. If they cannot satisfy Xian, what will happen is really hard to imagine. Thanks to this, in fact, both Shijina and Sharawang were so cautious in all arrangements and receptions yesterday, just in case something happened and Xian was unhappy. Even last night, Sharawang also implicitly told Shijina that it would be best if she could accompany Xian back. It is not difficult to imagine what this means. It is not that Shijina has not considered it. It is not that she is casual. But Shijina really thinks that committing to Xian is not a difficult thing to accept. First of all, Xian is very young, only a little older than her. But he has become a legendary strongman. His excellent conditions and talents make Shijina quite moved. Secondly, the other party is not like most of the races of the Demon Clan, who look like humans and dogs. His appearance is very similar to that of the Sand Scale tribe, which is in line with Shijina's aesthetics. Thirdly, as a tribe in the succubus territory, the atmosphere here is relatively open, although all kinds of filthy practices are not rampant. The tribes in the succubus territory are naturally less opposed to seducing people with beauty. After all, the lords of this territory are all succubi, and their beauty is unparalleled in the world. I don't know how many heroes have been seduced to bow down to them. People in the succubus territory are more likely to accept this kind of atmosphere, which is also the reason. In summary, Shijina was really moved. But in the end, Shijina gave up. The other party came for the succubus palace. As an admirer of the succubus palace, he must look down on women of my level. So I'd better not make a fool of myself. Considering this, Shijina gave up. If Xian knew about this, he would probably want to overturn the table again. Right? You have the courage to be moved, but don't have the courage to act? Oh, I said it wrong. Who came for the succubus? Who is the admirer of the succubus? If he knew what Shijina was thinking, Xian would definitely go crazy like this. Right? In short, whether it was Shijina or Sharawing, they were very concerned about Xian's views on the sand scales, and whether they were satisfied with their treatment. Fortunately, Xian was not as difficult to serve as most of the legendary masters in the demon world. They would slaughter the clan and the group at any time, and they were used to using violence and were full of hostility. On the contrary, the other party was quite casual and had no airs at all. As a legendary master, it was really too easy to get along with. If only he was not an admirer of the succubus. Shijina thought so with some regret. Xian, who was watching the sand scales carrying goods, felt a chill on his back. And for some reason, his legs became softer. Are there more unruly people who are thinking of harming me? Xian looked around in some doubt. At this time, Shijina spoke again. We are ready to go at any time. Sir, do you want to prepare for a while? Shijina confirmed with Xian. No. Xian naturally did not need to make any more preparations. And there was no reason to stay here. It was better to say that for his own concentration. He wanted to leave this gentle place as soon as possible. So he said repeatedly, if you are okay, then let's go. Okay. Shijina nodded without any objection. At the same time, Sharawing also came with a few warriors of the Sand Scale clan. Sir, please accept this meager gift. Sharawing handed a heavy bag to Xian. Xian looked at it, and his eyebrows were raised immediately. The bag was actually full of gold coins. Sir, I don't know if you can successfully achieve your goal when you go to the succubus realm this time. This is a small thought from the Sand Scale clan. I hope it can help you. Sharawing was very humble. It's really unnecessary. Xian didn't know whether to laugh or cry. It's not that he had never received gifts from others. After becoming a noble, because of the power behind him, countless nobles wanted to get close to him. And the phenomenon of giving gifts has never stopped. So Xian has gotten used to it. However, Xian has never encountered someone like Sharawing who directly gave money. It must be said that the people of the demon clan are very direct, compared with the kindness of the adults who saved the Sand Scale clan from the hands of the Hoof Monster clan. This little thing is nothing at all. Sharawing said with regret, if it weren't for the fear of delaying the purpose of the adults' trip, many women in my Sand Scale clan would be willing to offer themselves to the adults and serve by their side. Ahem. Xian almost choked. Giving money is fine. But also giving beautiful women? Do you have to be so polite? For a moment, Xian was about to fall. Fortunately, thinking of the jealous people at home who might be hidden dangers, Xian still straightened his posture. I'd better take the money. Xian immediately became timid. So, under the watchful eyes of Sharawing and other sand scales, the sand scales led by Shijina boarded the flying monsters one after another. Xian also jumped up and rode with Shijina. Not long after, large flying monsters began to take off and flew towards the direction of the succubus domain. Sharawing and others have been watching this scene, and they are a little regretful. I really want to send a few maids to that master. Chapter 673 Succubus City. Succubus Territory. As the central area of the succubus territory, this may not be the most prosperous place, but it is the most powerful place. The reason is that too many powerful tribes living in the succubus territory chose to station here. There are many strong people, many positions, many forces, and many struggles here. Unlike the marginal areas, like the chaotic demon territory, the succubus territory has too many factors that attract others to come, resulting in a large number of strong people here. Naturally, when strong people meet strong people, it will lead to an extremely fierce fight. This place may not be as chaotic as the ghost demon territory and the poison demon territory, but it is still a world that advocates the law of the jungle. Fierce struggles between tribes are everywhere, and they are so in both open and covert. It can be said that the Sand Scale tribe, whose patriarch is only a weak marginal tribe that has not even reached level 80, cannot survive in the succubus territory. Here, even the weakest tribe must have dozens of superior demons to support them. Otherwise they can't get any status or resources here. Here, there are even several tribes with legendary masters, especially the Stone Woman tribe, which is known as the most powerful tribe in the succubus territory. There are 3 legendary masters in the tribe. Even if they leave the succubus territory, they are enough to be the king. Of course, even the most powerful tribes dare not mess around in the succubus territory, because, in addition to being the central area of the succubus territory, this is also the residence of the lord of this territory, Succubus Xia Fun. the second daughter of the 6 great demons. A demonic existence with unparalleled beauty. Her power is unparalleled in the world. Even if you look at the 3 realms, except for a few people, no one dares to claim to be able to match her. Her beauty is famous for thousands of years, and she is considered the most beautiful woman in the entire omnipotence, and even the countless goddesses of the gods and the countless beauties of the demons can hardly reach her. There were emperors who willingly offered their country with both hands to make her smile. There were heroes who were willing to betray their race, bear the infamy, and fight for her on the battlefield to show their feelings. This is a true existence that can overwhelm the country, bring disaster to the country and the people, and make countless men and even women completely crazy. However, she, who has all this, still disdains all of this. The country that the emperor offered to her was thrown away casually. The heroes fought for her on the battlefield and bore the infamy for her, and their actions were ignored. For thousands of years, there were not many things that could attract her attention. But the things that attracted her attention were endless. Even several brave men fell into intoxication after seeing this succubus, and eventually became incompetent and depressed, passing away without leaving behind much achievement. Many people think that the dragon demon is cruel and killed 2 heroes, which is extremely terrifying. But the real wise people know that this succubus is the most dangerous enemy for the heroes. Her beauty and charm are like this. Even the heroes can't resist, if she is willing. Let alone this succubus territory. All the tribes in the entire demon world are willing to give everything for her. In a place where such a demon sits, no matter how fierce the competition is, they dare not be too presumptuous. In order not to disturb the peace of Her Majesty the succubus and upset Her Majesty the succubus's mood, the major tribes in the succubus territory even made several agreements a long time ago and abided by them together. If someone violated it, the other tribes would work together to drive him out of the succubus territory. This shows how great the reputation and influence of the succubus is in the succubus territory, or the succubus territory. But this relatively stable situation will be completely broken soon, just because, on this day, a person came to the succubus territory. The succubus city is in front, above a group of large flying monsters. Shajina said this to Sheen beside her. I saw a group of huge flying monsters flying in one direction, pulling cages of monsters with ropes, carrying a group of sand scales, and making strange noises from time to time. Succubus city. Sheen murmured and looked up. The next second, Sheen saw a city. This was the first city Sheen saw after coming to the demon world. The appearance of the city looked like a very huge castle. There were many buildings in the castle. Those buildings were tall or short, big or small, not uniform. And even the style and appearance were very different. Just like mixing the customary buildings of various regions together. It should look neither fish nor fowl. But for some reason, it actually presented a unique beauty. In the past few days, along the way, Sheen has learned a lot about this city from Shajina. That is the capital of the succubus territory, the residence of the succubus, and also the center of the entire succubus territory. It gathers the most powerful tribes in the entire succubus territory, and is known as the place where hundreds of tribes coexist. Sheen talked to himself like this. On the side, Shajina nodded in affirmation. Succubus City is the only place in the entire succubus territory where private fighting is not allowed. So although there are many tribes, no one dares to fight for no reason. Shajina explained it this way. Because of the presence of the succubus, no matter how bitter and vengeful the tribes are outside, they can't take action when they come here. So there are many facilities and industries gathered here. Thanks to this, tribes like the Sandscale tribe will have a fixed time to send people with a large number of goods to sell here and do some business. If there were no place like Succubus City, trade would not be possible. Not to mention the circulation of various materials. Places like Ghost Demon Territory, Poison Demon Territory, and even Beast Demon Territory do not have a place that can provide fair trade and commerce for the major ethnic groups. In those 3 territories, business is generally done between ethnic groups. Dragon Demon Territory is an exception, because the Dragon Clan is the most respected, and the other ethnic groups are all vassals of the Dragon Clan. And because they are more or less related to the Dragon Clan, there is basically no need to do any business and trade. Barter is the norm there. And the Dragon Clan even often distributes various resources to the major ethnic groups, making it present an unexpected peace that is not found in other places. However, Moon Demon Territory is almost the same as the human world. There are various cities and various commercial trades. It is undoubtedly the most prosperous territory in the demon world. The Succubus Territory is in the middle. That is, It is not as peaceful as the Moon Demon territory and the Dragon Demon territory, nor as chaotic as the Ghost Demon territory and the Poison Demon territory. Although there are various struggles, there are also places of peace and stability. Succubus City is the only place in the Succubus territory where people can feel at ease without worrying about struggles. It is the habitat that many weak and even powerful tribes dream of. If they can settle there, they can enjoy peace for thousands of years. Shijina looked at the Succubus City with longing eyes. Unfortunately, if you want to settle in the Succubus City, you must meet those 3 conditions, which is too difficult for us. The Sand Scale Tribe. Xian had already heard about the settlement conditions mentioned by Shijina. It is said that if you want to settle in the Succubus City and become a resident of the Succubus City, you must meet any one of the 3 conditions. 1. Get the permission of the Succubus Lord. Who is the Lord? 2. Get the recommendation of more than 3 large tribes in the Succubus City. 3. If the tribe has 100 superior demons, they can move in on their own. If any of the above 3 conditions are met, then no matter where the tribe comes from, they can move into the Succubus City. Unfortunately, the Sand Scale Tribe cannot meet any of the conditions. It is extremely difficult to get the permission of the Succubus, whose highness is rarely seen. A weak tribe, like the Sand Scale Tribe, is even less likely to have such strong connections to let more than 3 large tribes recommend them. Hundreds of superior demons are even more ridiculous. A tribe with that level of strength is probably not something that any large tribe can ignore. The only superior demon in the Sand Scale Tribe is Sherry Wang, the tribe leader, at least on the surface. So it is impossible to meet this condition anyway. Of course, if there is a legendary strongman willing to endorse us, then there should be more than 3 large tribes in the Succubus City willing to give this strongman face and recommend an insignificant weak tribe. Right? Shijina said this and looked at Xian intentionally or unintentionally. Xian couldn't help but roll his eyes. How could he not understand what Shijina meant? But this is not realistic at all. After all, I am a human, not a demon. Even if I have legendary strength, there may not be a powerful tribe willing to give me face. Right? Xian said so. Indeed. In fact, Shijina also understood this. But she didn't really hope so. Such a Shijina didn't know that the man beside her was definitely not comparable to ordinary legendary strongmen. In terms of strength, he may not be able to truly match the transcendent level, but he is much stronger than the extreme level. In terms of connections, he is not without support in the demon world. In fact, the 3 conditions that Shijina thought were extremely difficult, except for the last one, which Xian could not help. Xian actually had ways to meet the other 2 for the Sand Scale clan. Although, it's too early to say these things now. The large group of the Sand Scales flew through the air and arrived in front of the Succubus City. Descend? Shijina immediately gave an order, asking all the Sand Scales to drive the flying monsters and descend towards the city gate. It is forbidden to fly into the Succubus City without permission. If you want to enter the city, you must pass through the city gate. Shijina naturally would not arrogantly think that she and others do not need to abide by this just because Xian is by her side. She immediately let the team descend in a mighty manner. This is not a very eye-catching scene. In addition to the Sand Scales, many tribes that come here for the sake of fame will stop in front of the city gate like this. Xian also doesn't care about this, and is ready to enter the city in a low-key manner. However, Suddenly, Xian felt something strange. Chapter 674 Succubus. Succubus City. Succubus Castle. Standing at the highest point of Succubus City, on the top of the high castle that seemed to look down on the entire Succubus City, 2 figures appeared silently at this moment. Are they finally here? The one who spoke was a demon woman in the lead. The woman had the purest and most flawless face in the world, like an angel. But her figure was tall and plump like a hot witch. A casual chuckle seemed to change the whole world, becoming spring and blooming, as beautiful as a paradise. It can be said that she was the one who brought the concept of beauty to the extreme. This demon woman with an angelic face and a devilish figure, whose every move was like the reincarnation of a goddess of beauty, enough to become the focus of the world, was the person who made countless men and women in omnipotence and crazy. The owner of this high castle, this city, and this territory. This supreme and beautiful godlike figure seemed to have seen the scenery outside the city, and the man who had recently interested her. His face was filled with happiness that others could hardly see. At least, the demon girl who served beside this great being could not remember how many years it had been since she had seen such an expression on her master's face. The demon girl was in her prime, and her appearance was equally beautiful. If she were to be placed elsewhere, she would undoubtedly be a great beauty of the highest level, even compared with the women of the elves. In this world, there were definitely not many people who could surpass this girl in terms of appearance. At least, they had to be peerless beauties of the level of Roxy, Sophie, and Mian. Unfortunately, such a charming demon beauty, standing next to the great being who was stunning, was completely overshadowed and became inconspicuous. If this had happened elsewhere, I'm afraid that the latter would have already developed terrible jealousy towards the former, and it would not be surprising that they resented and hated her for this. However, the demon girl not only did not feel jealous, but looked at the master in front of her with an intoxicated face, like an ordinary person, sinking under the master's beautiful beauty. Of course, at this time, the demon girl still couldn't hide her jealousy. He is just a hero. Why should the master care about him so much? The demon girl really looked jealous for this. At the same time, this is also the most real doubt in the demon girl's heart, because the demon girl knows very well how high her master's vision is. No, it should be said that she has become accustomed to the situation that everyone in the world is crazy about her. Even heroes are no exception. So she should not be so interested in a mere hero. Even the former hero Mitra has never aroused the interest of his master like this. The last time, the master was so excited and happy like this, I am afraid it has to be traced back to the time when His Highness the Dragon Demon was born. At that time, the master was like this, as if he had found some very fun toys, and was extremely happy. As a result, after nearly 10,000 years, the master was so happy again. But it was because of a hero of unknown origin, which really made the demon girl confused and unhappy. The demon girl couldn't help but say so. His Highness Dragon Demon said not long ago that if the hero was found, she must be notified as soon as possible. But the master not only did not do so, but also deliberately concealed the news, not letting the other princes including His Highness Dragon Demon know that the hero was in our territory. If His Highness Dragon Demon or even His Highness Moon Demon knew about this, he would definitely be furious. At first glance, this seems like a reminder, but in fact it is just a stop, preventing the master from doing whatever he wants next, and also preventing the master from contacting the opposite sex of unknown origin. The master belongs to me. No, it belongs to everyone. A mere hero should not steal the master's sight, nor should he steal the master's sight, the demon girl shouted in her heart. But such thoughts have long been exposed in front of her master. What's wrong? My lovely Leal? The most beautiful and charming demon girl in the world turned around, raised the chin of the demon girl named Leal, and spoke as if she was going to kiss her, exhaling fragrance. Are you jealous? So cute. Hearing this, Leal's beautiful face turned rosy. That was not shyness, but intoxication and obsession. Then, Leal said this shyly, the master is the most beautiful and noble existence in the world. I just think that the lost hero, who has disappeared for who knows how many years, and is no longer needed by this world is not qualified to be noticed by the succubus. Leal does not hide her voice and thoughts. It's not that I can't do it, but I don't want to do it. In front of the most beautiful being in the world. Not only Leal, but everyone would not have the heart to deceive her or hide anything from her. Leal was like this too. So she would never hide her thoughts and feelings in front of her master. In response, the most beautiful succubus in the world laughed even happier. But I am just curious, the succubus said happily, just like me. My lovely sister has also met countless heroes, but she has never been like this, disregarding her own position, even disregarding the sisterhood, and desperately defending the other party. Saying this, the succubus spoke with great interest. Even the eldest sister said that he was very special. Lid and Milu also had no hostility towards this hero. Obviously, they also loved our troublesome youngest sister. But after meeting the hero, they completely changed their attitudes. They were not wary at all, but instead praised him. I really want to know how special this hero is that my sisters and sisters recognize him so much. At the end, the succubus couldn't help licking her lips, as if she wanted to eat someone. She was extremely charming. This was not a deliberate act, but an unintentional one. This is the succubus, the ultimate charmer who has all the factors that can seduce others. Such a charming and moving posture made Leal's face redder and redder, and the infatuation and intoxication in her eyes became more and more intense. Ah, Lady Xiaofuni. Leal couldn't help rubbing her legs. Hee hee. My Leal is so cute. The succubus stroked Leal's cheek and said teasingly, if outsiders knew that she was as cold and ruthless as a stone woman, the strongest legendary strongman in the succubus territory, only one step away from the extreme level, and the undisputed number one among my cadres. The patriarch of the Stone Woman tribe, with a level of 99, would show such a cute expression. I wonder how many men would be ecstatic. Hearing this, Leal answered without hesitation. I am a puppet that belongs exclusively to Lady Xiaofun. A toy of Lady Xiaofun. In my eyes, the rest of the existence is like grass on the roadside. Not worth mentioning at all, let alone caring about their thoughts. The strongest legendary powerhouse in the succubus territory said something that outsiders would never dare to imagine, and even feel frightened. But these words, said to the absolute charisma in front of him, seemed so natural. I am very happy. The cutest Leal. Xiaofun had a very affectionate smile on her face, but a trace of unknown boredom flashed across her eyes. There is no way. Apart from AI, you are my favorite person. This is indeed the ranking in Xiaofun's mind. However, if the full score is 100, then AI is 99 points. Undoubtedly the first place. And Leal is about 10 points. Just one level higher than ordinary people. After all, the toys that cannot be obtained are the best. Like AI, who has been rebellious and unkind since childhood, and is not polite to Xiaofun. Not only does not make Xiaofun feel bored, but she likes her very much. And toys that are too easy to get can be played with at first, but they will definitely get bored later. For example, among the other demons, Lid respects Xiaofun. Carmina and Xiaofun are a bit like birds of a feather, and Mila is innocent and basically will not disobey Xiaofun. Although Xiaofun regards them as dear sisters, she is not happy to be with them. Only I always puts on an unwilling look, and regards her as a tiger. But Xiaofun likes her more. As for Sarah, she is not an existence that Xiaofun can easily control. Therefore, Xiaofun usually puts this elder sister out of the list, making her special, and respecting her a little. Leal is an obedient and good child. Therefore, Xiaofun was actually a little fed up. Perhaps, this is the helplessness of the succubus, who gets everything too easily. Leal, who didn't know all this, showed a happy expression as if she had received the highest evaluation. Unaware of this, the mind of her beloved master had drifted to other places. Let me judge how many points you have. The brave Xian. Xiaofun turned her head and looked at the brave who landed at the city gate again. Her eyes gradually brightened. The next second, Xiaofun disappeared from the spot. This is, at the same time, Xian, who landed outside the succubus city, seemed to feel something, and suddenly raised his head and looked into the air. What's wrong with you, my lord? On the side, Shijina was stunned and asked reflexively. This question was also noticed by Shijina. The surroundings seemed to become silent. This was an extremely wonderful feeling. It was as if this world had turned into a paradise, and both the air and the atmosphere had become extremely beautiful. She suddenly appeared in the air. The world, in front of her, was eclipsed. Chapter 675 I am your father. Bang! This is the sound of a sword falling from a demon's hand and hitting the ground. The demon seemed to be in a daze, and became lost and looked at the attractive figure in the air blankly, without any other movements. It was not just this demon. All the lives in front of the entire succubus city fell into the same state at this moment, with dull faces, as if they had lost their souls, and only looked at the figure in the air, with nothing else in their eyes, including the sand scales who had just arrived at the succubus city. They were all like this. Shijina was like this. Even those monsters were like this. And they didn't even dare to shout. They didn't know when they lay on the ground, looking at the figure in the air with fear and confusion in their eyes. Xian wanted to say something, wanted to do something, but found that he couldn't do it at all. It was as if his body was resisting Xian's instinct. So Xian couldn't control himself and stared at the figure in the air, unable to move his eyes away. The world was silent. Everyone's sight, and even all the light in the world seemed to be focused on that figure, making her undoubtedly the most shining and eye-catching existence. Hee hee. Not long after, a clear chuckle sounded and reached everyone's ears. That chuckle took away the future of countless lives. At this moment, everyone here fell into that amazing charm, fell into that unparalleled beauty. But the instigator didn't care about it at all, and his eyes only stayed on one person. Xian was sure. Is she looking at me? When this thought came to his mind, Xian found that his heartbeat was uncontrollably speeding up. This state, even when I first met Nian and Luoshi, I had never been in it. Xian didn't know what to say, and his eyes stayed on the other person, looking at each other. It must be said that she was a woman who could make countless people excited and crazy. Angelic face. Devilish figure. Mature charm. Seductive temperament. Xian had to admit that even he couldn't help but feel excited. Perhaps, in terms of appearance alone, the other party did not really surpass Nian and Luoxi. But in terms of charm alone, the other party was far more than them. If Najula was the most perfect, a goddess who had all the cultivation that a woman should have, and could make all women feel longing and worship, then this demon woman had all the attractiveness that a woman should have. As the saying goes, everyone has their own preferences. Even if a woman looks outstanding, there are still some people with strange habits who will not like her. But this woman violates this principle. She seems to have grown into everyone's preferences, which can be called unparalleled charm. This is succubus. Xia Funi. Xian easily recognized the other party's identity. Even if he has never seen the other party or dealt with the other party, he can recognize it. Because, except for this existence, no one can have such charm, such temperament, and such beauty. Overwhelming beauty, bringing disaster to the country and the people. This is the true portrayal of the other party. Now, this peerless demon girl, who has attracted countless people and made countless people dream about her, appeared in front of Xian. Swish. The next second, the other party disappeared in midair. When she appeared again, she had already appeared in front of Xian. The eyes of all the people present were almost instantly focused on her again. Hearts, all sinking in this moment. Come! The peerless succubus smiled at Xian. Tell me, who are you? The gentle tone. Sweet voice. Seductive tone. The opening and closing of the red lips. All firmly touched everyone's soul. Therefore, including Shijina, there was an impulse to answer the previous sentence, I am your servant. Yes. In just such a moment, everyone present was completely intoxicated by the charm of this magic girl, and willingly became the other party's slave. The reason is nothing else. Just because they have indeed been captured and enslaved. And others are still like this. Xian, who is facing the other party head-on, is afraid that it will be even more unbearable. There is no way. Just such a simple sentence. Everyone's deepest fantasy is aroused. Xian is indeed no exception. Listening to the other party's sexy and gentle tone and sweet voice, Xian felt his heart beat faster and faster. And the most seductive scene appeared in his mind involuntarily. He wanted to hug the other party. He wanted to kiss the other party. He wanted to press the other party under him. He even wanted to ravage the other party and conquer the other party. This is the biggest reaction of a normal man to see a succubus. Xian is a normal man. So, he is no exception. If there is anything different from others in Xian's heart, it is that his delusion is even more outrageous. After all, he is a man with thousands of GB of pictures stored in his mind. In this second, Xian's thousands of GB of pictures flashed out of his mind. Finally, he stayed on a picture that made Xian feel the most accomplished, and was also what Xian most wanted the other party to do. That is to call daddy. So, the famous line that made the hero Xian famous in history burst out from his mouth involuntarily. I am your daddy. When the sentence came out of Xian's mouth, the world was destroyed. The smile on Xia Fun's face froze. All the demons who were captured by Xia Fun's charm also instantly broke away from their intoxication and froze there. The scene was silent. However, unlike the intoxicated silence just now, the silence this time was an unquestionable dead silence. My lord. You? Shijina looked at Xian with disbelief. The eyes of the others looking at Xian were also full of shock. Even Xian was shocked instantly, and came to his senses on the spot, realizing what he had done. Gurgle. At that moment, Xian couldn't help swallowing his saliva. Silence continued like this. It was not until a long time later that Xian coughed and spoke calmly. Slip of the tongue. Why don't you go back first, and we can start again later? That look is just like the protagonist who got the wrong script. Just when the scene entered dead silence again, a voice full of rage resounded throughout the venue. Dirty and rude lowlife. Go to H.L. With such an angry shout, a terrifying magic power enveloped the whole venue. A figure carrying an unparalleled momentum swept from the succubus city at an astonishing speed, and attacked Xian's direction. Xian's eyes condensed, and without any hesitation, he let the magic power in his body roll up. The next moment, a figure with unparalleled momentum rushed in front of Xian, and blasted Xian's head with a blow that overturned the world. Bang! The roar resounded through the sky. A violent shock wave suddenly appeared, attacking the surroundings like an avalanche. The ground broke inch by inch. The atmosphere wailed. All the demons around did not even have time to react. and were swept away by the sudden shock wave, causing a chaos. Suddenly, exclamations, screams, wails, and panic appeared in front of the gate of the succubus city. This movement even alarmed the major tribes in the succubus city, causing them to stir up and rush out of the city one after another and come here. It is conceivable how terrible this movement is. The aftermath of such a battle would definitely be difficult to arouse even for a legendary level clash. If the opponent had no background and was just an ordinary legendary level warrior, it would be possible for him to be defeated by this blow. Unfortunately, this welcome ceremony is really a bit flattering. Should we say that he is worthy of being the leader of the succubus among the 6 great demons? With these words, Sheen's figure gradually appeared in the shock wave. He was unscathed. You? The demon girl who attacked shrank, her eyes full of shock and anger. Upon closer inspection, she was holding an extremely huge steel gun in her hand, and the tip of the steel gun was blasted out by her, showing a straight piercing state. The steel gun was also flowing with gorgeous magic light, which was obviously not an ordinary item. And the demon girl holding this steel gun, her strength is even more legendary, only one step away from the extreme level. However, such a powerful person who should be unmatched. The attack of the extraordinary steel gun in his hand was actually taken. It was taken by Sheen with one hand. Barehanded. Give an explosion, she enchanted in a low voice. Bang! Another roar was aroused, causing a violent explosion in the field, forming a second wave of impact. However, this time the impact was no longer just a shock wave, but a strong explosion. The fierce flame suddenly appeared, ravaging the land and burning everything around. The already embarrassed demons cried out and wailed again. The ground was shattered again, and even melted, turning into magma. Leal, holding a huge steel gun bigger than her body, flew out of the explosion, with smoke and sparks all over her body, and fell to the ground, looking a little embarrassed. On the other hand, Sheen, as if bathing in flames, walked out slowly, without even a corner of his clothes being damaged. TSK. Leal was shocked. No matter how despicable and shameless they are still heroes. Can't they be underestimated? Sheen heard this. So you know me? Sheen raised his eyebrows and said with a smile, however, I respectfully decline the despicable and shameless evaluation. People who suddenly jump out to attack others are generally more despicable and shameless. Right? What did you say? Leal obviously has a bad temper and was immediately ignited. But Sheen is not a person who will be afraid of trouble. I said, you are a despicable and shameless attacker. And you are so beautiful. Chapter 676. Don't come over here. When Sheen blurted out his understated, natural sarcasm, silence visited here again. However, this time, it was not dead silence, but depression before the storm. Leal's expression disappeared. No longer angry, no longer solemn, but as if looking at a dead person. Calm to the point of weirdness. Looking at Leal like this, Sheen's expression also disappeared, because his extraordinary sixth sense brought by external awareness told him that something dangerous seemed to be awakened. Leal looked at Sheen coldly without saying a word. However, her eyes began to emit an unknown and inexplicable brilliance, just as Leal's eyes were completely lit up with an abnormal luster. A slender, white, ivory-like hand pressed on her shoulder. Stop it, Leal. The sweet and alluring voice instantly dispelled the oppressive atmosphere of the whole place. Lady Xiaoyan. The luster in Leal's eyes stagnated, and she turned her head to look at Xiaoyan beside her. There, Xiaoyan's calmness on her face was restored, and she was smiling. But Xiaoyan was not smiling at Leal, but at Sheen. It seemed that she was more interested in Sheen than before. The jealousy in Leal's heart immediately rose. However, Leal did not disobey Xiaoyan's order. No matter how jealous and resentful she was in her heart, Leal would never disobey Xiaoyan. So, although she was very reluctant, Leal still restrained her magic power and let the light in her eyes dissipate. She had immediately noticed that the dangerous things he had just felt seemed to have disappeared. This made Sheen look at Leal with a very deep look. Obviously, Leal's performance just now made Sheen a little concerned. Sheen had no idea that seeing his performance, the smile on Xiaoyan's face became even more intense. This was the first time he saw a man who could not bear to not look at her after seeing her, or even ignore her existence. This experience was the first time for Xiaoyan. At this time, seeing that everything had returned to calm, the surrounding demons finally came back to their senses from the sudden development, including the demons who flew over from the succubus city after hearing the sound. They were stunned at first, and then They all panicked after seeing Xiaofun. Meet Her Highness the Succubus. The demons in the Succubus city knelt down together. Meet Her Highness the Succubus. Shijina and other demons, who had just arrived at the Succubus city, also knelt down in fear. However, while feeling extremely terrified, the demons present could not help but keep their gazes on Xiaofu and I. Looking at the stunning demon girl, both men and women showed expressions of fascination, seeing the normal reactions of the demons, and Xin still looking at Liu thoughtfully. Xiaofuni felt a sense of novelty in her heart. In this situation, Xiaofuni didn't even pay attention to the demons around her. Your name is Xin, right? Xiaofuni said to Xin with interest. It's really interesting. I remember your name. Yes. Until this moment, Xiaofuni really remembered Xin's name. Although she had heard about Xin many times before, Xiaofuni didn't remember his name seriously before she met Xin. Until this time, Xiaofuni read Xin's name several times and remembered it seriously in her mind. Xin looked at Xiaofuni, looking at this charming succubus with a bright and moving smile. His heartbeat couldn't help but speed up. Damn. It's really a waste of time. This succubus is really poisonous. It can make my heart beat faster and faster. No wonder she is considered the most beautiful woman in the whole omnipotentensen. If there is a goddess in this world who controls the concept of beauty, then that goddess may be this succubus. Right? Of course. The gods will definitely not admit it. Xian quickly went through the scenes of the study materials in his mind hundreds of times, and silently repeated, I am not a pig brother, and I am not a licking dog thousands of times before he finally forced himself to calm down. Yes. It is forced. Otherwise, Xian felt that he might really be unable to resist being tempted. Think about the protagonists of those novels. Which one doesn't treat women as dirt? Xian kept hypnotizing himself. He didn't want to become the licking dog supporting role in the novels of his previous life, licking the face of the goddess when he saw her, and being despised by others. You know what? After imagining this, Xian did calm down. Are you Xiaofun? Xian said bluntly. I am here to find Yi. This is almost inhuman. Without any polite remarks. Which is really shocking. At least, the people present have never seen anyone who can be so calm and inhuman after seeing the succubus. Sir. Shijina was also shocked. She always thought that Xian came for the succubus, and was an admirer of the succubus. As a result, he attracted the real owner as soon as he arrived at the succubus city. And he didn't look intoxicated at all. And even looked a little resistant. Especially the words I am your father still echoed in Shijina's mind. So she still couldn't believe that Xian would say such words in front of the succubus. How could such a Shijina know that Xian had no words to say? If he didn't make himself look a bit more straight, he was really afraid that he would be poisoned by this succubus. Unfortunately, others didn't know his thoughts. How dare you be rude to Lady Xiaofun? Liu couldn't help but get angry again. But Xiaofun pressed Liu's shoulders tightly, and her eyes looking at Xian became brighter and brighter. I know you are here to find Yi. Xiaofun stared at Xian and said pitifully, but you don't have to be so anxious. Right? Don't you want to have a good chat with me first? That voice, that tone, made people imagine. Xian's mouth twitched, and there was a fire in his heart. At that moment, Xian spoke quickly. No need. Poor monk. Ah. I don't like women. I just want to see Yi. This lie that can cause thunder and lightning was used by Xian as an excuse. Puff. Xiaofuni suddenly burst into laughter. Her laughter was so beautiful that everyone's eyes were fixed and their mouths were dry. Even Liu was like this, and couldn't help but cast a loving gaze at Xiaofuni. Xian quickly turned his eyes away and shouted in his heart. Amitabha. Amitabha. Come to the Buddha to save me. This woman is really poisonous. Xian felt that he was about to collapse. But Xiaofuni came to him, looking at him and smiling like a flower. As far as I know, you have a princess who is known as the most beautiful woman in the human race as your fiancée. And there are many women around you. Is this called not being close to women? Xiaofuni's beautiful eyes curved into a crescent shape because of happiness. Xian turned his eyes away and even stepped back several steps. You misunderstood. Xian said very seriously. They all came to me on their own initiative. I just took it reluctantly because I didn't want to give it up for nothing. If Luo Shi and others were present, they would definitely beat this bastard to death for saying such a shameless thing. Only Xiaofuni was getting more and more interested. Then I came to my own initiative. Right? Xiaofuni stretched out her slender jade fingers, tapped her cheeks as tender as pine resin, and said pitifully, taking the principle of not giving it up for nothing. Do you also take me reluctantly? Puff. She had almost vomited blood. This is really a succubus. Who can stand it? Not to mention Xian couldn't stand it. Even the demons around him looked like they were about to die because of the lust. However, seeing Xiao Funi smiling like a flower and staring at Xian with pity, they looked at Xian silently, with jealousy, resentment, and even murderous intent emerging in their eyes. Among them, Liel was the most fearful. If it weren't for Shaft being there, she would have attacked Xian immediately. Xian suddenly felt thousands of curse-like gazes gathered on him, and he felt like a thorn in his back. You are joking. Your Highness the succubus. Xian could only laugh dryly, and continue to retreat. How do you know I am joking? What if I am serious? Xiao Funi approached with a smile. You also said it was a one-time thing. Xian continued to retreat with a stiff face. Others can't even have a one-time thing. But you are okay. Maybe I am moved? Xiao Funi continued to approach with a smile. Seeing this scene, Xian finally couldn't help it. Don't come over. A dignified hero actually said such words, as if a good woman was about to be forced. No. I will come over. Xiao Funi was not only not hit, but excitedly quickened her pace to approach Xian. Swish. Xian teleported, disappeared from the spot, and appeared in midair. Swish. Who would have thought that Xiao Funi would also teleport and appear in front of Xian again? Damn! Seeing that stunning face and hot body suddenly appear in front of him, Xian's heart trembled, and he couldn't help but burst out swearing, and disappeared again as if he was attacked by a tiger. Hee hee! Xiao Funi finally laughed heartily and teleported to follow. So, in midair, Xian and Xiao Funi's figures kept appearing and disappearing repeatedly, making the whole world seem to leave traces of the two. I warn you. Don't come over again. But what if I want to come over? I'm a married man. I don't mind. I'm your brother-in-law. Then I don't mind even more. I advise you not to play anymore. My self-control is not as good as you think. If I really get mad, I will be scared. Then I want to see what you look like when you get mad. Come on. Send one to me quickly. Aye. Hee hee. Sean's crazy shouting and Shaft's silver bell-like laughter spread throughout the venue. Everyone was speechless for a long time. Chapter 677 Shouldn't You Fight? On this day, all the demons in the entire succubus city began to doubt life. Seeing Xiao Funi chasing Xian with a smile on her face, they just thought they might be dreaming. There was no way. Who is that? Succubus. The most beautiful existence in Omnipotensen. She can kick away even the country offered by the Emperor himself. And countless heroes can't get her. Such a demon who is a disaster to the country, and the most beautiful in the world. Not only appeared at the city gate on this day, but also chased a man all over the sky? If this is not a dream, how could such a thing happen? Especially the man ran around with a face full of fear, as if he saw a man-eating goblin. Which made everyone feel incredible. Everyone could only think of questions one by one. Who is he? What is his relationship with the succubus? Why does Her Highness Succubus like him so much? While thinking about these unanswered questions, all the demons were envious and jealous. They didn't know what kind of background the man had to make Her Highness Succubus like him so much. But Her Highness Succubus actually favored a man so much. And this alone was enough to make everyone present jealous. That man didn't seem to be a demon. Human? Being able to fight with Lady Leal without any damage. And having this ability to move instantly. I'm afraid he must be a rare master of the human race. Right? When did such a young master appear in the human race? Could it be that he is? Gradually, it seemed that someone guessed Xian's identity. And then his face changed slightly. Especially the people of several powerful tribes in the succubus city. Their eyes flickered slightly. And I don't know what they were thinking. Of course, there are also people who only care about the fact that Xian and Shaft are playing. For example, Shajina. What on earth is going on? Shajina was completely confused and shocked. She had never thought that Xian, who she had previously thought would have difficulty meeting Her Highness the succubus and entering the succubus castle as she wished, would now become the one being pursued by Her Highness the succubus. In addition to Shajina, Leal also watched this scene, her eyes almost spitting fire. I have never seen Lady Shaft laugh so happily. Damn the hero! Leal was really jealous and crazy. She didn't know that at this moment. He had become the imaginary enemy in the minds of countless people. And many people had seen through his identity. He only knew that he was really about to collapse. God have mercy on him. He is not a gentleman. Let alone Lu Xiaohui. Being chased by such a charming succubus. Listening to her sweet laughter like the sound of nature. Looking at her soft and charming body and beautiful face that are constantly approaching. Xian already feels like he is about to be captured. His mind was full of thoughts now. He might as well give in to her, conquer her, press her under him, ravage her, and taste this unparalleled beauty. But reason told him that as one of the 6 great demons, and the second most important figure in the demon clan after the demon supreme, it was impossible for the other party to really want to have sex with him. Before coming, Shigina had said more than once that this succubus had made so many people intoxicated and heartbroken for thousands of years, and she had never been moved by anyone. Therefore, Xian was sure that once he really became a man under her pomegranate skirt, let alone sex, he would be thrown aside to chew mud in an instant. Licking a dog licks a dog, licking until there is nothing left. He, Xian, never wanted to become the poor supporting role that Shakina and countless people who knew the legend of the succubus used to set off the charm of the succubus, and let people in later generations say in a tone of worship of the succubus that a long time ago, even the fiancé of the kingdom's treasure, a dignified hero, bowed down to the succubus, but could not get the succubus's attention. Thinking of this, Xian's mind flashed through the faces of several people. There was Melika, there was Tyr, there was Ai, and Roxy. When these beautiful faces flashed through Xian's mind, Xian's heart, which had been struggling to hold back from falling because of the beauty and charm of the succubus, finally completely calmed down. Then, give fire. Xian suddenly chanted the magic spell to give the atmosphere the characteristics of fire. Bang! A burst of raging flames immediately burned up. And it just happened to cover the teleported Xiaofuni. You? Xiaofuni did not expect such a thing to happen, and was hit by the flames for a while. Of course, this mere magic flame could not hurt Xiaofuni. Xiaofuni just shook her magic power, and the flames were annihilated. But her eyes were full of surprise and astonishment when she looked at Xian. Xian actually attacked her. What? On the ground, countless demons who saw this scene rose up on the spot. Lord Xiaofuni. Liar was even more shocked, and suddenly burst out with a terrifying momentum. Without saying a word, she wanted to rush up and blast Xian into pieces. But at this time, Xiaofuni had already reacted. An invisible wave spread from her body, instantly shocking the whole audience. Xiaofuni looked at Xian with surprise, astonishment, doubt, and a little anger. You hit me? Xiaofuni was very surprised. That look was actually a bit pitiful. Xian cursed the goblin inwardly, but his heart had calmed down. Shouldn't you fight? Xian snorted and said, Do you really think I can't see that you are playing with me? Xiaofuni blinked. Indeed, she was playing with Xian. Otherwise, do you really think she wants to seduce Xian? She is a succubus, but she never disdains to actively seduce others. Others will basically fall for Xiaofuni at the first sight. Therefore, Xiaofuni does not need to seduce others, and will naturally be loved and obsessed by others. She treats Xian like this, but she thinks he is interesting, thinks he is fun, thinks his reaction is very fresh, and is more and more interested in him. So she wants to tease him. But Xian has no obligation to play with her. I don't care whether you are interested in me because of AIE or because of my identity, Xian warned. I just want to say, don't think that you have privileges just because you are a beauty. Maybe others will tolerate your willfulness, but I am definitely not in that group. If you ignore my ideas and insist on playing with me, and don't care whether it is convenient for me as long as you are happy, then next time, I will not just set fire. As he said, Xian put his hand on the holy sword at his waist, and with the ability of Vitua Tianming, he slightly injected magic power into the holy sword, awakening some of the power of the sealed holy sword. The sacred fluctuations immediately flashed on Xian's body, making Xiaofuni's eyes flash, and also made all the demons on the ground feel as if they felt something terrible. Their backs chilled, and there was a flash of fear in their hearts. This situation not only made the demons, but even Liu, who had been shouting and killing, change her face and tense up. The scene was suddenly greeted with silence for the nth time. Xiaofuni looked at Xian steadily, and the smile of interest on her face disappeared. However, Xiaofuni stared at Xian more seriously than before. If Xiaofuni had only regarded Xian as an interesting toy before, then now, the succubus finally regarded him as an equal and put him in her eyes. How many years have it been? Xiaofuni murmured. I don't know how many years it has been since I was resisted and threatened like this. Xiaofuni said this, but she was not angry at all. It seems that my sister and younger sisters will look at you differently. And it seems that there is a reason. Xiaofuni smiled again. It was not the charming smile before. Nor was it a smile that was really interesting as if she was having fun. but a smile that felt happy and enjoyed for a long time. Okay. Xiaofuni shrugged her soft shoulders and said, since you dared to attack me, I will give you 90 points. At this point, the ranking list in Xiaofuni's mind changed. The first place is still Xiaofuni's most beloved and even doting sister, Yi. But the second place is no longer Liu, who only has 10 points, but the man in front of him, who has just met for the first time. This is also the first man in history who can reach 90 points and rank in the top 3 in Shaft's heart. You know, even the brave Mitra back then, Shaft only gave him 10 points. If Shaft had not met Mitra face to face, the score might be even lower. Right? After all, Shaft did not think that the brave man could ignore her charm. If the brave man who was extremely fascinated by the elf queen Sophie saw Shaft, he would probably fall. And Shaft never took the toys that fell so easily to heart. Xian didn't know all this. He only knew that this woman finally stopped. Huh? Xian immediately subconsciously wiped his forehead, as if wiping away the non-existent cold sweat, and breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, I held on. Otherwise, I would have become the most embarrassing time traveler in history. Right? Which time traveler would fall into the hands of a woman when he first met her? If that really happened, Xian himself would feel that he had embarrassed his predecessors. Come with me. Xiaofuni said this to Xian, and then disappeared in a flash. Seeing this, Xian raised his eyebrows and said to Sha Jina below, I'm leaving. See you later. After that, Xian also disappeared. Master Xiaofuni, Li Ayer hurriedly followed. Only a group of demons were left, looking at each other. Some felt sad about the departure of the succubus, and some had their own thoughts. Master, Sha Jina also felt a sense of loss. I don't know if I can see him again in the future? Chapter 678. Let's accompany my sister to relieve her boredom first. Just as Xian left with Xiaofuni, the incident that happened in front of the gate of Succubus City was also spread throughout the entire Succubus City after a period of word of mouth. Countless tribes in Succubus City knew that today, a powerful human entered Succubus City. Moreover, this powerful person also alarmed the Succubus Highness, and seemed to be favored by the Succubus Highness. Once this matter was spread, the whole city was in an uproar. That Succubus Highness actually paid so much attention to a human? And took the initiative to approach the other party? Impossible. Just a human. What qualifications does he have to be favored by that highness? This is the idea of almost most people. As the most powerful tribes in the Succubus territory, these beings gathered in the Succubus territory are undoubtedly the servants of the Succubus, because they are so close to the Succubus. Most people in the Succubus City have seen the Succubus once or twice in the long years. Those who have seen the Succubus, regardless of gender, are naturally captivated by it and deeply intoxicated. It can be said that the Succubus is the highest belief of the people here, the object of their most longing, worship, love, and even fanatical love. They do not expect to be favored by the prince, but just hope to see the prince a few more times. For this reason, I don't know how many demons collect the portraits or images of the Succubus to relieve the pain of lovesickness. The Succubus is the goddess in the minds of countless people, and even the dream lover who is haunted by their souls. Now tell them that the goddess they love most is actually happy with a human being. The sensation caused is definitely greater than the sensation caused when Xian wanted to become Luo Shi's fiancé. Even the powerful people in those powerful tribes are a little out of control for this. What is the origin of that human? The one who could arouse the interest of his highness should not be an ordinary human. Right? I want to see who that human is. Some people started to investigate Xian with such an idea. Could that human be? It is probably. Apart from that kind of existence, what other powerful human beings could attract the attention of Lady Xiaofuni? Some people have guessed Xian's identity and started to think about it. Some people have even started to act, ready to do something irrational. Among them, the people around Xiaofuni. So, the sensation continued to spread, and people with intentions and those without intentions also took some actions. At this time, Xian came to the Succubus castle with Xiaofuni. This is the Succubus's bedroom, or the residence of a person. This high castle, standing at the highest point in the Succubus city, also serves as the power center of the Succubus territory and the Succubus city. Only the cadres and subordinates under the Succubus who are responsible for managing the territory and the city are qualified to enter and exit freely. The rest of the people will not be allowed to enter unless they have special permission. There are even 2 guards at the gate of this high castle. The 2 guards are as tall as giants, at least 10 meters tall, sitting in front of the gate like 2 huge statues, holding huge steel guns that soar into the sky. with solemn faces. If you feel it carefully, then keen people will find that the levels of these two guards are ridiculously high. Their levels are both 90. Yes. Level 90. These two guards are legendary strongmen. Lady Xiaofun. Lady Xiaofun. When Xiaofuni and Xian appeared here, the two gatekeepers who looked like huge statues actually moved. And in a roar, they knelt on one knee respectfully in front of Xiaofuni. The momentum and the loud noise all showed their extraordinariness. Good guy. Xian was stunned. To be honest, he really had never seen such a big person. Not to mention that they were genuine legendary masters. Xiaofuni ignored the two people and introduced them to Xian. They are the only two legendary masters of the rock giants. And they are also two of the 8 cadres under my command. Awesome. Right? Xiaofuni smiled as if she was showing off to Xian. Rock giants? Xian looked at Xiaofuni in confusion. But he saw her beautiful face with a smile when he was caught off guard. His heart skipped a beat, and he quickly looked away. Have you never heard of the rock giants? I don't know if Xiaofuni has noticed it. She covered her mouth and chuckled as if she said, they are the most sparsely populated tribe in the demon world. It is estimated that there are only a few dozen people in total. But as long as they grow up, they can naturally reach level 80. If they are not too few in number, and their childhood is too long, they will definitely not be able to grow up without 1,000 years. Then, they will definitely be able to compete with the dragons. Such a powerful tribe. The only 2 legendary strongmen in the tribe have become cadres under Xiaofuni. You actually let your cadres guard the door here? Xian was speechless. Who knew that before Xiaofuni spoke? The 2 rock giants spoke first. It is our honor to guard the door for Master Xiaofuni. Short life. Don't insult us. The rock giants roared like a roar. Xian only felt a buzzing in his ears, and was almost scared to death by the loud noise. Is that what they said? Xiaofuni's expression was normal. She seemed very happy to see Xian embarrassed. And her eyes were full of cunning. 2 big fools. Xian could only pick his ears and roll his eyes. The rock giants were immediately angry. Who are you? You don't seem to be a demon. But you dared to get so close to Lady Xiaofuni. Damn it! The 2 rock giants were filled with terrifying momentum. The heavy feeling, as if a heavy mountain fell from the sky and hit him hard, made Xian's shoulders sink slightly. However, almost instantly, Xian's shoulders returned to normal, and his expression was extremely calm. Huh? The 2 rock giants made a sound in surprise. Obviously, they didn't expect that this human who looked so short could actually withstand the momentum released by the 2 of them. Xian looked at Xiaofuni regardless of the reaction of the 2 rock giants. You want me to come with you? Don't you just want others to show me some power? Xian's eyes gradually turned unfriendly when he looked at Xiaofun. If I really wanted to give you a warning, I would have done it long ago. Why go through so much trouble to let others do it? Xiaofun seemed to enjoy Xian's hostility towards her. She nodded with satisfaction and continued to smile without getting angry. That's true. Xian thought it made sense and relaxed his brows. On the other hand, the 2 rock giants changed their expressions. Not only did they not restrain their momentum, but they became even more aggressive. There was no other reason. Lady Xiaofun seems very happy? Does your highness like this human very much? When these 2 sentences flashed through the hearts of the 2 rock giants, their eyes like rocks could not help but burst out with jealousy. This made the 2 of them release all their momentum and suppress Xian. Feeling the pressure coming from the suppression, which became heavier and heavier, Xian's brows, which had just relaxed, frowned again. So, Xian looked at the 2 rock giants, with a cold light flashing in his eyes. The 2 rock giants seemed to be suddenly stared at by some terrible beast, and their bodies became stiff. You? He? The rock giants cast a suspicious look at Xian. Bathed in this sight, Xian gradually restrained the magic power that was about to burst out of his body. What do you want to do? Xian's tone began to become unhappy. This tone was naturally directed at Xiaofuni. Xiaofuni had been watching the show on the side, not taking the initiative to stop it, but just watching with interest. This performance of gloating and fearing that the world would not be in chaos really made Xian angry. Xiaofuni looked innocent. I didn't order them to do this. Right? Xiaofuni explained pitifully. Unfortunately, Xian didn't buy into her tricks anymore. I should have said, don't play tricks on me just because you think it's fun. Right? Xian took a deep breath, looked at Xiaofuni, turned around and walked away. Seeing this, the innocence and pity on Xiaofuni's face disappeared completely. Wait. Xiaofuni quickly grabbed Xian's hand and said helplessly, okay. It's my fault. I always can't help wanting to tease you. But I didn't expect you to have such a bad temper. It's almost the same as AIE. No wonder you can fall in love with each other. Sorry. I have such a bad temper. While Xian said this, his heartbeat accelerated, and he quickly pulled back his hand. The hand of this succubus is smoother than jade, softer than cotton, and the touch is so good that Xian feels numb, as if he was electrocuted. I can only say that she is indeed a succubus, and everything about her body has incomparable temptation and attraction. Xian was really a little worried that he would fall unconsciously if he stayed with such a poisonous woman. Could it be that this is her purpose? Xian looked at Xiao Funi with vigilance. The look that seemed to be guarding against thieves made Xiao Funi laugh and cry. Just say that you and my little AIE are a pair. Right? Even the way you are vigilant to me is almost the same. Isn't it? You know, AIE is like this, treating Xiao Funi as a tiger and being vigilant to her. In this case, it is no wonder that Xiao Funi felt so amused. However, in Xiao Funi's heart, Xian's score unconsciously increased by 2 points and became 92. This man is really interesting. Just like little AIE. Thinking of this, Xiao Funi's face reappeared with a smile. Let's go. Go sit with my sister. Xiao Funi stretched out her hand to Xian again. What are you doing? Xian quickly avoided it. Nothing. Xiao Funi blinked and said, I just want to take you back to talk. Talk? Then don't make a move. Xian still said with a vigilant face, also, I don't want to chat with you. I just want to get in touch with Ai and ask Ai to pick me up. Xian doesn't want to stay in this succubus leader for a moment. Don't worry. Someone will come to pick you up. Xiao Funi said leisurely. As if she couldn't hear Xian's anxiety, little Ai has already told all the sisters that the 6 demons are looking for you now. Really? Xian was a little more energetic and asked, have you found the person who was traveling with me? Well, I guess I have found it. Xiao Funi smiled gently and said, your little baby dragon just happened to fall into the dragon demon territory and was witnessed by Xiao Ai's subordinates. Now Xiao Ai should have gone to pick her up. Xiao Ai's cadre named Jacinta was fine. Although he fell into the demon territory, he was not a fool in the demon realm. He would go back by himself when he found the twin magic creatures that had been following him. And the little evil god. She was fine too. But she fell into the poison demon territory. It was said that she was rushing around anxiously, attracting the attention of countless tribes along the way. She was surrounded many times, but she annihilated all the demons that blocked her way, causing a lot of noise. It was said that the girl Carmina was very angry. I guess she would run over by herself and fight with the little evil god? Xiao Funi's casual words made Xian quite relieved at the beginning, but the latter made Xian's heart rise again. Poison demon Carmina? Xian frowned and said, will she attack Lilith? Should she? Xiao Funi said indifferently, Carmina's temper is not inferior to you and Xiao Ai. That evil god is so unscrupulous in her territory. It would be strange if she didn't explode. Hearing this, Xian was silent for a while, and his frown suddenly relaxed. What? Xiao Funi wanted to tease Xian again, and said in a gentle and persuasive way, aren't you worried? What are you worried about? Xian replied calmly, I know Lilith's strength best. In a one-on-one situation, no one can easily hurt her unless it is the moon demon Sarah. That's because you don't know how terrible Carmina is. Xiao Funi deliberately incited Xian. She is a poison demon, with poison everywhere on her body. She can create fierce poison at will. Even the existence of super level cannot ignore her poison. Even a drop of it can dye the earth into a deadly place of poison. And one step is enough to take a person's life. This is the power of the poisonous demon. And it is also a terrifying force that makes countless people tremble with fear. However, I believe that she can't do anything to Lilith. This sentence? Xian said with absolute certainty. So confident? Xiao Funi looked at Xian. Her eyes flickered, and then smiled. Let's see whether my sister is stronger, or the little evil god beside you is stronger. As she said, Xiao Funi grabbed Xian's hand with lightning speed. Now, you should come in with me, and accompany your sister to relieve her boredom first. Xiao Funi pulled Xian into the succubus castle with a happy face. Wait! You let me go by myself! Xian's cry was unusually loud. The ignored rock giant brothers were messy in the wind. What is the situation now? The two of them were ignored? Who is that human? Why is he so close to His Highness? The rock giant brothers looked at each other in confusion. Lady Xia Fun. A stream of light came quickly, ignoring the rock giant brothers, and rushed into the succubus castle. The rock giants immediately began to doubt their lives. Could it be that the two of them were not big enough? How could they ignore this? Chapter 679, Sweet Smell. Succubus Castle. The top floor. This is the highest place in the Succubus Castle. But it is only a living space for one person. Except for a huge conference hall in the middle of the top floor. Most of the rest of the places are restaurants, baths and personal entertainment facilities. At first glance, it looks like an extremely luxurious residential area. But there is only one user in these places. That is the owner of this Succubus Castle. The owner of this Succubus territory. That is, the Succubus itself. At this time, the Succubus Xiaofuni returned to this floor and entered her room. Of course, Xian was also brought here by her. Bang! With a small muffled sound. Xian, who entered the room, fell on an extremely soft bed. He didn't do it himself, but someone pushed him onto the bed without saying a word. You? Xian, who fell on the bed, had a face full of disbelief and hesitation. Disbelief because the other party actually did such a thing. Shaken, he couldn't help but think about it. Smelling the sweet and fragrant fragrance on the soft bed, Xian had to admit that there was only pink fantasy in his head. He, on the other hand, Xiaofuni, looking at Xian lying on her bed, put on the most playful smile so far, and approached with ill intentions. What are you going to do? Xian couldn't help but move back, and even hugged himself, with a look of horror on his face. That look was like a little girl who was about to be circled and crossed. Xiaofuni climbed onto the bed regardless of Xian's face full of horror. That action instantly showed the hot body of this charming demon girl to the fullest. Even from Xian's perspective, he could see the high-raised buttocks and the thin waist with an extremely attractive curve, plus 2 long white legs, making the action of this succubus crawling over seem so touching. Sean was sure that if someone saw this witch doing this gesture from behind, they would definitely go berserk and pounce on her. Even Sean himself was becoming more and more shaken, and he had the urge to just give in. But he had a feeling that if he pounced on her, he would most likely die. Even if he didn't die, he would completely fall into her infinite charm, and finally forget about Rosie, Tare, AI, Melika and others. This woman, even if she was just an ordinary person, could make the world fall into her hands with this charm. Sean was really afraid of this poisonous succubus, so he struggled in his heart. Seeing Sean like this, Xiaofuni smiled even brighter. Don't resist. Just obey me quickly, and show me. Xiaofuni said something that made Sean almost vomit blood. What do you want to see? Xian's voice trembled. Of course it's the thick and big thing on your waist, Xiaofuni asked as a matter of course. Puff. This time, Xian didn't want to vomit blood, but wanted to spray blood. However, it was not the blood in his heart that sprayed, but the nosebleed that seemed to have been held in his nose for a long time. I'm not that kind of person. Xian could only try to stop himself with the last bit of fig leaf. Who would have thought that Xiaofuni would look at him with contempt? Whether you are that kind of person or not, what does it have to do with me? Xiaofuni said disdainfully. Besides, no matter who you are, when you come to me, you are someone who can only be controlled by me. You are quite confident. Xian laughed in anger and said, Do you really think I dare not do it? You can do it. Xiaofuni smiled brightly, not surprised but happy, saying, If you don't resist at all, it will be boring. The way Sean looked at Xiaofuni was like looking at a woman in her prime. I didn't expect that this succubus would be such a person. Don't people outside say that she is very noble? Don't everyone admire her, love her, and dream about her, and even give everything to make her smile? It is said that even the emperor personally sent her to the country. But she disdained it. Countless famous heroes were willing to betray their race to fight for her, but she also ruthlessly refused. Such a beauty. The true face is like this? Sean was angry. In his grief, Sean even wanted to remind the other party that he was her brother-in-law, and she was sorry for doing this. However, Sean couldn't help but think of the previous conversation. I am a married man. I don't mind. I am your brother-in-law. Then I don't mind even more. Damn. This can't be used as an excuse at all. And it may even make the other party more excited. Just when Xian was in grief and anger, Xiaofun suddenly took action while he was not prepared. Caught! The next second, Xiaofun made a surprised sound. Xian couldn't help but tremble all over, and the grief and anger in his heart turned into dejection. After all, he succeeded. I'm sorry, Luo Shi. I'm sorry, Aie. I'm sorry, Tyr. I'm sorry, Melika. I'm going to. Xian suddenly stopped trembling, because he didn't feel anything was touched at all. Instead, a sound of metal came from his waist. That was the feeling of the holy sword on his waist being taken away by a white and slender jade hand. Is this your holy sword? Xia Funi held the sealed holy sword, her eyes full of curiosity. Seeing this, Xian's mouth twitched. So this guy wanted to see the holy sword? Then just say it. Why do you do so many things that make people think of it? Hack. Xian spoke sweetly. Xia Funi didn't care. Big sister and little Ai both praised you to the sky. I want to see how capable you are as a brave man. As she said that, Xia Funi's hand swept across the sword of the holy sword. Ding! 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 This is the sound caused by the 3 sealing rings falling to the ground. Xia Funi actually used her great power to directly wipe out the seal on the holy sword. Clang! The next moment, a dazzling light bloomed from the sword of the holy sword, filling the entire room. Swish! Xia Funi's hand holding the holy sword was scalded by the holy power, and smoke came out. Xia Funi's pretty face changed, and she couldn't help but let go of the holy sword in her hand. The holy sword immediately fell with gravity, but it suddenly stagnated in the process of falling, as if it had life, and it turned around and flew into Xian's hand and got into Xian's palm. The holy sword returned to the owner's hand by itself. However, the holy light flowing on the sword was still so bright and dazzling that Xia Funi's eyes flickered. Xian reacted at this time. You are not a fool. Are you? Xian looked at Xia Funi as if he was looking at some kind of child who needed to be cared for. That look really made Xia Funi's mood become a little bit not so beautiful. Who is the fool? Xia Funi looked dissatisfied. Well, you are, aren't you? Xian pointed at Xiafun and said very straightforwardly, if this person is not a fool, how could he do such a stupid thing without knowing the answer? Everyone knows that the holy sword is the nemesis of the demons. Its power is even the most restraining thing for the demons in the world. Ordinary demons will die if they touch it. And even the demons with immortal bodies will be killed by the holy sword. Even if it is the demon king, it will be fine if he is not stabbed by the holy sword. Once stabbed by the holy sword, he will definitely die. The brave Mitra was able to kill the demon king thanks to the assistance of the supreme god Omnis, who allowed him to pierce the demon king's heart with the holy sword. Otherwise, he, a brave man of the same level as Lita's, could not be the opponent of the demon king. In this case, Xiafun actually took the initiative to unseal the holy sword. She was obviously a demon, but she directly touched the holy sword. What would be the consequences? Just think about it. Right? But she did it. In Xian's view, it was a stupid thing without knowing the answer. But? You are stupid. Xia Funi covered her burned hand and said angrily, who knew you were such a pervert? Hey! Xian was not willing to do so, and said directly, are you so angry that you start personal attacks? Do you think I am just talking nonsense? Xia Funi was so angry that she laughed, and said, I am not that boring. Saying this, Xia Funi glanced at the holy sword in Xian's hand. Although the holy sword of the hero is the power to restrain the demons, its true power will only be truly revealed after the hero himself enters the transcendent level. That is, our level. Before reaching the transcendent level, its power is ultimately limited. Ai also said this. When the hero himself enters the transcendent level, the holy sword of the hero will also usher in a transformation and become a power crystallization of the same level as the supreme god and the demon king. Such a holy sword is the strongest divine weapon in the true sense. And even the demon king can be truly defeated. The people of the demon clan are simply unable to resist and cannot resist. However, before the hero himself has not reached the transcendent level, the legendary power of the holy sword is only partially revealed. Such a holy sword is naturally the most feared weapon for ordinary demons. But it is not a threat to demons like us who have transcended. Xia Funi said this with certainty. At the beginning, before Mitra transcended, his holy sword could not cause effective damage to demons like us. Therefore, before Xian transcended, the holy sword should not be a threat to demons. At least, Xia Funi thought so. And others should think so too. But the reality is that even if Xian has not transcended, his holy sword can hurt Xia Funi. What does this show? It shows that your holy sword has a very powerful power. So powerful that even Mitra cannot reach it. Even if the hero himself has not transcended, it can threaten the existence of transcendence. Xia Funi looked at Xian deeply. And the power of the holy sword represents the potential and talent of the hero himself. The more potential and talent a brave warrior has, the stronger his holy sword will be. On the contrary, the weaker the power of the holy sword will be. Therefore, Xiao Funi wanted to see Xian's holy sword. She wanted to judge the future and potential of Xian, the brave warrior, by the strength of the holy sword. The result surprised Xiao Funi. He has such a strong power before he transcends. If you transcend, how strong will this sword become? And how strong will you become? It's scary to think about it. Xiao Funi said this, and her eyes swept over Xian's body. Seeing this, Xian's heart tightened. You don't want to kill your relatives for the sake of justice, do you? Xian looked at Xiao Funi with vigilance. What does it mean to kill your relatives for the sake of justice? Xiao Funi said with a smile, you are not my relative. I am your brother-in-law. Xian quickly reminded him. I haven't married yet. Xiao Funi also reminded him in a good tone. I haven't married your sister yet. Xian was annoyed and strongly corrected him. If you want to marry, it's your sister who will marry my family. It's the same. Xiao Funi smiled and said, in short, you are a very dangerous hero. More dangerous than Mitra. If you grow up, it will be a big disaster for us. You just need to know this. Hearing this, Xian was speechless. This succubus, is it really going to destroy herself and strangle this hero with unlimited potential in the cradle? Interesting. If you can do it, just come and try it, Xian said. You don't think I dare, do you? Xiao Funi still smiled like a flower, but her eyes became cold. Suddenly, a terrible pressure enveloped Xian. Xian's shoulders sank, and then he stood up suddenly. Clang! The light on the holy sword shone extremely brightly. Bang! The brilliant flames also burned from Xian's body. Without any hesitation, Xian directly turned on reincarnation destiny, allowing the magic power in his body to burn rapidly, turning into power and filling his body. So, Xian's aura continued to surge, and finally it surged tenfold, competing with Xiao Funi. You? This time, Xiao Funi was shocked. Xian smiled. Do you think that I have to let you slaughter me because I am not transcendent? Xian looked directly at Xiao Funi and said, you probably haven't read many novels. Right? Novels? Xiao Funi was slightly startled. That's right. Xian said calmly, if you read too many novels, you will know a truth. What's the reason? The protagonist can challenge a higher level. This is the basic setting. Xiao Funi was speechless. However, Xian took the opportunity to quickly stop reincarnation destiny and let the violent burning magic power in his body subside. After all, Xian's reincarnation destiny is still limited, and this fatal weakness cannot be seen by this succubus. So, just use it to scare others. It's better not to reveal the bottom. But Xian just had this thought in his mind. Xiao Funi suddenly spoke. Your strength is just forced up. The consumption should be not small. Right? This made Xian's heart jump fiercely. Xiao Funi laughed again. She laughed very happily. If you don't even have this endurance, you can't satisfy me. Right? Xiao Funi said this delicately. Xian was completely defeated. Chapter 680. What does that have to do with me? Seeing Xian's expression of despair and love, Xiao Funi still smiled, and her eyes seemed to contain a smile. The look she gave Xian was completely different from before. You know, in the past, the men who had seen her either looked dazed and lost their souls, and had no self-control in front of her, or they were always following her, pretending to be nice, or even flattering, and didn't dare to lose their composure at all. At the beginning, Xiao Funi still found these people interesting and would tease them a little. But after thousands and tens of thousands of years, everyone around her was like this. So Xiao Funi was naturally completely fed up. In front of Xiao Funi, even the goddess of the gods would lose her composure. There are less than 10 people who can be calm in front of the succubus, stick to their hearts, show their true character, and face Xiao Funi naturally, even if they search the entire omnipotensen. These people are either the 3 goddesses of the gods, or the sisters of the demons. Only in front of them can Xiao Funi be relaxed and get along with them. The rest of the people have long been unable to attract Xiao Funi's attention. This is also the reason why Xiao Funi is more playful and inclined to entertainment. She really thinks everything in this world is boring. Her situation is somewhat similar to that of the Supreme God Omnis. The Supreme God Omnis is an omnipotent existence, who can easily create everything and obtain everything. So she is naturally unable to pay much attention to these easily obtained things. Xiao Funi is because others will basically be willing to give her what she wants, and there is almost no one who will refuse her. So she thinks most things in this world are boring. What she likes most are those things that are not easily obtained. Therefore, she likes Yi very much, because Yi always resists her unwillingly, is very dissatisfied with her, and will show it directly, and will never hide it, which makes her feel very interesting. Although the other sisters were also calm in front of Shafn. As the second daughter of the 6 great demons, the younger sisters basically respected her, and the eldest sister also valued all her opinions and wishes. In short, she would indulge her in most situations. Therefore, although her relationship with the other sisters was good, she still liked Ai the most. As for the 3 goddesses of the gods, they were long-standing enemies. They were enemies of Shafn not out of their own will, but because of their own positions. In addition, Shafn herself had her own position. Shafn was somewhat respectful of the goddesses of the gods, and naturally did not like them very much. Originally, Shafn thought that apart from these beings of the same level as herself, there was no one in the world who could satisfy her preferences. Who would have thought that the brave man in front of her, who made her a little curious, gave her a surprise? Xiaofun could see that the other party was also intimidated by her charm, and showed signs of hesitation several times. But he seemed to resist this hesitation, and did not want to be Xiaofun's captive. So he tried his best to stay away from Xiaofun. This kind of behavior was the first time Xiaofun had seen it so far. In addition, although the other party was shaken and resisted, his words and deeds never changed. It was obvious that he faced Xiaofun with his own nature. He did not hide himself in front of Xiaofun, pretending to be a gentleman or panic because Xiaofun was the most beautiful woman in Omnipotence. Xiaofun inevitably felt happy. At this moment, Xiaofun somewhat understood why her somewhat unkind sister liked this hero so much. And her sister also said that he was very special. This hero was indeed very special. Xiaofun silently added 3 more points to him in her heart, and gave him a rating of 95 points. This score is really unprecedentedly high. So far, no other alien has ever been evaluated like this in Xiaofun's heart. However, his origin must be not simple. Xiaofun was thinking, why was the hero summoned again after 1,000 years? This hero has such an amazing holy sword, and such amazing potential that even Mitra can hardly reach. Is it a coincidence or another reason? If such a being really steps into transcendence, then who else in Omnipotent Forest can control him except the one who retired? When he becomes the most influential being in the world, what kind of interference will he cause to this world that has been peaceful for 1,000 years? Thinking of this, Xiaofun suddenly understood. The eldest sister asked Xiao Ai to marry this hero. Probably not only to calm the stimulation brought to the demons by the hero's appearance in the world, but also to seek some shelter for the demons in the future? It's not the same as before. In peacetime, the hero may still be the natural enemy of the demons, but they are no longer irreversible enemies. If the demons can get rid of the shackles of the past, and no longer fight to the death with the heroes as in the past, but build a good relationship with the heroes and make friends with them, then even if something really happens in the future, the heroes should also consider the demons. Others may have a grudge against the demons because of the past wars, but the heroes will not. From ancient times to the present, all heroes have one common characteristic. That is, they value feelings very much. The hero in front of him may be very special, but from some rumors about him so far and his views on Ai, it can be seen that he is also the same. In this case, making friends with the other party is not necessarily a bad thing. Of course, the premise is that Ai herself also likes the other party, and does not resist this matter. Otherwise, Sarah would not have sold out the rest of her sister's life for these purposes. It's just that I didn't expect that demons like us would get married one day. The world is really unpredictable. Xiaofuni couldn't help but sigh. For thousands of years, although the 6 demons were all famous women, and their looks were more outstanding than each other, they never considered marriage. This includes Xiaofuni, who has been loved and pursued by countless people. In this world, there is no opposite sex who can match them and be favored by them. Even among the heroes, how many can step into the transcendent level? But the heroes are still the natural enemies of the demons. Thousands of years ago, when wars were constant, it was impossible for them to have any involvement with the demons. Even those heroes who were fascinated by Xiaofuni would eventually become enemies of the demons due to various external reasons. And it was impossible for them to have any development with Xiaofuni. Xiaofuni herself looked down on everyone. As I said, the person who bows down to me so easily is not even worthy of my further look. Even the 3 goddesses have never liked any opposite sex. Firstly, they have no desire in this regard. Secondly, the gods are more superior, nobler and longer lived than the elves. It is impossible for them to have any development with men of other races. Therefore, Xiaofuni never thought that one day someone would be ready to marry a demon like her. With all these thoughts, Xiaofuni could not help but suddenly ask Xian a question. Do you like Ai? Xiaofuni looked straight at Xian. Xian was stunned. But seeing Xiaofuni's straight gaze and extremely serious attitude, Xian answered without thinking. I like it. There is no doubt about this. Why? Xiaofuni seemed to have not expected Xian to answer so firmly. She was a little surprised and said unexpectedly, although my little Ai is very cute and has big breasts. Xian's eyes jumped. But before Xian could express his opinion, Xiaofuni continued, if we ignore the factor of appearance, then my little Ai should not be likable. Right? Xiaofuni said, she has a bad temper and is unkind. She sleeps all day long, let alone dating. Even if you ask her to accompany you, she probably won't be willing. Why do you like such a girl? Hearing this, Xian was silent. After a while, Xian spoke lightly. Indeed, the girl has a bad temper and is quite unkind. She basically won't even look at people she is not interested in. Even if more people die in front of her, she can probably watch without changing her face. But I am not in that range. Xian threw out such a sentence. What? Xiaofuni was stunned. Seeing this, Xian smiled. That girl's bad temper has never been shown in front of me. Although she is often angry, she will always obey me in the end. That girl's unkindness has never been shown to me. Even if she looks reluctant, once I ask for something, she will half-heartedly agree to it. She may not look at others, but she has been watching me and watching my performance. She may watch others die indifferently, but she will not allow anyone to touch me. She has even said more than once that if anyone dares to touch me, she will help me get back on my feet. Xian said this to Xiaofuni. Let me ask. If I don't like such a girl, who else can I like? Xian's question made Xiaofuni stunned for a long time. Then, Xiaofuni remembered what happened at the meeting a few days ago. At that time, Ai made such a declaration to herself and others. Let me make it clear to you first. That hero is my man. Don't think about doing anything to him. This is the first time that Xiaofuni has seen Ai show such obvious favoritism and partiality. Moreover, the other party is a hero who should be the enemy of the demons. In the past, Ai had hated the existence of heroes, and believed that their existence was a huge threat to the demons and could not be ignored. For this reason, she personally killed 2 heroes and strangled them in the cradle. So, to be honest, both Xiaofuni and Carmina were surprised that Ai actually made such a declaration to favor a hero and protect a hero. Xiaofuni even worried that Ai was deceived or confused by the hero. In view of this, Xiaofuni's thoughts about Xian were actually half curiosity and half vigilance. And now, looking at Xian's indifferent and calm smile, Xiaofuni suddenly felt that her worries were unnecessary. My sister thinks highly of this hero and favors him to the point that she is jealous. But at the same time, this hero loves his sister as much as his sister. What if one day, the demons and gods go to war again? Xiaofuni asked the most difficult question in the world. She wanted to know which side this hero would stand on. However, Xian raised his eyebrows. What does that have to do with me? Xian's words made Xiaofuni stunned. No, it's none of your business? Xiaofuni almost didn't react. But this is the most real thought in Xian's heart. I do have a special relationship with Ai. But that doesn't mean that I have a good relationship with you demons. Xian said with a smile. If Ai is bullied by someone from the gods, I will naturally not sit idly by. But the demons are in trouble. What does that have to do with me? Xian's answer was beyond Xiaofuni's expectation. The other party actually considered Ai and the demons separately, which was something Xiaofuni had not expected. This made Xiaofuni a little dissatisfied. Don't forget, Ai is a demon after all. Our sister, Xiaofuni emphasized. So what? Xian said bluntly. She is your sister, not me. It is natural for me to help her. And it is reasonable for me to help you. But if you want me to be your slave and fight with the gods because of this, I'm sorry. I really don't have such a good relationship with you. I have to say that this is very direct and realistic. But it makes a lot of sense. In the demons, only Ai is the one Xian cares about the most. And there are really few people who can make him care enough to change his position. Admittedly, Xian has some friendship with Sarah, Lid and Milu. But it's just a little friendship. This friendship is not enough to make Xian a brave warrior, rebel against the demons, and help them fight against the gods and humans. Or do you think that I will be your licker like those brave warriors and heroes who once betrayed their race to fight for you, but were ignored by you? Xian shrugged and said, You are indeed good-looking. But there are some things in this world that you can't get just by being good-looking. These words made Xiaofuni stare at Xian in a daze. The look in her eyes was particularly inexplicable. Some things can't be obtained just by being good-looking? Xiaofuni murmured this sentence. This sentence touched Xiaofuni, who felt that most things in this world were boring because others would willingly give her what she wanted, and there was almost no one who would refuse her. Xian didn't know this and just continued talking. Don't think that I will act as you think just because I become a hero. Whether I am a hero or not, I have my own ideas and will. Whether it is a god or a demon. If I don't like it, then I won't help. If I like it, then even if others say that it is an enemy I should defeat, do I have to fight it? I am not like those heroes in the past who really think that they can save the world. Xian said everything that can be said and cannot be said. Xiaofuni was speechless. Chapter 681. How could she object? Even though she knew that Xian was a very special hero, Xiaofuni did not expect that this hero seemed to be even more special than she thought. Regardless of whether the theory he mentioned was right or wrong, Xiaofuni had never heard of it. Although the heroes of all generations came from another world, when they were reincarnated into this world and became the trump cards of the gods and humans, they would usually naturally embark on the road of fighting against the demons, including Mitra. And they made such a choice for various reasons. Some were because of the education and guidance of the gods. Some were driven by the righteousness of saving the world. Some were because they were human beings and members of the human race, and they thought they should do this. Some were because they seriously wanted to end the war and believed that the demons were evil. And then, they tried their best to eradicate the demons. Why did the demons react so strongly after learning that the hero had reappeared? First, they were really afraid of the hero's power and the threat of the holy sword. Second, they hated and resented the hero. From the perspective of the demons, they were inexplicably regarded as evil beings, inexplicably considered to have destroyed world peace and even destroyed the world, and were targeted and attacked by the heroes. Who should they go to for justice? Of course, it is not unreasonable for the demons to fall to this point. After all, there are indeed many evil tribes in the demon tribe, and many bloody and cruel people. Like the Chibble who belongs to the demon. Isn't his tribe quite bloodthirsty? Always wanting to squeeze the blood of others to increase his strength. There are many demons like this. In addition, it was the demon king who started the war in the beginning, wanting to kill the supreme god who created the world. The supreme god was forced to create the summons of the brave and the two major races of the gods and humans. It is not wrong to say that the culprit of everything is the demons. However, there are also many groups in the demons who hope to have peace. If it were not for this, the demons would not surrender and actively seek peace 1,000 years ago in exchange for this 1,000 years of peace. AI would not let go of hatred because of this. Stop pursuing the murder of the demon king and restrain his cruelty. For these people, it is really unreasonable to be considered evil. Xiaofuni thought that in the eyes of the brave Xian, the demons were still in the position of villains. Who would have thought that the other party did not take the position seriously at all? He told Xiaofuni very clearly that he would not choose to help the gods or the humans because of his position. Nor would he think that he, a brave man, should save the world and be an enemy of the demons. All he cares about is his own thoughts and the people around him. Keeping to oneself is the best interpretation of this hero. He will not decide who he should help and who he should be an enemy of right away. But he wants to see with his own eyes and make his own judgments, and will never be swayed by the thoughts and positions of others. Just as he said, his friendship with the demons is really not deep, but he is very close to Ai. Just because of this, it is not enough to make him stand on the side of the demons completely. Of course, the friendship between the gods and Xian is not deep either. Even if Anima and Najula both showed full goodwill to Xian, making Xian owe them some favors, it is not enough to make Xian stand on the side of the gods without hesitation. Favors are favors, and positions are positions. Favors can be returned, but positions cannot be easily swayed. This is what Xian wants to express. Xiaofuni felt that she might have understood this man a little. It seems that you haven't completely integrated yourself into this world, Xiaofuni said as if she sighed. Xian raised his eyebrows slightly. He knew what Xiaofuni meant and would not refute it, because it was true. If Xian integrated into this world, he would not be so self-sufficient. If the peace of this world was broken, it would not be a good thing for the gods, demons, or humans. Xian has the power and influence to control all this, but he did not try his best to maintain it. It can only mean that he still regards himself as a person from another world, has no sense of belonging to this world, and looks at everything in this world as a bystander. Even if the world is destroyed, this world that does not belong to him does not need him to worry about it. This is Xian's idea. For such a Xian, he had tried his best to conceal his identity before, and did not let his identity become the fuse to break the peace of the three tribes. That was already a great kindness. After all, he, a person from another world, should not be responsible for all this, and he had no obligation to do so. Even the reincarnation into this world, Xian had regarded it as a deal. Nian reincarnated him and gave him a second life. So he helped Nian to defeat the Demon King. This was Xian's initial idea. This idea has not changed to this day. Unfortunately, now Xian already knows that the Demon King has long passed away. The situation in this world is much more complicated than he imagined. And there are many hidden secrets that he doesn't know. It's troublesome enough to take care of your own affairs. And you have to be a brave man who saves the world. Then you have nothing to do after you are full. Xiaofuni saw through Xian's point of view. Therefore, this is the first time I have seen such a selfish brave man like you. Xiaofuni said this, but the smile on her face was particularly beautiful. There is no way, but I like your selfishness. At least, this is much more pleasing to the eye than those brave warriors in the past who were righteous, thought they were righteous, and shouted and killed the demons as a matter of course. Moreover, my opinion of him was not wrong. Although, at present, Xian still does not take the peace of this world very seriously, and the relationship between him and the three tribes is also very clear. But whether it is his attention to AIE or his concern for the whereabouts of Lilith and others, it tells Xiaofuni that this brave warrior and the brave warriors in the past still have that common point attaching importance to feelings. He does not choose a position now, but he has not developed an unbreakable relationship with any tribe. Once he really pays attention to a race and wants to help it from the bottom of his heart, he will definitely stand up at that time. Big Sister has seen this, right? Xiaofuni suddenly realized. No wonder Big Sister wants to marry Ai to him. No wonder the elder sister wanted to solve the problem from the perspective of this hero and prevent the demons from making trouble. It is no wonder that the elder sister has never done anything against this hero, but has only investigated the whole story. The Demon Supreme, as always, has a pair of wise eyes, and can easily see through a person's nature. I am afraid that in places that I don't know, the elder sister must have done a lot of work to try to ensure that the demons don't offend this hero. In this way, the other party will not regard the demons as enemies. Now, the relationship between the demons and this hero is not strong. However, as Sarah becomes more and more firm in his position in the future, helps Xian overcome various difficulties, gives him enough face, and prevents the demons from making trouble, he will pay more and more attention to the demons and get closer and closer to them. Xiaofuni even thought, Big Sister must have seen through my deliberate concealment of the news of this hero in my territory. But she pretended not to know. In this way, the hero will have the opportunity to see this succubus, who is the most beautiful in the world. And he may be more inclined to stand on the side of the demons. It seems that little Ai is not the only sister whose beauty was sacrificed. Xiaofuni smiled bitterly. However, Xiaofuni did not blame Sarah. As a sister, she still knew the principles in Sarah's heart. If it weren't for Ai's interest in Xian, Sarah would never ignore Ai's opinion and let her marry Xian. If it weren't for her curiosity about Xian and wanted to meet him, Sarah would not pretend not to know about it. The supreme means of the moon demon are all-powerful and wise. But there is a limit. Basically, everything she does is based on certain conditions. It is because of this that the sisters obey her, and the demons regard her as the supreme. Otherwise, a leader who does whatever it takes. Not to mention the demons. The rest of the demons will definitely not obey. Anyway, I recognize you. Xiaofuni patted Xian on the shoulder and said with a smile, from now on, you are my little Ai's husband. This means that Xiaofuni will support Xian and Ai's marriage. Xian saw this. Could it be that among you demons, there are people who oppose my marriage to Ai? Xian saw this keenly. The answer is right. Xiaofuni did not hide it, and said very directly, after all, little Ai is our most beloved youngest sister. How can we ignore her life event? So what? Xian curled his lips and said, are you the one who opposes? No. I did not express my opposition explicitly, but just remained neutral and thought that I should see you first. Xiaofuni shook her head and said, the one who really opposed your marriage with Xiao Ai was Carmina. Carmina? Xian narrowed his eyes and murmured, poison demon? That's right. Xiaofuni nodded and said, it was the eldest sister who proposed that Xiao Ai marry, so she would naturally not oppose it. Lid was surprised at first, but then nodded after thinking about it, saying that she had met you and thought that you and Xiao Yi could develop such a relationship. Milu neither supported nor opposed it, and that child probably didn't understand what marriage meant yet. I personally remained neutral for the time being and did not express my opinion. Only Carmina was firmly opposed. Hearing Xia Funya's words, Xian was silent. Just when Xia Funya thought Xian was going to ask Carmina why she opposed it, Xian once again surprised Xia Funya. What about Ai? Xian looked at Xiafun and asked, does Ai agree or disagree? Little Ai? Xiafun was stunned at first, then seemed to understand something. Looked at Xian meaningfully, as if she liked Xian more and more, and chuckled. She was shocked, very surprised, and even panicked. I have never seen that girl show such an expression. After calming down, she was silent, but she also blushed for the first time. What does this mean? Xian can understand it. In addition to acquiescence, what else can it be? Huh? Xian seemed to spit out the concerns that had always been in his heart, and finally showed a heartfelt smile. That's good. Xian said this as if talking to himself. Xiafun also smiled happily. You care about Xiao Yi's attitude towards this matter, right? Xiafun smiled very happily. How can I not care? Xian rolled his eyes and said, we are suddenly getting engaged for no apparent reason. I am confused. What about that girl's attitude? I don't know what to do. Xian knew that Sarah asked Ai to enter into a marriage contract with her in order to calm the turmoil of the three tribes. But as far as Xian himself was concerned, there was no reason for him to let others decide his marriage. Right? You said it was a marriage. So what? Then where was my opinion? If it wasn't for Ai, Xian would have definitely turned against her. Xian came to the demon tribe this time for this reason. He wanted to know what Sarah and the demons were going to do, and what Ai's attitude was towards this matter. Only by knowing this could he decide what he should do, instead of doing what others told him to do. Now, since I know that the girl has accepted the marriage, I have no reason to object. Xian thought so. For him, marrying the dragon girl home is definitely not a bad thing. It's a sealed relationship. There's no need to be hypocritical. What about Kamina? Xia Funi reminded. She hasn't agreed to your marriage yet? For this sentence, Xian's answer was very clear. I'm not going to marry her. Why should she object? Xian said it quite strongly. Then I'll see how you deal with my bad-tempered sister. Xia Funi has already entered the state of watching the show in advance. It can be seen that this succubus is really playful, and looks like she is afraid of chaos in the world. Lady Xia Funi. At this time, Li Ayer finally arrived here and rushed into the room. However, Li Ayer soon turned black. Just because, in front of her, Xian and Xia Funi were lying on the bed. One lying on the bed, very close to each other, as if they were about to do something bad. You dare! Li Ayer was furious. Hey! Wait! Xian's innocent shout soon sounded. Liel didn't care and rushed directly to Xian. The next second, there was a loud crackling sound in the room, which made Xiafun, who had dodged to the side, laugh secretly with her hands covering her mouth. On this day, Xian was invited by Xiafun to live on the top floor of the succubus castle. Without a doubt, this was the first person of the opposite sex invited by the succubus to live in, and also the first person of the opposite sex to live on the top floor of the succubus castle. Chapter 682 Prince. Succubus City. A tribe land with a very large area. A man is staying in one of the buildings in this tribe land. The man is very handsome, and his eyebrows reveal a delicate and confident look that everyone can clearly perceive. Like a prince who only exists in fairy tales, whether it is his appearance or temperament. He is the type that can make girls scream and want to start a vigorous love with him. However, this handsome man is concentrating and carefully wiping a portrait, and his eyes reveal some longing, some fascination, and some admiration from time to time. If this man looks at you with such eyes, I believe that most girls in the world will fall in love in an instant. Right? But the man seems to have only the person in the portrait in his eyes. A closer look shows that the woman painted on it is a woman who is so beautiful that all men in the world can bow down to her. Who else can it be except Xia Funi? The man kept wiping and maintaining the portrait. There were portraits one after another around him, and all of them were of Xia Funi. In this scene, anyone with a discerning eye could see how obsessed this man was with the person in the portrait. Not long after, a voice rang out in the studio. You are still so obsessed with Her Highness the Succubus. Gray, the one who said this was a man from the demon clan. He had a rather neutral look and silver hair. Although he was not as handsome as the handsome man in the studio, he also had an indescribable beauty that made people linger. Such a demon man appeared silently in the studio, but failed to attract the slightest attention of the man called Gray. Hart? Gray continued to wipe the portrait carefully, smiling with satisfaction, and said without raising his head, "What? What troubles have you encountered that need my help?" Gray's words made the demon man named Hart very dissatisfied. "It's as if I won't come to you if I have nothing to do," Hart said in a reproachful manner. "It's a waste of our friendship for so many years." Hearing this, Gray was completely indifferent. "Don't I know you yet?" Gray picked up another portrait, wiped it, and said leisurely, "If it were the past, you would come to me for a drink. But since you were promoted to the legendary level, became the patriarch of the Bayan tribe, and became a cadre of Her Highness Siafuni, you don't have that kind of leisure. Right? Do you think I want to?" Hart restrained his expression, sighed, and said faintly, "If possible, I really hope to go back to the past, and go around the world with you, and go on adventures everywhere, instead of dealing with various boring affairs all day long like now." This remark was exchanged for Gray's laughter and scolding. "You come here less," Gray said with a smile. "You are indeed the kind of person who cannot sit still, and you really don't want to sit in the clan territory and deal with affairs all day. But I don't believe you will be willing to go back to the past and leave here." Gray said this with great conviction. "This is almost certain. If you want to know why, there is only one reason. That is, there is a person here who is the most beautiful in the world, and countless people are fascinated by her and crazy about her." Before, Hart had not seen that person, so he could run around freely and would not want to stay here. But since he was promoted to the legendary level, Hart has the right to contact that person. And after seeing that person, Hart completely fell. So, he willingly chose the current life. From a person who couldn't sit up and liked to wander around, to a person who was willing to stay in the clan, stay in the succubus city, and even willingly sit in the position of clan leader, and tried every means to become a cadre. Not for anything else, just to be able to see that person more. "Sure enough, you still understand me," Hart laughed and said, "but you are not qualified to say me. Right?" Just as Gray clearly understood Hart's affairs, Hart also clearly understood Gray. "If you hadn't met Lady Siafun by chance at my invitation, you wouldn't have accepted my invitation and become a guest of my Bayan tribe and stayed with me," Hart said happily. "A legendary strongman of the human race is willing to stay in the demon world, not return to the human world, and live in the succubus city for a long time. How many people were completely confused because of your decision at the beginning? Don't say you have forgotten." Hart's words made Gray's eyes flash with a trace of nostalgia. At that time, the decision he made did cause a lot of turmoil and trouble. There is no way. If you were still in the human world, how could Arya, the kid, become the first in the human race? Hart said disdainfully. "That kid has made rapid progress under your guidance, and you can be regarded as half of his mentor." Hearing this, Gray shook his head. "That boy is indeed gifted. After so many years, I'm afraid he is already very close to the limit," Gray said solemnly. "In terms of potential, I am not as good as him, so I can't tell how strong he is now. Can anyone be stronger than you?" Hart said disapprovingly. "No one knows you better than me, old man, even in the entire succubus territory, except for Leal, that damned barren woman. No one is your opponent. I don't believe that Arida can be stronger than you. What about you?" Gray glanced at Hart and said lightly, "So many years have passed. At the beginning, you said that you would step on Leal and become the strongest demon in the succubus territory. How are you now?" Hart choked for a moment. "It seems that you are not Leal's opponent." Gray looked at his close friend who he had known for many years with a smile, and pointed out the other's lack of confidence. Hart snorted coldly and said very unwillingly, "If it weren't for the fact that that stone woman's eyes were so powerful, how could I be inferior to her? Those eyes are indeed scary." Gray agreed with this statement, and then changed the subject, saying, "Okay, tell me quickly, what do you want me to do this time?" From Gray's tone, it can be heard that he has become accustomed to this kind of thing. Who made him a guest of the Bayan tribe? Many years ago, he, a well-known genius among the human race, met Hart, who came to the human world from the demon world, by chance. From that time on, the two had a bad fate. So, when Hart invited himself to come to the demon world and visit the tribe of the Bayan tribe, Gray did not refuse, proving that their relationship was indeed deep. But it was that choice that took away Gray's life for the rest of his life. because he met that person here and fell for him. Since then, Gray decided not to return to the human world, but to stay here forever. For this reason, Gray accepted Hart's invitation. After Hart became the chief of the Bayan tribe, he joined the Bayan tribe and became a guest of the Bayan tribe. It was because of Gray's help that the Bayan tribe became the second strongest tribe in the succubus city, second only to the Stone Woman tribe. Otherwise, the Stone Woman tribe, as the first tribe in the succubus territory with 3 legendary strongmen, the Bayan tribe really couldn't compete with it. Over the years, Gray has helped the Bayan tribe many times. His status in the Bayan tribe can be said to be second only to Hart, the chief of the tribe, and even the first strongman in the Bayan tribe in the true sense. Compared with Hart, his strength is indeed much stronger, and Hart will only ask Gray to help when he encounters a big problem that he can't solve himself. This time, it is obviously the case. Gray thinks so. However, you really misunderstood me this time. Hart suddenly spoke, saying, I just came to you because of something that happened recently in the succubus city. I just wanted to talk to you. Otherwise, you will definitely blame me later. Oh! Gray didn't seem to believe it very much, and said casually, I want to hear what can make me blame you. Hart immediately looked at Gray. This is a recent event that has been making a lot of noise in the succubus city. Hart said word by word. It is said that a little human came to the succubus city and was personally invited by Lady Xiaofuni to the succubus castle and lived on the top floor of the succubus castle. Gray's hand that was wiping the painting suddenly stopped. Seeing this, Hart talked to himself as if he didn't see it. Everyone in the succubus castle knows that the top floor of the succubus castle is the exclusive living residence of Lady Xiaofuni, except for unavoidable major events that require all cadres to hold a meeting. Lady Xiaofuni will never let anyone enter the top floor. Even cadres like us, except Liel, cannot enter the top floor without permission unless summoned. Not to mention living there. Who else can get such treatment except for Lady Xiaofuni's sisters? Now, a human boy who inexplicably has done this. And the succubus city is now very lively because of this matter. Listening to Hart's meaningful words, Gray was silent for a long time. After a while, Gray put down the portrait in his hand. Human? Gray murmured and finally looked at Hart. Who is he? Gray finally got serious. I asked a person from a weak tribe who had contact with him. The leader of the Sand Scale tribe said that the other party did not reveal his identity. Hart shrugged and said, but a human can be valued so much by his highness. People with a heart think that only the one who suddenly appeared recently and disappeared for 1,000 years is more suitable. As he said, Hart laughed maliciously. If it is really that person, then it has a lot to do with you. Right? Am I right? His Royal Highness, the former Prince Grayquill Mitra? Gray remained expressionless in response to Hart's teasing. Let's go! Gray said, let's go meet that person. Chapter 683 Are you mentally ill? At this time, Xian didn't know that his move into the top floor of the succubus castle had caused a stir in the succubus city, and even attracted some unexpected people. If he knew, he would definitely curse. Others envied him for having such treatment, but they didn't know that Xian would rather not have it, because this did not bring him any substantial benefits, but instead brought him one huge trouble after another, including now. Xian is also dealing with a big trouble. Boom! In one of the training rooms in the succubus castle, a loud noise suddenly appeared. The two figures bounced away from each other in the strong wind impact, pulling away a very long distance. The strong wind impact was very terrible. If it were outside, it would be easy to blow up a mountain. But in this training room, there are several layers of extremely high-level barriers protecting it, so that the noise and aftermath of the battle here are perfectly resisted. Obviously, this training room is not ordinary. In the succubus castle, only cadres can enter here. This is a training place specially prepared for the cadres of the succubus territory, including the 2 rock giants guarding the gate. If they want to fight and train, they will come here. At this time, this place was requisitioned. It was requisitioned by Leal, the strongest cadre under the succubus. Cut. Leal held a huge steel gun and looked at the opponent who was unscathed, and was very unhappy. Little did she know that as her opponent, the opponent wanted to curse even more. Have you had enough fun? Violent girl. Xian held the sealed holy sword, like a grumpy old man, and almost shouted with foam flying, how many times have you fought? Are you still not satisfied? Obviously, Xian's mentality is about to explode. It's not that he was too stimulated, but that the violent woman in front of him was too difficult to deal with. For 2 days, You have arranged a total of 125 fights with me. You should have had enough. Right? Sean almost vomited. Who would have thought that Leal not only did not feel ashamed, but also spoke out with high morale. 2 days ago, I said that as long as you stay with Lady Xiaofuni for a day, I will challenge you until you admit defeat and leave. Leal said this, looking at Sean as if she was looking at the mistress, who was competing with her for favor. And she looked like she wanted to cut the vixen into pieces. Sean really wanted to vomit blood. So didn't I say it many times? I admit defeat? Sean said with an extremely sad and angry expression. I said I admit defeat? But you still challenge me. Are you mentally ill? Leal didn't take Sheen's insult seriously. Since you have admitted defeat, why do you still want to stay on the top floor? Leal gnashed her teeth and said, that is not a place for a stinky man like you to stay. Then go and tell your succubus. Sheen said loudly, let me go. Can I stay away from here immediately? No. Leal said without hesitation. Lady Xiaofun has already said that she wants to know more about you. And she likes you very much. Only when she puts you by her side can she feel at ease. At this point, Leal's tone is already full of sour taste. And jealousy can be said to be unobstructed. Sheen almost knelt down. It is said that the charm of the succubus is enough to overwhelm the entire omnipotentinson. Whether it is a man or a woman, they will sink in front of her world-beating beauty. Sheen didn't believe it before. But now he has to believe it. The violent woman in front of him obviously had a very dangerous idea. She was obviously a woman. But she had improper thoughts about the mistress she served. Are you the chief of the Stone Woman clan? Xian said, as if his worldview had been destroyed. I heard that what you Stone Woman clan hates most is men. You are not good to men. There are no men in the clan. All of them are rock-based life born in a special environment. They are of the same nature as golems. They also think that they don't need men. Why do you? Xian's question was exchanged for Leal's natural answer. We Stone Woman clan really don't need men. Leal said very seriously, and Lord Xiaofun is not a man. Xian, can't help but swear. Although what you said seems to make sense, I still don't know whether to say MP or not. Stop talking nonsense. Leal raised the steel gun again and said with high morale, unless you defeat me, I will not give up. Hearing this, Xian finally couldn't hold back and cursed. Damn. I have defeated you so many times. You give up. That's right. Xian has defeated Leal more than once. In the past 2 days, this violent woman has been looking for trouble and challenging her every day, as if she will never give up until Xian, the mistress, is driven away. With Xian's temper, it is naturally impossible to indulge her. Therefore, in the past 2 days, Xian would beat this level 99 succubus territory's strongest person every time, and even beat her to pieces several times to stimulate her. But I don't know if this woman is sick. Every time she is defeated, she will leave silently, and when she comes back, she will become lively and continue to challenge Xian. To be honest, Xian has the urge to kill. But you can't really kill people, right? In order to defeat the top expert in the succubus territory, who was at level 99, Xian even activated reincarnation destiny. Although he didn't activate it to the limit and increase the power tenfold, it was still no problem to increase it by one time, so that he could crush the opponent steadily. However, this is the limit of what Xian can do. If he can't kill her, he can only beat her up again and again. As a result, this woman, whose head may be made of stone, seems to have only one mind. No matter how badly Xian beats her, she will come back immediately. Sometimes, even when she is sleeping in the middle of the night, this woman will attack her, which scares Xian so much that Xian really feels like he is going to collapse. But the witch Xiaofuni is still enjoying this matter, and she didn't come out to solve it at all. I also have some things to deal with my sisters and sisters. I will tell them that you are here. Before that, you should accompany Leal well. Leaving these words, Xiaofuni smiled and let go. To be honest, if Xian was not afraid of being captured by this woman's extraordinary charm, he would have done it to her hundreds of times at that time. After that, Xian also tried to leave the succubus castle and stay away from these 2 big troubles. Who would have thought that Xiaofuni seemed to have predicted all of Xian's thoughts and actually threw him a note when he was about to leave. If you leave, then I won't help you find your little evil god baby. Nor will I help you investigate the abnormal problem of the 2-world channel on the day you came to the demon world. After saying this, what else can Xian do? He can only endure humiliation here. But after enduring so many times, Xian is almost convinced. I beg you. Can you find someone who is easy to bully? No. You are always beaten by me. And you are still so reckless. Is it interesting? What do you care about me? I just want to do it. Are you really not afraid that I will blow your clothes again? No. It's just a skin bag anyway. You can look at it if you like. And after I blow you up, I will retaliate. You want to blow my clothes too? I want to blow your eyes. Xian took a deep breath. In his heart, all the grief and despair turned into anger. It seems that you have to understand what is the most terrible thing for a woman before you will feel afraid. Xian's eyes showed a fierce light. That fierce light made Lear's heart tighten. Recalling the scenes of her clothes being blown up in the past 2 days, she was stage fright for a moment. But when she thought of Xiaofuni, Lear showed a desperate look again. As long as she can protect Lady Xiaofuni and prevent this man from taking Lady Xiaofuni away, any effort will be worth it. Lear can only comfort herself in this way. So, Xian and Lear looked at each other. Their eyes intertwined and rubbed out fierce sparks. Just as the two were about to collide again, the barrier of the training room suddenly fluctuated. At that moment, the expressions of Sean and Leal froze. Then, one showed a look of relief, while the other was extremely dissatisfied and angry. Who? Leal shouted at the entrance of the barrier. Didn't you say that this place has been requisitioned by me, and no one is allowed to come here recently? Get out. Leal got angry directly. But this was exchanged for a chuckle. You are still so easily irritable. Leal. When such a sentence sounded from the training room, 2 figures outside the barrier seemed to move instantly, passed through a ripple, and entered here. Sean looked over, and then couldn't help but be stunned. Just because. The visitors were 2 very handsome guys. Either beautiful or neutral. Like the male protagonists in idol dramas. Who is this? Sean looked weird. Since coming to this world, Xian has seen many beautiful girls. But this is the first time Xian has seen such a beautiful boy. Although Havis, Donna's and even Limjo are all very handsome. They are definitely handsome men. But compared with the 2 men in front of him, there is still a big gap. This is not the problem. The problem is that according to the perception of external awareness, Xian was surprised to find that the more beautiful of these 2 overly beautiful men was not a demon, but a human. There are humans here besides me? It's really interesting. Chapter 684. The atmosphere takes a sharp turn for the worse. Is it you? While Xian was surprised, Leal frowned deeply at the 2 handsome men in front of her, especially when she saw the more handsome man, who was not a demon but a human. Leal was a little surprised. Grayville? You are here too? From Leal's attitude, it can be seen that she attaches great importance to the human man named Grayville. Xian also took a closer look at him. Not for anything else. Just because this human man is actually the same as Leal. Both of them are level 99. And are only 1 step away from the extreme level. When did humans have such a high level of power? Xian was really surprised. So far, among humans, the highest level that Xian has seen is only 98. That person is Aridia. Aridia, who is as high as 98, is known as the strongest of the human race, and the highest level of human beings Xian has ever seen. Originally, Xian thought that there was no human being higher than Aridia. Who would have thought that today? In the demon world, a human of level 99 actually appeared. No wonder Xian was surprised. And the human warrior named Gray showed a decent smile to Leal. Excuse me, Chief Leal. Gray nodded to Leal and said, please don't mind me. I just heard that Her Highness the Succubus personally entertained a human warrior. So as a fellow tribesman, I came to take a look. Having said that, Gray turned his head and looked at Xian. You are the human warrior who was personally entertained by Her Highness the Succubus. Right? Gray first looked at Xian, and then exclaimed from the bottom of his heart, you are so young. Hearing this, Xian couldn't help but feel strange in his heart. You are also very young. Right? Xian glanced at the other person's face and smiled. You look like you are about the same age as me. Before Gray could answer this sentence, the neutral demon man next to him laughed. Then you are wrong. The other party said with a smile, don't look at Gray like this. He is not young. Old enough to be your father. But because he took the special non-dissolving medicine made by my Bayan tribe, his appearance when he was young was solidified. Non-dissolving medicine? Xian raised his eyebrows. It is a magic medicine that can solidify the user's body. It was originally used for the dead and can preserve the dead's body. Gray said helplessly, when I was young, I was accidentally deceived and drank that magic medicine. As a result, my body was solidified at that time and has not changed until now. Hearing this, the neutral demon man next to him was unhappy. How can it be called deception? The other party said very dissatisfiedly, I have clearly told you that the bottle of magic medicine is very precious. Once you drink it, it will be immortal to some extent. Isn't this a lie? Gray glanced at the other party and said, if I had known that the bottle of medicine was for the dead, I would never drink it. Besides, it can't make me immortal. It just won't age. So, Hart, you are really a liar. Hart, seemed to be trying to quibble. But before he could speak, Leal interrupted him impatiently. Okay. Everyone in the Succubus City knows that you two have a good relationship. You don't need to put on a show in front of me. Leal came over with a steel gun, and her eyes swept over Gray and Hart, saying contemptuously, you just care about what kind of man Lady Siafuni is so fond of. So you come here to find out. Right? Hearing this, Sheehan suddenly realized. Feelings? Are these two people coming for him? Gray and Hart are not guilty. Don't say it so harshly. Leal. Hart pretended to be innocent and said, now the whole Succubus City is discussing this matter. It is normal for us to feel curious. Yes. Gray nodded and said, we just came here to see it. We have no other ideas. As he said that, Gray and Hart looked at Sheen again, and the scrutiny and sizing in their eyes were completely undisguised. Especially Gray. His eyes fell on the sealed holy sword in Sheen's hand for a moment, and his eyes flashed slightly, as if he saw through something. In this case, Sheen was not polite. I don't know what you two call each other yet. Sheen smiled at Gray and Hart. The expression of not caring about the oppression brought by the two top legendary powerhouses made Gray and Hart look at each other. Then, Hart spoke first. My name is Hart, the current patriarch of the Bayan tribe, and the second cadre under His Highness the Succubus. Hart introduced himself with a smile. Bayan tribe? Sheehan had been a little concerned about this word just now, and now that he heard it again, he couldn't help but glance at Lear. Lear seemed to have sensed Sheehan's meaning, and snorted lightly, somewhat reluctantly. But, after hesitating for a while, Lear still explained sullenly. The Bayan tribe is the second most powerful tribe in the Succubus City after the Stone Woman tribe. Although there is only one legendary strongman in the tribe. That is, this guy named Hart. His level is not low. As high as 97. Even among all the legendary strongmen in the entire demon world, he is among the top existences. In addition, he recruited a super strongman from the human tribe, and the Bayan tribe became the second-ranked tribe in the Succubus territory. Lear emphasized the word second. Obviously, as the strongest person in the Succubus territory, and the leader of the strongest Stone Woman clan in the Succubus City, Leal has fought with Hart and the Bayan clan, who are ranked second. In many ways. This woman, Hart also muttered unhappily, sooner or later, I will pull you down from the top and make you the second. Huh? Leal sneered, with a look of disdain, which almost made Hart explode. Fortunately, Gray stood up in time. As for me, my name is Grayville. You can just call me Gray. Gray's tone was very gentle, like a hermit who had cultivated himself for many years, and said, as Chief Leal said, I am the human recruited by the Bayan tribe. At present, I am considered a guest of the Bayan tribe, on the condition of living under someone else's roof. I will sometimes help the Bayan tribe do something. Is that so? Sheen was still quite surprised, and said to Gray, why haven't I heard of a super strong person like you appearing in the human race? Hart seemed to want to answer this question. Unfortunately, Gray stopped him. I think there should be few humans who are willing to mention me. Right? Gray said, after all. To some extent, I have betrayed the human race and defected to the demon race. In addition, I have been in the demon world for almost 20 years. I am afraid that I have been forgotten. This time, Gray's tone was very calm, and it was still a kind of unusual calmness. Sheen was basically sure that this person's origin was not as simple as he said. There should be a lot of secrets behind this that he didn't know. However, it has nothing to do with me. Of course, Sheen still introduced himself. I am Sheen. Please give me more advice. Sheen introduced himself very briefly. However, this name still made Gray and Hart show an expression of as expected. Sheen Bostut, the honorary Earl of the Kingdom of Mitra, the fiancé of the kingdom's treasure, the second princess of Rosy Lus Mitra, and the current hero after 1,000 years. It is you. Hart finally confirmed this. Gray didn't say anything, but looked at Sheen with an inexplicable look, revealing some emotion, nostalgia, and a hint of sadness, which was really hard to understand. Instead, Leal seemed to remember something and glanced at Gray. Gray seemed to have not seen this scene and became expressionless. Sheen didn't notice this change. Sheen just realized that his identity had been seen through. Have you guessed my identity a long time ago? Sheen looked at Gray and Hart. Hart laughed at this. In the current situation, we really don't know who can come to the demon world and be personally invited by the succubus. Except for the brave man himself, who has been making a lot of noise recently. Hart said in a meaningful tone. However, even we did not expect that Her Highness the succubus would actually invite you to live on the top floor of the succubus castle. To be honest, we were very surprised and even a little envious. At this point, it is impossible for Sheen not to understand what the two people's intentions were. You guys are not here just to drive me out of the top floor of the succubus castle like this crazy woman. Right? Sheen was silent for a while. Then he looked at Gray and Hart with a twitch in his mouth. The expression of a little grief and anger in his fake smile made Gray and Hart stunned. What's wrong with this hero? Why does he look like he wants to die? Such thoughts flashed through Gray and Hart's minds. And before they could investigate, Leo on the side spoke impatiently again. If you came here for this, you can go back. Leo waved her hand as if she was shooing away flies, and said to Gray and Hart, you don't have to do anything. I will drive him away from His Highness the succubus. Oh! Hart looked at Leo and said unconvincedly, do you really want to drive him away? What? Leo's face sank and said, are you doubting me? That's not the case. Hart said this, but his face was full of distrust. The reason is very simple. If you really want to drive him away, why is he still here? Hart had doubts about this. Lei was choked for a moment, and then said angrily, do you think this is an easy thing? If it were you, you would not be his opponent. I am not his opponent? Hart narrowed his eyes. Gray also looked at Lei in surprise. The amount of information in this sentence is not ordinary. Anyway, Hart thought so. Then I want to give it a try. As this sentence sounded, the atmosphere in the training room took a sharp turn for the worse. Chapter 685 Can't Stop? A little silence spread throughout the training room, making the four legendary top masters present silent. Leo frowned, but said nothing. Gray glanced at Hart thoughtfully. Hart looked at Sheen with a smile on his face, as if he didn't say the words just now. As for Sheen, his face was full of woodenness. Good guy. It's really another cliché of jealousy. Sheen couldn't help but feel angry, and even wanted to sigh to the sky. Women are troublesome creatures, and the more beautiful women are, the more likely they are to cause trouble. Sheen realized this truth as early as the beginning of coming to this world. And for this reason, he once wanted to stay away from the people in Vivian's team, and even Rosie. Now, being treated like this by the most beautiful woman in the world, it would be a lie if I didn't cause some unnecessary trouble. But this is really too much trouble. Can you forgive me for not accompanying you? In front of everyone. Sheen said this to Hart with an annoyed look on his face. What? Hart immediately smiled meaningfully. Could it be? Hart couldn't say the rest, because Sheen got there first. You don't mean to say that I'm scared, do you? Sheen interrupted Hart's speech and suddenly laughed. The laugh was emotionless. Although this is a very low-level provocation. If possible, I really don't want to be fooled, Sheen said leisurely, but I really have a bad temper. If it really comes to that, I may not be able to stop. Right? Saying this, Sheen's hand holding the sword tightened slightly, and magic power poured in like a torrent. At this moment, Sheen activated part of the sealed power of the Holy Sword with the power of Vado Destiny. The sacred wave immediately burst out from the sealed Holy Sword, with a little dazzling light flowing through the body of the Holy Sword. Hart's face changed slightly, and an unprecedented strong sense of crisis burst out in his heart. No, not only Hart. Even Leo beside him felt a tightness in his heart, as if the dazzling light that appeared in front of him was not the light of the Holy Sword, but the most terrifying poison in the world, which made her take a step back. As people of the Demon Clan, both Hart and Leo were shocked by the little power revealed by the Holy Sword at this moment. This is the power that can be called the natural enemy of the Demon Clan. In the face of this power, no matter how strong the Demon Clan is, it cannot be ignored. Even Gray's eyes condensed, and he looked deeply at the Holy Sword in Sheen's hand. But at this time, Sheen had already restrained his magic power, allowing the Holy Sword to return to calm. Let's not try it, shall we? Sheen looked at Hart again, smiling and saying, what do you think, Chief Hart? Hart opened his mouth, but couldn't say a word. Obviously, Hart was afraid. The divine power just now really made him feel like he was facing a great enemy. and he felt a sense of terror that even his soul would be annihilated. Is that the holy sword of the brave? Hart's eyes looking at Sheen were no longer as casual as before. Although he was the chief of the Bayan tribe and a top legendary strongman with a level of 97, he was not very senior in terms of seniority. In the demon tribe, Hart was a very famous rising star. The rest of the demon cadres who could reach the legendary level were basically those who participated in the ultimate battle of the three tribes of gods. Humans and demons 1,000 years ago. They had a long life and accumulated a long time to finally reach the legendary level. So they all knew the horror of the brave and the holy sword. Hart was not like that. Although he had lived for hundreds of years, he had not participated in the final battle thousands of years ago, had not confronted the brave, and had never seen the power of the holy sword. In the demon clan, Hart was a very famous genius. In just a few hundred years, he became a legendary strongman. And for this reason, he was once hailed as the first prodigy of the demon clan. Therefore, Hart could be so free and undisciplined. When he was young, he ignored the obstruction of the clan and wandered around recklessly, looking like he didn't take the world seriously. It was not until he went to the human world and met Gray that Hart realized that there are people outside of people in this world. And there are heavens outside of heaven. He was not the most blessed one. So, Hart and Gray did not know each other. The two of them traveled together, traveled south and north, and finally returned to the demon world, took over the position of clan leader, and led the Bayan clan to develop rapidly in the succubus territory, and soon became the second most powerful clan in the succubus territory. Hart is not as afraid of the heroes as the other demons. Not to mention, Sheen is so young. Even if he becomes a legendary warrior, holding the legendary holy sword, how strong can he be? With such a preconceived notion, Hart couldn't help but provoke. Who would have thought that it was this sentence that made Hart realize how terrible the legendary hero is? The sacred power just now was engraved into Hart's heart, and he could never forget it. On the other hand, Gray's eyes actually showed a little envy. If I could get the recognition of the holy sword at the beginning. Gray couldn't help thinking so, but soon shook his head and rejected such unrealistic ideas. If there is nothing that can be obtained, there is nothing, and Gray is not so obsessed with it. Over the past 1,000 years, the Mithraic royal family has produced countless talented people, many of whom are better and more outstanding than himself. However, they all failed to gain recognition from the holy sword, and it is normal that he has not been successful. Besides, if I succeed by chance and become the heir of the holy sword, it will be very troublesome. After all, if you think about it, you will know that the Mitra royal family will not allow a descendant who inherits the holy sword to run to the demon clan, and the demon clan will not accept such a threat. If you think so, you should be grateful, not regretful. Anchi, on the other hand, seems to have given birth to a good daughter. Thinking of this, Gray's eyes looking at Sheen became a little more relaxed. Sheen didn't know that in this short moment, the two uninvited visitors in front of him had gone through many mental journeys. He just looked at the fear in Hart's eyes, and when he saw him silent, he was very satisfied to sheath the sword. Then, Sheen said this. By the way, I don't have any idea about the succubus in your mind. You can rest assured. Sheen spread his hands and said, if possible, I would like to stay away from her. As soon as these words came out, the faces of the three people present except Sheen changed. Are you still telling such ridiculous lies? Leal looked at Sheen with disdain. Lord Bastuza really loves to joke. Hart also changed his fear just now and curled his lips. Even Gray shook his head with a smile. We already know your strength. You don't need to perfunctory us like this. Gray said, anyone who has seen the succubus will bow down to the peerless posture of that person. This is a very normal thing. In the future, you should not tell such lies that no one will believe. The three top legendary masters said this as a matter of course, which made Sheen's expression stiff, and the whole person was confused. What do you mean? No one believes you when you tell the truth? Are you just licking dogs? I wish you don't get house. Just as Sheen cursed in his heart, suddenly, a laugh spread to everyone's ears. I know you are a gentleman. Okay, my dear brave man? When this charming laughter echoed and reached everyone's ears, Leal, Gray and Hart all had a great reaction. Lady Zaya Fune. The contempt on Leal's face disappeared, and she turned into a little fangirl. Lady Zaya Fune. Hart was no longer frivolous, and his face was full of fanaticism. Your Highness the succubus. Even Gray was excited, as if he had seen his beloved. Damn it! Only Sheen's face changed drastically, as if he had seen a terrible devil. and he turned around and ran without hesitation. Unfortunately, the next second, a figure that seemed to have gathered the essence of heaven and earth, like the most exquisite work of art made by the gods with painstaking efforts, suddenly appeared in front of Sheen. "You are the first man who turned around and ran away when he saw me." The person who blocked Sean's way said this with a bad face. Sean quickly braked and bounced back as if he was electrocuted, keeping a distance from the person in front of him. But the figure was like a ghost, flashing in front of Sean in an instant. Snap! With a crisp sound, one of Sean's hands was grabbed. "Humph! See where you can escape." Xiao Funi said this with a very happy mood. Sean's mouth twitched, and he felt an indescribable wonderful touch from the grabbed hand, which made him reluctant to shake it off. However, the more this happened, the more scared Sean was, and he wanted to run away. "What do you want to do?" Sean's voice was full of fear. Hee. Xiaofuni let out a sweet laugh, which made people feel soft in their hearts. She also said in a delicate voice, "Guess?" She had almost sprayed her in the face. "Guess? Guess your sister?" "No. Her sister seems to be my wife?" "Guess your sister? Come on. Follow me." Xiaofuni ignored Xian's collapsed expression, took his hand, and led him out without any gender barriers. Seeing this, Gray and Hart were shocked, and Leal also wanted to rush up with a jealous look. But before Leal rushed up, Xiaofuni threw a sentence lightly. "No need to follow." This sentence made Leal stagnate. Xiaofuni left here with Xian, who was resisting. Only Leal, Hart and Gray were left, silent. As the rumors say, Lady Shatton seems to like him. Hart said this faintly, with a hint of jealousy in his tone. Gray was completely silent, with only one hand clenched inconspicuously. You know, Shaft ignored him the whole time. This inevitably caused Gray's originally calm heart to have waves that others did not know. And Leal made up her mind. "I want to die with him." It is conceivable that Sheen will have to face at least 1,000 invitations to fight in the future. Chapter 686, Who Should I Go to for Justice? On the top floor of the succubus castle, in Xiaofuni's room. Bang! With a muffled sound, Xian, who was pulled into the room by Xiaofuni, was pushed directly onto the bed, looking at the ceiling in a daze. Hee. Xiaofuni climbed onto the bed as charmingly as she did the previous 2 days, showing off her perfect and hot body to the fullest. Still the same formula, still the same taste. However, Xian's mood was even more broken than 2 days ago. What on earth do you want to do? Xian could only shout out with a look of grief and indignation, and at the same time made a decision in his heart. If this witch dared to say that you guessed it again, he would not care about anything else, and would just make her regret it, and let her know that Buddha also has anger. But this seemed to be seen through by the other party. "I am here to talk to you about business." "Okay." Xiaofuni said this seriously. "Serious business?" Xian's eyes jumped, and he pointed at her, then at himself, and said, "Have you ever seen someone talking about serious business in bed, with such an ambiguous posture?" "Indeed, I have never seen it." Xiaofuni still looked serious, but said, "It's fun because I haven't seen it before." "You are so coquettish." Xian almost didn't say this. He also saw through it. This woman may have never been humiliated in front of a man, so she is so happy to do this to him. Not for anything else. Just because it's fun. This witch's playfulness is the most serious among the 6 demons. Even the innocent, romantic and innocent Mila can't match it. Of course, Mila plays games that children should play, but sometimes they are very dangerous. But this witch plays games that adults should play. Really disturbing. She had wanted to run away again, but Xiaofuni got to the point at the right time. "Let me tell you about the current situation first," Xiaofuni said leisurely. "I have already told my sisters that you are here with me. You should have told me what you have been doing these 2 days. Xian swallowed the words. Otherwise, this witch will definitely play a trick on him again. So, Xian quickly got to the point and asked, "Did Ai say when she would pick me up?" Hearing this, Xiaofuni looked resentful. "Do you really want to leave?" Xiaofuni said faintly, "Am I really that scary?" "Really?" Xian wanted to admit it directly, but considering the consequences, Xian still backed down. "How could it be?" Xian said with a very reluctant smile. "I am so happy to have the most beautiful woman in the 3 realms to accompany me." As soon as these words were spoken, Xiaofuni's resentful expression was immediately replaced by a full smile. "I knew you would say that," Xiaofuni said happily. "So, I have told Xiao Yi that she doesn't need to come to pick you up." Puff. Xian vomited. Who should I go to for justice? Okay. Don't act like the end of the world is coming. Xia Funi patted Xian's shoulder and said with a smile, Xiao Yi is worried about you staying here. After knowing you were here, she wanted to come to greet you immediately. But I told her that I would take you to the central city. And she reluctantly agreed. Central city? Xian was slightly startled. It is the central city of the Moon Demon territory, where the eldest sister is. Xia Funi explained, in a few days, all the demons will gather there. And then I will take you there. And you will be able to see Xiao Yi. Will it take a few more days? Xian almost blurted out this sentence. What? Xia Funi raised her eyebrows and said with a smile, Do you think it's too long? No. Xian laughed dryly, but sighed in his heart. This is not just too long. It's super long. Xian had no choice but to change the subject. Why do all the demons have to gather in the central city in a few days? Xian expressed appropriate concern about this. But Xia Funi was unhappy. Isn't it all because of you? Xia Funi said angrily, if you, a brave man, hadn't suddenly appeared, causing the demons and even the other two tribes to be restless. How could we become so busy? Xian stopped talking immediately. Xia Funi continued as if she didn't see it. After a while, the gods, humans, and demons will hold a tri-tribe meeting regarding your birth. Xia Funi said, Now, the time and place seem to have been determined. And with your engagement with Xiao Yi, my elder sister will let us gather in the supreme castle in the central city in 3 days. Xia Funi spoke earnestly. You will also have to attend when the time comes. Who made Xian the center of this dispute? Not to mention the gathering of the demons. Even the subsequent meeting of the 3 tribes. Xian will probably have to attend. His position is very important. And his speech at the meeting of the 3 tribes is also extremely important. At that time, the 3 tribes will decide how to deal with this matter in the future based on his performance and his speech. In other words, if you mess up, you will completely become the culprit who shakes the peace of the 3 tribes. Xia Funi covered her mouth and chuckled, saying, If it becomes like that, even if you have a marriage contract with all 6 of us sisters, you probably can't calm the situation down. Right? Good guy. I'm really good guy. I want to live longer. Xian said this very seriously. I hope so. Xia Funi smiled and said, It's not easy to find an interesting hero like you. I don't want the hard-earned fun to disappear so soon. This witch really thinks of herself as a toy? I really want to spank her. That's right. Xia Funi seemed to remember something and said, Those little guys who came to the demon world with you are fine. You don't have to worry too much. Oh! Xian became excited and asked, How are they? They are fine. Xia Funi seemed to be not very interested in the existence other than Xian, and said uninterestedly, Your fairly good dragon has been taken in by Xiao Yi, and now under Xiao Yi's care. It is almost becoming the little tyrant of the entire dragon demon territory. Not to mention ordinary dragons. Even the cadres are praising her. I think they are very happy about the appearance of this promising dragon. Right? The Tyrannosaurus Rex and 2 magical life followers under Xiao Yi have returned to the dragon demon territory intact. In the demon world, they will not have any major problems. On the contrary, the little evil god who entrusted you with the true seal actually fought with Carmina and almost tore down the entire poison demon territory. After hearing the first half of Xiaofun's words, Xian was relieved. But after hearing the second half, his heart was lifted again. Is Lilith okay? A trace of urgency appeared on Xian's face. She's fine. Xiaofun shook her head and said, I can only say that she is worthy of being an evil god as famous as Artemis. She fought with Carmina for a whole day and night. And she didn't even show any signs of defeat. She made Carmina really angry. In the end, if the eldest sister hadn't rushed over in time to stop the 2 people, it is estimated that the poison demon territory would have been completely written off. Even so, nearly 1/3 of the territory of the poison demon territory was affected. And there were various kinds of impacts and destruction. Large and small. More than 10 mountains were turned into ruins. And the land within millions of kilometers was turned into powder. The terrain has changed greatly. It is estimated that the demons in the poison demon territory will be sad in the future. Undoubtedly. Xian was terrified and scared. Is this the true power of the transcendent beings at the demon level? If the holy sword does not have the effect of restraining the demons, then even if I am now, I can only kneel in front of the demons. Right? It seems that even if I have the combat power of the transcendent level, it is still the weakest among the transcendent levels. I guess I can only fight with the goddess of life and the goddess of nature. It is too early to compete with the demon-level transcendence. If I really want to suppress these foul existences, I am afraid I have to really enter the transcendent level to have a way. Right? Thinking about this, Xian also asked, where is Lilith now? Xian only cares about this matter. In the central city. Xia Funi said truthfully, Big Sister has brought the little evil god back to her territory. That's good. Xian can finally breathe a sigh of relief. At this time, Xia Funi changed her tone again. What? Xia Funi dragged out her tone. Just what? Xian held back the breath he had just let out. And several MMPs flashed through his mind. This hateful witch definitely did it on purpose. As expected. But Carmina obviously didn't intend to let it go. Xia Funi smiled and said, in addition to the opposition to Xiao Ai's engagement, when you arrive in the central city, you will have another reason to be targeted by that girl. This is indeed very unfortunate. Being targeted by a demon is probably the most unfortunate thing in this world, where the supreme god has retired and the demon king has passed away. Even the gods don't want to displease a demon. But Xian has offended a demon. And it is still the most brutal poisonous demon among the demons. I'm afraid he will be skinned alive after that. Of course. Don't think that she is the only one with a bad temper. Xian said this with a hint of meaning. In this situation, Xia Funi became worried about Xian. It would not be a wise choice to offend Carmina too much. That's what Xiafun said. How should I say it? Sean frowned. Of course he knew that a demon was not easy to mess with. However, he also had the support of Lilith and AI. And he had the ability to deal with demons. So he should not be too afraid of a demon. But Xiafun said so. Because the ability of that girl should be feared the most. Xiafun's expression became serious. Ability? Sean was thoughtful. Chapter 687 The Abilities of the Six Demons. As for the unique abilities of the six demons, Xian is no longer as ignorant as before. Although he does not know everything, Xian now knows the unique abilities of several demons. It is not a secret that is hidden very deeply. The long-standing war between gods and demons has exposed the unique abilities of the six demons. And they cannot be hidden even if they want to. Therefore, the unique abilities of the six demons are no longer a secret. For example, the unique ability of the moon demon Sarah is to greatly enhance its own strength at night, so that all abilities can be enhanced. Its name is Pilgrimage of the Misty Moon. Because of this unique skill, Sarah was given the title of Moon Demon. If the moon rises at night, Sarah's power will be enhanced depending on the degree of the moon. In other words, Sarah's strongest moment is the night when the full moon is hanging high in the sky. At that time, Sarah's power was the strongest. Even when facing the goddess of fate, who was close to omnipotence, she had the strength to fight. The unique skills of the beast demon Lidoma and the dragon demon Ayi are somewhat similar to Sarah's, both of which increase the power. Needless to say, Ayi, including her, will only awaken the same unique skill dragonization. However, Ayi's dragonization is the strongest in the world, which can restore the dragon body and increase the power tenfold, which is far beyond the reach of ordinary dragons. The rest of the dragons can only increase their power by 3 to 5 times at most, which is a world of difference compared to Ayi's dragonization. Lid's unique skill is to be able to freely control her own size. This may not seem like a very impressive ability at first glance, but in fact, this ability is by no means inferior to Ayi's dragonization, because once Lid uses this ability, the bigger she becomes, the stronger her power will be, and vice versa. Therefore, when Lid is in the state of a small beast, she is almost powerless. But if she gets serious, she can become a prehistoric giant beast that is thousands of meters tall and comparable to the continent. At that time, Lid can crush a city with a casual step, and can kick a mountain with a casual kick, which is extremely terrifying. This is the unique skill of the beast demon Lidoma beast god transformation. As for Milu's unique skill, it has been mentioned before, which is to make it come and go freely like a real ghost, invisible and pass through walls, without a physical body, leaving no flaws, and even able to go up and down at will, and create a ghoul army. It can be called the most versatile ability ghost species. With this unique skill, Mila can even curse, enter dreams, release resentment, absorb the essence of life, and even directly attack the soul. In terms of means, she is undoubtedly the strongest among the 6 demons. If she were not so innocent and did not have too many evil thoughts, Mila could have relied on the diversity of her unique abilities to do many things that others could not do. And although they were extremely rebellious, no one could do anything to her, turning the world into purgatory. Therefore, The goddess of justice Artemis has always believed that this demon is the second most evil existence in the world after the devil. In the final battle 1,000 years ago, the goddess of justice also directly faced Milu and deliberately wanted to defeat Milu. Unfortunately, she did not succeed. Transformed into a being that can transform into a ghost. Even if the body is destroyed, as long as a piece of the soul is preserved, Milu can be resurrected. In view of this, Milu is not only the existence with the most means among the 6 demons, but also the most difficult, and the most capable of saving life. The only one left is the poisonous demon Kamina. This demon possesses a very terrifying ability. She can freely produce all kinds of poisons. Even if the poison does not exist in this world, she can produce it instantly without any materials. She can turn a strand of hair into a deadly poison. She can turn a tear into a blood-dissolving and flesh-eating poison. Every part of her body is poisonous. And this poison is as strong as the breath of a dragon. It can ignore all the defenses and anti-poison abilities in the world and really make people die of poison. In the past, this poison demon has traveled around the world and done all kinds of horrifying things. Can you imagine a person sneaking into a city quietly, dripping a drop of blood into the water source, and then turning around and leaving? And the next day all the people in the city are poisoned to death? Can you imagine a girl soaking in a river, a stream, or even an ocean, and those places all become extremely poisonous places? What's worse, as long as she exhales a breath, that breath can poison an extreme-level strongman to death on the spot, or even melt the opponent's skin and flesh. This is the unique skill of the poison demon Kamina Cold Poison Body. Xia Funi said such a horrifying word. Because of this, even we don't want to offend Kamina. After all, who knows if she will release a terrible poison while talking to you. Even if she doesn't touch you, she can release a colorless and odorless terrifying poison, making you die unclearly. Even a breath can become poisonous, and a breath can exhale poison. Are you willing to offend such a person to death? Definitely not. Right? This is the reason why Xia Funi rarely persuaded Xian. It's not because Kamina is her sister, but Xia Funi really wants to remind Xian how dangerous her sister is. The title of the most brutal demon is not something that can be given casually. Carmina, you have the qualifications. What Xiao Yi doesn't want you to come into contact with the most is Carmina and me. Xia Funi has seen through Yi's mind. She doesn't want you to see me because she knows how attractive my existence is to a man. She doesn't want you to see Carmina because she knows how terrible Carmina is, and doesn't want you to suffer a big loss in her hands. Although Mila can sometimes be very dangerous, Mila's danger can be controlled. Sometimes she is in a bad mood and wants to lose her temper in the last second, and she may be coaxed in the next second. Carmina is different. Once her mood becomes bad, the eldest sister may not be able to stop her. Xia Funi talked freely, and told Xian how scary the rumored poison demon is. Is her poison really powerful? Xian frowned deeper and deeper, and said with some doubt, even you have to be afraid? Don't doubt it. Xia Funi said seriously, her poison is also very tricky for us. Although it is not as bad as those who have not transcended. Where touching will kill, and touching will definitely hit. It can still affect the body, mind, and even the soul. In a word, the poison of the poison demon Kamina has to be guarded against even the existence of the transcendent level. And it can really take effect on the existence of the transcendent level. The only person who can completely ignore Kamina's poison is probably the goddess of fate. Right? Xia Funi thought so. Then, there are the heroes who have entered the transcendent level. And their holy swords can also purify Kamina's poison. In other words, if you haven't entered the transcendent level, you can't purify it. Your holy sword is very powerful. Even if you haven't transcended the transformation, you can still feel threatened. You shouldn't be helpless against Kamina's poison. Xia Funi warned, but this powerful holy sword can only save your life at most. And there is absolutely no way for you to completely ignore Kamina's poison. For this reason, Xia Funi deliberately warned Xian. Xian was a little worried. Then Lilith fought with the poisonous demon for a whole day and night. Wouldn't she be poisoned? Xian was worried about this. Well, she will definitely be poisoned. But the power of the evil god should not kill her. Right? Xia Funi smiled and said, similarly, the power of the little evil god must have eroded Kamina. But Kamina will not be swallowed by the evil spirit. After all, it is the same time, and each other's abilities can definitely work on each other. But it is not fatal. Lilith and Kamina fought for a whole day and night, and the result was a draw, which has proved this point. In short, you should be careful when you see Kamina. Xia Funi said with all her heart, don't touch her. Don't get close to her. It's best not to touch anything she has touched. Don't get close. This is the most basic response measure. This was basically telling Sheen that he had to stay away from that poisonous demon. In addition, I will tell you one more thing. Xiaofuni looked at Xian and said, "We have sent people to investigate what happened on the day you came to the demon realm." Xian understood what this sentence meant. Xiaofuni was actually referring to the accident that Xian and others encountered. It has been preliminarily determined that on your way to the demon realm, there was a transcendental existence following you. Xiaofuni said in a shocking way. The power of that existence accidentally interfered with the passage between the human and demon worlds, causing the passage to collapse. And you encountered such an accident. Fortunately, in the end, this accident was safe. The other party should not have done it on purpose. Otherwise you would definitely not have been able to arrive in the demon realm intact. Xiaofuni began to talk to herself and said, "But who could it be?" Obviously, it was not only Xiaofuni, but the other demons were very concerned about this matter. Of course, that was not something Xian should deal with. That's all for the business. Xiaofuni clapped her hands and said, "You should prepare well for the next 3 days. You may be very busy later." After leaving these words, Xiaofuni stood up and prepared to leave. Seeing this, Xian asked subconsciously, "What is your unique skill?" This is something Xian is quite curious about. He knows about the unique skills of other demons. Only this succubus. Her unique skills seem to be a little special. "Me?" Xiaofuni smiled intriguingly and said, "I can only say that, unlike the other sisters, my unique skills are not linked to my title itself." After that, Xiaofuni disappeared. Xian was silent. For a long time, there was no movement. Chapter 688 The Foundation of Strength. After a while, Xian left Xiaofun's room and came down from the top floor of the succubus castle. After coming down, Xian's heart moved, and he turned his head and looked to the side. There, a pair of eyes stared at him, as if they wanted to stare him to death. "Do you want to fight again, Chief Liu?" Xian's tone was full of helplessness. "Humph," Liu snorted coldly, and didn't know how long she had been waiting here, and said, "Forget it today. I will find you again tomorrow." This sentence made Xian start to seriously consider whether he should leave overnight. This succubus castle is simply not a place for people to stay, so he should not stay in such a ghost place. But think about it. Where can he go after leaving the succubus castle? 3 days later. Don't I have to go to the central city to see Ai and Lilith? If I run away overnight, even if Xiaofun doesn't come to find me, I will be beaten badly by her when I come back in 3 days. Right? Alas. Xian sighed and felt that he was in such a difficult situation. With this thought, Xian ignored Liu and walked directly outside. But, unexpectedly, Liu followed him. "Why are you following me?" Xian said unhappily. "What do you think I want to do?" Liu was even more unhappy and said, "If it weren't for Lady Xiaofun asking me to do this, I wouldn't bother to follow you." "She asked you to follow me?" Xian was slightly startled and asked in confusion, "Why?" "Because there is a high possibility that some blind guys will appear," Liu said coldly, "just now. Didn't you meet two? The people Liu was referring to were naturally gray in heart. The news that you are here has basically spread. There will definitely be many people coming for you like those two people." "Right?" Liu said expressionlessly. Not everyone is as sensible as those two people. Although Gray and Hart came for Sheen, their attitudes were not bad. They came to Sheen, not to find trouble, but to test him. Right? Whether it is being a hero or being entertained by Xiaofuni, they are all concerned about him. So, those two people came to meet Sheen and see what Sheen is capable of. If Sheen's performance just now was not good, then those two people would definitely not mind using some means to drive Sheen away. But Sheen showed enough power to make those two people afraid. So they recognized Sheen's qualifications to stay here and stop making trouble for the time being. But the rest of the people may not be as sensible as Gray and Hart, and be cautious and know how to advance and retreat. Generally speaking, the demons are rather arrogant and conceited. They respect the strong and look down on the human race and even the gods, even if they guess that Sheen is a hero, before they personally experience Sheen's strength. Most demons will not be easily scared away by the title of a hero, even if there are such people. After knowing that Xiaofuni entertained Sheen, they will become more or less impulsive and will not be able to sit still. Right? Beauty is a disaster. This sentence is not just a casual remark. When it comes to the succubus in everyone's mind, there are many demons who will do anything for it. It is conceivable that Sheen will meet more people like Gray and Hart next. Among them, There are even strong people from various races and groups. Those famous legendary figures. Women are indeed a source of trouble. Especially beautiful women. Sheen is even more helpless. Scared. Right? Leal said proudly. This is the price of being too close to Lady Xiaofuni. Since you have such treatment that countless people envy, you should bear this price. Uh-huh. Sheen threw 2 words over and said, You don't really think I'm afraid? Do you? Again. Sheen is just afraid of trouble. Not afraid of things. If you really can't avoid some troubles, just take strong action and shock those ignorant people. Sheen has done the same thing in the capital. This time, if he is really annoyed, he doesn't mind letting the demons see that your father is still your father. No matter how special he is still a hero. Leal is also clear about this. In the past 2 days, she has fought with Sheen hundreds of times, and each time ended with her defeat. How could she not know how strong this hero is? Although he did not use the power of his eyes. After all, it was too dangerous. But Sheen also did not use the holy sword, but only used an amplification skill that seemed to be his unique skill. This situation has long told Leal that if he really gets into it, he will not be the opponent of this hero. And if he, who is known as the strongest person in the succubus territory, is not the opponent of this hero, the others are even less likely to be the opponent of this hero. But it is better to be safe than sorry. No one has stipulated that we can only go alone to deal with this hero. Right? What if he is besieged? What if he uses some insidious means in private? If something really happens to Sheen, Leal will not care. But it will be difficult to explain to her master. After all, this hero is the fiancé of His Highness the Dragon Demon, and the future brother-in-law of His Highness the Succubus. Once something happens, there will be no way for the demons to be peaceful. Not to mention, this hero is now involved in the peace issue of the 3 tribes. Because of this, there have been some worrying movements in the succubus city recently. Reasonably and emotionally, this hero cannot have any problems. So, when Shafin left just now, she told Leal to keep an eye on Sheen and never let him get into trouble. Otherwise, why would Leal want to follow Sheen? Of course, Leal was too lazy to explain anything. In short, I will watch you while you stay in the succubus city. Leal turned her head and said, Unless you go back to your room immediately, I will follow you wherever you go. Leal's declaration did not cause much reaction from Sheen. Follow me if you want. Sheen said this, but looked at Leal doubtfully and said, However, you should not have any admirers. Seeing you follow me all day, you suddenly come to shout and kill me. Right? Sheen was really a little scared. Leal sneered at this. Don't worry. In the succubus city, no matter whether it is a man or a woman, they will only be admirers of Lady Xiaofun. Leal not only said this as a matter of course, but also proud of it, which made Sheen open his mouth, not knowing what to say. On the one hand, he wanted to remind Leal that this should not be something worth being happy about for her. On the other hand, he questioned this succubus city. Everyone in the city, no matter whether it is a man or a woman, will only be an admirer of Xiaofun? Is it really not necessary to worry about the continuation and reproduction of the race? Sheen walked out of the succubus castle with such deep doubts. Where do you want to go? Seeing this, Leal immediately asked. Sheen did not hide it, and responded directly. Go to meet the acquaintances who came to the succubus city with me. As he spoke, Sheen also remembered the question he had asked Xiaofun before, but did not get an answer. Do you know what the unique skills of your succubus are? Sheen turned to Leal. Unique skills? Leal frowned and asked in confusion. You don't know? Do I need to ask you if I know? Sheen rolled his eyes, and said, That succubus lady seems to like to keep things a secret. I asked her, but she didn't tell me. Even if Lady Xiaofun didn't tell you, it wouldn't be difficult for you to find out if you wanted to. Right? Leal said, The unique skills of the 6 demons have been analyzed by the gods and humans for a long time, and they are no longer secrets. Having said that, Sheen scratched his head and said, But in the various legends and anecdotes of the 6 demons, the description of the unique skills of succubus seems to be the least, and it seems to be very obscure. Not to mention me, many humans are not very clear about it. Creations such as Moon Demon, Beast Demon, Poison Demon, Ghost Demon and Dragon Demon have been described in many books about their terror and horror. From those descriptions, we can more or less find some descriptions about the unique skills of these demons, and thus infer the specific effects of their unique skills. On the other hand, when it comes to the succubus Xiaofun, people always mention how beautiful she is and how crazy people can be for her, but rarely mention the scenes when she fights. including this time when he came to the demon world. What Xian heard from others were these deeds, not Xiaofun's own performance. In this case, Xian was naturally confused. Could her unique skill be the ability to seduce others? Xian seriously doubted this. To be honest, the charm of that which is really high to the point that people have to doubt whether it is the effect of some unique skill. Otherwise, why is that which called a succubus? The titles of other demons are closely related to their own abilities. So Xiaofun is called a succubus. Maybe her unique skill is the ability of succubus. However, Xiaofun herself denied this. No, it's not just Xiaofun. What do you know? Lil said disdainfully to Xian's statement. Lady Xiaofun's charm is innate, and she doesn't need any unique skills to charm others. Unlike other demons who became famous by their abilities and then obtained corresponding titles, Xiaofun was called a succubus because her innate beauty and charm were so amazing that they were more impressive than her own strength. In view of this, Xiaofun's unique skills have little to do with her title. Rather, it is the charm of Lady Xiaofun that makes her unique skills powerful. Lil said, you will understand later. Hearing this, she nodded indifferently. As for what he thought in his heart, only he knew. Chapter 689. You were mocking me, right? Soon, Xian left the succubus castle and came outside. This was Xian's first outing since he came to the succubus city. For 2 days, Xian had been waiting for AI to come in the succubus castle. But it was not until today that he learned from Xiaofuni that the girl had been perfunctorily treated by her and would not come. In this case, Xian did not need to stay in the succubus castle any longer. There are still 3 days left, so at least he should go out for a walk. Right? Of course, Xian's appearance will definitely make the entire succubus city very uneasy. At least, Xian, who was walking on the street, noticed that many pairs of eyes were staring at him. Those were not just eyes in the open, but also eyes in the dark, as if they had been staring at him for a long time. Many pairs of eyes with deep meanings became sharper and disappeared after discovering Xian. Xian knew that they were running to report to someone with ulterior motives. There are so many eyes, and they are definitely not all from my own actions. Many of the spies are deployed here by the powerful tribes with names in the succubus city. Now that Xian has appeared, they naturally have to go back and report immediately. So, on this day, in various tribes in the succubus city, a series of conversations appeared one after another. Did that human finally appear? Should I go over to meet him? No. I heard that the one from the Stone Woman clan is with him. Could it be that the guard that the succubus arranged for that human? It seems that the succubus really values this human. He actually let that one accompany the guard. This treatment is comparable to the other princes who came to the succubus city in person. Then I can't touch him this time. Right? I can't move him. At least not openly. Keep watching. There will always be a chance. I want to see what a mere human being can be valued by His Highness. Such conversations appeared one after another, causing all kinds of turmoil in the dark of the succubus city. Of course, there are always some simple-minded idiots in this world who will not think so much. Thanks to this, after coming to the street, Xian has encountered many obstacles. Just like now. Bang! With a muffled sound, a sturdy and tall upper demon was kicked away fiercely, screaming and crashing into a pile of roadside debris. And his body was buried. Bastard! The other demons rushed towards Xian in anger, with magic power rolling on their bodies. And they were majestic. Judging from the momentum, they were all upper demons above level 70. Unfortunately, bang! 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 With a series of muffled sounds, all the high-ranking demons were kicked away, like balls, and fell to the ground in all directions. The wailing sound kept coming out of their mouths. Which wave is this? Xian stood in the middle of the demons that fell to the ground, and in front of all the demons watching. He spoke to Lil with an annoyed look. The fourth wave. Lil did not make a move, but stood aside and watched the show indifferently. The fourth wave. Xian was speechless, sighed to the sky, and doubted his life. When other protagonists come to another world, they either make a call from a high place and be admired by thousands of people, or they shake their bodies like a tiger, dominate the world, and enjoy the cheers and applause of the world, which is the light of the time traveler. Only he seemed to be very miserable. He attracted countless hatred when walking on the road. There were no beautiful women throwing themselves at him, nor did he pretend to be slapped in the face. Only rough men kept rushing at him. Is this treatment a bit too much? Xian once again began to doubt that he was not the protagonist. On the contrary, The lines of the minions did not seem to have changed. You are finished. A senior demon closest to Xian pointed at Xian and spoke with a trembling voice. If you offend our snake eyes, your end will be miserable. My brother or my father will avenge me. Look at this speech. It is simply standard. You handle it. Xian didn't want to talk anymore. Just waved his hand tiredly and continued to walk forward. At this time, Liu came forward. Snake eyes? Liu looked at the demons on the ground coldly and said, Did that idiot Rick ask you to come out and embarrass yourself? You? The superior demon widened his eyes, as if he had just seen Liu. Liu's expression was extremely cold. Private fighting is prohibited in Succubus City. You snake eyes are knowingly breaking the law. Go back and tell Rick to let him come to Succubus Castle to receive the punishment. Liu said something that made all the demons lying on the ground change their faces. They wanted to say something else. But Liu didn't give them a chance. Get out. A dangerous light flashed in Liu's eyes. At that moment, a group of dandy demons ran away in a hurry. Even the demons watching around were scattered, not daring to stay. Liu then caught up with Xian, as if nothing had happened, or as if she had dealt with a trivial matter. Her expression remained unchanged. Only Xian was still sighing. I said, Is there no way to avoid this kind of thing? Xian was already a little annoyed. No. Liu was even more straightforward, saying, I have said it long ago. In the Succubus City, both men and women are admirers of Lady Xiaofian. Since you are favored by Lady Xiaofian, you have to bear the cost of all this. Then you are really amazing. Xian said with a fake smile, to be honest. This is the first time I want to destroy a city. If you can do it, you can do it too. Liu was not scared. Instead, she glanced at Xian and said, But don't blame me for not reminding you that the Succubus City is not like your human city. There are no less than 20 legendary strongmen here. Don't think that this place is the same as the capital of the Ragnar Empire in the human world. Anyone who comes here can destroy it. Obviously, Liu has done some investigation and understanding of Xian's previous affairs. But this woman obviously didn't know that the person she mentioned who came here casually was not an unknown person at all, but a transcendent existence. If she knew about this, she wouldn't say it. Speaking of which, I don't know how many people know about Moro's affairs now. The incident caused by Moro in the imperial capital is undoubtedly a big one. An existence that once entered the transcendent level. If this existence is exposed, I am afraid that the three major races will be in chaos. But the commotion caused by Moro seems not to be known by many people. Firstly, in the eyes of many people, this is just a coup in a country in the human world. In the context of the whole world, it is not a big event at all. Secondly, the news of the birth of the hero undoubtedly overshadowed the impact of the Moro incident to a certain extent, causing many people to turn their attention to the hero Xian and the attitude of the three races. For those who stand at the top of the world, the affairs of the hero must be more important than the coup caused by a mere imperial concubine. Right? In addition, not many people know about the radiant branches and the magic circle activated by the sacrifice of the great undead. In order to calm the situation, the Ragnar Empire also pushed all the changes to the explanation that the imperial concubine used evil ritual magic for ulterior purposes. There are not many people who know clearly about Moro's amazing feats. Now, people only care about the birth of the hero and the peace of the three tribes. Who would care about a coup in the Ragnar Empire and the actions of a royal concubine? If the imperial capital was not nearly destroyed and the commotion caused by Moro's large-scale ritual magic circle was too big, this matter might be ignored by everyone. After the matter on me is settled, the matter in the imperial capital will surely re-enter the vision of those politicians. Right? That's what Xian thought. I just don't know how many people will notice the inside story of this matter by then. In fact, Xian himself was also occupied by all kinds of sudden events, and almost forgot about Moro's matter. Now thinking about it again, Xian found that there are still several questions that have not been solved in that matter. For example, where did the rejuvenating branch of Moro, who was killed by himself, go? For example, why did that little girl named Lenny suddenly disappear without a trace? Moreover, what about the symbiosis on Moro? Xian felt vaguely that there was another big secret in it. This made Xian sigh again. Why are you sighing all day? Liu was very dissatisfied with this and said, After all, you are a hero. Can you have some backbone and cheer up a little? Do you think I want to? Xian complained. A poor person like you who only has the unblessed true love between the same sex in your eyes will not understand at all. You want to solve the mystery. But the mystery not only does not decrease, but increases. I don't understand. Lil frowned and said, "But I can still hear that you are mocking me. Right?" Sheen did not answer, but gave Lil a pure smile. Lil was silent. And the next second, she immediately raised her fist and smashed it mercilessly. Swish! Sheen disappeared in an instant, leaving Lil's punch in the air. "Come back!" Lil was furious and shouted to the surroundings, scaring the passing demons. "You should go back, violent girl." Sheen's voice reached Lil's ears. "It's more convenient for me to act alone." Leaving these words, Sheen disappeared without a trace. Damn bastard. Lil gritted her teeth in anger, but she didn't dare to neglect it. She quickly contacted her tribesmen and began to look for Sheen. Little did she know that in the darkness, some malicious intentions were also stirring. Chapter 690: The Sand Scale Tribe in Distress. On the other side, after getting rid of Lil, Sheen hid himself with the super concealment effectively Ju Tianming, and then walked onto the street. Under such circumstances, the surrounding demons finally stopped paying attention to Sheen, allowing Sheen to enjoy the feeling of being the center of attention. At the same time, Sheen also saw a very interesting scene. One by one, the demons who seemed to be spies appeared one after another, running around in the street in a panic. Where did that human go? Why did he suddenly disappear? Find him quickly. If the people above know that we have lost the target, we will be in trouble. As they said this, the demons kept appearing and disappearing, running around. And it looked very interesting. Sheen passed by these people very calmly, and watched them desperately looking for their traces but failed. And he was also quite amused in his heart. Now let's see how you play. After finally having a rare quiet time, Sheen whistled and swaggered on the street, heading towards the residence of the Sand Scales. By asking Lil, Sheen already knew the current situation of the Sand Scales. After entering the Succubus City, they first rented a small hotel on the edge, and then they have been running around for the past few days, contacting various tribes that have come to the Succubus City and have traded with them before, and selling the monsters they brought. After running around like this for about 4 or 5 days, if nothing unexpected happens, the monsters raised by the Sand Scales should be sold out. Although they are just monsters raised by weak tribes in the marginal areas of the Succubus territory, the Sand Scale tribe is good at raising monsters. The monsters raised by them are of high species, bloodline, potential, and degree of domestication. Even some famous tribes are very fond of the monsters they raise. Therefore, every time the Sand Scale tribe comes to the Succubus City to sell monsters, they can basically sell out, so they don't get nothing. Then, the Sand Scale tribe, which has sold out the monsters, will select monster cubs and even monster eggs in the monster market of the Succubus City. Select a batch of relatively high-quality monster cubs or monster eggs, take them back to the chaotic demon territory, and carry out a new round of breeding and cultivation. When they are successful next time, they will be sold in the Succubus City. The Sand Scale tribe is just like this, striving to survive and develop in the Succubus territory. If it can continue to develop like this, then this tribe may become a first-class monster breeding tribe in the demon world one day in the future. After learning about the situation of the Sand Scale tribe from Liel, Sheen has always wanted to see them again. When he was in the chaotic demon realm, he was treated quite well by them. After leaving the Succubus City and heading to the Central City, he didn't know if he would have the chance to come back. Sheen wanted to say goodbye to Shijina before leaving, so that he could have a beginning and an end. However, Sheen did not expect that when he came to the small hotel where the Sand Scales lived, there was not only the breath of the Sand Scales. What is the reaction of these magic powers? Sheen stood in front of the small hotel, feeling the reaction of the magic power in the hotel, and raised his eyebrows slightly. The next second, Sheen teleported into the hotel and came to a room. In the room, including Shijina, several high-level members of the Sand Scales were there. However, in front of such Shijinas, there were actually several extremely powerful demons. How about it? Have you thought about it? This is what a demon in a black robe said. One by one, the demons in black robes stood in front of Shijina and others, exuding a strong and ominous breath. Led by Shijina, a group of Sand Scales looked pale. Obviously, they all knew that they could not deal with these mysterious people in front of them. Shijina even bit her lips. Her face was uncertain. The leading black-robed demon continued to speak in a hoarse voice. My patience is limited, so I will only say it again. The black-robed demon said, cooperate with us and kill Xian Boztut. This is your only way to survive. Do you understand? As soon as these words came out, everyone in the Sand Scale clan fell into a dead silence. But Xian was stunned. After a while, Xian understood. These guys. Xian looked at the black-robed demons. Shijina did the same. However, her pretty face was full of bitterness. Please don't embarrass us. Sir, Shijina said with a pale face, he is a real hero. A legendary strongman. The fiancé of His Highness Dragon Demon. And His Highness Succubus also favors him. We are just a marginal and weak tribe in the Succubus territory. How can we kill such a big man? It seems that Shijina already knows the true identity of Xian. In this regard, the leading black-robed demon sneered. Of course I know that you can't kill him. So I let you cooperate with us. The black-robed demon took out a bottle of medicine and threw it on Shijina. His intention is obvious. You have only one task. That is to find a way to make Xian Basta drink the stuff in it. The black-robed demon said in an unquestionable tone, no matter what method you use, whether it is deceiving or coaxing, or even climbing onto that guy's bed and pouring it into him while he is exhausted on you. In short, you must make him drink the stuff in it. The rest is our business. Understand? The black-robed demon's words made Shijina tighten her grip on the medicine bottle. It can be seen that she was struggling extremely. Miss. The rest of the sand scales couldn't help but call out to Shijina. And this undoubtedly made Shijina struggle even more. Why us? Shijina was very unwilling. Because you have an intersection with that guy. The black-robed demon said indifferently. Everyone in the Succubus city knows that you, the sand scales, came here with that hero. How many demons have come to you for this matter in the past few days? Wanting to investigate that guy through you. Don't you have any knowledge in your heart? Of course not. For the demons who frequently came to ask about Xian in the past few days, Shijina had already seen what they were going for. It can only be said that the fact that Xian and the Sand Scales came to the Succubus city together was indeed seen by many people. And it did make the Sand Scales the focus of all major tribes in the Succubus city. In the past few days, the Sand Scale clan has been constantly visited by people from various tribes. Some are polite. Some are threatening. Some are aggressive. And some have deep intentions. But without exception, all of them are targeting Xian's affairs. This allowed the Sand Scale clan to take advantage of the opportunity to gain a lot of benefits. But there are also many disadvantages. And obviously, what happened this time is the worst. I think you also know that you have no right to resist. The black-robed demon said disdainfully, a weak tribe. Only the tribe leader is a superior demon. And the rest are all weak beings with a level of less than 70. Let alone you few. Even if your entire tribe comes, you are just ants in front of us. As he said, the black-robed demon released his breath. And the companions around him also released their momentum. A total of 7 people. All of whom are superior demons above level 70. Especially the black-robed demon who led the group. The level directly reached 80. This may not be considered strong in a city like Succubus City, which is full of strong people. But for a weak tribe like the Sand Scale clan, it is already an unimaginable enemy. Shijina bit her lips until they were broken. The black-robed demon clan was also very impatient. This was the last inquiry. The black-robed demon clan said coldly, do it? Or not? The aura of the black-robed demon clan suddenly surged, becoming more terrifying. The rest of the Sand Scale clan were already overwhelmed and wailed. Shijina also panted rapidly, her face becoming paler and paler. She was at her wit's end. But? I refuse. Shijina refused with a trembling voice. Say it again? The black-robed demon clan was silent for a while, and then made a murderous voice. I said, I refuse. Shijina could only look pale and said, if we agree to you, whether we succeed or fail, the consequences are something we can't afford. If we fail, we need not say more. The wrath of the brave man is something the Sand Scales cannot bear. And success is also inevitable. The dragon demon's fiancé got into trouble because of the Sand Scales. Can the Sand Scales be spared? The succubus attaches so much importance to this future brother-in-law. As a tribe living in the succubus territory, once the Sand Scales do something they shouldn't do, it is also conceivable what will happen to them. In this case, it's death anyway. So we would rather die decently than be treated as traitors of the succubus territory. Shijina smiled bitterly. Not to mention, without the help of that adult, the Sand Scales might have been gone long ago. So, Shijina chose to refuse. The Sand Scales behind him also had sad faces. But no one objected. Good. The black-robed demons were furious. Since you are looking for death, I will make you die without any dignity. As he spoke, the black-robed demons gave orders to the people around him. Kill all the men. Chop them up and feed them to the monsters. Enjoy the women as you like. And kill them when you are tired of playing with them. Pack them up and send them to the succubus castle, so that she and Bozta can see their fate. The extremely vicious words made all the people in the sand scales change their faces. Seeing all the black-robed demons coming over with fierce faces, Shijina looked desperate. She looked at the medicine bottle in her hand. Her eyes were filled with tears. And finally she pulled out the cork, raised her head, and poured the contents of the medicine bottle into her mouth. Chapter 691 Sean? Sean? Bang! Suddenly, a small muffled sound came from the room. That was the sound caused by the medicine bottle in Shijina's hand being knocked away and falling to the ground. TSK. On the floor, the liquid flowing out of the medicine bottle corroded like sulfuric acid, causing a wisp of green smoke to rise. One can imagine what kind of lethality the contents of the medicine bottle have. And this sudden change made everyone in the room slightly startled. Shijina was also stunned, and seemed unable to react. On the contrary, the Blackrobe Demon Clan leader was alert in an instant. Who? The magic power on the Blackrobe Demon Clan rolled up. But the next second, a figure appeared in front of him. Your grandfather! Along with such a declaration, a foot was fiercely printed on the face of the Blackrobe Demon. Bang! With a muffled sound, the Blackrobe Demon was kicked away, turned into a cannonball, smashed the wall of the room, and flew out of the hotel. What? The faces of the Blackrobe Demons changed drastically. And then, they all looked fierce and rushed towards the sudden figure one by one. Get out! However, with such a cold shout, a violent magic power shook up. The storm-like magic power blew away the attacking Blackrobe Demons one by one. And it broke the ceiling. Boom! In a small hotel on the edge of the succubus city, a roar suddenly appeared. It was as if an invisible explosion suddenly appeared. A corner of the hotel exploded and turned into fragments, causing a violent wave of magic power to roll up from it. One by one, the demons in black robes fell out in the storm of magic power, like kites with broken strings, falling on the street one by one, wailing. This movement instantly attracted the attention of countless people. What happened? Fighting? How dare they fight privately in the succubus city? Who are they? The demons on the road were all startled by this sudden situation. And then, they retreated one by one, looking at the black-robed demons lying on the ground, and started to make a noise. The black-robed demons turned over on the ground, as if they had suffered serious injuries. Damn it. The leading black-robed demon seemed to be kicked into another building, staggering out of a broken wall, looking gray and dusty. But his voice was full of anger, and his loosened hood also revealed a fierce face covered with scars. Who is it? Who dares to attack us? The black-robed demon questioned angrily. He was answered by a sarcastic voice. Weren't you just discussing how to deal with me? How come you don't recognize me now? Xian's figure suddenly flashed, appeared on the street, and entered everyone's eyes. The pupils of the black-robed demon shrank. It's you. His face suddenly changed. I've already said it's your grandfather. Xian responded with a friendly smile, and said leisurely, Then, who are you? The other party did not answer this question. Run! The black-robed demon decisively gave such instructions, and fled in different directions with the surrounding demons who staggered to their feet. Can you escape? Xian looked at this scene and just wanted to catch up and catch them one by one with teleportation, but was interrupted by an unexpected scene. I saw that the demon who was watching actually stopped in front of the black-robed demons who were about to escape. Want to run? Where can you run to? You are fighting privately in the succubus city, and you still dare to think about running away? Do you really think that the rules here are just for show? The demons who were originally watching chose to stand up and stop the black-robed demons. Even the black-robed demon leader of level 80 was stopped by a demon who looked extremely extraordinary. Private fighting is not allowed in the succubus city. This is a ban issued by the succubus herself. The demon looked at the black-robed demon leader and sneered. If you break the ban, there will be no place for you in the entire succubus city. Stay here and wait for the cadres to come and punish you. As he said that, the demon exuded a momentum that was enough to crush everyone. Legendary. The black-robed demon leader suddenly looked ashen. Xian looked at this scene with great surprise, but felt novel. In the past, when Xian encountered private fights in other cities, the onlookers wanted to stay away, as if they didn't want to be bothered by trouble. unexpectedly. Here, even the onlookers would stand up to maintain the order of the succubus city. It was really a strange development. But if you think about it carefully, it doesn't seem to be surprising. Succubus City is different from other cities. Almost all the people stationed here are powerful tribes. In addition, the one who rules here is the succubus Xiaofun. Those powerful demons naturally want to serve her, and will not sit idly by and watch the rules set by the succubus being broken. Shijina even said that in order to please the succubus, the powerful tribes in the succubus city will hold meetings regularly, exchange what they have, set some rules, and abide by them together, so as not to ruin the mood of the succubus. It can be seen from this that if someone breaks the ban of the succubus city, the demons living here will not sit idly by. So, a rather magical scene happened on the street. After a fierce fight, all the black-robed demons were defeated by the demons in the succubus city and thrown in front of Xian, leaving them lying there wailing. Then, some of the demons began to notify the people in the succubus castle to come, and some surrounded the scene, especially the legendary demon, who came to Xian. Okay, it's your turn next. That demon actually set his sights on Xian. You don't want to take me down, do you? Xian looked at him with a strange expression. Of course. The demon sneered and said, you also participated in the private fight. Stay here obediently, and wait for the succubus castle to punish you. Hearing this, Xian found it particularly interesting. What's your name? Xian looked at the other party. Me? The demon immediately straightened his chest and said, I am Xian from the Alien Spirit Clan. As soon as this was said, the surrounding demons immediately realized it one after another. Even the black-robed demon leader, who was beaten up, looked at the other party with an ugly face. He was actually a member of the Alien Spirit tribe, who ranked 4th in the succubus territory, and had 2 legendary strongmen in the tribe? The black-robed demon leader revealed the identity of the other party. That's right. The other party smiled proudly and said, I am the 2nd legendary strongman of the Alien Spirit tribe. The current patriarch of the Alien Spirit tribe is my brother. He is a cadre of His Highness the Succubus. Although I will take over that position sooner or later. Even now, I will not allow anyone to casually break the rules set by His Highness the Succubus. In other words, the other party is not only the 2nd legendary strongman in the Alien Spirit tribe, but also has his eyes on the position of his brother. But the strange thing is that the other party does not value the position of the patriarch, but the position of the cadre. Why is this? It can be said that Sima Zhao's heart is known to passers-by. This legendary strongman of the Alien Spirit tribe is obviously also a servant of the succubus Xiaofuni. It's just that. What's your name? Xian only cares about this. Didn't you hear clearly? The other party said loudly with dissatisfaction, my name is Xian. Xian from the Alien Spirit race. Okay. Fate. Wonderful. I've heard your name for a long time. Xian clasped his fists to the other party, with a serious face. It seems that you know me? Seeing this, Xian became more and more proud. Of course I know you. I'm familiar with you. Xian still looked serious. There's no way. We are all called Xian. Even if we haven't seen each other, this name should still be praised. Unfortunately, the other party doesn't seem to have much insight. Since you know me, don't resist in vain. Stay here obediently. And don't force me to do anything. Xian warned Xian. Don't worry. I won't leave. And you don't need to do anything. Xian shrugged, but walked in front of the black-robed demon leader. What do you want to do? Xian thought Xian was trying to play tricks. So he immediately released the momentum of a legendary strongman and suppressed Xian. To Xian's surprise, Xian looked normal. Don't be nervous. I just want to ask them a few questions. Xian waved to Xian, then looked at the black-robed demon leader and smiled kindly again. Can you tell me now? Xian stared at the black-robed demon leader and said, Who are you? The black-robed demon leader did not speak. Xian didn't care. Tell me. Who sent you? Xian stretched out his hand, gathering some magic power at his fingertips, and said, If you don't want to say it, don't blame me for using some extraordinary means. Okay. Before the black-robed demon leader could respond to Xian's words, Xian on the side spoke up. I'm telling you. You'd better not go too far. Xian snorted coldly and said, I don't care what personal grudges you have. Anyway, be honest. Otherwise, when the people from the succubus castle come, you will know what will happen if you don't behave. Xian's warning did not stop Xian. On the contrary, Xian directly activated a little magic power on his fingertips. Give pain. Xian's fingertips touched the black-robed demon leader. The magic power on his fingertips burst out, making the black-robed demon leader's whole body seem to be cut into pieces. And he howled in pain. You? Xian's face changed. And then he became angry and took a step forward, as if ready to attack. Not to mention Xian. Even the surrounding demons couldn't help but get angry. After being restrained in a private fight in the succubus city, he still dared to be so arrogant? This is intolerable. Just when all the demons were ready to take action and teach Xian a lesson and let him know the rules of the succubus city, Xian's faint voice echoed. Keep binding. The huge magic power instantly enveloped the whole place, freezing everyone in place. Chapter 692. Why are you cursing? What is this? Magic? A very powerful binding magic. At this moment, the demons cried out one after another, feeling the magic force squeezing on their bodies and making them completely unable to move. Their eyes had changed when they looked at Xian. You? Even the legendary warrior of the alien spirit race named Xian changed his expression, and his eyes were full of astonishment when he looked at Xian. Xian ignored everyone around him and just looked at the black-robed demon leader in front of him. Ah! The black-robed demon leader was being tortured by unspeakable pain and screamed. The rest of the black-robed demons looked at this scene, and one after another showed expressions of fear. Xian watched coldly. Xian would not be polite to the guy who wanted to deal with him and wanted his life. This is just a small test. I still have more painful magic to give. Xian smiled at the black-robed demon leader, but there was no smile in his eyes, and said, if you don't want to say it, I can let you use your mouth to scream all the time. So, you can choose for yourself whether you want to use your mouth to scream or to tell the truth. Come on. Choose. Xian tapped the opponent's body with his fingertips again and injected more magic power. Suddenly, boundless pain was inflicted on the black-robed demon leader, causing him to scream even more miserably. That scene frightened the onlookers. A few minutes later, the black-robed demon leader finally had another reaction. Day. The black-robed demon leader uttered this word. Xian raised his eyebrows. Puff. The next second, with the sound of flesh tearing, the head of the black-robed demon leader was chopped off. Blood. The whole place was red. Murder. Murder. Seeing Xian chopping off the head of the black-robed demon leader with a sword, the pupils of the demons watching shrank. Private fighting is not allowed in the succubus city. This is expressly prohibited. And now that someone has died, I'm afraid this matter will be difficult to settle. Even the alien spirit named Xian changed his face slightly and fell silent. In this situation, Xian shook the blood on the sword and stood up talking to himself. I was clearly giving you a chance, but you actually scolded me. You are really looking for death. As he said, Xian turned his eyes and looked at the rest of the black-robed demons. The black-robed demons trembled in their hearts. Not long after, they also lay in a pool of blood, losing their precious lives one by one. There was only one reason for their death. That was, they were all like the black-robed demon leader, saying hack to Xian without hesitation. I'll hack you. You immortals. Xian cursed. You bunch of bastards. Do you really think you are some loyal martyrs? If you don't want to say it, then don't say it. I'm not going to give you a quick death. Why are you cursing? Damn. Just after Xian dealt with all the black-robed demons, someone finally arrived at the scene. What are you doing here? Leal led a group of either cold and charming female demons and rushed in, looking at the scene that turned into a bloody land and Xian standing in the middle of a pool of blood. Her eyes froze. Chief Leal. Xian spoke up as if he saw a savior. Is it you? Leal frowned and said coldly, why are you here? Obviously, Leal knew Xian. After all, he is a legendary strongman. Although there are many strongmen of this level in the demon clan, there are only about 20 legendary strongmen in the succubus city. It is not difficult for Leal to remember every legendary strongman. However, Xian obviously did not have a good impression on Leal. Xian hurriedly spoke as if he did not notice this. Something big has happened. Chief Leal. Someone here has challenged the ban of the succubus city. Xian struggled to resist the binding magic, pointed at Xian, and shouted, you guys take him down quickly. Hearing this, the female demons brought by Leal moved, and seemed to have been on guard for a long time, ready to take Xian down. However, Leal threw out a word. You retreat. Leal ignored Xian's request, stopped the female demons around her from coming forward, and came to Xian's side. What's going on? Leal questioned. They want to touch me. Xian didn't explain too much, just threw this sentence to Leal. Leal's frown became tighter and tighter, looking at the black-robed demons lying in a pool of blood. After a moment of silence, she stretched out her foot and kicked the black-robed demon leader, who just fell in front of her, revealing his face. So, Leal saw the fierce face of the black-robed demon leader covered with scars. At this sight, Leal's eyes flashed with a fierce light. What? Xian was keenly aware of this and asked, "Do you know him?" Leal's answer to this question was this. "No," Leal said coldly, "but I can probably guess where he came from." "Really?" Xian looked at Leal and asked, "What is his origin?" Leal did not respond immediately, but turned around and looked at everyone present. "You have nothing to do here, so go away." Leal moved her slender hands, and a magical power swept across the entire venue, dispelling the magic power that bound everyone. The demons present felt relieved and regained their freedom. They looked at each other, and finally scattered like birds and beasts, not daring to disobey Leal. Even Sean smiled awkwardly after regaining his freedom. "I helped to stop this matter today. Chief Leal, don't forget to say a few good words for me in front of Her Highness the Succubus." After leaving such a message, Sean quickly retreated. It seemed that he was afraid that Leal would refuse, so he just killed first and asked later. In an instant, the whole venue was cleared, leaving only Sean, Leal, a group of female demons, and the bodies of black-robed demons lying on the ground. Sean was ready to ask again, but before Sean could ask, Leal spoke first. And, at the beginning, Sean's expression was shocked. "They are from the old demon faction." Leal's cold words made the female demons around gasp. "The old demon faction?" Xian's eyes flashed, and he murmured, "No wonder they used that method to deal with me. If the demons in the Succubus City, even if they dislike Xian, they should not force the sand scales to poison themselves, and do it from behind. It's not because the demons are so great, but the tribes in the Succubus City are all strong tribes in the Succubus territory. As a race that respects strength, they will not use such insidious little tricks before they have experienced their own strength. Only the old demon faction, knowing that he is a hero, will do it from behind." Which is not surprising at all. Leal said so, since the news of the birth of the hero spread throughout the demon world. The people of the old demon faction have been fanning the flames behind the scenes, wishing that the demons would go to war directly with the gods and humans. Leal looked at the black-robed demons on the ground with disgust. After all, they just couldn't stand the peace talks between the demons and the gods and humans. They thought that the current demons were begging for mercy from the gods and humans, and regarded the current demons as a shame. So they regarded the old demons as garbage. For these people, the existence of the hero is very disgusting, very annoying, and very hateful. It is impossible not to take the opportunity to fan the flames and disrupt the situation. The demon princes have been paying attention to these guys who fan the flames. I have also stepped up the supervision of the Succubus City under the instruction of Lady Xiaofuni. So I noticed these guys. Leal said hatefully, "These guys have been trying to contact those powerful tribes since they entered the Succubus City. After you appeared, they were very active in secret. I have suspected them for a long time. Now that they have directly attacked Xian, it proves that they are either people who have been instigated by the old demon clan, or they are the old demon clan itself. Otherwise, now that the demon clan is about to marry the hero, it is impossible for ordinary demons to deliberately disobey the instructions of the demons and kill the hero. Whether they were instigated or were from the old demon clan, it didn't matter. Anyway, they were all guys who had dealings with the old demon clan. So Leal naturally regarded them as the old demon clan. Then I'll kill them all. Do you have any objections?" Xian was even more straightforward. "Even if you don't kill them, I will kill them all later," Leal said without hesitation. "The so-called old demon clan is just a scum that hinders the rule and management of the demons. If they dare to disobey the existence of Lady Xiaofun, I, Leal, not the entire Stone Women clan, will grind them into mincemeat." As soon as these words came out, the surrounding female demons immediately responded loudly. It seems that they are the elites of the Stone Women clan. Xian only then noticed that these female demons were all upper demons above level 70. It is worthy of being the first tribe in the Succubus territory and the strongest demon in the omnipotent forest. The high-end combat power of the Stone Woman clan alone is probably no less than that of a guard knights. Right? No. Perhaps the Stone Woman clan can even compete with the entire Mitra kingdom. After all, there are 3 legendary strongmen in the Stone Woman clan, and Leal herself is a super strongman of level 99. Perhaps even Aridia may not be her opponent. Leave this to us. If you want to meet someone you know, go and meet them. Leal began to drive people away. Xian had no intention of staying, but he asked a question with a thought in his mind. The one called Xian. Xian stopped without finishing a sentence. Forget it. In Liu's puzzled eyes. Xian shrugged, then turned around and left the scene. Inexplicable. Liu could only hum twice, then commanded her people to start cleaning up the aftermath. After that, she still needed to clear out a wave of suspicious people in the succubus city. Chapter 693 Day. At the same time, on the street some distance from the inn, Sean of the alien race was walking while wiping the non-existent sweat from his forehead. Oh! It was so scary. I was almost scared to death. Recalling the scene of being stunned by the bound magic just now, Sean patted his chest with lingering fear. A brave man is a brave man. No wonder that person has been reminding us to be extremely careful with him. Saying this, Sean leaped into the air. He flew through the streets and alleys at a very amazing speed and went in one direction. There was a tribe land there. That was the tribe land of the alien race, as the fourth largest tribe in the succubus territory, second only to the Stone Woman tribe, the Bayan tribe, and the Grey tribe. The tribe of the alien spirit tribe in the succubus city is naturally not small, nor is it shabby. It is not only located in an area close to the key areas, but also occupies a very large area. Even if they say that they are nobles in the succubus city, people will believe it. From time to time, there will be bursts of powerful aura in the tribe, telling others that there are definitely many strong people in the alien spirit tribe. When Sean flew into the tribe of the alien spirit tribe, there were still bursts of compelling auras that instantly locked him, until Sean's identity was detected. The aura was taken back. Sean entered his own tribe just like that, and came directly to the place where the patriarch was. There, a demon who looked a little older than Sean stood with his back to him. Big brother. Sean landed behind the other party and shouted at him. The other party was the patriarch of the alien spirit tribe, one of the cadres under the succubus. Shisai, are you back? Shisai didn't turn around, but just said this lightly. Yes, I'm back. Xian still looked frightened, and kept talking. You don't know. I almost thought I couldn't come back. Xian said it in an extremely exaggerated way. What? Shisai asked doubtfully. Are you in danger? I guess. Xian sighed and said, although not directly. In that situation, if the other party wanted to attack me, I would definitely not be able to come back. Shisai heard what the hidden meaning of this sentence was. It seems that the brave man is really not easy to mess with. Shisai thought about it, and suddenly said, how are those guys? Xian could also hear the people Shisai was referring to. So, he answered very straightforwardly. They are all dead. Sean said bluntly, just like what you said. Big brother. That kind of low-level tricks can't do anything to the hero. They can't even force the people of the Sand Scale clan to surrender. They are really a bunch of useless guys. Very normal. Shisai was very calm and said, they were originally a group of chess pieces to be discarded. At best, they were just testing the ability of the hero. Can you expect them to gain anything? That's true. Sean agreed with him and said with regret, it's a pity that the people in Succubus Castle couldn't clash with the hero in the name of prohibiting private fighting. That's unrealistic. Brother, Shisai said disapprovingly, rules are established by people, and the prohibition of private fighting in Succubus Castle is also a rule set by Her Highness Succubus. Since Her Highness Succubus favors the hero, even if it is a blatant violation of the rules, Her Highness Succubus can't really punish the hero. That's right. Sean scratched his head and said, but I thought the people in Succubus Castle would also be unhappy about the hero being close to Her Highness Succubus. In that case, they couldn't help but trip up the hero. Overthinking. Shisai saw it very clearly. His expression was still calm, and said, those guys are loyal to Her Highness Succubus, no matter how unhappy they are with others. As long as it is something Her Highness Succubus sincerely doesn't want to see, they will not let it happen. As a cadre under the succubus, Shisai has enough experience of this. But, is it the same for you, my lovely Shisai? When such a voice suddenly appeared here, both Shisai and Sean trembled. The next second, they both knelt on one knee in the direction of the voice. Whoosh! A gust of wind suddenly rolled up there. It was a fishy wind, with a strong smell of blood and a rotten corpse, which made people feel nauseous. And an old man appeared from the fishy wind. An old man with no hair, long eyebrows and beard, holding a cane in his hand, wearing a linen shirt, with a sense of vicissitudes and countryside like an old man fishing. Seeing this old man, Shisai and Sean both spoke respectfully. Meet Lord Perrin. Meet Lord Perrin. The two legendary warriors of the alien spirit race expressed their submission to the mysterious old man just like subordinates. So good. The old man named Parion looked at Shisai and Xian with a kind face, as if he was looking at his grandson, and his tone was very kind. But Shisai and Xian did not even dare to look up, and even revealed a little fear in their eyes. A closer look showed that there were two demons behind Parion. The two demons were a man and a woman, but they were not young. One was a middle-aged man who looked to be in his 40s, and the other was a middle-aged woman who looked to be in her 30s. The aura on them was not inferior to Shisai and Xian at all, but they followed behind Parion expressionlessly like entourage guards. Parion brought these two followers and walked in front of Shisai and Xian. You seem to have met Xian Basta. Parion still said amiably, how is it? That braid man? Hearing this, Sean did not speak. Or rather, he seemed to be afraid to speak, and looked at his brother. Shisai pursed his lips, pondered for a while, and then spoke. Just as that person said, this hero is not easy to deal with. The people that Lord Parion gave us were discovered and even eliminated as soon as they took action. Shisai spoke the truth. Is that so? Parion did not seem to care about the dead people, but just laughed and said to himself, sure enough. As Xing said, he is an incredible variable. Hearing Parion's words, the two demons accompanying Parion could not help but speak. As long as Lord Parion gives an order, we will go and get the hero's head now. The middle-aged male demon spoke in a deep voice. Even if he is a hero, with the four of us attacking together, I don't believe we can't take him down. The middle-aged female demon also said so crisply. Sisai and Sean looked at each other. Neither of them spoke. Unlike the two stupid followers, they knew very well how dangerous it would be if they did so. They also believed that Parion would understand this, and would not act rashly. Otherwise, they would not have moved to the succubus city with their entire tribe under Parion's instructions. Developed here, and have been hiding under the succubus, doing things similar to undercover. As expected, don't underestimate the heroes. Parion said slowly, they are the most incredible miracles in the world. So incredible that they can even affect the Demon King and the Supreme God. At the beginning, the Supreme God was almost pried open by the first generation of heroes and the cold and ruthless heart of God. It was not until the first generation of heroes was killed by the Demon King that the Supreme God completely closed himself. The Demon King was also conquered by the hero Mitra, proving that the hero's holy sword is indeed the natural enemy of our demons. Parion tapped the cane in his hand. Even if the hero has not yet transcended and has the holy sword in hand, it is not something that a few legendary strongmen can easily deal with. Not to mention you. Even I don't have absolute confidence that I can take down Xian Basta. Don't forget, the cautious star has reminded us that we can only look up to him, not underestimate him. As he spoke, Parion actually laughed himself. On the other hand, the two accompanying demons were a little skeptical. Can we really believe what that person said? I always feel that that person seems to be doing something secretly. Even Lord Moon is on guard against him. I don't think his words are trustworthy. The two accompanying demons said so. Don't say that. Parion seemed to be unconcerned and said, no matter what, he can't escape the control of the leader. A little guy who has no talent and can only play with puppets. We have to be kind to him. After saying that, Parion pondered for a while, and looked at Shisai and Xian. For the time being, you should not touch that hero. And wait and see what happens. We have other tasks this time. As for the matter of that hero, just let you handle it as the leader said. Our target is the demon. Or in other words, the succubus. At this point, Parion spoke to Shisai and Xian meaningfully. You two should be able to do it. Right? Hearing what Parion said, Shisai and Xian both felt a slight tremor in their hearts. We naturally dare not disobey. Shisai responded like this. Yes. Yes. Xian also spoke quickly. That's good. Parion smiled and said, I thought you had been watching the succubus for a long time. And like everyone else, you were captured by the demon. Both Sisai and Sean fell silent. Their eyes were somewhat complicated. Obviously, Parion expressed some of the thoughts in the two people's hearts. There is no one in this world who cannot be captured after seeing that person for a long time. Sisai and Sean are naturally no exception. However, they also know that Parion's orders cannot be disobeyed. Who makes them? My beloved apostle. Parion laughed happily there. And the more he laughed, the weirder it became. Sisai and Sean could only lower their heads and declare in unison. Everything we have belongs to you. We are the great apostle of Sun. Lord Parion. Chapter 694 missed 100 million? How is it? Is everything okay? In the already damaged inn, Xian asked the people of the Sand Scale tribe. Led by Shijina, the complexion of the people of the Sand Scale tribe was still a little bad, but they had recovered a lot. On behalf of everyone, Shijina bowed to Xian with gratitude. Thank you, sir. You saved us again. Shijina said so. Xian shook his head. This time, you encountered this kind of thing because of me. It should be me who implicated you. Xian's attitude towards the people of the Sand Scale tribe was much better than before. Although he was implicated, Xian was still very satisfied with the performance of Shijina and others. After all, when someone threatened them with their lives, these Sand Scales did not choose to cooperate with them to deal with themselves, but refused, which undoubtedly made Xian have a lot of good feelings towards them. Of course, Xian knew that Shijina and others chose not to cooperate, not entirely because of himself, but more because of the objective situation. Once they cooperated with the people of the old demon clan to deal with themselves, the Sand Scales would no longer have a place to stay in the succubus territory or even the entire demon world. This is the real reason why Shijina refused to cooperate. But even so, Xian was satisfied. At least, they would rather lose their lives than deal with themselves. This is a fact. In this case, Xian will naturally no longer regard himself as a lifesaver. However, Shijina obviously doesn't think so. It doesn't matter whether it is implicated or not. The adult saved our lives, which is also a fact. Shijina smiled bitterly and said, in the final analysis, we are too weak. Otherwise, the same thing is not impossible to happen in the future. Shijina's words made all the Sand Scales silent, and a trace of sadness appeared in their eyes. Xian looked at this scene and didn't know what to say. In a way, what Shijina said was true. The demon world is a world where the strong prey on the weak, and weakness is the original sin. If you don't have enough power to protect yourself, then today's disaster is over. And tomorrow, there may be another disaster. The invasion of the hoof monsters proved this point. If Xian hadn't suddenly appeared and helped the Sand Scales, the Sand Scales might have been gone. There are many similar things in the demon world. Therefore, Shijina saw it very clearly. Whatever was involved or not involved was false. In the final analysis, it was her own weakness that could not resist all the malice that came, which led to all this. Knowing this clearly, Shijina naturally would not attribute the reason to Xian. However, Xian could understand her thoughts, but he would not accept them. Let's put it this way. Xian pondered for a while, then said to Shijina, I will help you later, and see if you can live in the succubus city. As soon as this was said, the people of the Sand Scale tribe were shocked. Live in the succubus city. Shijina couldn't help but cover her mouth. There is no way. Live in the succubus city. This is what all the tribes in the succubus territory are looking forward to. Succubus city prohibits private fighting, and is the only safe area in the succubus territory. This is what you told me, right? Xian smiled and said to Shijina, if you can live in the succubus city, then you Sand Scale tribe should not live in fear. This is the only place where Xian can help them. Kiki lives in the succubus city. Shijina wanted to say something, but she was too excited and seemed a little incoherent. Xian also knew what Shijina wanted to say. I know that to live in the succubus city, one must meet one of the 3 conditions you mentioned. Right? Shijina said that there are 3 conditions for living in the succubus city. 1. Get permission from the lord of the succubus. 2. Get recommendations from 3 or more large tribes in the succubus city. 3. If the tribe has 100 superior demons, they can move in on their own. If any of these 3 conditions are met, no matter which tribe they are from, they can move in. Xian couldn't help the people of the Sand Scales complete the last 2 conditions. But if it was the first condition, Xian could still think of a way. I will ask Xia Funi for a permission for you. Xian planned to do so. Shijina opened her mouth, as if she wanted to refuse. But this matter was so attractive to the Sand Scales that the words of refusal rolled to her lips several times. But she couldn't roll out. Finally, Shijina could only speak with a worried look on her face. Can a marginal and weak tribe like us really get the permission of Her Highness the Succubus to live in the succubus city? Shijina did not dare to hold too much hope. So far, the tribes that have personally obtained the permission to live in the succubus city from the succubus are rare, as far as Shijina knows. Since the establishment of the succubus city, the succubus Xiaofun has personally allowed less than 3 tribes to live in the succubus city. Moreover, these less than 3 tribes have all been appreciated and recognized by her before they got the quota. The Stone Women tribe is the tribe that got this quota. At that time, the demon world had just taken shape, And the succubus Xiophun also obtained her own territory and built this succubus city. And then recruited the entire Stone Women tribe into the succubus city, making the Stone Women tribe the first tribe to settle in the succubus city. Afterwards, about a few hundred years ago, Shaft recruited another tribe to settle in Succubus City. That tribe was the Rock Giants, which ranked 5th in Succubus City. The Rock Giants once had a chieftain who was a cadre under Xiophun. In the final battle 1,000 years ago, he led the entire tribe to fight on the front line. But unfortunately all of them died in the battle, leaving only a group of descendants barely alive. Hundreds of years ago, Xiophun found these descendants and took them into the Succubus City out of old friendship. After hundreds of years of recuperation, they were able to develop rapidly. Now they also have 2 legendary masters, becoming the 5th most powerful tribe in the Succubus City. The 2 rock giants guarding the gate of the Succubus Castle are the 2 legendary masters of the Rock Giants. They are grateful to Xiophun for thinking of the old friendship, and also grateful to Xiophun for giving them a chance to return to the past. So they are willing to become gatekeepers and claim to be the most solid defense force of the Succubus Castle. Except for the Stone Women and Rock Giants, Xiophun no longer gave permission to any other tribe to settle in the Succubus City. It is natural that Shijina would be uneasy about this. Xian didn't say it too sure, so as to avoid a setback in the future. He just said that, "I will try my best to help you get it. I believe that she is willing to give me the future brother-in-law a little face, right?" Xian comforted Shijina, but he felt a little uncomfortable. This is also helpless. I just don't know how she will torture me when I beg her in front of that witch. Xian twitched his mouth for this. Shijina looked at Xian like this, and she also sighed in her heart. She really didn't expect that the mysterious human strongman, who suddenly fell from the sky and rescued the Sand Scale tribe from the expedition of the Hoof Monster tribe, would be the legendary hero. The matter of the hero's reincarnation has only recently been spreading in the demon world. Shijina would never have thought that in the end she would actually meet him. Moreover, the other party is obviously the natural enemy of the demons. But he is about to enter into a marriage contract with the dragon demon, one of the top demons, and become the fiancé of a demon prince and the brother-in-law of other demon princes. This made Shijina feel confused more than once when she first learned about this matter, and she was not sure whether she was dreaming. For a weak tribe like the Sand Scale tribe, the identity of a legendary strongman is already amazing enough. Now the identity of the other party is even more legendary than a legendary strongman. It is no wonder that Shijina feels unreal. It can be said that whether it is a brave man or a demon's fiancé, these 2 identities are more terrifying than a mere legendary strongman. The experience of the past few days also made Shijina realize that getting to know such an existence is both lucky and unfortunate for her tribe. But now, the unfortunate part seems to have passed. If the other party is really favored by the Succubus Prince and is the brother-in-law of the Succubus Prince, then it may not be impossible to get a residence quota in the Succubus City. Thinking of this, Shijina couldn't refuse even if she wanted to. If the adults can really get a residence permit for us in the Succubus City, then from now on, the Sand Scales will definitely follow the adults' lead. Shijina could only make such a promise with a serious face. She knew that the other party would not even bother to give such a permit to a weak tribe. But apart from this, Shijina couldn't think of what she could do to repay. If she could offer herself, then Shijina would definitely serve Xian without saying a word and use her life's ability. Unfortunately, the other party is a brave man, the fiancé of His Highness the Dragon Demon, and he must look down on a mediocre girl like me. Right? Thinking of this, Shijina didn't know that at this moment. Xian suddenly felt that he had lost something very good. What's the matter with this feeling of missing out on 100 million? Xian blinked in confusion. But soon, he didn't care. I will ask the people of the Stone Woman clan to help look after you. You should not encounter the same thing again in the future. Xian said, you should move to another place to live first, and leave the rest to me. Yes. Shijina naturally obeyed. So, with the help of Xian, the people of the Sand Scale clan moved out of the small hotel and moved to other places. Xian did ask Liel to send someone to look after them. Liel did not refuse, probably because of Xiaofun's order to try to look after Xian and meet Xian's requirements. This matter has come to an end for the time being. However, the undercurrent in the Succubus City did not stop. Malice is still approaching. Chapter 695 The Former Prince. The sky gradually darkened. When Xian finished dealing with all the relevant affairs of the Sand Scale clan, the streets were basically shrouded in darkness. What surprised Xian was that there was no house with lights in the succubus city. This is what Leal said on the side. The night is the domain of the supreme demon clan His Highness Sarah. So we demons will not choose to use lights to dispel the darkness at night, as long as there is moonlight in the sky. If this falls on any city in the human world, it will probably cause a certain degree of inconvenience. But in the demon world, there is no such inconvenience. First, the moonlight in the demon world is indeed very bright. Even if you only rely on the moonlight, you can live normally at night. Second, the night vision ability of the demons is much stronger than that of the human race. And the strength of 1 or 2 is not bad. It is just a mere darkness, which will not cause them too much impact. Therefore, in the demon world, no matter which city you are in, there are no lights. Moreover, the moon in the demon world will not be covered, and it will rise no matter which night it is. But it will be cloudy or bright. Is this a unique culture of the demons? Okay. After understanding this, Xian didn't care. With outer awareness in hand, he was not troubled by the darkness. It is better to say that after the 5 senses improved by outer awareness, Xian not only has a very good night vision ability, but also can perceive the surrounding situation through other senses even if he loses his sight. The lack of lights at night does not cause any obstacles to Xian. Therefore, Xian did not mind too much and went to the direction of the succubus castle with Leal. Along the way, Xian was still thinking about how to talk to Xia Funi and let her give the sand scales the right to live in the succubus city. However, when she returned to the succubus castle, before he could even enter the door, he saw an unexpected person. Gray? Leal also called out the other person's name unexpectedly. The person who came was Gray, whom he had met once before. Gray was standing in front of the main gate of the succubus castle, not approaching the succubus castle, just standing straight. He looked like he was waiting for someone. This was indeed the case. Are you back? Gray turned to Xian, his eyes fixed on Xian. Are you looking for me? Xian raised his eyebrows. That's right. Gray nodded and said directly, is it convenient to chat? Gray had a kind smile on his face when he said this. Obviously, this time, the other party was not here to cause trouble. What do you want to do? Gray? Leal frowned and questioned. Don't worry, Leal. Gray glanced at Leal and said, I just have some questions for my fellow tribesmen who have come to the demon realm and succubus city. I don't want to do anything against him. Gray's statement made Leal speechless, mainly because the other party's statement was impeccable. Leal couldn't find any flaws. She knew that Gray had been in the demon realm for about 20 years, and there must be a lot of things he wanted to know. Leal remembered something about Gray, and finally stepped back without saying a word, leaving the venue to Xian and Gray. Xian looked at this mysterious human strongman, not knowing what he was thinking. Gray, on the other hand, suddenly said something. Is Anchi okay? When this sentence came out of Gray's mouth, Xian was startled at first, and then reacted. Anchi? Xian frowned, a little surprised, and hesitantly said, Are you talking about His Majesty the King of Mitra Kingdom? I think so. Gray smiled and said calmly, although when I left, the throne could only fall into his hands. I had heard from Hart that he became the king of Mitra Kingdom and had 2 beautiful daughters. But I haven't seen him for more than 20 years after all, and I don't know how he is doing. Hearing this, Xian understood. Are you an old acquaintance of His Majesty the King? This is the possibility that Xian can think of. But it turns out that he was too gentle. How to say it? Gray was a little nostalgic, and said surprisingly, strictly speaking, he and I are half-brothers. What? Xian widened his eyes. Brothers? Half-brothers? Gray and Anchi? Doesn't that mean you are you? Xian looked at Gray with astonishment. Gray pursed his lips and sighed. My old surname is Mitra. Grayville Mitra. A former member of the Mitra royal family who abandoned his princely identity and the surname left by his ancestors more than 20 years ago and came to the demon world. Xian was silent. He was completely speechless. This mysterious human strongman who was recruited by the Bayan tribe and whose level was as high as 99. His origin was actually a member of the royal family of the Mitra Kingdom? Or a former prince? A legitimate descendant of a brave man? Hack! Don't be nervous. And don't look at me like that. I'm not here to make friends with you. Gray seemed to be amused by Xian's reaction, and said with a smile, like I said, I have abandoned my past identity, and am just a former prince. Although Anchi and I are half-brothers. Anchi is the direct descendant of the royal family, and I am just a collateral descendant, the child born to the former king's concubine. If I didn't have some talent, It would be impossible for me to get the status of a prince. Gray said this very calmly. It can be imagined that this identity has become a real thing of the past for him. Right? Of course. Although Gray said these words in a very calm tone, Sheen could still hear a lot from them. For example, you can't be considered as just a little talent. Right? Sheen said sincerely. I thought Arida was already the strongest of the human race. But now it seems that you may be stronger than Arida. In terms of level, Gray is higher than Arida. In terms of strength, Sheen feels that Gray will never be weaker than Arida. After all, they are all descendants of the orthodox braves inherited from the brave Mitra. Since this person can win the title of prince with the identity of a mere collateral lineage, it can be imagined that his talent and his unique skills will never be inferior to Arida. And Arida has been regarded as a rare super genius. And the deeds of this Grayville are probably more amazing than Arida. Such a person actually gave up his identity and status, and lived in the succubus city for more than 20 years, because he was attracted by the succubus. It was simply shocking. I didn't know that the Mithraic royal family actually had such a person like you. Sheen expressed his most direct surprise. Gray was indifferent. This is normal, Gray said calmly. For the Mithraic royal family, I am already ashamed. I betrayed the expectations of the country, the royal family, and even the race. I shamelessly ran to become a pawn of the succubus. How could I take the initiative to mention me? Not to mention the royal family. Even the common people no longer mention such a prince. It is conceivable that he disappointed many people and made many people feel betrayed. Under such circumstances, it is understandable that the kingdom would strictly prohibit the people from mentioning the existence of such a prince. Now, I am afraid that he has been completely forgotten by many people, and they don't want to mention him anymore. Right? I heard that you are the fiancé of the kingdom's treasure. Right? Gray looked at Sheen as if he was looking at a junior, and his eyes became a little kinder. Sheen couldn't stand this look and shrugged helplessly. Have you never seen Luoshi? Sheen took the initiative to bring up this topic. Of course not. When I came to the demon world, Anchi had just married, and I didn't have the chance to see his daughter, Gray said with some regret, but I have heard a lot of rumors about that child. Hart also told me that her beauty is second only to Her Highness the Succubus. And she is also an incredible genius. She has even been recognized by the holy sword left by the ancestors, which is much better than me. If possible, I really want to see her. Then why don't you go back and take a look? Sheen said without hesitation. With your strength, it must not be difficult to return to the human world and return to the Mitra kingdom. Right? Indeed. Gray was silent for a while, then said, but what qualifications do I have? Gray's eyes showed complete loneliness when he said this. However, although he was lonely, Gray did not seem to regret it. Perhaps, from the moment I saw Her Majesty the Succubus, I was already useless. Right? Gray said self-deprecatingly. In history, many heroes have failed to pass this level. And even some former brave men have become captives of Her Majesty the Succubus. I used to be very disdainful of this, until I met Her Majesty the Succubus. I knew that everything was not exaggerated. It was because of this that I was so crazy at that time. Gray's voice seemed very distant, and he said sadly, at that time, I thought that with my talent and my strength, I could make Her Majesty the Succubus look at me more and get a chance to pursue her. As the saying goes, young and frivolous. Gray was indeed very high-spirited at that time. Being able to become an authentic prince as a collateral line and being valued by the royal family. Gray at that time must have been first class in appearance, talent, and ability, and even the best hero of the human race. It is understandable that he would think that he could pursue the succubus and even do everything for it. Who would have thought? For more than 20 years, I didn't even have the opportunity to say a few more words to Her Highness the Succubus. Gray's voice was full of vicissitudes. She didn't even want to look at me more. Can you imagine how big a blow this was to me? Hearing this, Sheen looked at Gray with sympathy. Chapter 696 Never Ask for More. It must be said that Gray's experience is indeed worthy of sympathy. He should have been a favored child of heaven. A legend who turned the impossible into the possible. With more outstanding talents and gifts than Eridia. So excellent that he could even become an orthodox prince as a collateral branch. At that time, he was definitely the most proud, the most complacent, and the most high-spirited. If he continued like that, he might even win Anchi in the competition for the throne as a collateral branch. Replace Anchi, and sit on the throne of the Mitra kingdom. By then, his future and status will definitely make most people in this world envy him. And many people want it but cannot. Unfortunately, He met Xiaofuna and was captured by the succubus and fell completely willing to give up everything for her and settle in the demon world. That's fine. If the result of doing all this is good, it naturally cannot be said to be a tragedy. At that time, Gray must have been full of confidence in himself, thinking that as the first genius of the human race, he could successfully pursue the first beauty in the three realms. Not to mention, Gray's appearance is beautiful, more like a Prince Charming than a Prince Charming. And for women, he is definitely the perfect representative of a dream lover. Because of this, Gray, who had been too successful in the first half of his life, thought that he could surpass his predecessors, achieve success, and let the succubus, who was not fake about everything, choose him. However, reality is cruel. The succubus didn't even look at the succubus more than a few times. The prince, who was full of vigor and vitality at the time, ended up staying in the succubus city for more than 20 years. But he couldn't get the attention of his beloved. That was a nightmare that was enough to make Gray's whole world collapse. Over the years, I often wondered whether the decision I made was right, Gray said to himself. But I found that I would cherish the memory, miss it, hesitate, and sigh, but I would never regret it. This told Gray that even if he had to do it again, he would still make that choice. The only people I feel sorry for are those who have expectations of me and hope that I can make the Mitrok kingdom stronger and better. Right? Gray was like this. She didn't know what to say. Comfort? This is not what he should do. Since the other person said that he didn't regret it, then all the consequences must be acknowledged by the other person himself. So why should others worry about it? Besides, sympathy is sympathy. But Sheen didn't think he should do anything for this former prince. After all, he abandoned his country, his blood relatives, and even his race for a woman. Even if he was punished, it was justified and he deserved it. Anyway, if they were living in a different place, if it were him, Sean would never want others to come to him and tell him whether this choice was right or wrong. I can only say that this is life. The only emotion Sean has is probably to be thankful. Fortunately, I did not fall under the terrible charm of that succubus. Sean sincerely feels that the suffering he has suffered before is worth it. If he had accidentally lost control and really fallen under the infinite charm of that succubus, then the end might not be much better than Gray. He also saw that Xiaofuni was not interested in those who easily fell under her charm. As for the goddess, it is impossible for her to really like to lick dogs. She only likes those big men who can conquer her. And the man who can conquer Xiaofuni has not yet been born. Therefore, that woman will be dismissive of everyone. If Sheen was like everyone else, and was conquered by her extraordinary charm, then, whether he was a hero or not, the succubus would not have looked at him more, and might even hinder his engagement with AI. Fortunately, Sheen resisted, and just then, the woman became interested. So he would not end up like Gray, a loser with nothing. Of course, Gray himself didn't think so. Really? Gray narrowed his eyes, and stared at Sheen, as if he wanted to see through his deep feelings, and said, "Do you really think you haven't fallen?" Obviously, Gray still didn't believe that there was anyone in the world who could resist Xiaofun's charm. But how could he know? Believe me, the daughter born to your half-brother king is more beautiful and excellent than you think, and will never be much worse than the so-called succubus, Sheen said firmly. Also, although I am very impulsive, I am also very realistic. I will not expect to get things that I don't have, which will eventually lead to picking up sesame seeds and losing watermelons. As an ambitious young man living in the 21st century, Sheen knows very well that goddesses are for viewing, not for licking. People should be self-aware and don't really pursue things that are too far away from themselves. Otherwise, failure is the only outcome. Maybe some people have great dreams, and maybe some people have lofty ideals. Even if they are grassroots, they want to fight and work hard to get them. But you are not the only one walking this road. In the end, how many people will fall on this road and become stepping stones for others? In the end, how many people will be defeated by reality and become a victim? Sheen's acceptance ability is very abnormal. He understood these from the beginning, so he never expected anything. Some people would say that he is not enterprising and is content with mediocrity. Some people would say that he is obsessed with things and has no vision. But Sean wants to say, what you like may not be what I like. Don't use your thinking to decide what I should do and what I will do. What if I am content with mediocrity? Can I live a life without worries? Will I lose to those who devote their whole life to struggle and hard work? So, after Sean was reincarnated into this world, he immediately accepted the status quo, but never regarded himself as a savior. Nor did he want to achieve any achievements in this world. Even though he has basically become one of the strongest people in Omnipotent Forest, and has the power that everyone envies, he has never been proud, let alone felt how special he is. For such Sean, being able to get Roxy, Tare, Melika, and a few beauties that he dared not even think of in his previous life is already a pleasant surprise. In view of this, I am very satisfied with the status quo and never ask for more. Sean's calm words were exchanged for Gray's silence. Looking at Sheen's eyes, which were not clear but clearer than anyone else's, Gray felt mixed emotions. After a long time, "You are right," Gray murmured, "if I could be as rational as you at the beginning." Then, Gray shook his head and didn't say the following words. Again, he didn't feel regretful, but just felt it was a pity. "I didn't come here in vain," Gray said from the bottom of his heart. "It was right to talk to you once." "Same here." Sheen spread his hands and said, "Knowing that there is such an outstanding person in the kingdom, I should also feel happy." "Don't say insincere words." Gray couldn't help but smile and said, "Judging from your appearance, Anchi and the kingdom should be fine. And even new heroes have joined. In the future, they will get the blood of new heroes. So I feel relieved." After speaking, Gray turned around. "Do you need me to keep it a secret for you?" She looked at Gray's back and suddenly said this. Gray paused. He knew that what she meant by keeping secrets was keeping secrets from the people of Mitra Kingdom. In other words, don't tell the people of Mitra Kingdom about Gray's affairs, including the royal family. Gray thought about it, and finally sighed. "Sorry for bothering you," Gray whispered. "Don't let more people know about such a shameful existence as me. And don't let them think about it again." Leaving these words, Gray slowly left. Only Sheen was left, watching Gray's back as he walked away, and sighed after a long time. Being a licking dog, there is really no future. After saying that, Sheen also left. Not long after, two figures appeared here quietly. They were two figures that were extremely familiar to both Sheen and Gray. Among them, one was Leal. Leal looked at the direction where Sheen left. Her eyes were very complicated. As for the other figure, she was much more charming and popular than Leal. And she looked charming and beautiful even under the moonlight. Who else could it be except Xiao Funi? I didn't expect that I could hear such an interesting conversation just by coming here. Xiao Funi also looked at the back of Sheen's departure, with the corners of her mouth slightly raised. It was obvious that Xiao Funi was in a good mood. What you like may not be what I like. Satisfied with the status quo, never asking for more. This is the first time I heard someone look at me like this. Xiao Funi looked quite happy. Looking at Xiao Funi like this, Leal felt a little regretful, because it was she who told Xiao Funi about this matter, which made Xiao Funi interested and came here to eavesdrop. She just followed Shavn's instructions and paid special attention to Sheen's affairs. After returning, she reported everything that happened, including today, to Shavn, who knew that such a thing would happen. "This hero is really special," Shavn said to Leal with praise. "Don't you think so, Leal? It's just a noise to attract the crowd." Leal gave such an answer, but it was obviously insincere. Shavn didn't care. Her mind was now filled with every word that Sheen just said. "I want to see if he can really be indifferent to me." Shavn's eyes gradually showed an inexplicable look. If AI was here and saw this scene, she would definitely feel anxious. Right? Because every time Shavn showed such a look, it meant that she was eyeing it. Eyeing the prey that she thought was fun. Chapter 697 Dream. As the night deepened, the smell of people in the succubus city also began to disappear. Although they are demons, they also need to sleep and rest like humans. Except for some nocturnal groups, demons will still fall asleep at night. It's not that there are nocturnal demons in the succubus city. However, the number of these demons is definitely relatively small. Therefore, except for some special areas, the succubus city is still relatively quiet at night. Even the two legendary rock giants guarding the gate of the succubus castle are like real stone statues, closing their eyes and falling asleep. Unless someone approaches, they will not wake up. In this way, Xian naturally prepared to fall asleep. Originally, he wanted to use the magic props given to him by Luo Shi to communicate with the princess and ease his lovesickness, who knew that the props could not be connected across boundaries. So Xian had to give up helplessly. I don't know how that girl will react when she knows that I'm going to make a marriage contract with AIE. Xian really feels guilty. After all, it's not right to confirm such a big thing without discussing it with Luo Shi, who is theoretically the main wife. It's conceivable that Luo Shi must be furious, and she may even want to stab Xian to death. What can I do? Xian smiled bitterly. This matter was extremely sudden for him. So how could he have the energy to discuss it with Luo Shi? Moreover, Luo Shi, as his fiancée, would definitely not be completely unaffected when her identity was exposed. She might also be dealing with her own affairs at this time. And she has no energy to pay attention to Xian at all. Right? It can only be said that all this came too suddenly. And both Xian and Luo Shi were caught off guard. We can only take it one step at a time. Xian thought so. Anyway, the target is AIE, so Rosie won't have too much reaction. Right? From the beginning, Rosie has always been on guard against AIE in this regard. Now the guard has not been in vain. The princess should not be unable to accept it. Probably. I just don't know what those people in the Mitra kingdom will think. With this thought, Xian rubbed his eyebrows. Go to sleep. After suppressing all his thoughts in his heart, Xian laid down, closed his eyes, and prepared to sleep. Tomorrow, he plans to meet Xiaofuni and tell her about the Sandscale clan to see if she can give him a convenience. I just hope that the succubus can be more reserved and let me go. Xian murmured so, and then fell asleep. Perhaps because he was indeed a little tired. Xian soon fell into a deep sleep. In the past 2 days, Xian fell asleep quickly like this. Who asked Liel to fight with her at least dozens of times every day, in order to deal with the Stone Maiden clan leader, who was only one step away from the extreme level. Xian sometimes even directly used reincarnation destiny, even if it was just a one-fold increase. The consumption of magic power was also very large. In this way, Xian would feel a little tired, which was inevitable. Of course, even if he was tired, with external awareness destiny in effect, as long as someone deliberately approached Xian would wake up quickly. Except for the maid who was very unscientific in all aspects. Unfortunately, today, Xian's external awareness destiny was destined to meet an opponent. Huh? With a slight breeze, a figure floated silently in from the window of Xian's room. The enchanting and charming figure was like the condensation of beauty itself. It was Xiaofuni. Ha. Looking at Xian sleeping soundly on the bed, Xiaofuni laughed mischievously. I haven't been in a dream for a long time, and I don't know if it will be strange. Xiaofuni said to herself, laughing. Let me see. In the dream, are you as reserved as you said? Brave man. As she said, Xiaofuni turned around on the spot as if dancing, and turned into a stream of light, sweeping in the direction of Xian. The next second, Xiaofuni sank into Xian's body and disappeared. That night, Xian had a dream. A very beautiful and illusory dream. In the dream, he appeared in the divine domain for some reason, strolling in the sea of flowers. At a loss. Me? Xian wanted to express his feelings, but found that he was in a trance. His thinking was slow, and his mind was turning slowly, which made him subconsciously put aside a lot of rationality. So, Xian raised his steps and kept moving forward, strolling in the endless sea of flowers, as if looking for something. If it was in the real sanctuary, perhaps Xian had seen the figure of the goddess lying in the sea of flowers, sleeping as if forever. But this is not the real sanctuary, but an illusory dream. Fortunately, in this dream, although there is no omnipotent goddess, there is the embodiment of beauty. I don't know when Xian stopped, and the surroundings became silent. He stared blankly at the front, and was captured by the beautiful scene. Ha. The touching laughter kept echoing in the sea of flowers. Looking carefully, in front of the sea of flowers, there was an extremely beautiful figure dancing. She is as beautiful as a fairy and breathtakingly pretty. She has a hot body, with a protruding front and a curved back, which is extremely attractive. She is like a goddess that only appears in the dreams of countless people. Every smile and frown of hers makes people's hearts tremble. Such a beautiful woman is dancing in the sea of flowers, and she laughs happily from time to time. That scene is really the only one in the world. Xian is drunk, intoxicated by the touching laughter, falling because of the thrilling beauty. In the hazy dream, Xian is slow to think. How can he keep holding on to himself in the midst of shaking like in reality, and use reason to awaken his heart and not let himself fall? In view of this, in this dream, Xian fell almost instantly without a struggle. The beautiful woman dancing seemed to have discovered Xian, and waved to Xian with that touching smile. Seeing this, Xian staggered closer. In a daze, Xian seemed to hear the other party muttering like this. Sure enough, in the dream, even he couldn't resist me. There was both pride and a hint of loss in the other party's voice. Alas, I shouldn't have played like this if I knew earlier. If even he fell, what's the point in the future? The other party sighed. I'm going to be scolded to death by Xiao Yi now. The other party whispered so softly. Xian didn't hear those words clearly. Or it could be said that his brain couldn't understand those words. He just came to the other party and reached out to her in a trance. This situation made the other party helpless. Well, let's stop here. Sorry, brave man. You can have a good dream here. After saying this, the beautiful woman floated up like a real fairy, ready to leave. Up to here, everything was still normal. However, the next moment, the biggest surprise happened. Buzz, I saw that above this sea of flowers, a thing that seemed to gather all the glory of this world suddenly appeared here. It was a precious jade. A red precious jade with a deep red color, about 20 to 30 centimeters in diameter, which could be embraced in the arms. The precious jade seemed to be stimulated by abnormal magic, or a familiar breath, and suddenly appeared, and suddenly burst into 1,000 feet of red light, completely imprisoning this sea of flowers. The beautiful figure floating in the air suddenly stagnated and fell to the ground again. What? The other party's face was full of astonishment, and his eyes were full of hesitation when he looked at the precious jade in the air. That was his mother's. How could it be? The beautiful woman fell into the most intense shock in her life. But Sean was still confused and unaware of all this. He just watched the beautiful woman who wanted to leave come back to him and pushed her to the ground without any hesitation. The woman panicked. Wait, what are you trying to do? Stop. I am. Stop it. Xian turned a deaf ear to the woman's exclamation and rushed over. In the sky, the red gem was still spinning, as if it came out for air, looking so leisurely and so excited. That night, Xian had the most beautiful dream in history. The next day, early in the morning, when the sun shone into the room again, Xian woke up. When he woke up, Xian found that he was inexplicably happy, and even had a sense of physical and mental comfort. What's going on? This inexplicable feeling of pleasure? Xian was a little confused. You know, during these days in the demon world, because there was no Laxia serving him, Xian was no longer as comfortable as before when he woke up in the morning. Today, however, it was different. I felt that everything in this world had become more pleasant, and I felt refreshed from head to toe. It seems that I had a good dream last night. Xian said this half-knowingly, but he couldn't remember what he had dreamed last night. Forget it. Don't think about it anymore. Xian quickly gave up thinking, got up from the bed, and stretched. Huh? After stretching, Xian finally found a point that was not very comfortable. Why do I feel a little sore in my waist and back? As if my body was overdrawn? Xian was puzzled. This morning was so strange that Xian was a little suspicious whether Laxia had secretly returned to the demon world, came to his side, and did something to him. Weird things happen every year, but today there are more. Xian could only shake his waist, then got up and prepared to wash up. Chapter 698. What kind of supplement do you want? It took about 10 minutes for Xian to wash up and come out of his room. When Xian came out, he was blocked by someone at the door. Liel seemed to have been waiting for Xian for a long time. She stared at him with a very unfriendly look, and seemed to be in a bad mood. There was a momentum echoing on her body. This scene was not the first time Xian saw it. You want to fight again? Xian's expression fell, and he understood Liel's intention. The same thing has been happening in the past few days. The chief of the Stone Woman clan seemed to be very idle. He came to Xian's door every day to fight him. However, today, this guy seemed to be in a worse mood than in the past few days. Let's go! Liel didn't even want to say nonsense, but Xian would not obey her. Forget it today. Xian was a little annoyed, and seemed to have a backache. He tapped his waist and said with a bitter face, I'm not in shape today. I won't fight you. Hearing this, Liel thought Xian was looking for an excuse to postpone. But seeing Xian's bitter look, it didn't seem to be perfunctory. Liel hesitated. What's the matter? Liel asked this question for the time being. I don't know, Xian said blankly. I just feel very tired, as if I have been working hard all night, causing my body to overdraw a little. Really? Liel frowned, stared at Xian, and said, Are you sure you didn't find an excuse to refuse the fight? Is it necessary? Xian rolled his eyes and said, If I really don't want to fight with you, I can just move away instantly. Why pretend to be sick? This statement seemed to convince Liel. Seeing that Xian did not seem to be faking, Liel was very unwilling. But she was not interested in competing with Xian, who was not in good condition. Your human body is fragile, and you get sick easily. Leal said dissatisfiedly. There is no one in the demon world who knows how to restore magic. And there are few magic medicines for treating diseases. Your situation is really difficult. The magic of the restoration system and the magic of the sacred system are both magic systems developed by the gods. Only the gods and the clergy in the temple have the opportunity to learn them. No one in the demons can learn this kind of magic. The magic medicine for treating diseases is also the same. Because most demons are strong and have special physiques. So very few people will get sick. On the contrary, there are many magic medicines for healing. And there are also many magic medicines for expelling curses and bad negative states. These magic medicines are best-selling products for the demons who are constantly fighting. And naturally there will be no shortage. But it is difficult to treat diseases. Fortunately, Sean shook his head. I don't look sick. I just look a little overworked. Sean glanced at Leal and said, intentionally or unintentionally, after all, I have been challenged hundreds of times in the past few days. Even if I have some problems, it's not surprising. Right? Leal was not ashamed of Sean's statement, but condemned it. Who made you so stubborn? Why don't you just get beaten down? Leal turned around and spit on Sean. Sean really wanted to spray her in the face. It's my fault that I didn't get beaten down? Why don't you say that it's a mistake for me to be alive? When Sean complained like this, Leal was slightly startled, and then thought seriously. Hey! Sean's temper came up all of a sudden. Leal snorted coldly and said, anyway, it's good that there is nothing wrong with your body. Hee. Sheehan rolled his eyes again, then tapped his waist and suddenly said, otherwise. Can you find something to nourish me? To nourish the body? Leal was stunned, but did not refuse. Just said, what kind of supplements do you want? Anything is fine. Sheehan was not picky, and said bluntly, like wolfberry oysters. I can accept it. As soon as this was said, 3 question marks suddenly appeared on Leal's head. Wolfberry? Oysters? What is that? Rare natural treasures? Leal was at a loss. Obviously, there is no wolfberry oyster in this world. At this time, Sheehan also reacted. Why do I want wolfberry and oysters? Sheehan looked weird. What did I subconsciously put into my mind? I just made such a request. Do you know what I should supplement? But I have been alone every night recently, staying in an empty room. How can I squander so much in this aspect that I need to replenish my body? Besides, I am in my prime, and there is nothing wrong with my body. Even when I was having fun with Roxy, Tare, Melika and others. I never overdraw my body like this. My waist is very strong, and I have never been so weak. Why do I need to replenish my body? Could it be that there is something wrong with my body? Sheehan began to worry. There is no way. This is related to my sexual happiness in the second half of my life. If there is really a problem, what should I do with my family? Not to mention, I have a legal Lolita who is about to be engaged. And a legal Lolita with great dreams is about to enter the door. How can I have a problem with my body at this time? It seems that we have to pay attention to supplements in this area and well this waste. Sheehan silently made up his mind. Wolfberry? Oyster? At this time, Leal was still wondering what these 2 unfamiliar treasures were. Seeing this, Sheehan quickly pulled the person back. Forget it. I'll go find it myself. Sheehan changed the subject and said, I'm going to find Xiophune now. Do you want to come with me? Find Lady Xiophune? Leal stopped struggling and glared at Sheehan, saying as if facing a great enemy, what are you looking for Lady Xiophune for? What can I do? Sheehan said unhappily, I just want to ask her for something. What? Leal asked inquiringly, what is it? Isn't it that you are so nosy? Sheehan was speechless and said directly, anyway, just say whether you are coming or not. I'll come. Leal agreed without saying anything. Just kidding. Such an unexpected incident just happened last night, causing Her Highness the succubus to be more interested in this hero than ever before. How can I watch them alone? Who knows what will happen? You have to keep an eye on her. Let's go. Sheehan ignored Leal, who was worried, and walked forward on her own. Leal followed immediately. No matter what, she would not allow her master to be taken advantage of by a stinky man. No matter what. The top floor of Succubus Castle, Xiophune's room. After arriving here, Sheehan didn't have time to knock on the door, and Leal stepped forward first. I'll do it. Leal didn't even give Sheehan a chance to knock on the door, and acted as if everything of the succubus should belong to me, which made Sheehan roll his eyes. Leal ignored Sheehan's roll of eyes, went straight to the door, and knocked gently. Lord Xiophune, are you up? Leal's tone at this time was softer than ever, which made Sheehan's mouth twitch. In the room, Xiao Funi's voice soon sounded. Is there anything? The voice was still beautiful and touching. But, for some reason, there was a faint sense of fatigue in that touching voice. Lady Xiao Funi? Li Ayer found this, and felt a little strange. But Xiao Funi's voice sounded again. Don't disturb me today. If there is anything, wait until tomorrow. Xiao Funi's weak voice, for some reason, brought a sense of charm that made others feel itchy. It felt like the beauty in the door suddenly became mature and attractive. Like a ripe peach that was picked by someone with a unique style. Xian felt his heart softened and secretly cursed the goblin. Even Li Ayer's face became a little ruddy. Her eyes seemed to be moist, and her voice became softer. Since Lady Shat said so, Liel naturally did not dare to disturb her anymore. But, before she finished speaking, Xiao Funi's voice came out. Okay, Li Ayer. I'm really not in the mood to deal with anything today, and I'm a little tired. No matter who it is, don't bother me today. This time, Xiao Funi's voice was full of impatience. This is a very rare thing. Basically, this succubus either completely ignores others or always faces others with a smile. When will she show such blatant impatience like this? Li Ayer felt a little strange, but dared not say anything more. However, Xian was not so obedient. Seeing that Li Ayer had backed down, he simply spoke directly. I have something to talk to you about. Xiao Funi. When Xian's voice sounded and spread into the room, Xiao Funi's voice stopped abruptly. An indescribable silence spread in it, causing Xian and Li Ayer to look at each other. Xian just felt strange and spoke again. Can I come in? As soon as these words came out, Xiao Funi's voice immediately sounded from the room. Don't come in. This voice was urgent and panicked, as if it had lost its sense of proportion and was attacked unexpectedly, which actually gave Xian a feeling of desperateness. Then, there was a crackling sound in the room, as if Xiao Funi got off the bed and accidentally bumped into something. Full of panic, Xian and Li Ayer looked at each other again, and both could see the weirdness in each other's eyes. After a while, Xiao Funi's voice pretending to be calm sounded from the room. Okay, come in. Hearing this, Xian and Li Ayer were silent for a while at the same time. And then Xian made an eye signal, and Li Ayer plucked up the courage to reach out and push open the door, allowing the scene in the room to enter their eyes. Chapter 699. I can never pay it back in my lifetime. At this moment, Xiao Funi has already gotten up. She was sitting in front of a mirror, looking at Xian and Liel, who came in from the door through the mirror, and said this. What do you want to talk to me about? Xiao Funi's tone was very calm, which was a world of difference from just now. Lady Xiao Funi. Liel immediately saluted Xiao Funi. Xiao Funi first looked around and saw the situation in the whole room. The situation in the room was the same as when Xian was forced to come in by Xiao Funi before. There was no mess. As if the crackling sound, just now, was just an illusion and did not exist at all. But Xiao Funi still noticed Xiao Funi's abnormality. Or rather, this succubus was so calm, which was an abnormality in itself. You know, a few days ago, this succubus wanted to stick to her body, always teasing her for fun. But today, Xiao Funi had a calm face, and she didn't even turn her head, just looking at this side through the mirror, which was really strange. In addition, Xiao Funi's state was also abnormal. First, her breathing and heartbeat were very fast, so fast that Xian's external awareness could easily see through it. Secondly, her cheeks were rosy, her eyebrows were charming, and her pair of beautiful big eyes were watery, as if she was in love, making people feel dry mouth. Finally, compared with yesterday, she seemed to be a completely different person. Although there was a little fatigue in her eyes, her complexion was extremely bright, as if she had become more sexy and more beautiful overnight. And she looked a little more beautiful than before. Lil noticed Xiao Funi like this, and she had been panting since the beginning, which made Xian want to stay away from her. However, what made Xian feel most strange was that he didn't know why he could resist the charm of this succubus. Although he had been teased several times before and almost lost his balance, this time the other party became more beautiful than before. But he did not feel moved. Instead, he had an inexplicable sense of pride, as if he had done something that would be remembered for a lifetime, or carved a most exquisite work of art with his own hands. This feeling really made Xian feel strange. Have I really developed resistance to this woman? Xian thought so, and in order to confirm his thoughts, he began to stare at Xiao Funi. Immediately, Xian was sure. It seems that I can really resist her charm. Xian was surprised. On the other hand, Xiao Funi realized that she was being stared at by Xian, and her beautiful face became redder and redder. After a while, she couldn't help but speak. What? Haven't you seen it before? That extremely unfriendly tone made Xian quickly restrain himself, and he felt even more strange in his heart. Did this woman eat gunpowder today? Xian was puzzled again. I can only say that, as the saying goes, a woman's heart is like a needle in the sea, and a man who doesn't go into the sea can't get it. Xian, who was complaining in his heart, didn't know that at this moment. Xiao Funi's eyes looking at him through the mirror gradually became extremely complicated. There was resentment, shyness, sadness, anger, and finally all turned into the most intense helplessness. Recalling everything that happened last night, Xiao Funi was ashamed and angry. But more of it was doubt. There is no doubt that this time I suffered a great loss. And it was completely lost. However, everything I saw after entering the dream last night was also deeply engraved in Xiao Funi's heart, making Xiao Funi unable to forget. Xiao Funi really wanted to ask, but after thinking it over, she kept her mouth shut. It was just because this matter was too important. So important that even the situation of the relationship between the three tribes being turbulent due to the rebirth of the hero could not be compared to it. Xiao Funi felt that she had to find a way to verify it before it was thoroughly confirmed. It was better not to make it public. As for the matter between herself and this man, what are you looking for me for? Xiao Funi said faintly. Do you think you have something to say to me? Xiao Funi said this in a way that was both inexplicable and a little angry. Perhaps even she herself did not realize that her tone was full of resentment. Lady Xiao Funi? Liu blinked her eyes, her face full of confusion. Xian was also confused. But when he heard the resentment in Xiao Funi's tone, he also felt an inexplicable sense of guilt in his heart. What's going on? Xian quickly shook his head to get rid of this inexplicable feeling. Today's situation seems to be a bit strange and very inexplicable, which makes Xian very entangled. He could only suppress it temporarily and talk about business first. Of course, before talking about business, Xian still has a few questions. What's wrong with you? Xian asked curiously. Why do I feel that you seem to be a little bit wrong today? Only Xian dares to say such words. If it were someone else, facing this succubus with the most beautiful beauty in the world, they would definitely not dare to say it so directly. Right? If it were any other time, Xiao Funi would probably find this very interesting. But today, Xiao Funi's tone and expression were full of resentment. Do you think you are very right today? Xiao Funi has begun to be a little weird. I do feel a little wrong. The corner of Xian's eye twitched, and he looked at Xiao Funi and asked tentatively, Do you know the reason? Xiao Funi laughed out loud. It was not the delicate and touching laughter as usual, but like Xian usually did, throwing out these two words with a bit of irony. This overly abnormal performance made Xian a little suspicious. Could it be that something really happened? Xian began to doubt. But at this time, Xiao Funi sighed instead. Forget it. In the final analysis, this is also my own fault. What's the point of blaming you? Xiao Funi seemed to have adjusted her mood, and finally turned around and looked at Xian and Liu. This face-to-face confrontation made the beauty of this succubus even more obvious than yesterday, making Liu's panting become more intense. Strange. Xian felt that Xiao Funi was beautiful now, but she no longer made him lose control like before. It was as if he had already obtained this beauty. Speak. Xiao Funi's words interrupted Xian's thinking. What do you want to do with me? After hearing Xiao Funi's words, Xian could only tell his purpose first. Knowing that Xian came to ask for the right of the sand scales to settle in the succubus city, Xiao Funi almost waved her slender hand without thinking. For this matter, let Liu give the order in my name. Xiao Funi didn't take it seriously at all, and even felt dumbfounded. Xian laughed dryly and said, After all, the sand scales are just a weak marginal tribe. If such a weak tribe is allowed to settle in, I am worried that they will not be convinced and bring you some unnecessary troubles. Others are desperately expanding their network of contacts, paying a huge price, and letting the powerful tribes in the succubus city recommend them, or developing themselves and making themselves stronger, before they meet the conditions for settling in the succubus city. The sand scales were allowed to settle in because of Xian's words. He would worry about any subsequent side effects, which is inevitable. However, Xian's worry is actually unnecessary. Not to mention the succubus city. Even the entire succubus territory is owned by Lord Xiao Funi. Liu spoke coldly to Xian. Whoever Lord Xiao Funi wants to stay here can stay here, and whoever he wants to leave has to leave. Who dares to object? That's it. So, for Xiaofuni, this is just a small matter. The reason why I have only allowed 2 tribes to settle in for thousands of years is not because of anything else, but because I am not interested in most people. Xiaofuni said, as if she was bored. I allowed the stone maidens to settle in the succubus city, because Liel had been serving me, and was the closest cadre to me. I allowed the rock giants to settle in the succubus city, because the rock giants fell into decline, because they fought for my demons, and made huge sacrifices. I don't bother to care about the other tribes. And I'm basically not interested in them. Xiaofuni said this ruthlessly. If you want the Sandscale tribe to settle in, then let them settle in. Xiaofuni decided this matter quite casually, and it seems that she really doesn't care. All right. Xian nodded, but said, this time I owe you a favor, and I will pay you back when I have the chance. Xian's words were exchanged for Xiaofuni's snort. You owe me, and you can't pay it back in your lifetime. Don't even think about it. Xiaofuni actually threw out such a sentence. Her tone was once again full of resentment. Xian's mouth twitched, and he didn't know what to say at all. Logically speaking, he should have refuted it. In his memory, he didn't owe Xiaofuni anything. So how could it become a debt that he couldn't pay back in his lifetime? You wouldn't dare to play a trap like this. Right? But Xian wanted to refute, but found that he couldn't refute. In his heart, he always felt that the other party's words didn't seem to be much different. It's really a ghost. Xian cursed in his heart. At this time, Xiaofuni began to drive people away. Okay. Now that I've finished talking, you can go out. I want to rest. Xiaofuni waved her jade hand lazily. Then we will withdraw first. Master Xiaofuni. Li Ayr naturally wouldn't object, but looked at Xiaofuni reluctantly, and then respectfully left the room. Xian also wanted to retreat. Today is not a good day. It's a bit weird. I have to go back and think about it carefully. But before leaving, Xian said something inexplicably. You should have a good rest. These words made Xiaofuni startled at first, but then her expression finally eased a little. Xian then turned around and left. Xiaofuni kept staring at Xian's back, and did not come back to her senses for a long time. Chapter 700 Shedding Tears of Pain. Although she noticed something unusual about Xiaofun, he was confused and had no idea what was going on. In addition, all kinds of weird things were happening today. So Xian didn't want to think too much and just wanted to go back and have a good rest. So, after Xian threw all the matters regarding the Sand Scales entry into the Succubus City to Liel to deal with, he turned around and left in Liel's unhappy expression, went back to the room, closed the door, and went to bed directly. As for how much attention Xiaofun's news of allowing the Sand Scales to enter the Succubus City attracted, that was not something Xian needed to care about. That day, she never left the room again, and was almost invisible except for eating and drinking. It wasn't that he was really too tired to move, but mainly because he could just avoid Liel's challenge. So Xian was naturally willing to pretend to be sick. Of course, Liel was a little bit angry, but she had a kind heart, even though she was unhappy about not being able to challenge Xian, and even more unhappy about Xian himself. She still followed Xian's instructions honestly. Not only did she arrange for the Sand Scales to move in, but she also helped Xian collect some supplements. Although there were definitely no wolfberries or oysters in it, it must be said that the natural treasures of the other world were really not covered. After taking a batch of supplements, Xian felt that the whole person was alive, and his whole body was stiff, and there was no longer the backache in the morning. If this could be resold back to the previous life, it would definitely be a blessing for sad men. Xian was inspired. In this way, a rather peaceful and somewhat weird day passed. As night fell, Xian went to bed again happily and fell asleep again. Until midnight, outside the window of Xian's room, a charming figure appeared again. Who else could it be besides Xiaofuni? Looking at Xian sleeping soundly on the bed, Xiaofuni's eyes were complicated and resolute. I want to take a good look to see if that is my mother's precious jade. After whispering like this, Xiaofuni turned on the spot and turned into a stream of light. Just like last night, directly immersed in Xian's body. Xian was completely unaware of all this. Dream. Sea of flowers. After last night, Xiaofuni came here again, like a fairy descending from the sky, falling gracefully. After falling, Xiaofuni couldn't help but look around. A closer look showed that this sea of flowers seemed to be unusual. I wonder if that guy has really been to such an incredible place. Having lived in the world for tens of thousands of years, Xiaofuni has never seen such a beautiful place. If there is such a place in the world, she really wants to take it for herself. I don't know how such a place could exist in the dream of that shameless hero. While Xiaofuni laughed, she also raised her head and looked up at the sky, her expression gradually becoming solemn. Above the sea of flowers she was looking at was an endless blue sky. Although it was very pleasing to the eye, there was nothing Xiaofuni wanted to see. Was it just a dream? Xiaofuni could not help but doubt it. Since this is a dream, then naturally anything could appear. Perhaps the red gem that appeared last night was just something in the dream, not something that actually existed. But after thinking about it, Xiaofuni denied this idea. If it was just a dream, how could I be imprisoned here by its power? This might be just a dream. But Xiaofuni's power was real. With this power, Xiaofuni could enter the dream. And if so, she could naturally use this power to get out of the dream at any time. However, last night, Xiaofuni was imprisoned here, and all her power disappeared without a trace, proving that the power of the red gem also exists in reality. And it is impossible to be just a dream. Then why did it not show up? Xiaofuni thought hard, and soon got the answer. Did it show up because it sensed my power? This is most likely the correct answer. If the red gem is real, then it is undoubtedly on Xian's body, or even in his body. And I entered Xian's dream, entered his body, and used my power as a demon in his dream. It is not surprising that my mother's gem would be sensed and then appear. Even, the red gem may want to protect Xian and prevent external forces from harming Xian. So it suddenly appeared in his dream, and imprisoned this dream. The purpose is to imprison Xiaofuni's power, and make her a completely harmless woman. In view of this, Xiaofuni was suddenly imprisoned by the red gem last night, and could not even escape from this dream, and could not even resist a little bit, and was being done whatever she wanted by someone. Thinking of this, Xiaofuni wanted to cry, but had no tears. Mother, you really killed your daughter. That being said, Xiaofuni also knew that she was just stealing a chicken and losing a rice. She lifted a stone and ended up smashing her own foot. She could not blame anyone. Moreover, although the price was a bit high, if the mother's gem really reappeared in the world, it would not only be good news for herself, but also for the entire demon clan. Thinking of this, Xiaofuni pondered for a while, and suddenly opened her hands and exuded magic power. The amazing magic power that only belongs to the demon swept the entire sea of flowers. At this moment, the scene that Xiaofuni expected appeared. Buzz! As the entire sea of flowers trembled, red light suddenly gathered in the sky above the sea of flowers. In the light, the red gem appeared, like a red sun, illuminating the entire dream. This scene made Xiaofuni unable to control her excitement. It was indeed it. It was really it. Mother! Xiaofuni cried with joy. She finally confirmed that the most important symbol of her mother was back. Xiaofuni almost subconsciously wanted to fly into the air and take the red gem into her hands. Unfortunately, Xiaofuni's power could no longer be used. And together with this dream, it was imprisoned by the red gem. It was indeed protecting the owner of this dream, preventing external forces from harming him. Xiaofuni also confirmed this. This also means that Xiaofuni could not take the red gem out of here. Suddenly, Xiaofuni calmed down. But before she could completely calm down and think of a way, a breath appeared behind her. Xiaofuni's body stiffened. She had a bad premonition. Could it be that? Xiaofuni's expression was particularly wonderful. And finally her neck was stiff, and she slowly turned behind her. There, Xian appeared silently, with a trance, but his eyes were extremely intoxicated and looked at Xiaofuni. And the heat that gradually burned inside made Xiaofuni's heart tremble. Snap! The next second, Xian pressed Xiaofuni's slender shoulders with both hands. Xiaofuni trembled all over and cried out, "Wait! I am." Xiaofuni's dying struggle did not produce any effect. Xian ignored Xiaofuni's exclamation and pushed her down in the sea of flowers as he did last night. The next day came quickly. Xian woke up like yesterday and felt refreshed again. However, along with the refreshing feeling came another feeling that was exactly the same as yesterday. That is, backache. Hiss. Xian held his waist. His face was slightly painful and confused. What happened? Why is it like this again? I feel weak without doing anything? Is there something wrong with me? Xian was confused and felt that he was not feeling well. However, backache was backache. Weakness was weakness. But Xian's heart was always filled with an indescribable sense of satisfaction. It was as if he had done that all night and satisfied his animal desires. There was definitely something wrong with this. Xian had to admit this. It had been like this for 2 consecutive days. And Xian didn't believe that there was no reason for it. No. I had to do something. Sean racked his brains, and finally thought of Xiafun. That guy also looked strange yesterday. So he must know something. When Sean thought of this, he could not sit still immediately. He had to ask her what was going on. Sean did it as soon as he thought of it. He immediately got up and washed. Then held his waist, and opened the door of his room. As soon as he opened it, Li Ayer's figure immediately caught Sean's eyes. Sean was silent. Li Ayer was also silent, looking at Sean's tired face, holding his waist, and looking like he was about to tremble. Li Ayer's eyes gradually became contemptuous. Are you not doing it again? Li Ayer showed Sean some contempt for the king. Sean almost went berserk. What do you mean? What do you mean? What do you mean by not doing it again? Just when Sean was about to swear, argue with Liel, and even prepare for a fight, Liel suddenly turned around and walked away. Where are you going? Sean was startled and asked reflexively. In response, Liel just threw a sentence at him lightly. Go find you some tonic. After that, Liel disappeared in front of the corridor, with contempt even in her back. Sean suddenly fell into a long silence. Then, Sean exploded. Come back to me. Sean chased after him like crazy. I can fight for 300 rounds. On this day, Sean did not find Xiafuna. But in order to save his dignity as a man, he changed his previous dislike for Liel, and insisted on fighting her. Unfortunately, Liel didn't fight with Sheen like she did before. Instead, she looked disdainful, as if she didn't want to bother someone who wasn't persistent enough, and told him to go back and rest. Sheen couldn't stand it, and kept pestering Liel, and finally dragged her to the training room. As she said, she fought with Liel for 300 rounds. Sheen didn't lose a single round in these 300 rounds. But in order to win, in the end, his reincarnation destiny had been tripled. Afterwards, Sheen got a lot of supplements from Liel. Looking at the pile of supplements, the exhausted Sheen shed tears of pain.